Zhou Ning traversed into the game Tianqi just before its launch, becoming an NPC endowed with a player panel. Soon, players would arrive. It matters not, but who can enlighten me on the nature of this traversal simulator displayed on the game panel? During his journey, he engaged in jovial discourse with Xiao Buona, forged a friendship with Dio Brando, battled alongside Thanos, subverted the world as the Joker, and even ascended to the supreme throne, toppling countless kingdoms. When the players truly descended, they discovered that the artistic style of the game world had undergone a complete transformation. What manner of thing is Iron Man's armor? Was this Haki? What the blue eyes white dragon and the sky dragon of Osiris? What even is the devil fruit? Does such a thing exist in the game? Chapter 1. The Tianqi game. Zhou Ning felt a deep sense of melancholy. As a staunch atheist, he had never imagined that he would become a professional traveler through realms. In a mere span of 2 years, he had astonishingly traversed twice. More than 2 years prior, an ordinary bout of drunkenness had transported him to launching, a world somewhat akin to Earth, yet with an entertainment industry woefully underdeveloped and a gaming industry exceptionally flourishing. Here, films and comics were not well established. There were no Deathfire Seas, no Gene Young, no Harry Potter, nor any Marvel. Everything was starkly different from his former life. This was initially a perfect opening for a literary plagiarist to thrive, yet the high-spec, inexpensive light brain and a virtual reality game named Tianqi swiftly made him forget his initial aspirations of becoming a literary thief. At first, he merely wished to experience the new technologies of this other world, but he soon became enraptured. Although he entered the game later than others, his superior gaming talent allowed him to quickly catch up in Tianqi, where he distinguished himself and established a guild that became a formidable force among players. However, the good times were fleeting. Just a moment ago, he had gathered a large group to tackle the 70-level dungeon in Tianqi, the heroic grade Jason's haunted house. While waiting for his teammates, he opened a newly downloaded mini-game on his light brain to pass the time, only to be engulfed by a beam of light the next moment, leading him to this place. The dilapidated window frames, the dim environment, the flickering shadows, and the wavering candlelight rendered the visibility less than half a meter, yet he could still discern that this was a rundown room. Cold sweat trickled down Zhou Ning's back. He discovered that his hands were bound behind him, seemingly tethered by ropes, making escape difficult. Nearby, the low sobs of others echoed, suggesting that there were quite a few people present. Observing the scene reminiscent of a horror film, Zhou Ning felt a surge of anxiety. He shifted slightly to inch closer to the candlestick in search of a semblance of safety, only to be startled by a distorted, plump face beside him. Upon closer inspection, he found it to be a chubby boy, tears and snot smeared across his face, crying out, "It's over. It's really over. I don't want to die. I want to go home." The boy's murmurs pierced the air with remarkable clarity, repeating just 2 phrases like a broken record, prompting even the usually composed Zhou Ning to roll his eyes. 2 minutes later, a door creaked open, allowing a beam of light to enter. 3 men clad in black robes and hoods stepped through the threshold. Zhou Ning sensed the chubby boy shiver violently beside him, hastily closing his mouth, producing only intermittent sobs. By the light streaming in from the doorway, Zhou Ning recognized the black flame emblem on the left chest of the 3 robed figures and could not help but pause momentarily. That mark seems to belong to the Cursed God cult. The leader among the cloaked figures pointed towards a youth not far away, coldly declaring, "It is you. Come here." No, I don't want to die. Save me." Despair flickered across the boy's face, but before he could struggle, the other 2 robed figures dragged him away, his cries trailing off. With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut, isolating the light and the pleas for help outside. Zhou Ning shuddered. Undoubtedly, those 3 figures in black robes were adherents of the Cursed God cult from the Tianqi game. This group proclaims that the end of the world is nigh, spreading pestilence far and wide, and is exceedingly eager to offer living sacrifices in elaborate rituals, attempting to summon malevolent deities, although the vast majority have failed. Thus, it seems I have traversed into the game, and regrettably, become one of their intended sacrifices. Goodness, no wonder this place feels familiar. Isn't this the very Jia Sonata Xiongzhai I was preparing to explore just moments ago? The first promotional video for Tianqi featured this very instance as its backdrop. The ordinary difficulty setting of the Jia Sonata Xiongzhai instance presents a rather simple narrative. A handful of cursed cultists capture a group of living people within the confines of their lair. The Jia Sonata Xiongzhai, attempting to use incantations from the Book of Yithanwei to appease a dark god. The player's objective is to thwart this sacrificial endeavor. As an introductory instance, the difficulty of Jias and Natashiongjai is not particularly high. Most of the cursed cultists are merely ordinary individuals, with the sole exception of the priest Niam, who possesses extraordinary powers. Yet herein lies the dilemma. That is merely a game, and in reality, one cannot expect a savior to arrive. What am I to do now? This is utterly preposterous. Zhou Ning can only sigh in despair. As previously mentioned, Tianqi is a globally popular holographic online game, and when Zhou Ning first crossed over, it had dominated the holographic gaming realm for 3 consecutive years. This game amalgamates countless elements from fantastical games and settings, calculated and evolved by a new generation of supercomputers, beyond human intervention. More importantly, the scenes, characters, and narratives are strikingly real, resembling an alternate virtual world. According to the game's design, this world exhibits a unique aesthetic reminiscent of 19th century Europe, sharing some similarities with reality. It has likewise developed firearms and steam engines, as well as a dazzlingly sophisticated, extraordinary civilization. From an instance's backdrop, one can infer that we are currently in the game's nascent phase, where extraordinary beings are rare and the cursed cult has yet to emerge in earnest. The majority of cultists are playing the role of comedic actors, brandishing a hand-copied tome titled Book of Yithanwei, while capturing individuals for sacrifice, achieving a success rate of 0 over the course of 2 years. Yet, these individuals, perceived as comedic actors, now pose a lethal threat to Zhou Ning. Moreover, according to the instance's narrative, should they not be stopped, this sacrificial rite will indeed succeed. At that moment, a line of subtitles abruptly flashed before Zhou Ning's eyes. Sacrifice has perished. Current progress 26 of 36. Is this an instance prompt? Zhou Ning's heart raced. It appears the sacrificial ceremony is nearing completion, leaving him with scant time. Status panel. To Zhou Ning's relief, when he concentrated and attempted to summon the menu as one would in the game, the familiar game interface indeed materialized before him once more. Name: Zhou Ning /Wan Site Wire. Race: Human. Template: NPC beta test countdown. 48 days, 3 hours, 42 minutes. Age: 23. Level 2. Profession: Teaching Assistant 1/10. Natural Force Affinity: 0. Arcane Affinity: 0. Talent: Hidden. Personal Attributes: Strength 7, Agility 8, Stamina 8, Willpower 8, Spirit 9, Charisma 98. Life 80. Willpower, July 8th. Mana: 0. Life Skills: Basic Alchemy. Ordinary Skills: None. Personal Specialty: Dexterous Hands, Beginner. Your hands are exceptionally nimble, enabling you to perform tasks requiring fine manipulation. Extensive Knowledge: Your reservoir of knowledge far exceeds that of the vast majority, granting an additional point to your spirit. Utter Calmness: You can maintain a composed mind at all times, resulting in a 10 increase in learning progress. Clan Doctrine: None. Influence: None. Legend: 0. An ordinary individual, devoid of any cultivation aptitude and lacking in distinction, possesses nothing aside from good looks. While having a panel is advantageous, the data presented therein is indeed quite perplexing. According to the attribute set in the Apocalypse, a natural affinity for primal forces is a prerequisite for becoming a warrior, and having a 0 score needs no further explanation. A 0 in arcane affinity indicates that he is also bereft of any connection to mages. As for the attributes, a score of 10 is considered average for commoners, and his strength, agility, and stamina are not particularly high. The 9 points in spirit are astonishing. The statement regarding his complete lack of cultivation aptitude is certainly not an exaggeration. Concerning the highest attribute, charisma, that must be a beautiful error. If I am not mistaken, all of his initial allocation points must have been misguidedly assigned to this single attribute. In the Apocalypse, a charisma score of 100 is perfect, with scores over 70 already placing one in the realm of high attractiveness. A score of 90 belongs to the realm of super handsome men. Thus, having an initial point total of 98 is truly unique. However, the question remains, what use is being handsome? In this world, the ability to fight is paramount. Otherwise, one might unwittingly be captured and forced into servitude, with no time even to weep. Furthermore, judging from the NPC status, it seems unlikely that he will have as many chances to respawn as players do. If he dies accidentally, he may face true death. It is truly bizarre. The Apocalypse has been operational for 3 years, and I have not heard of anyone going missing due to playing the game. Why must misfortune strike me? Oh, what is this? Zhou Ning suddenly noticed an option labeled Crossing Simulator in the lower right corner of the attribute panel. Wasn't he just about to play this minigame before crossing over? Could it be that he was drawn into the world of Sword Art Online because of this minigame? Attempting to touch the option with his mind, a series of prompts suddenly appeared before him. Welcome to the time travel simulator. Game resources are downloading. 95, 96, 99, loading completed. The time travel simulator is starting. This game is also known as 10,000 of Me. We wish you an enjoyable gaming experience. You currently possess 2 time travel coins, and you may receive 1 time travel coin as a basic allowance daily at midnight. Of course, you can also recharge to acquire more. Dying in the simulator does not equate to true death. It may merely signify a segment of your life in a parallel universe. Upon completing certain special achievements or influencing the world, you will receive corresponding rewards. The simulator will safeguard your mental health, but it is essential to engage in games moderately. Excessive gaming can be detrimental to your well-being. It appears rather dubious, Zhou Ning remarked, reading the introduction meticulously before shifting his gaze to the game interface. As a seasoned player, his assessment was, this interface is rather too simplistic, isn't it? Chapter 2. The first time travel simulation. Within his line of sight, there were 3 solitary options: store, map, achievements. The store and achievements sections were currently empty, so he clicked into the map interface, where only one selectable map was available: Fog City Maze. Travel cost 1 time travel coin. Checking his balance of 2 time travel coins, he figured there was no other choice. He would spend 1 time travel coin to enter and see what lay ahead. Focusing his attention on Fog City Maze, several pieces of information immediately popped up in his view. Preparing for travel. Matching you with a parallel space. Please select 3 from the following 10 talents to serve as matching criteria. 1. Uneven legs. White, your legs are of different lengths. 2. Narcissus. Blue, you are very handsome, but exceedingly vain. 3. Doctor of Electricity. Purple, you are an authority in the field of electricity. 4. Healthy diet. White, your diet consists solely of vegetarian meals, never indulging in meat. 5. Little Lucky. Green, your luck has received a slight boost. 6. Zidane. Purple, you possess ball skills as impressive as Zidane's. However, as a consequence, your hairstyle resembles his at age 35. 7. Literary talent. Blue, your literary prowess is remarkable. 8. Fair-minded. Blue, you approach tasks with great fairness. 9. Trendy. Green, your fashion sense is exceptional. Your reproductive system seems to differ somewhat from others. Please carefully select your talents. Each rematch requires 1 Chuan Yu coin. Zhou Ning. This game seems rather silly. What on earth is a short leg? What is Zidane? What is a Futanari? In truth, there aren't many choices. The best options are only 3, 5, and 7. You have chosen talents 3, 5, and 7. Match successful. In the parallel world, you are a PhD in electrical engineering with remarkable literary talent and extraordinary luck, often receiving complimentary drinks when purchasing beverages. The game ends when you die in the simulation. Currently aboard the time machine. 1, 33, 65, 95. Whoosh. Transcendence complete. Moments later, Zhou Ning, still awaiting his transcendence, was left dumbfounded. He had expected to swiftly escape his predicament with a whoosh, yet after all this time, he remained in that dim and gloomy room. Meanwhile, blue subtitles began to scroll before him. Fooled. This is actually a text-based game. You have traveled to London in 1894. From this moment, the wheel of history begins to turn. On December 18th, 1894, as a PhD in electrical engineering, you were filled with ambition to invent a generator, only to be astonished to discover that this world already possessed generators. Your professional knowledge informs you that the first generator was invented by the Frenchman Hippolyte Pixii in 1832. You must have transcended to the latter half of the 19th century. By the way, you haven't eaten today and are quite hungry, but as a researcher, it is common to neglect food for work. You can definitely endure. On December 19th, 1894, you finally grasped the precise date and continued with ambition, aiming to outpace Tesla in the research of a 2-phase alternating current generator, only to realize you have no partners, no research tools, no laboratory, and no one willing to assist you. You still haven't eaten today and are very hungry, but you can endure, or so you think. On December 20th, 1894, you were starving, feeling dizzy from hunger, and began contemplating finding any job just to survive, yet your English is not very fluent. You can read but cannot speak, and you start regretting not having learned English properly. Transcendence is not this simple. On December 21st, 1894, a homeless man stole your clothes, and you were beaten badly, suffering serious injuries. You lingered outside a bakery for a long time, seemingly fortunate as a kind-hearted stranger observed you for quite a while. He bought you some bread, and you were moved to tears. On December 22nd, 1894, it was another day of job-seeking failure, but your English communication had improved significantly. You could at least understand part of the conversation and exchange a few sentences. You acquired the skill, basic English proficiency. On December 23rd, 1894, you were too weak to walk, and in your hunger, you reached out your sinful hands toward the bread displayed outside the bakery. Discovered, you were beaten again, suffering several broken ribs, leaving you unable to walk. You gained the specialty, basic endurance, and acquired the skill, basic theft. On December 24th, 1894, on the night of Christmas Eve, snow fell, and the aroma of turkey wafted from the shop windows, creating a warm atmosphere outside. You lay in the snow, quietly freezing to death on the streets of London. 2 days later, that same kind-hearted stranger helped you find a grave for burial. You have achieved the title, the Orphan of the Fog City. Evaluation, from transcendence to death in just 7 days. Your lofty ambitions were met with ineptitude and mediocrity that hardly encapsulated your incompetence. It is noteworthy that the person who bought you bread and financed your burial was named George Bernard Shaw. He drew inspiration from your unfortunate life of transcendence and penned the renowned The Tramp's Lament in 1895, a work that not only shook Europe, but also led to Shaw's success, earning him the Nobel Prize in Literature in its inaugural year of 1895, igniting a movement criticizing the social welfare system in Britain. In a sense, this literary giant profited from your misfortunes. Evaluation level, F, World Exploration Rate, 0.2. Due to your profound impact on the history of world literature, you have earned 1 Xuan Yu coin and gained 500 experience points. Is this it? Gazing at this brief, dull, and tedious life, Zhou Ning's expression shifted from bewilderment to disbelief, then to sheer shock. He wanted to curse but found no words, ultimately exhaling a long sigh. Alas, although somewhat speechless and reluctant to admit it, if it were indeed him who had transcended, he likely would not fare any better. I have brought shame upon the brothers of the time travelers. Simulation complete. Please make a choice swiftly, host. Option 1. Randomly acquire 3 skills and specialties obtained during your time travel. Option 2. Randomly draw 3 items gained throughout your time travel. Upon seeing these 2 options, Zhou Ning decisively chose the first. You have acquired the skill, basic pickpocketing. You have gained the specialty, basic endurance. You have obtained the skill, basic English. Due to your mastery of 2 or more foreign languages, a new secondary profession has been unlocked, linguist. Moments later, Zhou Ning felt an influx of fundamental English knowledge and insights in a thievery within his mind, while his skill panel also reflected an additional specialty. Basic endurance, physical growth coefficient 0.13, willpower 1. The impact of adverse debuffs such as hunger, thirst, and cold is slightly diminished. In the apocalypse, strength determines physical attack and the upper limit of physical damage. Any melee damage-dealing profession will not possess low strength. Agility dictates movement speed, attack speed, and evasion ability, while also enhancing ranged attack power. For a ranged, physical damage dealer, investing in this attribute is undoubtedly wise. Stamina increases the maximum health. Each point of stamina adds 10 points to base health and 12 points to stamina value. Certain specialties and skills can influence this coefficient and may even slightly enhance defense. Willpower determines resistance to abnormal states, and the upper limit of willpower, the higher the willpower, the greater the resistance to abnormal states, and it can also accelerate learning speed. Spirit is akin to the talent for casting spells and the rate of mana recovery, determining the attack power and sustainability of magic-based professions, making it a primary attribute for such roles. If this attribute is low, pursuing a magic profession is generally inadvisable. Charm influences the initial favorability of characters and factions and can yield discounts during transactions with NPCs. Gazing at the newly acquired skills and specialties on the panel, Zhou Ning was certain of one thing. The 2 games had indeed merged, and the acquisitions made within the time travel simulator could synchronously reflect in reality. Chapter 3. The Ordinary Life. This is quite impressive. During his previous traversal, he had only survived a mere 7 days. Yet he was bestowed with 2 skills and a specialty. If he were to endure longer, would he not soar to great heights? The foundational endurance he acquired is a rare enhancement to his physical prowess. Although the basic English proficiency seems of little utility in the game, it has conferred upon him the secondary profession of a linguist, allowing for a smoother simulation. As for the basic pickpocketing skill, combined with his adept hands, he might, with some effort, manage to untie the ropes that bound him later on. At that moment, the door swung open once more, and 3 acolytes of the cursed cult entered, callously dragging a young man from the ground and hauling him away. Even Zhou Ning could not help but break into a cold sweat. The young man was not far from the plump boy, and perhaps after a few more rounds, it would be their turn. Not long after, a line of subtitles flashed before his eyes. The sacrifice has perished. Current progress 2736. According to the dungeon's setting, these heartless cultists would offer up 36 sacrifices in a short span of time, and none among them could hope to escape. The plump boy trembled in fear, inching closer to Zhou Ning, and stammered, "Hey, do you think we're doomed?" Zhou Ning understood the boy's yearning for comfort, but he never resorted to deceit. Besides, who among them was not a child at heart? After a moment of silence, the honest Zhou Ning replied, "Yes, we are likely to meet a grim fate." The plump boy, if there were a negative emotion system, one might observe a prompt of negative emotions at a staggering 1,000 hovering above his head. Anticipating solace, he instead received an answer that was the antithesis of comfort, leading the boy to dissolve into tears. At merely 16 or 17, he likely had some training, for his lungs were full, and his cries resonated loudly, akin to a trained vocalist. The room, which had been filled with the sounds of many weeping, fell silent under the weight of his sorrowful wails. "I'm still young. I have not yet savored life fully. I do not wish to perish. I truly do not want to die," the boy lamented, his body trembling, causing the flesh to quiver in tandem. "Do not weep. Death is an inevitable part of life, whether it comes early or late. Besides, there are so many others here with you." Zhou Ning found himself momentarily overcome by the boy's cries and hurried to console him. Unexpectedly, this only fueled the boy's distress further. "I do not wish to die. My father is a duke. I too shall become a duke. Moreover, I am already betrothed to the daughter of Earl Harold, and we are to wed in 2 years. Is there no one who can save me? I wish to marry." The plump boy's sobs grew increasingly heart-wrenching. Zhou Ning's expression turned peculiar. This chubby boy, despite his appearance, was an heir to a dukedom and engaged to be married. At his own age, having lived 2 lifetimes without experiencing marriage, he could not help but reflect on the stark disparities of life. Wait a moment, a duke? As far as he recalled, there were only 2 dukes in the kingdom of Blaiston, and the heir who perished at the outset must have been the only one. Suddenly, a panel popped up with a message. "You have triggered the D-level quest of the Vist family's gratitude. Do you wish to accept or decline?" Zhou Ning realized with clarity that his suspicions were indeed correct. It was the Vist family. There is no room for hesitation. Accept. The task prompt states, "As the banner of the noble kingdom of Blaiston, the Wei Site family has but one legitimate heir, Alan Wei Site. His significance to the Wei Site family is paramount. Attempting to rescue him from peril will earn you the friendship and gratitude of the Wei Site family. Of course, the choice is entirely yours. Your decision not to intervene will not result in any loss, and no one will cast blame upon another victim. Indeed, it is the Wei Site family." Zhou Ning's gaze flickered. According to the game's setting, this world, in addition to the familiar trifecta of warrior, mage, and healer, boasts unique vocational systems of meteorologists and clan knights, with the Wei Site family epitomizing the latter. Clan knights typically hail from illustrious lineages, possessing genealogies lengthy enough to be published, alongside a code of conduct that must be adhered to. By honoring this code, they are endowed with various extraordinary powers. However, the clan knights only emerged in the game a decade ago, their role not primarily focused on combat. In his past life, Zhou Ning had come across an intriguing anecdote in the game's Grand Library. Approximately 70 to 80 years prior, in the kingdom of Farik, there existed a prominent family known as the Bladinglezai clan, whose creed was fair trade, meticulous in every detail, and never to suffer loss. Despite their scrupulousness, their integrity and fairness swiftly propelled them to become the largest commercial family in the kingdom of Farik, amassing an immense fortune. However, when the kingdom of Blaiston breached the capital of Farik, this vast wealth became the source of calamity. At that time, King Charles V of Blaze Eaton coerced the head of the Bledingleseye clan to surrender their riches. Yet, due to their creed, the clan members were bound to be meticulous, unwilling to concede. With no money to yield, they faced the loss of life. To extract a confession, the king resorted to breaking the bones of the clan leader one by one. Just before his demise, the leader awakened the power of their creed, uttering a curse. Whosoever takes the gold of the Bledingleseye clan shall suffer eternal punishment. Although the clan leader perished, the remaining family members were not made of the same resolute fiber, and ultimately, King Charles V achieved his goal of acquiring the wealth. However, as foretold by the curse, all who claimed that fortune met with misfortune, culminating in King Charles V's own accidental death from a fall while on an outing. To this day, the Bledingleseye family estate has become a tourist attraction, filled with gold coins, yet no one dares to pilfer even a single piece. Such is the power of the Bledingleseye clan's creed: fair trade, meticulousness, and never suffering loss. Upholding their creed grants them immense wealth, while those who force them to violate it will inevitably pay a heavy price. Although the specifics of the Wei Site family's creed remain unknown, and the extraordinary powers of this world at the onset of the game are yet to be discerned, one thing is certain: rescuing the chubby Allen will undoubtedly prove profitable. However, for now, Zhou Ning must first ensure his own ability to escape. After expending one traversal coin, he had completed one journey and reclaimed another. Gazing at the balance of 2 traversal coins, Zhou Ning opted once more for simulation. Preparing for the journey with the time travel coin 1, you have matched with a parallel universe. Would you like to consume another time travel coin to reassign your talents? Zhou Ning decisively selected no. With only one time travel coin remaining, it must be utilized wisely. You have defaulted to talents 3, 5, and 7. In the parallel world, you are a PhD in electrical engineering, blessed with remarkable literary talent and good fortune, often receiving complimentary beverages when purchasing drinks. The current exploration level of the world is 0. 2. Upon reaching 6, 67, you will gain the authority to unlock the next simulation map. The game concludes should you perish in the simulation. You are aboard Time Machine 1336595. Time travel successfully completed. You have arrived in London, 1894, and from this moment, the wheels of history begin to turn. On December 17, 1894, as a PhD in electrical engineering, you have acquired basic English skills, facilitating communication. You attempt to engage with others in search of partners to create a 2-phase alternating current generator, yet no one pays you any heed. They all regard you as a madman. However, this is inconsequential, for genius often walks the path of solitude. On December 18, 1894, having gone without food yesterday and today, you find yourself in dire straits. Nevertheless, adversity cannot vanquish a giant, yet hunger may. Reluctantly, you seek employment washing dishes at a restaurant. On December 19, 1894, you wash dishes. On December 20th, 1894, while washing dishes today, you accidentally broke 3 plates, incurring a penalty of 40 pence, which essentially translates to being washed by the plates. Joy 1. From December 22nd to 25th, 1894, you continue washing dishes. On Christmas Day, you encounter a man named George Bernard Shaw. Although you should have found common ground, a lack of effective communication leads to an unfortunate parting. You resolve that the coming days cannot be squandered. On January 1st, 1895, you celebrate your first new year in London. To mark the occasion, you secure a position at a textile factory. On January 2nd, 1895, you are once again greeted by the familiar roar of machinery, and you find this life satisfactory. Albeit the air quality leaves much to be desired. Joy 1, Health 1. On February 5th, 1895, fortune smiles upon you as a lottery ticket purchase for 10 shillings yields a second prize of £1,000. Family background 2. On June 7th, 1895, your charm and good looks capture the attention of a fair-haired maiden named Alina, the daughter of the textile factory owner, a name as beautiful as she is. On June 10th, 1895, you embark on a romantic relationship. Joy 1. On July 17th, 1895, your romance encounters vehement opposition from the factory owner. You yearn to utter the phrase, "Fortunes rise and fall. Do not scorn the youth and poverty." Yet before you can voice it, you find yourself dismissed from your position. On July 18th, 1895, Filled with indignation, you commence the creation of a two-phase alternating current generator, echoing the sentiment. Fortunes rise and fall. Do not scorn the youth in poverty. On February 15th, 1896, without waiting for 30 years, you now find yourself in dire financial straits. In the year 1896, on the 7th of March, you commenced your employment at a mechanical factory, shortly thereafter ascending to the position of engineering assistant. On the 5th of April, you fell in love with a remarkably beautiful ordinary worker named Meiji. That same year, Tesla invented the two-phase alternating current generator. By the end of 1896, you were wed. The days following your marriage were unremarkable, yet filled with happiness. In early 1897, the 2 years of traversing through time and the prolonged experience of marital life significantly enhance your proficiency in English, allowing you to read and write with ease and communicate fluently with the locals as if you were one of them. You acquire the skill of professional English fluency. By mid-1897, you received a promotion, and you became an engineer at the mechanical factory. Due to your outstanding performance, you were headhunted by the John Rigby Gun Company at the end of 1897. In 1898, now adept in English, you began submitting articles to various newspapers and magazines, several of which garnered acclaim, leading you to become a columnist for the Times. By 1900, despite lacking exceptional talent, your work-related experiences had enabled you to gain a precise understanding of firearms construction and shooting techniques, thus acquiring expertise in firearms knowledge and foundational shooting proficiency. In 1899, your first son was born. In 1901, your first daughter followed. By 1923, your son became engaged, and your daughter married a commendable gentleman. In 1925, you welcomed 2 grandsons and a granddaughter. However, by 1935, you began to feel the weight of age, finding yourself increasingly unable to engage in activities. In 1939, with Germany's invasion of Poland marking the outbreak of World War II, flames of conflict spread across Europe, Asia, Africa, and Oceania. That same year, your wife Meiji passed away. Alone in your home, you felt an emptiness within, reflecting on the 40 years of shared life. If given the chance to relive those years, how would you choose differently? You attained the achievement of rationality and emotion. In September 1940, London faced German bombardment, and your home was tragically destroyed by the air raid. As an ordinary person, you perished in this calamity. Summary: happiness, 1. Health, 3. Financial status, 2. A life neither impoverished nor joyful, but rather mundane. You achieved the distinction of an ordinary life. Evaluation level, D. World Exploration Degree, 292. And due to the exploration degree exceeding 20, you received a reward of 1 time travel coin, with each additional 20 exploration degrees yielding another reward. Chapter 4. Literary Master. Simulation concluded. Please make your selection promptly. Option 1. Randomly acquire 3 skills and specialties obtained during your time-traveling journey. Option 2. Randomly draw 3 items acquired during your time-traveling journey. Zhou Ning. It took him a while to regain his composure. This experience of time travel felt so profoundly real that merely reading the text left him with a sense of melancholy. In the realm of reason and emotion, should one have the opportunity to relive their life choices, would he continue to select his lifelong partner, the devoted wife Meiji, with whom he has shared 40 years? Or would he choose to embrace the beauty of his first love, Elena? It remains an enigma, a true conundrum, as both options tug at the heart. Perhaps the allure of physical beauty holds sway. Though a sense of melancholy lingers, the decision-making process unfolded with remarkable swiftness, leading him to unhesitatingly opt for the first choice. Despite having spent an extensive duration in simulation as a firearms engineer, the prospect of choosing the second option, which might yield a pistol, was merely speculative. In the current circumstances, choosing the unknown seemed rather foolish, while opting for the well-known first choice appeared decidedly more prudent, especially since it offered 3 skills he urgently required. You have selected option 1. You have acquired the expertise, firearms knowledge. You have obtained the skills, basic shooting proficiency. You have secured the skill, proficient English. As you have mastered more than 1 professional language, your linguist level has increased. You have gained the skill, body language. Body language. You can communicate through gestures even in the absence of a common language, with a success rate of 50, consuming 5 stamina points. Advancing in his linguist abilities has also bestowed upon him a few random attribute points and 1 free attribute point. The random point was allocated to agility, increasing it from 8 to 9. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Ning decided to invest the final attribute point into agility as well, bringing it to a commendable 10, aligning it with the average human standard. This felt quite satisfying. He pondered the possibility of controlling the simulation's progression. Armed now with the skill of shooting proficiency, acquiring a firearm would significantly enhance his chances of escape. Suddenly, the door swung open with a bang. Zhou Ning's body tensed, his senses heightened in a state of acute vigilance. 3 cursed cultists entered, pushing the door aside. The pace of the sacrificial rituals in reality was evidently several times swifter than in the game. Within a mere half hour, multiple rounds of sacrifices had transpired, and the current tally had reached 3036. Given the present rate of sacrifice, even Zhou Ning could not assure himself that he would not be next. Beside him, the plump fellow appeared utterly terrified, his complexion as pale as parchment, and Zhou Ning could hear his heartbeat thundering next to him. Fortunately, this fright did not linger for long. The 3 cursed cultists soon took 2 individuals away, and amidst their desperate cries, the door was once again slammed shut. Zhou Ning remarked, "Sometimes this torment is the most unbearable, akin to a scene from a Hitchcock horror film. What madness is this? Wait, what is that smell?" Zhou Ning furrowed his brow and inhaled deeply, sensing a foul odor of sulfur lingering in the air. "Do you smell that?" The trembling voice of the plump fellow, Alan, inquired, seemingly having caught the scent as well. "The smell of sulfur." Zhou Ning's expression turned grave as he responded candidly. According to legend, the malevolent deity resides in the infernos, where the most renowned sight is the flowing rivers of molten lava and the mountains of dazzling sulfur. Thus, each time the malevolent deity descends, it is accompanied by a pungent aroma of sulfur. According to the narrative, whenever a clumsy player fails to complete a level and the cultists of the cursed god successfully conduct a sacrifice, an interlude animation reveals the silhouette of a malevolent deity resembling a spider, which is quite unsettling. This is why Zhou Ning previously remarked that the summoning had indeed succeeded. The chubby boy, hailing from a noble lineage, was well aware of this notion. Taking a deep breath, he burst into tears, exclaiming, I really don't want to die. Is there anyone who can save me? I can offer anything." His lamentation was strikingly impactful, both infectious and reminiscent of operatic singing, sending shivers down the spine of those who heard it. Zhou Ning, standing nearby, felt as if his very crown was about to be dislodged by the cacophony of wails. Zhou Ning exclaimed, "Are you a reincarnation of a trained spirit? The offering has perished. Current progress 3236. A tremendous cheer erupted outside, indicating that the cultist summoning had made significant progress. There was no time to lose. Zhou Ning activated the simulator and opted to traverse once more, preparing for traversal. Traversal coin 1. You have been matched with your parallel space. You have defaulted to talents 3, 5, and 7. In the parallel world, you are a doctor holder in electrical engineering with exceptional literary talent, and you possess remarkable luck, often receiving complimentary drinks when purchasing beverages. You are known for your fairness in dealings, and everyone holds you in high regard. Current exploration level stands at 292. Upon reaching 667, you will gain access to the next simulation map. If you perish in the simulation, the game concludes. Boarding time machine 133-6595, traversal complete. You have arrived in London in 1894, and from this moment forth, the wheels of history begin to turn. Following a familiar line, history's wheels once again began to turn. On December 17, 1894, as a doctor of electrical engineering, you mastered professional English, enabling seamless communication with the locals. This time, you did not engage in any other activities and directly found work washing dishes at a restaurant. December 19, 1894, washing dishes. December 20th, 1894, washing dishes. If there were a professional rating for dishwashing, you would now be a master, capable of handling 3 to 4 plates simultaneously. Joy 1. December 22nd, 1894, washing dishes. After a week, you accumulated a modest sum of money. Family background 1. From December 22nd to 25th, 1894, washing dishes. On Christmas Day, a gentleman named George Bernard Shaw dined at the restaurant. With the advantage of your professional English, you communicated smoothly, finally escaping the awkward conversation phase. Given your mutual literary prowess, you enjoyed a delightful exchange and quickly became good friends. On December 27th, 1894, your friendship with Shaw progressed rapidly. With his support, you resigned from your dishwashing position and rented a modest apartment. In January 1895, you officially embarked on your writing career. You, endowed with exceptional literary talent, witnessed your first short story, Igu Mo Shenu Runda Lai Exine, published into the Times through the introduction of George Bernard Shaw, who lauded it as an astounding masterpiece. On January 10, 1895, this inaugural work brought you significant acclaim, and shortly thereafter, your second short story, Bian Xingji, began to appear, further enhancing your reputation across London. From February to May of 1895, you released a succession of 6 timeless short stories, including Bien Se Long and My Chi Da Li Wu, which garnered you both fame and fortune, establishing you as one of the finest short story writers of the late 19th century. By May of 1895, you commenced the creation of your lengthy opus, Mo Shan, which, upon publication, captivated the entirety of Britain. Once this immortal masterpiece was completed, its influence reverberated across the globe. In November of 1895, after the completion of Mo Shan, a distinguished critic remarked that it encapsulated the essence of life in Europe, and its impact reached far and wide. In December of 1895, having amassed sufficient funds, you remained true to your original aspirations, assembling a team to embark upon research into the two-phase alternating current generator. By January 1896, with ample resources and manpower at your disposal, nothing could impede your progress. You successfully developed the two-phase alternating current generator, and your groundbreaking research began to disseminate nationwide, yielding substantial profits. In February of 1896, you began to be compared to Leonardo da Vinci, as your lengthy work, Mo Shan, received a nomination for the Nobel Prize in Literature. Your handsome visage, talent, and fairness endeared you to many, allowing you to ascend into the upper echelons of society and partake in various soirees. At one such gathering, Shaw introduced you to a minor Italian nobleman, whose name you unfortunately forgot after indulging in too much drink. Yet, you deemed the forgetfulness of a minor noble's name to be of little consequence. In March of 1896, at another soiree, you fortuitously encountered Elena once more, and you both fell in love at first sight again. By October of 1896, due to your relative inexperience, you were unable to secure the Nobel Prize in Literature. In April 1897, you wed Elena in a grand ceremony, attended by her family and friends from Liverpool, including her childhood companion, Jonathan, a tall and handsome young man. Indeed, childhood friends do not compare to serendipitous encounters. In May 1897, your second lengthy work by Niangu Du commenced serialization, a true masterpiece that brought you both fame and fortune. In August 1897, London was gripped by the terror of a notorious murderer known as Jack the Ripper, who claimed the lives of several unfortunate women, one of whom fell victim near your residence. In the pursuit of safeguarding your life, you began to amass an arsenal of expensive handguns and daggers, selecting the finest among them, all fully loaded. You carried one at all times while securing another in a locked box. The daggers were meticulously polished to a deadly sharpness and stored alongside the firearms. On October 5, 1897, your magnum opus by Niangu Du was once again nominated for the Nobel Prize in Literature. Prior to the announcement of the award, while socializing with George Bernard Shaw at a tavern in London, you were ambushed by a peculiar assailant. You drew your firearm and discharged several rounds at him, but to no avail. Ultimately, he overpowered you, draining your lifeblood, and you succumbed to death. You achieved the title, Night Visitor to the Vampire. In summary, your joy was rated at 7, health at 0, and family fortune at 6. What should have been an illustrious life, filled with a beautiful wife, professional success, and affluence, was abruptly extinguished by a tragic twist of fate. You began to uncover the harsh truths of the world, an enlightening experience, indeed. Notably, following your demise, perhaps in commemoration of the deceased, or due to the remarkable quality of your literature, you were posthumously honored as the recipient of the 3rd Nobel Prize in Literature. Many regarded you as the finest writer of the late 19th century, though lamentably, fate dealt you an early and unfortunate end. Your evaluation level stood at C, with an exploration degree of 492. As your exploration surpassed 40, you were rewarded with 1 time travel coin, with additional coins awarded for every increment of 20 in exploration. Given your profound impact on the history of world literature, Another time travel coin was bestowed upon you. Zhou Ning, befriending. Ponder the sudden shift in the narrative of 19th century England. The unexpected emergence of vampires left him utterly confounded. In the span of mere moments, he transitioned from a perceived victor in life to a victim of a vampire's thirst. Was it possible that he had unwittingly traversed into a realm reminiscent of nightmare legend or vampire chronicles? The likelihood seemed plausible. As the simulation concluded, the host was prompted to make a decision: to randomly acquire 3 skills and proficiencies gained during the traversal, or to randomly draw 3 items acquired in the journey. There was little contemplation needed. Although he had obtained a high-level proficiency in advanced writing during the simulation, survival took precedence. The writing expertise bore no relevance to his current predicament. How could one conjure a pen to vanquish foes, as in Ru Dao Ji Shang? Such notions were absurd. However, regarding the items, there was a stable guarantee of acquiring firearms and daggers. A pressing concern suddenly dawned upon Zhou Ning. If the items were to be stored on his person, considering his hands were bound behind him, they could easily fall to the ground, leading to dire consequences. Initially, there were no expectations for the simulator to respond, yet unexpectedly, it did indeed provide an answer. Upon receiving the items, they would be stored in the inventory, accessible to players at any time. Where's the inventory? How does one retrieve items from it? This time, the simulator offered no response, merely displaying a white glove on the interface, with an arrow pointing toward the small triangle to the right of the achievement tab. Zhou Ning. It was then that he noticed a red dot above the achievement section, and to the right of the achievement tab was an inconspicuous small rightward triangle. Upon clicking it, he was immediately taken to the second page, where 2 small tabs appeared: Items, Quests, while 2 additional tabs remained grayed out, clearly not yet available. Goodness! Which genius designed this user interface? Naturally, he selected the second option. You have chosen option 2. You have received a rare weapon: Ivory Grip Colt M 1873 revolver. You have received a rare tier weapon: Swedish Shogun semi-automatic shotgun. There were only 2 items, with no third one. Zhou Ning was momentarily stunned, but after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly understood. In the game Tian Kai, the rarity of items is ranked as follows: inferior, gray, common, white, good green, rare, blue, exotic, purple, epic, pink, legendary, orange, artifact, red. It appears that to be recognized as an item by the system, the threshold must be at least rare. Otherwise, the sheer volume of potential items would be overwhelming. No wonder his avatar in the simulator had been particularly focused on collecting expensive firearms and daggers. Unfortunately, the daggers he had collected did not possess sufficient rarity to be counted. Quite a pity. However, this realization essentially confirmed that he should have some degree of control over the direction of the simulation. After glancing at the inventory, he indeed found 2 new items: an ivory-gripped revolver and a rather impressive-looking shotgun. Focusing on the 2 firearms, a prompt quickly appeared: Ivory Grip Colt M 1873 revolver. God created man, and Colt made them equal. Swedish Shogun semi-automatic shotgun. 12 gauge, the Wasp Nest creator. A true instrument of destruction. It was only upon seeing these 2 weapons that Zhou Ning felt a sense of relief. There would likely not be enough time for another simulation. Although he had not acquired any extraordinary powers, possessing firearms afforded him a certain degree of leverage for retaliation. The moment for counterattack had finally arrived. His plan was to use his basic pickpocketing skill in conjunction with his nimble fingers proficiency to untie the ropes binding him. Then free the others, allowing the 4 of them to ambush a few cursed cultists, akin to 4 players tackling a dungeon. Although challenging, it was not impossible. Yet, ideals are often grand, while reality can be quite harsh. The first step proved to be a stumbling block. Since acquiring the pickpocketing skill, Zhou Ning had been attempting to untie the ropes, but to no avail, and they seemed to be tightening further. This was utterly baffling. What happened to the nimbleness of his fingers? They felt more akin to clumsy feet. Zhou Ning inhaled deeply, continuing to struggle with the ropes while examining the panel. A red dot flickered in the achievement section of the interface. Those familiar with gaming would understand that this signifies the availability of rewards. In a flurry, he clicked to investigate, only to find that, amidst his aimless wandering, he had inadvertently collected a series of achievements. Achievements: Fog City Orphans, no attribute bonus. Sense and Sensibility, no attribute bonus. Ordinary Life, No attribute bonus. Pride and Prejudice. No attribute bonus. Achievement. The quartet of literary classics, I, has been completed, granting you 1 skill point. You have uncovered a hidden quest. Redeemable hidden quest. Literary life? Yes. Upon choosing to redeem, the section for the trilogy of literary classics was cleared, and a hidden quest appeared beneath the task section. Hidden quest can be triggered under special circumstances. Literary life. Deep within your heart lies an unfulfilled literary dream. Please pursue this dream in your future life. Completing a reading volume of 1,000 books. 1000. Task hint. Reading thousands of volumes. Your pen flows like a divine hand. This task will undoubtedly prove more challenging than you can imagine. Persevere, future literary giant. Task reward. Unknown. The future literary giant, Zhou Ning, had never realized that he harbored a literary dream, nor that this simulator was deceiving him. What happened to the promised future? Once again, heavy footsteps echoed from outside, clearly signaling the arrival of a new round of sacrifices. The room was filled with weeping, and Zhou Ning found himself alone, surrounded by the cries of 3 individuals. The sole listener was bewildered, as the trio's sorrow resonated with the intensity of 30 individuals. If one were to inquire who wept the most woefully, it would undoubtedly be the chubby Alan. He sobbed uncontrollably, while the others offered their soft whimpers in harmony, resembling a melodious ensemble akin to a suana playing amidst a chorus of birds, rich in rhythm. The cries melded perfectly into the eerie backdrop. If recorded and played at awake, they would surely bring tears to the eyes of all who listened. Zhou Ning felt a twinge of anxiety. The sacrifice was nearing its climax, and only 4 individuals remained in the room. He had a 50% chance of becoming the next victim. The door swung open, and 3 cultists of the cursed sect entered, the leader immediately pointing at the most sorrowful, the chubby one. "You come with me." "No, not me." The chubby boy retreated in terror. The cultist then directed his finger toward Zhou Ning. "You, follow me as well." Indeed, probability was an unwavering truth. Murphy's law held equally firm. If a situation has the potential to worsen, regardless of how minuscule that chance may be, it will inevitably occur. This was troublesome. Zhou Ning and Alan were dragged up from the floor and stumbled forward, following the 3 cultists toward the door. As in the game, outside lay a dim corridor, structured in a king-like formation, consisting of 6 rooms. At the corridor's end stood another door, if memory served him correctly. Crossing this corridor would lead to the living room on the right, which was the sacrificial chamber. As one finds themselves in such dire circumstances, Zhou Ning's demeanor grows increasingly composed, a testament to his remarkable ability to maintain tranquility. The Jassonnet Manor is a quintessential European mansion, with a corridor stretching approximately 17 meters. At his current leisurely pace, it would take him nearly 25 seconds to traverse this distance, during which time it would be utterly impossible for him to untie the ropes binding him. The sole means of escape lies in allocating a skill point, gifted from the Mingzhu Sibiku Part 1, to enhance his basic pickpocketing skill. Thus, he resolved to act with determination while leaving the rest to fate. With this thought in mind, Zhou Ning wasted no time in opening the game panel and elevating his pickpocketing skill to an intermediate level. In such a precarious situation, every moment of hesitation could prove fatal. While skill points are indeed precious and can be earned anew, one's life is singular and irreplaceable. Moments latte. Zhou Ning flexed his fingers and attempted once more. With the advancement of his pickpocketing skill, clarity began to emerge. The knot binding him was likely a sailor's knot, and he estimated that it would take approximately 32 seconds to unravel. As he drew closer to the ritual chamber, the acrid stench of sulfur and the metallic scent of blood intensified, hinting at the presence of a monstrous entity lurking behind the door of the corridor. Zhou Ning could faintly discern a hissing sound, gradually amplifying in volume. A glance at the expressions of those around him revealed that the individual leading the group wore an inscrutable countenance, while 2 cultists walking alongside him exhibited fervent zeal, and the portly figure appeared somewhat bewildered, as if he had caught wind of some nefarious whisper. It seemed that his own perceptive abilities were too limited to hear the sinister murmurs of the beast. Zhou Ning assessed the situation in his mind, taking a deep breath as he hastened his movements. With a soft pop, the main knot of the sailor's knot quietly loosened. It was at this moment that the leading cultist pushed open the grand door to the ritual chamber. Chapter 6. Marianne upon entering the ritual chamber. Even Zhou Ning, accustomed to grand spectacles, found himself repulsed by the grotesque scene before him. The atmosphere was sinister, dim, and chaotic. The floor and walls were smeared with blood and purple viscera, resembling a slaughterhouse, and the air was thick with a suffocating metallic scent. At the center of the room, a massive and corpulent female figure loomed over the altar, shrouded in ominous black mist. Surrounding her stood several cultists of the cursed sect, each connected to her by a red beam of light, clearly engaged in a sacrificial rite. The upper half of this female figure bore the unmistakable traits of femininity. Yet her face had been grotesquely transformed, adorned with a multitude of compound eyes and sharp mandibles, while her lower half was that of a colossal spider. As three cultists of the cursed sect shoved Zhou Ning and the portly Alan into the chamber, the creature lifted its head, its myriad eyes fixating greedily upon Zhou Ning. A gaze so intense it could be described as lustful, as its mouth gaped open, revealing a cavernous maw lined with rows of sharp teeth. Zhou Ning felt every hair on his body stand on end. This reaction was not a matter of mentality. It was a primal response to the overwhelming presence of a supernatural being imposing its dominance over an ordinary human. He recognized the creature, realizing with astonishment that the demon summoned by the cursed sect through the Yaisenwei Jishu was, indeed, her, Yuing Marianne. The first extraordinary creature to emerge in the player's field of vision in Tiankai is a low-tier demon, simultaneously a tragic courtesan. In the narrative, Ma Lian was once the beauty pageant champion of a small nation in the eastern part of the continent. Lured by the allure of a bustling metropolis, she arrived into Kulan, thus commencing her woeful fate. As is often the case in many tales, this naive girl fell victim to a scoundrel who deceived her, absconding with her wealth before casting her aside, leaving her destitute, and ultimately forcing her into the life of a courtesan. 5 years later, weary in body and spirit, Molly N finally experienced a second love, falling for a small-time thug on the streets of Kulan. She squandered her savings to purchase a house for him and bore him a delightful son. However, this second romance, too, lasted less than a decade, as Molly N, now aged and diminished in beauty, found herself unable to retain her lover. With his increasingly frequent late nights and palpable indifference, a panicked Ma Li-in sought the counsel of a dark sorcerer, resorting to dark magic in a desperate attempt to reclaim her youth. Yet her efforts proved futile. The uncontrollable dark sorcery utterly ravaged her appearance, rendering her visage grotesque and terrifying. On a stormy night, she was cast out of her own home by her lover, left with nothing but 4 chilling words, "Begone, monster." In utter despair, Molly N vanished into the rain-soaked night. Half a year later, upon her reappearance, she had pledged herself to an ancient deity, transforming into a monstrosity resembling a spider. She cruelly devoured her lover and son, constructing her former home into a nest. Occasionally, when she felt the pangs of hunger, she ventured out to hunt humans, a pursuit that only deepened her malevolence and twisted psyche. In the early stages of the game, Ma Lian, as a formidable boss, roamed the streets of Kulan, mercilessly slaying countless novice players. For those below level 10, encountering this spider-like beast was akin to courting death, due to her exquisite beauty and a maw lined with rows of sharp teeth in a previous life on game forums. Some bold souls expressed peculiar fantasies about her. However, upon witnessing the reality of Ma Lian, Zhou Ning could only commend that audacious warrior. Bowing his head and averting his gaze from Ma Lian, Zhou Ning exhaled softly. If she truly was Ma Lian, perhaps he still held a sliver of hope. He was quite familiar with her abilities, and low-tier demons often required the consumption of vast amounts of flesh and blood to replenish their strength, driven more by frenzy than reason, rendering them not so formidable after all. An Ayamu priest, the offerings have been brought forth. Let us sacrifice them to the evil god. May the malevolent deity embrace their souls, intoned a man clad in a black hood and priestly robes, his voice deep and resonant. Following his lead, the cultists began to chant, then forcefully propelled Zhou Ning toward Ma Lian. Stumbling forward, he was mere steps away from engaging in a macabre dance with her, even catching a whiff of the foul stench emanating from her cavernous maw. Quite unpleasant indeed. Zhou Ning silently inhaled, the ropes binding his hands and feet quietly falling away. In an instant, a finely crafted revolver materialized silently in his palm, aimed at Ma Lian as he pulled the trigger. The trigger's mechanism engaged, propelling the firing pin forward, which in turn rotated the cylinder, igniting the primer and lighting the gunpowder within the chamber, releasing a thick cloud of gun smoke. With a resounding bang, a golden bullet, spinning fiercely, shot forth from the muzzle. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, their gazes fixated on the altar. In the next moment, the bullet, with its vigorous spin, pierced Ma Lian's compound eye, trailing a cascade of green blood. A cry of agony erupted from Ma Lian as her 8 legs thrashed restlessly on the ground, her scythe-like, twisted forelimbs lunging ferociously toward Zhou Ning. Kill him. I will tear him to shreds and offer his flesh and blood to the great true god Neositula. The man clad in a black, starry priest robe was the first to succumb to fury, exclaiming with thunderous rage, "Yes, Nyamu priest." From a distance, several black-robed cultists wielding massive swords advanced with heavy steps. The Nyamu priest, having concluded the sacrificial rite, stepped back and began to chant. The sense of crisis intensified. Yet Zhou Ning remained composed. After firing a round, he struck the hammer of the revolver with his left hand, allowing the cylinder to rotate quietly and reload. Simultaneously, he propelled himself forward with his right foot, leaping towards the right front. Bang! Bang! The mastery of basic shooting granted him remarkable shooting accuracy, even while airborne. His 2 shots landed with astonishing precision on Ma Lian's compound eye, releasing a burst of greenish slime. This swift sequence of actions left the previously terrified chubby observer utterly speechless. In his view, the dimly lit room was thick with the scent of blood. The atmosphere was suffocating. A familiar figure in a black academic robe soared through the air, firing as he went and striking his targets while narrowly avoiding Ma Lian's massive, descending forelimbs upon landing. A loud crack echoed as the ground fissured beneath him. Shadows danced, and the black figure showed no signs of halting, instead sprinting forward. The chubby onlooker, believing himself to be quite the formidable warrior, was aware that a charge spanned a distance of 25 yards, and it was evident that the figure ahead shared this knowledge, each movement perfectly positioning itself within the blind spots of the charge. As he sprinted, the muzzle flared with astonishing brilliance, and in an instant, 2 more bullets whistled forth. One bullet struck a cultist's throat with pinpoint accuracy, sending a spray of blood amidst the sparks. The other bullet interrupted the chant of the black-robed priest, whose right hand was enveloped in a swirling fireball. In a hasty attempt, he hurled it toward the figure, only for it to be deftly evaded, landing instead on the advancing Ma Lian. The fireball erupted upon contact, and the figure crouched upon landing, the black robe billowing slightly. How striking! The eyes of the commentator, Xiao Pangzi, sparkled with determination. He resolved that if he could survive this ordeal, he would acknowledge this elder brother, not merely as a brother for a day, but as a father for life. However, at that precise moment, Marion, having lost 3 of its compound eyes and endured a fireball, finally erupted with rage. It inhaled deeply, its belly swelling ominously. Chapter 7. Slaying this was the precursor to unleashing the siren's wail. Zhou Ning reacted with unparalleled swiftness. In his previous life within the realm of the game Tiankai, Marion employed this very technique, making it one of the most formidable bosses in the early stages. Each time it executed this move, a plethora of foolish players fell victim. The sole remedy was to swiftly seek refuge behind cover. Thus, Zhou Ning decisively turned around and sprinted at full speed towards the right side of the altar, employing serpentine dodging. Behind him, the ominous hum of a fireball echoed, and a colossal fireball grazed past him, igniting the wooden floor. In an instant, flames surged high. After missing its target, Niam, seemingly oblivious to the peril of the siren's wail, continued to chant his incantation with a grim expression. Zhou Ning disregarded Niam's assault entirely, dashing with reckless abandon until he narrowly evaded behind the altar, lying flat on the ground. Simultaneously, an ear-piercing sound wave radiated outward. You have been struck by the siren's wail. You take 57 points of damage. You have been struck by the siren's wail. You are now stunned, with your movement speed reduced by 50 for 10 seconds. Despite being prepared, Zhou Ning still fell victim. Warm liquid flowed from his nose, and his head spun dizzily. Instinctively, he wiped his face, only to discover it was smeared with bright red liquid. That was close. Gazing at his health, which had plummeted to a mere 25 points. Alongside an almost depleted stamina bar, Zhou Ning felt a lingering dread. Had it not been for his extensive battles in the game during his previous life, coupled with his quick reflexes, he surely would have perished by now. Even so, his health was critically low. Fortunately, according to the game's design, once disengaged from combat, health would recover at an excruciatingly slow pace. Otherwise, the forthcoming battle would be futile. The others were not as fortunate. Marion Siren's wail seemed to conjure a miniature hurricane within the room, scattering blood and flesh across the floor. Xiao Pangzi, Alan, and the other occupants of the room fell simultaneously, blood staining their lips and nostrils. The few black-robed cultists who had charged in were the most unfortunate. Positioned at the epicenter of the chaos, they had no time to defend themselves and were instantly hurled away by the siren's wail, crashing to the ground, unconscious. After a moment of furious howling, the enraged Marion ceased its wailing, its 8 legs darting left and right in search of an adversary. Its primary target was naturally Zhou Ning, who had dealt it a significant blow, but unable to locate him, it swiftly redirected its focus to Niam, who had just cast a fireball at it. Niam exclaimed, "Stop, please, I am not your enemy," having just been struck directly by the siren's wail. Niam finally regained his senses, but the newly emerged lowly demon was predominantly governed by madness, easily losing its rationality. In an instant, it was lifted by Marion's sharp foreclaws and unceremoniously tossed into its maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. A moment later, an unusually piercing scream and a nauseating sound of chewing echoed. Zhou Ning felt a chill run down his spine, his heart racing uncontrollably. It is said that in a previous life, a particularly bold individual known as Bei Feng Dadi ultimately acted upon his unique desire and engaged with Ma Lin, though the outcome was rather tragic. Witnessing the scene before him, if circumstances permitted, Zhou Ning might have even wished to serenade him with a song, Keep the Roots. As Ma Lin's health rapidly replenished after devouring an Ayamu, Zhou Ning no longer hesitated. He ejected the empty shell, rotated the cylinder, and calmly aimed once more at Ma Lin, firing a shot. Bang! The bullet struck Ma Lin's forehead with precision, piercing through and leaving a deep hole. Green blood splattered onto the ground, emitting a hissing sound of corrosion. Yet, Ma Lin appeared unfazed, with only a slight decrease in health. Swiftly shifting focus and lunging towards Zhou Ning with her 8 long legs in furious pursuit. Zhou Ning did not rush to evade. He tightened the trigger, rotated the magazine with his left hand, and angled his Colt M 1873 revolver, which had a specially crafted magazine holding only 10 rounds. After firing 4 consecutive shots, the magazine was finally empty. The result was that Ma Lin's health dropped below half, her colossal body now charging toward Zhou Ning. Suddenly, she took flight, aiming to strike him. Ain't. Zhou Ning remained composed, his gaze sharp as he focused on Ma Lin. The empty revolver vanished from his hand, replaced by another weapon acquired during his last simulation, the Swedish Shogun semi-automatic shotgun. True to its description, it was a 12-gauge, a true instrument of devastation. Zhou Ning raised the Swedish Shogun shotgun, squinted, and aimed at Ma Lin's head, pulling the trigger. Bang! With a deafening roar, blood splattered everywhere as Zhou Ning was pushed back a step by the immense recoil of the shotgun, while Ma Lin emitted a scream that threatened to rupture eardrums, crashing heavily to the ground. 697. This shotgun truly lived up to its reputation as a weapon of destruction. With just one shot, Ma Lin's health plummeted from half to a mere 14, teetering on the brink of collapse. As Ma Lin awkwardly landed, taking a deep breath to unleash another banshee wail, her mouth was abruptly filled with the muzzle of the shotgun. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, scattering flesh and blood. A cold light glinted in Zhou Ning's eyes as he disregarded the corrosive pain in his arm, firing 2 more shots directly into Ma Lin's gaping maw. In an instant, Ma Lin's health was depleted, and the madness in her eyes began to fade. No, my child, my beloved, I do not wish to die. Zhou Ning had no time for her lamentations and pulled the trigger once more, unleashing a 3rd shot. The immense form of Ma Lin crashed to the ground, and moments later, flesh and blood disintegrated, transforming into a multitude of scuttling little spiders. Finally, it was done. Zhou Ning let out a long sigh of relief, stowing the shotgun back into his inventory, only to realize that his entire back was drenched in cold sweat. You have slain the low-level demon Yuing Malian, gaining 3,500 experience points. You have attracted the attention of the malevolent deity Nyasachula. Zhou Ning shook his head in resignation. While 3,500 experience points were indeed gratifying, the side effects of slaying a demon were equally pronounced, as there was a certain probability of drawing the attention of their master. Such luck was truly unparalleled. It is essential to understand that Tinping is a game with a remarkably high degree of freedom. Players can not only join the righteous faction, but can also embark on a series of quests to align themselves with the forces of evil, or even pledge allegiance to the dark gods. Clearly, he had made an early choice. Casting a glance around, it was evident that Malian had indeed assisted him. A powerful wail from the Banshee had effectively cleared the screen, leaving several cultists of the cursed sect either dazed or incapacitated. What a remarkable woman. He suddenly began to comprehend the peculiarities of the Emperor of Sorrow. Zhou Ning picked up a large sword from the ground, gauged its weight, and proceeded to deliver the finishing blows to the fallen cultists. You dealt 80 points of piercing damage to the enemy. X5, you have slain a cultist of the cursed sect. Gained 1,200 experience. X5, your reputation within the cursed sect has decreased by 5,000 points. Current reputation, hatred. After completing the finishing blows, Zhou Ning smoothly accrued 6,000 experience points, while his reputation within the cursed sect plummeted to a state of hatred. However, that was of no consequence. As a champion of justice, was it not his duty to oppose such malevolent forces? Chapter 8. Escape in his previous life. Zhou Ning had entered the game relatively late, perfectly missing the cursed sect's most formidable initial version, yet it did not hinder him from hearing of the sect's notorious reputation. Spreading plague, engaging in rampant sacrifices, these were merely a fraction of their deeds. The leader of the cursed sect seemed particularly fervent about the annihilation of the world and the extinction of humanity. To achieve this goal, they had colluded with the Death Sect, the Plague Sect, the War Goddess, and various ancient deities on numerous occasions. Their rapid change of banners would leave even Lu Bu astounded, earning them the title of a foreign version of a three-surname servant. Despite repeated failures, they remained undeterred, never forgetting their lofty aspiration to destroy the world. In the end, even players found themselves moved by their relentless spirit. Never had he encountered such an inspiring villain. However, as a transmigrator, Zhou Ning felt it was rather ordinary. They had never witnessed the likes of Guang Tichong and Hui Tailang. When it came to inspiration, those two were truly formidable. Zhou Ning rummaged through the belongings of several cultists, discovering nearly 7 Victa and 50 Luotian. Aside from that, there were only some addictive substances and a few weather prediction rods. The weather prediction rods were intended for forecasting the weather, albeit sometimes with questionable accuracy. According to the laws of the Kingdom of Blaziton, all inns, including hostels, must provide guests with a complimentary weather prediction stick each day. The usage is akin to that of a pregnancy test. Once scratched, if a red line appears within 10 minutes, it indicates fair weather for the forthcoming period, while 2 red lines signify rain. A single red line accompanied by a faint pink line denotes overcast conditions or unusual weather. This group of impoverished individuals. Zhou Ning tucked away the money and the weather prediction sticks he had scavenged from the cursed cultists. He opened the game panel. The defeat of Marion and the cursed cultists had granted him a total of 500 experience points, combined with the 500 points he had previously accumulated, officially surpassing the 10,000 point milestone. Such a sum is considered a fortune in the early stages of the game. In the game Apocalypse, experience points can be utilized to upgrade both professional levels and ordinary skills. Skills associated with daily life, such as alchemy and enchantment, can only be enhanced through the accumulation of proficiency. Zhou Ning's current profession is that of a student, with a secondary profession as a linguist, neither of which pertain to combat. Thus, there is no immediate necessity to expend experience points on leveling up his profession. In Apocalypse, experience points are akin to currency in real life. No amount seems sufficient. Zhou Ning had witnessed numerous instances in his previous life where individuals lavishly squandered their points, only to find themselves woefully lacking during critical moments. After careful consideration, he decided to spend only 5,000 experience points to elevate his basic shooting proficiency from novice to advanced, thereby enhancing his combat capability somewhat. The panel underwent another transformation. Name: Zhou Ning, Wines Too Well race, Human template, NPC, closed beta countdown, 47 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes, level 2 profession, student assistant, 110 secondary profession, linguist, 210 natural force affinity, 0 arcane affinity, 0 talent, hidden personal attributes, strength 7, agility 10, stamina 8, will 9, spirit 9, charisma 98 health, 4680 stamina, 3696 willpower, 79 mana, 0 life skills, basic alchemy, ordinary skills, proficient in professional English, intermediate pickpocketing. Advanced shooting proficiency, the rest is omitted. Hey, could you help me untie these ropes? The chubby Alan timidly inquired, despite being of no assistance throughout the ordeal. This did not hinder Alan from watching with admiration for the entire duration, filled with reverence for the individual before him. Although this admiration waned slightly as he found himself bound like a sacrificial pig for a full 5 minutes, it surged anew when Zhou Ning released him from his restraints. Alan grasped Zhou Ning's hand, tears welling in his eyes, exclaiming, "What a good person! While I understand your sentiments, I must decline any corporeal form of gratitude, especially from a man," Zhou Ning quipped, winking at Alan in a light-hearted manner. "I had no intention of offering such a recompense," Alan retorted, instinctively retracting his hand, quickly realizing that Zhou Ning was attempting to alleviate his mood with humor, and he felt a surge of gratitude. Before Zhou Ning could speak again, Alan quickly added, "I will surely repay you well, I promise. You shall also receive the friendship of the Wister family, particularly my personal allegiance. Your standing with the Wister family has increased significantly, with a rise of 1,500 points in favorability. The Wister family regards you as amicable. This is of no concern." Zhou Ning chuckled, not overly concerned with the notion of repayment. Even without it, the prestige gained from the Wister family was already immensely valuable. As a transmigrator, he possessed countless methods to accumulate wealth, yet the opportunity to garner the reputation of a new faction was indeed rare and precious. In the game Apocalypse, the concepts of monarchy, divinity, and familial lineage are of utmost importance. Divine authority reigns supreme, while royal power is unmatched. However, the emergence of the clan doctrine has rendered the concept of family extraordinarily significant. Through continuous development, nobility possessing the clan doctrine have grown increasingly formidable, extending their influence across military, political, and commercial spheres within their respective nations. For players, maintaining a favorable relationship with such factions could yield opportunities to acquire rare items and skills. And there exists a slight possibility of being inducted as a noble under the clan doctrine. Take the Wister family, for instance. They control the Alchemist Association, and forging a good relationship with them is akin to finding a reliable ally within the association, which would greatly benefit one's own advancement. After Zhou Ning made an aptly timed jest, the atmosphere between the two became significantly more congenial. However, the gratitude from the Wister family, stemming from the previously received D-level quest, remained unfulfilled, likely requiring his escort out of the Jasona Manor. Deciding to be a good Samaritan, he led Alan back to the previous cell, where 2 survivors huddled in fear. Upon seeing Zhou Ning and Alan, they were nearly overwhelmed with gratitude to the point of tears. After a brief exchange, as the 4 approached the entrance of the Jasona Manor, they had come to understand each other's identities. Apart from Zhou Ning and Alan, one was named Richard Pizza, whose family operated a moderately sized herbal shop, while the other was Luke, whose father served as a tax officer in Daklon City. Zhou Ning pushed open the grand door, the time nearing midnight, a chilling breeze causing him to instinctively draw in his neck. Was this truly the world of the game? The terrain matched precisely. As the Jasona Manor was situated in the Dock District, nearby a tavern named the Bull and Clover, where Zhou Ning had previously established a save point. Just beyond the door lay a lengthy street, one end of which was frequented by streetwalkers, a few of whom were currently soliciting patrons emerging from a bar. As the 4 traversed the street, making their way towards the nearest police station, an opulent carriage came to a halt before them. Chapter 9. Game Forum. Zhou Ning's pupils involuntarily constricted upon sighting the gilded double-headed eagle emblem, reminiscent of the later Russian state emblem. Yet it belonged to the unique intelligence agency of the Kingdom of Braystone, the Watchers. Despite the name Watchers sounding akin to bouncers working in a red light district, they were, in fact, an intelligence agency and extraordinary task force established specifically to counteract supernatural forces within the Kingdom of Braystone. Initially tasked with managing extraordinary events, The focus shifted to addressing player misconduct following the public launch of the game. Those who transgressed were swiftly dealt with, instilling a palpable fear within the gaming community. Little did I anticipate that upon my recent arrival, I would encounter the Guardian of the Sun. The carriage halted by the roadside, and a middle-aged gentleman adorned with a black top hat disembarked, approaching the four of us with an imposing presence. "Uncle Chien," exclaimed the portly Alan Wisett, his face alight with joy. "Are you here to fetch me?" "Just passing by, little Alan. I'm glad to see you're still alive." The middle-aged man replied with a smile, removing his hat and offering a slight bow. "I am Chien Wisett, the Guardian of the Sun, and also your uncle. May I have a moment of your time?" "Dear guests, Chien Wisett, the future leader of the Guardians of the Sun and one of the foremost meteorologists in the human realm." I vaguely recalled his introduction as a demigod. I was astonished to discover such a prominent figure hidden within the Wisett family. "How remarkable you are, indeed. The cursed sect, utterly inept in all matters, yet unrivaled in creating chaos." My thoughts raced as I nodded in agreement. "Certainly, it would be my honor." With a hearty laugh, Chien Wisett replaced his hat and spoke in a gentle tone. "Then let us board the carriage. Do not worry, it is merely a conversation." Inside, the carriage was adorned with a crimson velvet carpet, spacious and inviting. I found a seat and encouraged the portly Alan Wisett to recount the day's events. Alan possessed a remarkable gift for storytelling and soon recounted every detail, except for the moment when he was rendered unconscious by the wailing of Marion's banshee, missing the dramatic scene of my shotgun dispatching Marion. Nevertheless, he seemed adept at visual storytelling, weaving a vivid narrative from the details he had witnessed, crafting an extraordinary gunfight in his mind. The intensity of the gun battle and its unpredictable twists left even him somewhat bewildered. Was I truly that formidable? Chien Wisett listened intently, and only after Alan had finished did he reflect. "Are you suggesting that they summoned a demon through sacrifice?" "Is that certain?" "Indeed, a massive spider-like demon," the portly boy affirmed, adding, "Without Brother Wei In, I fear none would have left this place alive." "I understand." Chien Wisett nodded, elegantly extending his hand. "Mr. Wei In, the Wisett family will eternally remember your assistance." D-rank task. The gratitude of the Wisett family completed. You have gained 6,000 experience points. The favor of the Wisett family has increased by 1,800 points. Wisett family. Respect, 300-6000. You may share information with the Wisett family to a certain extent and enjoy a 20% discount at all Wisett family shops and auction houses. Even one accustomed to the market could not help but feel a surge of excitement. The reputation of hidden powers like the Wisett family is the most challenging to cultivate, yet the rewards are unparalleled once achieved. Perhaps due to the newfound respect, Chien's gaze towards me softened considerably. "You all must thank Wei In. According to the data from Zhou Ning, over the past 2 years, the cursed sect has conducted a total of 72 sacrifices in the kingdom of Blaisejun, resulting in a total of 592 individuals, of whom only 27 survived. It is indeed fortunate to hear this figure," and the crowd turned their gazes towards Zhou Ning, a wave of gratitude swelling within their hearts. "Thanks to you." Chien did not intend to trouble anyone further. Instead, he proceeded to ask a few more questions, took some notes, and concluded the interrogation, escorting several individuals back on his way. Richard Pizza and Luke Xiao resided not far from here in the old town, and they alighted from the carriage midway. After a while, the chubby boy also disembarked, being escorted back to the Duke's residence by several guards, leaving only Zhou Ning and Chien in the carriage. "Where to?" Chien inquired. "To Wike University," Zhou Ning replied. The memories left to him from his predecessor were incomplete, yet some fundamental information remained. His current identity was that of a senior student at Wike University, nearing graduation, which indeed brought a certain pressure regarding employment. The carriage changed direction, heading towards the Wike University campus on the other side of the city. The area around the Duke's residence was among the most bustling in Declan City, adjacent to the commercial district. Even in the early hours, due to the pleasant weather, the streets were still teeming with pedestrians, although the 10-meter-wide thoroughfare was not yet overcrowded. The carriage's passage felt somewhat congested. Chien retrieved a bottle of wine from beneath the table, uncapped it. It was the ice brew crafted by the Northern Sea elephant people, enhanced with a touch of aphid juice, boasting an exquisite flavor. "Would you care to try?" he offered. "No, I rarely drink," Zhou Ning politely declined, a mask of discomfort crossing his features upon hearing the mention of aphid juice, as he had an aversion to creatures of that sort. pouring himself a glass. Qian smiled and said, "Very well, let us now discuss serious matters." Serious matters? Zhou Ning it. Indeed, I concealed part of the truth during our earlier conversation. Qian took a sip of the ice brew, his voice low. The cursed sect has indeed conducted 72 sacrifices in the kingdom of Zhou, with the number of victims being 592 and the survivors amounting to 27. However, extraordinary events are never so straightforward. Why not take a guess as to what transpired? Did they all die? Zhou Ning ventured, engaging his imagination. A commendable hypothesis. Qian responded with a stoic expression, yet the reality is far grimmer. Of those 27, 6 were inhabitants of Declan City, and they have maintained contact with us since their rescue. However, within 3 days, reports surfaced of auditory hallucinations, as if a voice continually whispered in their ears, enticing them to commit outrageous acts. At this juncture, Qian's cheek twitched slightly. Initially, we did not take this matter seriously, believing it merely a result of overwhelming stress. It was only when one of them truly transformed into a fallen that we recognized the severity, resulting in significant casualties. This marked the first incident in Zhou's history related to such insidious influences. Subsequently, among the remaining 26 individuals, 17 began to exhibit similar auditory hallucinations, leading either to suicides or transformations, leaving only 9 unscathed. Zhou Ning felt a chill run down his spine. In the game Tiankai, there had always been an element where ancient deities excelled in bewitching the hearts of men, yet when such a phenomenon transpired in reality, it was far from delightful. I share this with you in hopes that you will pay heed to your mental state. Should you experience auditory hallucinations, come to me immediately, Qian said calmly. I understand, Zhou Ning replied earnestly. Qian nodded, adjusted his top hat, and smiled, saying, "Well, our conversation concludes here for tonight. Go home and enjoy a good night's sleep. Perhaps tomorrow will bring a surprise. By the way, a heavy rain is imminent. There's an umbrella in the carriage, so take it with you." The carriage halted in the tranquil campus, and Zhou Ning, holding an umbrella with a perplexed expression, alighted and watched as the carriage gradually disappeared from view. The sky was clear, devoid of any signs of impending rain, yet the weather in this world was capricious. The moment Zhou Ning opened the umbrella, torrential rain began to pour down. "Curse this wretched weather," Zhou Ning exclaimed, taken aback for a while. He pulled out his pocket watch to check the time. It was nearly 1 in the morning. Although the memories of his past life were fragmented, he possessed his student ID and dormitory key, and he vaguely recalled residing on the eastern side of the campus. He navigated along the flagstone path until he reached the student dormitory, inserted the key, and successfully unlocked the door. Indeed, his memory proved correct, and Zhou Ning exhaled in relief. His dormitory was on the 6th floor. He maneuvered through the narrow, cramped corridor and opened the door. The room appeared to be unoccupied. From his recollections, his roommate John was an exuberant scion of wealth who kept a dog in their dormitory, reputedly of a rather rare breed, albeit somewhat foolish. John's door was ajar, and Zhou Ning glanced in to find neither John nor the dog present. At that moment, the foolish dog lay sprawled on John's bed, sound asleep. Zhou Ning mused, only John could be indifferent to this. If that silly dog dared to sleep on my bed, he would surely grab it by the neck and toss it out. Shortly after, having enjoyed a hot shower, Zhou Ning was about to retire to bed when several notifications suddenly popped up before him. Important notice. Esteemed players, the internal testing is imminent. The official forum for Tiankai has now opened. Important notice. The first episode of the Tiankai series has been simultaneously released on the forum and various platforms. Players interested in exploring the game's background are encouraged to watch. The game forum? Zhou Ning was momentarily taken aback, but with a thought. He successfully logged into the forum's homepage. Chapter 10, Video. The forum's sections were identical to those in his previous life, even down to the subdivisions. Dangerous Metal, New Area, Dangerous Banner, Recruitment Zone. By this time, numerous posts had emerged, and many individuals had left comments. Among the trending topics, he even spotted several familiar usernames, such as the Emperor of Sorrowful Winds and the renowned strategy master, Beixian Tingfeng, among others. The recruitment zone was already bustling with various professional guilds seeking to enlist members. In that instant, Zhou Ning felt a peculiar sense of time's passage, as if the world had transformed dramatically. Suddenly, Zhou Ning was struck by a perplexing thought. Even if he had traversed into the realm of the game, Did his existence in the real world still persist? He recalled the film Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. In that narrative, due to the phenomenon of time travel, two versions of Harry Potter coexisted within the same temporal space. Young Harry discovered the older Harry observing him, and the latter cast a spell to rescue the younger Harry from the parallel dimension. At that moment, the film had left him somewhat bewildered. But now that he found himself in a similar predicament, the concept became crystal clear. With a flicker of hope, he attempted to enter the username and password from his previous life. This user is not registered. Please re-enter. He tried to post. Unregistered users cannot perform this action. He attempted to register. User IP not detected. Unable to conduct real name verification. Please check your network connection. Indeed, films are merely films, devoid of practical value. How frustrating. After a series of failed attempts, Zhou Ning finally resigned himself to his fate. It appeared he could only exist as a mere observer. A voyeur who could peruse posts but was unable to create or reply to them. Very well, he thought. Let me first watch some videos. He navigated to the top post on the homepage and began to play the first episode of the series Ritual. As a stirring and grandiose soundtrack began to play, the video commenced. The opening quote resonated. "We are all in the gutter, but some of us are looking at the stars." The scene unfolded over the capital city of Declan, where one half was shrouded in a flurry of snow, while the other half was drenched in pouring rain. The camera panned inward, starting from the towering clock tower, moving through the bustling trade district where crowds jostled for space. And even a person paraded through the streets with a thunder lizard in tow. A vibrant tableau of life emerged. The frame rapidly descended, revealing a colossal ancient deity imprisoned beneath Declan, its form engulfed in swirling green flames of malevolence, occasionally unleashing a fearsome roar. The clock tower chimed, and the camera zoomed in on the four heroic statues standing by the Seton River. Suddenly, a single tear of blood fell from the eye of the statue of Sir Archibald, the embodiment of justice. The scene shifted once more to a dilapidated mansion, where several rogue cultists were conducting a dark ritual. Zhou Ning thought, why does this suddenly feel eerily familiar? No, it feels distinctly familiar. The video transitioned again to a dimly lit cell, overcrowded with people, the air thick with muffled sobs. Through a series of scene changes, the audience grasped the plot's essence. A millennium ago, this immense ancient god was subdued by four legendary heroes, the earthly agents of the gods, and sealed deep within the earth. With the heroes' aid, a city was erected above, now known as Declan. Centuries ago, the gods began infighting over faith, leading to mutual devastation. They fell into slumber, and the elemental laws became chaotic due to the divine conflict, resulting in erratic weather patterns in the apocalypse, making it increasingly difficult for humanity to attain extraordinary powers. In various regions of the mainland, an overwhelming phenomenon of elemental rampancy has emerged within the battlegrounds of the gods, creating a realm that is perilous for humanity to traverse. Referred to as the Kixian-Kaitai. A millennium later, the tales of the divine conflict exist solely in ancient texts, while the ancient gods, entombed beneath the earth, have long been forgotten by all, save for the statues of the four heroes remaining by the banks of the Sedan River. A sect of cultists, intent on annihilating the world, endeavored to communicate with and summon otherworldly demons through sacrificial rites, marking the inception of this narrative. As time progresses, the pace quickens, with individuals continually being led away for sacrifice. Gradually, the hexagram in the sacrificial chamber illuminates, and a colossal, rotund female demon resembling a spider is summoned forth, eliciting jubilant cheers from the cultists. Indeed, this is the moment. Zhou Ning cannot help but cover his face in disbelief. What is happening? Is he truly about to take the stage? The video transitions rapidly, showcasing a succession of young individuals offered as tributes to Malian. Suddenly, the perspective shifts to Zhou Ning and stabilizes, revealing the name above him, Wayne Citoyer. This revelation catches Zhou Ning completely off guard. Simultaneously, a flurry of comments cascades across the screen with a high-energy warning. Ah, how handsome. He somewhat resembles Kunkin. What do you think, dear friends? Kuin, you little rascal. Don't jest. Attention, everyone, do not fast forward. The energy will be unrelenting. Look at his composed demeanor. Something significant is surely at play. Weigh in, my beloved. Zhou Ning reflects that while being praised is indeed gratifying, one would hardly take pride in being compared to Kunkin. In the video, he appears undeniably attractive, currently in a state of repose. Beside him sits a chubby little boy, weeping profusely, originally possessing a score of 98 in attractiveness. The presence of the chubby boy instantly elevates him to a staggering 120, undoubtedly delivering a striking blow to viewers encountering this footage for the first time. It seems that a beautiful girl is always accompanied by an unappealing friend. My apologies to you, little chubby one. Suddenly, the door swings open, and 3 acolytes clad in black robes from the cursed god sect enter, ushering Zhou Ning and the chubby boy out. Zhou Ning furrows his brow, and his hands, bound behind him, begin to search for a way to loosen the ropes. The video even provides a close-up of Zhou Ning's hands, despite being restrained. His fingers exhibit remarkable dexterity, deftly loosening the sailor's knot that was initially tightly bound. Even as the ropes slacken, Zhou Ning maintains a facade of calm until the sacrificial rite commences, at which point he boldly draws his gun, revealing his fangs. The barrage of comments reaches a crescendo. Strong, strong, strong. Wow. So low-key, so patient, so lethal. Am ignited. Beautiful, powerful, tragic. This fellow is undoubtedly the protagonist. Who is in favor? Who is against? In favor. Absolutely phenomenal. From an outsider's perspective, even Zhou Ning himself finds himself quite dashing. In the video, as he pulls the trigger towards Malian, the director skillfully captures a wide shot, evoking imagery reminiscent of Don Quixote charging at windmills, delivering a profound visual impact. Immediately, faced with the onslaught of Marion and a group of heretical cultists, Zhou Ning calmly rotated the chamber, reloading his weapon. With a powerful push from his right foot, he executed a deft leap, narrowly evading Marion's heavy strike, leaving a pronounced crack on the ground beneath him. He toyed effortlessly with the colossal, extraordinary beast as if it were a mere plaything. As Zhou Ning surged forward, he perfectly positioned himself within the blind spot of several charging warriors, skillfully firing 2 shots mid-run, eliminating one cultist and interrupting the casting of a fireball by a minor boss. Anticipating the trajectory of the fireball with another leap, he ensured that it collided squarely with Marion, who was lunging towards him. Upon landing, the hem of his black academic robe billowed in the wind, rendering the entire sequence exquisitely graceful. Countless players expressed their exhilaration, feeling utterly enthralled. Chapter 11. Piquing the reason for this exhilaration was simple. The Zhou Ning depicted in the video possessed not only striking good looks, which fostered a strong sense of immersion among players, but also an air of composure during battle. Each movement executed with remarkable calmness, as if he held absolute control over the situation. In essence, his charisma was at an all-time high, despite a hint of embarrassment. Zhou Ning himself found great satisfaction in watching. One need only try peeking at others praising oneself to understand the peculiar thrill it brings. The more fervent the praise, the more delightful the experience. However, it was not merely the adulation. After over 2,000 battles in the arena of Apocalypse, boasting an 89 victory rate, his prowess was undeniable. Could this truly be dismissed as mere boasting? The video continued to play. In it, an enraged Marion took a deep breath, clearly preparing to unleash her ultimate move. Players watching the video held their breath in trepidation for Zhou Ning. Yet, their worries proved unwarranted. Zhou Ning exhibited no hesitation, dashing forward and narrowly avoiding Marion's devastating attack, the wail of the Banshee, while her cultists suffered the brunt of the fallout. Confronted once more by the lunging Marion, Zhou Ning nonchalantly drew his weapon and fired. As his ammunition ran dry, a shotgun suddenly appeared in his hands, and with 3 rapid shots, he brought Marion to her demise. The visual impact was striking. As the video neared its conclusion, Marion collapsed, transforming into countless tiny spiders. In the comment section erupted once again. Curse it, he's done it again. While it was indeed a display, it was also undeniably impressive. With such high charisma and striking looks, who could possibly doubt his status as the protagonist? Surely not. As for the higher-ups in Apocalypse, everything is generated and simulated by the light brain, including this video. Theoretically, there is no such thing as a protagonist. Yet, if he is not the protagonist, he must at least be a son of the realm. Claiming he is the protagonist is hardly an issue. The screen flickered once more. The familiar scene of the entrance to Vic University reappeared. A fresh-faced student, A dark-haired boy with a scar across his face raised his hands in defiance. Fists clenched. I am destined to be the man of the weather. Above him, his name materialized. Apprentice alchemist Leandro de Pesa. The scene transitioned once again. A young woman with vibrant orange hair and an impressive figure, clad in a patchwork garment, was peddling her wares at a street stall, cheerfully responding to requests for discounts with a smile, stating, "My clan's creed is fair trade. Every penny counts. Do not expect to profit a single luo shin from me." Above her, the title appeared, Apprentice Swordwoman Merchant, Kuli Si Bu Lai Den Lei Zhe. Subsequently, the screen was inundated with comments proclaiming wife. The scene abruptly changed. In the boundless darkness, a book lay still, seemingly untouched, yet its pages began to flutter open by themselves. They were densely inscribed with names. After a brief moment, the pages halted at one particular name, prominently displaying the first entry, Wei Ncite Wei, The screen turned black, and the video concluded. Zhou Ning remarked, "It's truly disheartening to end here." He felt an insatiable curiosity about the nature of this book, which imparted an unsettling sensation. However, the video editing had conspicuously ceased at this point, an undeniably unpleasant act. As for the two individuals earlier, they were quite familiar to him. Their dialogue steeped in a certain dramatic flair that made him cringe. In the original game, Tianqi, this over-the-top young man was none other than Luong de Luo de Pesa, the prodigious alchemist and foolish meteorologist. The equally dramatic young woman, Kuli Si Bu Lai Den Lei Zhe, also held a reputation as a semi-chosen one, endearingly adorable with a generous bosom, often affectionately referred to as wife in her previous life, leading to a temporary shortage of related merchandise. There is a saying, the doujinshi section cannot exist without Kuli Si, much like instant noodles cannot be without seasoning. He recalled that both characters were new students this year, with classes set to commence in a few days. He contemplated engaging with them to see if he could bask in their popularity. However, he realized that he had appeared in the video alongside these two chosen ones, and his segment was evidently longer than theirs combined. It seemed he was afforded a touch of protagonist privilege. After all, it should be they who were riding on his coattails. Were it not for his knowledge that Tianqi lacked a designated protagonist, he might have been led to believe otherwise. Zhou Ning took a deep breath and scrolled down to the comment section. The video had just been released, and many viewers were likely finishing it for the first time, yet a plethora of comments had already accumulated. Calm, wise, handsome, and powerful, he was hailed as the quintessential protagonist template, with high hopes for his character. Others echoed this sentiment, expressing their intent to align with him once testing commenced. While the promotional video was indeed captivating, many wondered if it could be extended. Was it only him who perceived Luongda as the true protagonist? The archetype of a brooding, black-haired character with a scar, a classic hot-blooded hero of manga. They all spoke of the closed beta. When would it begin? The anticipation was palpable. As he observed the barrage of comments, he noted that roughly half believed him to be the game's predetermined protagonist. To be honest, it was a delightful surprise. As a player himself, he was acutely aware of the formidable power players possessed. If he could cultivate a favorable reputation among the player community, it would undoubtedly aid him in navigating the game with great success. As for the storyline, who cared? It was unlikely to change significantly. The narrative of the first expansion revolves around the ancient subterranean deity, Naya Sudara, with slight modifications, such as a change in protagonist, which is quite inconsequential. A notification chimes, ding. It has been detected that you have made a significant impact on the world of Tiankai, and you have been rewarded with one random skill point. Zhou Ning, upon contemplating a crossing simulator, is unexpectedly greeted with this delightful surprise, a random skill point. His eyes glisten with emotion. Such a touching gesture is rare in games, where the spontaneous awarding of skill points is a hallmark of a conscientious game. It appears that not only does one receive rewards for influencing the simulated world, but also for affecting the game world. After a day filled with apprehension, Zhou Ning had intended to retire early, but this unexpected turn of events invigorated him. Commence the crossing. Crossing preparation in progress. Crossing coin. 1. You have been matched with a parallel space. Would you like to spend another crossing coin to rematch your talents? With newfound wealth, Zhou Ning resolutely chose yes. Please select 3 talent from the following 10 as matching conditions. 1. Athletic prodigy. Blue, your athletic abilities are exceptionally outstanding. 2. Crooked Mouth Dragon King. Purple, whenever you smile with a crooked mouth, things become simpler. Just do it. 3. Zidane. Purple, you possess football skills akin to those of Zidane. But as a trade-off, your hairstyle resembles his at age 35. 4. Tony Stark. Purple like Iron Man. You are a quintessential playboy, sharp-tongued yet astute, and a genius in scientific research. Not quite as formidable as him, but not far off either. 5. Interracial romance. White, you are inherently a Tauren enthusiast, especially fond of them in World of Warcraft. 6. Back like a sail. White, your back muscles are exceptionally developed. 7. Tai Chi Master. White, your mastery of Tai Chi has reached an extraordinary level, referring to the martial art, not merely engaging in verbal sparring. 8. 40 and unfettered. Green, at the age of 40, you will become significantly wiser. 9. Mechanical Ascension. Purple, flesh and blood may be frail, but mechanical ascension awaits. You might find that this world lacks the parts you desire. 10. Honest and reliable. Green, you never tell lies. Please make your selection. Chapter 12. Scientific Genius Options 1, 2, and 4 are all appealing, while 9, despite its allure of potential mechanical ascension, is fraught with historical implications that Zhou Ning would prefer to avoid, specifically the loss of any bodily components. After careful consideration, he selected talents 1, 2, and 4. You have chosen talents 1, 2, and 4. Matching successful. In the parallel world, you are a playboy and a scientific genius, simultaneously gifted in athletics. Whether on or off the bed, if one overlooks your Nike-like grin, you are rather endearing. The game concludes upon your simulated death. Currently aboard Time Machine 133-6595. Swoosh, crossing complete. You have traversed to London in the year 1894, and from this moment forth, the wheel of history begins to turn. On December 17th, 1894, as a newcomer in London, you found yourself unfamiliar with the surroundings and reluctant to seek employment, contemplating life by the roadside. You approached a blonde lady, only to be met with rejection. Subsequently, you attempted to engage with a brunette, but were similarly dismissed. A foray with a woman of chestnut hair also ended in refusal. However, when you approached a redhead and flashed a charming, devilish grin, you succeeded. You borrowed some money from her to purchase a dozen condoms at a shop. After acquiring a riding whip, you spent an hour in a public restroom, and subsequently took residence in the redhead's abode. Thus, you acquired the skill, expert proficiency in flirting. On December 18th, 1894, you learned that the redhead, known as Jenny, was a widow and a countess of considerable wealth. Having spent your first day in this new world in the comforts of her bed, by December 19th, 1894, you were still indulging in the pleasures of her company. However, by December 21st, 1895, feeling weak and enervated, you resolved to refrain from such distractions. After all, you were a traveler from another time and not merely a plaything of desire. The following days brought unfortunate encounters, and on December 22nd and 23rd, you suffered further indignities, though your health and happiness remained intact. By December 24th, 1895, feeling a sense of emptiness, you decided that pursuing work would be a more prudent course. Utilizing your social skills and scientific acumen, you secured a position at an emerging technology firm. By February 15th, 1896, after 2 months of labor, you had accumulated some savings and borrowed a sum from your former lover, Jenny, to assemble a research team. In April 1896, you invented and refined the telegraph. And by August, you had developed an optical interferometer, employing it for spectroscopic and fundamental metrological studies, earning the distinction of scientific genius. In May 1897, you constructed the first airplane, successfully breaking free from the bonds of gravity and soaring into the azure sky, an achievement that earned you the title of ambitious visionary. By June, the fruits of your research yielded significant financial rewards. The funds lent by Jenny returned tenfold, elevating you to the ranks of Europe's most sought-after millionaires. You officially entered the upper echelons of society and began attending various soirees, where at one gathering, you reacquainted yourself with Shaw, forging an inexplicable bond that led you to become good friends for the third time. This earned you the achievement of old friends. In September 1897, during another soiree, Shaw introduced you to an Italian nobleman, and you made a note of his name, William Chiberlin, a name that rang a bell. By October 1897, through your deliberate efforts to cultivate a friendship, You quickly became inseparable companions, for who could resist the charm of a bright, sincere gentleman? You have learned that Wei Lian, a Qi Bei Lin, arrived in the United Kingdom with the intention of seeking an ominous stone mask, which, when donned, has the power to transform an individual into a terrifying vampire, a fate that claimed the life of his father. Zhou Ning exclaimed, "Si Gui Mian." At this realization, Zhou Ning could not help but slap his forehead in astonishment. Goodness! Upon encountering late 19th century London, rife with vampires, he initially believed he had traversed into the realms of Interview with the Vampire or the Legend of the Seven Golden Vampires. To his surprise, it was simply a manifestation of JoJo's bizarre adventure. In the manga, Wei Lian Qi Bei Lin serves as the mentor to the protagonist, Jonathan Joestar, having acquired a technique known as the ripple breathing method from Tibet. This powerful skill mimics the strength of sunlight, inflicting substantial harm upon creatures of the darkness, while also possessing the ability to delay aging. Should he manage to learn the ripple breathing method from Qi Bei Lin, it would be an extraordinary boon. The narrative continues. In November 1897, you discovered that Qi Bei Lin had mastered a secret technique called the ripple breathing method, a formidable ability capable of simulating the might of sunlight. In the spirit of friendship, Qi Bei Lin entrusted this technique to you, contingent upon your assistance in retrieving the stone mask. By December 1897, as a rare athletic prodigy, you exhibited a particular aptitude for the ripple breathing method, swiftly mastering the skill. Concurrently, you commenced your search for a noble named George Joestar, acquiring the skill Ripple Breathing Method Beginner. By January 1898, the ripple breathing method proved remarkably effective for you, and you felt an undeniable surge of vitality. Truth be told, the joys of the affluent are beyond the grasp of the average person. In April 1898, you ventured into various athletic domains, establishing yourself as a dominator of English football, scoring 7 goals in a single match. As a sprinter, you astonishingly completed the 100 meters in under 10 seconds, a feat that would not be surpassed for another 70 years, thereby setting a world record. You even crossed the Atlantic without any provisions. By the end of July 1898, your mastery of the ripple breathing method had surpassed that of Qi Bei Lin. Through his introduction, you encountered his mentor, Master Dupay, a true master of the ripple technique. In August 1898, you serendipitously discovered that Ai Lina was acquainted with George Joestar. She guided you to find George Joestar in Liverpool, and fortuitously, George's son, Jonathan Joestar, the first generation of JoJo, was none other than Ai Lina's childhood friend. Indeed, childhood friendships are often serendipitous. By September 1898, you became acquainted with George Joestar's adopted son, Dio Brando, and the two of you quickly forged a friendship. After all, who could resist the camaraderie of a distinguished scientist, renowned athlete, and sports superstar? You discovered his remarkable scientific acumen, and under your encouragement, he enrolled at Oxford University for further studies. Altering the life trajectory of a nefarious individual felt quite rewarding. In October 1898, during a visit to the Joestar residence, you stumbled upon the whereabouts of the stone mask. Following negotiations, you successfully purchased it from George Joestar. You were meant to surrender him to Qi Bei Lin, fulfilling your promise. Yet, driven by the insatiable curiosity of scientists, you found yourself compelled to study it, despite the guilt that gnawed at you for breaching your commitment. You acquired an epic-grade artifact, the Shigemian Kuai Lo. Although progress on the Shigemian was stagnant during the years 1898 and 1899, your scientific inquiries flourished. Over the course of 2 years, you amassed 67 invention patents, many of which brought you substantial wealth, enough to incite envy among all. You sensed that your fortune might rival that of the most established tycoons. In September 1899, you made a remarkable discovery. The spectrum above the Shigemian exhibited the Doppler effect, demonstrating redshift, simultaneously yearning for and repelling sunlight. What could be the reason behind this phenomenon? Moreover, when blood touched the mask, bone spikes capable of penetrating the brain would astonishingly protrude from behind the mask, a testament to the ancient wisdom that should not be underestimated. In October 1899, your research on the optical interferometer, spectroscopy, and fundamental metrology earned you a nomination for the Nobel Prize in Physics. In the same month, you were awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics, a pinnacle that many scientists aspire to throughout their lifetimes. Chapter 13. A perfect conclusion in December 1899. You began immersing yourself in a plethora of literature, encompassing both scientific and theological texts. In February 1900, you wed Alina in a grand ceremony, with her relatives from Liverpool in attendance, including Jonathan Joestar. March 1900 brought a blissful honeymoon, during which, upon consulting Kai Balin, you sought to impart the ripple breathing technique to Alina. Regrettably, she lacked the innate talent for it. By May 1900, after 3 years of studying the Shigamian, you invested a considerable sum to replicate the artifact proportionately, successfully transforming a monkey into a vampire, whose extraordinary strength and agility left a profound impression on you. In June 1900, the accomplished Dio Brando visited you, having uncovered your secret. He insisted you don the Shigamian, arguing that humanity has its limits, and a person of your greatness should not be constrained by a frail body. You declined his suggestion and revealed to him the mysteries of the ripple breathing technique. Even humans can transcend their limits. In July 1900, after consulting with Kai Balin and Master Dopadai, you taught Dio Brando the ripple breathing technique. He began to regard you as a dear friend and elder brother. What brought you the greatest solace was his significant achievements in physics. You pondered whether he would become a good person in his lifetime. In August 1900, you entrusted the replicated Shigamian to Kai Balin, thus fulfilling your promise. For the sake of science, even a slight deviation from your commitment seemed worthwhile. He destroyed the Shigamian, embraced you, and returned to his homeland in Italy. This would be your final farewell. In October 1900, your amateur novel, 100 Years of Solitude, was published. George Bernard Shaw referred to it as a book that must be read in a lifetime. In 1901, your first son was born, and Shaw became his godfather. In October of the same year, your Cien Años de Soledad once again earned you the Nobel Prize in Literature, marking your achievement as a Nobel laureate. And you became a celebrated legend. In 1902, your first daughter was also born, thanks to your efforts. The Boxer Protocol was not as humiliating as it had been in previous times. Between 1902 and 1922, you acquired over 230 patents. To you, money was merely a number. In 1918, your first companion in this world, Jenny, succumbed to the Spanish flu, and you found yourself grieved beyond expectation. By 1923, your wife, Elena, began to age, yet you remained youthful due to the ripple breathing technique. For over 20 years, you dedicated yourself to uncovering the secrets of the stone-faced beings, striving to understand why they could transform humans or animals into vampires, but the truth eluded you. Nonetheless, your progress in mysticism was substantial, granting you the skill of basic mysticism. In 1925, your son became engaged to the daughter of a duke, and your daughter married a prominent nobleman. By 1929, you were blessed with 2 grandsons and 2 granddaughters. In 1937, while Elena had fully aged, you appeared as a gentleman in his 30s. To spare Elena's feelings, you refrained from any excessive contact with other women. Between 1939 and 1940, Germany invaded Poland, igniting the Second World War, which spread its flames across Europe, Asia, Africa, and Oceania. In September 1940, Germany bombed London, and your home was inadvertently destroyed in the onslaught, resulting in the loss of your son. You achieved the milestone of being on the front lines. From 1941 to 1942, driven by vengeance, you assumed a new identity and joined the Allied forces, where your exceptional combat skills quickly distinguished you within the military. Between 1942 and 1945, you participated in countless battles, yet emerged unscathed, becoming a legend within the ranks. In 1945, through your efforts and those of countless ordinary individuals, the Second World War finally came to a victorious conclusion. Upon returning home from a battlefield, you discovered that your wife, Elena, had passed away, leaving a part of you seemingly dead as well. From 1945 to 1950, you became engrossed in mysticism, seldom venturing outside. And even the invitations from your old friend Shaw could not coax you out. In 1950, your dearest friend, Shaw, passed away in London, and you attended his funeral, acquiring the skill of intermediate mysticism. In 1968, your daughter also predeceased you, and you attended her funeral, an experience that felt surreal. You sensed the inexorable march of time. As the signs of aging manifest, just days ago, your teeth began to loosen and your skin lost its firmness. Yet, there remains a multitude of endeavors awaiting your attention. Perhaps the words of Dio Brando ring true. Humanity possesses its limits, and to achieve one's aspirations, one must transcend those very limits. With no ties left in this world, one ponders the purpose of humanity itself. As you gaze into the mirror, donning the mask of the Shi'Gaiman, news soon arrives through the newspaper of the passing of the renowned philanthropist, scientist, and literary figure, Zhou Ning, a two-time Nobel laureate, eliciting global mourning. You acquire the expertise of a vampiric constitution and the ability of rapid recovery. In 1970, one of your closest friends, Dio Brando, lay on the brink of death. Having regained your youth, you met him for the final time, imparting the truth of his words from 70 years prior, that indeed, humanity has its limits. The aged Dio, adorned with the Shi'Gaiman, reclaimed his youth and embraced you once more, expressing gratitude for the new life you bestowed upon him. Months later, he vanished without a trace. Between 1970 and 1972, whispers of vampire attacks reached you in Sweden. Was it the doing of Dio? The answer eludes you. In 1986, you anonymously donated the vast majority of your fortune to Huaxia, a staggering sum that remains a mystery to this day. Alone, you journeyed to China, settling in your hometown of Chengdu. From 1986 to 2022, the flourishing Huaxia and its industrious, valiant people instilled in you the belief that perhaps humanity truly has no bounds. Their wisdom and courage embody the power to surpass limits. With a profound sense of liberation, you shed all burdens and embrace seclusion. Yet, the challenge persists. Your ageless visage necessitates a change of identity and residence every decade. In April 2022, within your modest abode in Chengdu, you awoke to find yourself inexplicably transported back to London in 1894. In summary, congratulations, you have completed a glorious and resplendent life, successfully navigating this chapter of existence. Through this journey, your life has surpassed that of 999 other travelers. Even countless years hence, your deeds will continue to be revered and celebrated by many. You are regarded as the greatest philanthropist, scientist, author, physicist, theologian, and the first football monarch in history, as well as a pioneer in sprinting, far surpassing the legendary Da Vinci. Many believe that had you not become enmeshed in mysticism later in life, your achievements would have reached even greater heights. Indeed, numerous individuals speculate that you are a time traveler or perhaps an extraterrestrial. Perhaps those individuals possess prophetic gifts. Evaluation: A. World Exploration Level, 892. As your exploration level exceeds 80, you have received a reward of 4 time travel coins. Due to your profound impact on the history of world literature, you have garnered an additional 3 time travel coins. Your monumental influence on the advancement of global science has earned you 4 more coins. Having flawlessly completed Mist in the City, you are granted an opportunity to retain your talents in the real world. With an A rating and a perfect completion, the legendary vampire Zhou Ning has become a hidden template for time travelers, potentially available under fortuitous circumstances. What a remarkable twist of fate. The version of himself within the simulator has transformed into a vampire, living on until now, only to be ensnared once again in this cyclical existence. Is this a nested doll of sorts? For a fleeting moment, Zhou Ning even questioned whether he had lost a fragment of his memory, pondering if he truly was a vampire, with the simulator's version of himself being the authentic one. After all, who among us can't navigate a nested doll scenario? Congratulations to the player for completing the novice map. New features and maps have been unlocked, and players are urged to make their selections promptly. Option 1. Randomly acquire 3 skills and specialties obtained during the traversal. Option 2. Randomly draw 3 items acquired throughout the journey. Chapter 14. A review of gains. The sensation of harvest can be encapsulated in a single word: exhilarating. His prolonged efforts and numerous deaths have indeed culminated in an unprecedented bounty, including the solitary traversal coin remaining from his previous journey. He now possesses a total of 12 traversal coins. A man destined to master time. A sudden gust of chilling wind swept through, prompting Zhou Ning, freshly emerged from the bath and yet to don his attire, to instinctively sneeze. Approaching the window, he gazed outside for a few seconds, only to discover that snow had begun to fall unbeknownst to him. Hastily, he secured the window and retrieved a white shirt to wear. What a turn of events. Just moments ago, it had been raining when he ascended the stairs, and now snow blanketed the ground. Is this whether attempting to perform Sichuan opera? In the game Tiankai, the rapid weather changes necessitated gas stoves in every dormitory at Wike University. However, due to the abundance of coal only found in the regions dominated by the sea elephant people to the north, the price of gas is considerably steep. Often, a mere few hours of usage could consume 1 luotian. The luotian is the second tier of currency in the kingdom of Blaiston, derived from the ancient Phyric language, meaning something that sparkles. The purchasing power of 1 luotian prior to Zhou Ning's traversal was approximately equivalent to $20, quite expensive indeed. The currency above the luotian is the Wike, with 1 Wike equating to 10 luotian and 1 luotian convertible into 10 vini. In previous years, impoverished students had perished in their rooms due to extreme weather, attempting to save 1 luotian. Were it not for the funds Zhou Ning had scavenged from those cursed cultists today, he likely would have been reluctant to part with his money, shedding tears of poverty. Zhou Ning inserted a luotian and twisted the gas stove's knob, igniting a cluster of blue flames that grew from small to large. Viewed through a modern lens, the design of this gas stove is rather ingenious, equipped with a heat-sensing head and an overheating switch that automatically shuts off the gas should the internal temperature rise excessively. Its practicality rivals that of contemporary stoves. As the flames flickered to life, the temperature in the room soared, enveloping Zhou Ning in a rare warmth. He sighed contentedly, preparing to recline back onto his bed to continue his research on the traversal simulator, when suddenly, a woman's piercing scream pierced the air. Startled by the unforeseen cry, Zhou Ning hurriedly rushed to the window to peer outside. Due to the meteorological tides, transportation between cities is rather inconvenient. Many, like Zhou Ning, choose to stay on campus during the holidays. At this moment, the lights in the numerous dormitories above and below flickered on, with many individuals peering out, evidently disturbed by a chilling scream. Outside the apartment lies a small grove. On pleasant days, one can often witness wild mandarin ducks frolicking there. Yet at present, the heavy snowfall obscures visibility, and only the sound of snow cascading upon the leaves can be heard, as silence envelopes the outside once more. No one is inclined to brave the snow at this late hour to investigate. After a while, the lights in the dormitory dimmed once again. It might be a wildcat's call, someone remarked from downstairs. Zhou Ning dismissed the notion, realizing he too was hesitant to venture down alone. Taking a deep breath, he secured the doors and windows, washed his face in the bathroom, and then reopened the panel of the simulation device to check his rewards. The options presented were quite intriguing. The treasures within the world of JoJo are indeed plentiful. Having survived for so long in the simulation, Zhou Ning had become a legendary vampire of the Black Mountain Old Monster caliber. His collection, aside from the stone mask, might even include an arrow or something similar. However, what captivated him most at the moment was the ripple breathing technique. There was no need to risk it all for something ethereal, so he opted for the first choice. You have selected option 1. You have acquired the skill, Expert Flirting Proficiency. You have acquired the skill, Ripple Breathing Technique, Beginner. You have acquired the skill, Mysticism, Intermediate. Expert Flirting Proficiency grants an additional 1 to charm checks, with your formidable charm and audacity. Your flirting endeavors tend to proceed smoothly. Ripple Breathing Technique, Beginner. An exceptionally effective breathing technique that enhances strength and agility by 3. Mysticism, Intermediate, grants an additional 1 to mental acuity. You possess profound knowledge in the field of mysticism and have learned the methods to create certain mystical items. Subsequently, a wealth of knowledge flooded Zhou Ning's mind, leaving him with a swelling head, as if he had suddenly acquired a vast array of mystical knowledge and a complete set of the ripple breathing technique. It took him a moment to regain his composure. After taking a deep breath, a wave of warmth surged from his lungs, and his life energy pulsated wildly within him. The methods of utilizing the ripple and transmitting its energy to objects seemed to have transformed into instinct. Zhou Ning found it quite remarkable. After a day of exertion, he had felt fatigued, yet now he brimmed with vitality. His body bore no aches, and his spirit was devoid of weariness. Indeed, this was a game of merit. Upon delving into the mysticism skill, a list of recipes and methods for crafting extraordinary items appeared before him. At the top of the list was the stone mask, followed by voodoo dolls, mithril bullets, holy water recipes, and more. It was evident how superstitious this legendary vampire, Zhou Ning, had become. However, what was the meaning of the stone mask? Was it asking him to create vampires within a game world? Upon detecting that the player has flawlessly completed Wudu Mitu, there lies an opportunity to retain a talent in the real world. Will you proceed with the draw? Retain a talent in the real world? What does that entail? The selectable talents to retain are one of the 3 chosen for this traversal, and upon retaining a talent, it will be possessed in both the real and simulated worlds. However, in the simulated realm, only 1 additional talent may be held, which can be replaced at any time. Is there any need for deliberation? Filled with excitement, Zhou Ning decisively chose yes. The draw concluded. You have obtained the purple talent Tony Stark. Purple. Tony Stark. Purple like Iron Man Tony Stark. You are a quintessential playboy. Somewhat sharp-tongued, yet astutely intelligent, possessing remarkable aptitude in scientific endeavors. Zhou Ning paused for a moment, unable to suppress his inquiry. System. Will my character change upon acquiring this talent? The system remained unusually silent for a while. It will not. Personality will remain grounded in your true self. Zhou Ning nodded, and at that moment, the game panel underwent a transformation, with attributes experiencing an unprecedented upheaval since its traversal began. Notably, agility had surged beyond that of an ordinary person by a full 30%, firmly entering the realm of the extraordinary. Charisma had reached an unprecedented 99 points. Name, Zhou Ning Wines Too Well Race. Human Template. NPC Internal Test Countdown. 47 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes. Level 2 Occupation. Student Assistant. 110 Secondary Profession. Linguistic Scholar. 210 Talent. Tony Stark. Purple. Personal Attributes. Strength 10. Agility 13. Stamina 8. Willpower 9. Spirit 9. Charisma 99. Health 80 Stamina Points. 96 Willpower. 99 Mana. 0 Life Skills. Alchemy. Beginner. Mysticism. Intermediate. Common Skills. Proficient in Professional English. Theft. Intermediate. Advanced Shooting Proficiency. Expert Flirting Proficiency. Ripple Breathing Technique. The rest is omitted. Note: an ordinary person has begun to develop some combat prowess, yet their strength is still far inferior to their appearance. Zhou Ning's eyes glistened. The final note no longer described him as a mere mortal lacking in all areas except beauty. What a relief. By the way, what about the new map and new features previously mentioned? Upon reopening the simulator panel, indeed, a small red dot appeared on the map, indicating new content. Additionally, one of the previously locked tabs had been unlocked. The draw. Chapter 15. The second map. Hastily entering the map page, a new map had indeed emerged beneath the original. The previously completed map had turned black, rendering it unselectable. The name of the new map was quite impressive. Endless Battle. Endless Battle. Traversal price is 5 traversal coins. The cost of traversal has suddenly quintupled. Zhou Ning, who had initially thought that possessing 12 traversal coins was considerable, now felt his face turn pale. The prices have inflated at an alarming rate. As for this map, Zhou Ning recalled having played a similarly named minigame, a tower defense type. The initial impression may lead one to conjecture that it is a fantastical map. However, the essence of this simulator is to tread an unconventional path. It could very well be a modern warfare scenario, leaving Zhou Ning utterly perplexed by its mechanics. Upon exploring the newly released feature, the lottery page, he discovered the rules to be rather straightforward. 1 time travel coin per draw, and a 10-draw ticket requires only 9 coins. The current prize pool consists of items from the completed realm of Zhou de Kimiao Moxian. Free attempts. 3. Sop Ning Muset. Isn't this the typical strategy of a pay-to-win mobile game? Having been plagued by poor luck since childhood, he had never won even a single extra bottle. Thus, Zhou Ning had little interest in lotteries, except for the allure of free draws. Without hesitation, he clicked on a lottery, and a miracle occurred. You have obtained a rare item, Browning M1906 pocket pistol, accompanied by several 25 ACP caliber bullets. Another draw. You have obtained a rare item, Colt M1908 pistol, accompanied by several 25 ACP caliber bullets. Wait a moment. With a grim expression, Zhou Ning made his way to the washroom to splash his face with water. Onward. You have obtained a precious item, Webley Scott Bulldog revolver, accompanied by several 45 ACP caliber bullets. Zhou Ning thought, indeed, my luck is abysmal. Counting the 2 guns already in my inventory, that makes 5. Who can wield so many firearms simultaneously? Am I Dr. Octopus? He lamented the thinness of his luck. Contemplating another draw, glancing at his pocket watch, he noted it was just past 2 o'clock. The night was still young. Having recently learned the ripple force and tasted its sweetness, Zhou Ning felt wide awake. After consuming a few pieces of black bread found in the room, he lay on a bed, his mind itching to explore the new map he had yet to enter. Should he venture in once more? Ultimately, his internet addiction prevailed, and he chose the new map, Endless Battle, opting to enter. Time travel preparation underway. 5 time travel coins. Please select a time travel mode. 1 direct time travel. 2 use a parallel world template for time travel. Even the time travel modes have been altered? Curiosity piqued. Zhou Ning selected option 2 for further exploration, revealing 3 cards before him. The first card depicted himself dressed in a black suit, sporting sunglasses, and wearing a cold, expressionless face. His traits were cold-blooded and ruthless. His talents included precision shooting, blue, bullet time, orange, and his skills were firearm mastery, expert level, and combat mastery, expert level. The title read Extreme Villain Zhou Ning, with a time travel price of 15 time travel coins. The second card illustrated himself in a purple suit, adorned with clown makeup, characterized by unpredictability and capriciousness. His talents were criminal genius, purple, demolition expert, purple, and firearms master, purple, along with the negative trait of reading disability, gray. His skills included intimidation and extortion, master level, explosives manufacturing, expert level, and negotiation, expert level. The title was Mad Clown Zhou Ning, with a staggering time travel price of 25 time travel coins. The third card displayed him again in a black suit, seated confidently at a gambling table, holding a piece of chocolate. His traits were prideful, confident, and unflappable. His talents included Gambling God, red, and Decisive Strike, purple. Skills are Gambling, divine level, and Firearms Proficiency, beginner level. The title is Supreme Gambler Zhou Ning, and the cost of crossing over is an astonishing 100 crossing coins. Upon reviewing the description, Zhou Ning instantly comprehended the exorbitant pricing. It serves not only to expedite the passage through challenges, but also, after utilizing the template character, to navigate the map. There exists a chance to acquire the skills and talents of that character. This is undeniably enticing, regardless of which of the 3 task cards he chooses. They each represent a significant enhancement for him. Below, the refresh time reads 235959, indicating that after this time, the 3 cards will be collectively discarded. Despite his desire for them, glancing at his balance of 7 crossing coins rendered the prospect utterly unappetizing. He cannot afford even 1. You have chosen the crossing mode 1. Please select 3 out of the following 10 talents as matching criteria. 1. Mystery. Blue, no one knows who you are. Your name and origins remain an enigma. 2. Vampire physique. Purple, your physical capabilities far exceed those of humanity. You are ageless and immortal, yet vulnerable to sunlight. 3. Underdog. Green, this is the legendary tale of my life. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty, the middle-aged in hardship, or the elderly in destitution. 4. Interracial romance. White, though you are not a furriest, you are adored by them. You naturally attract furry beings. 5. Faceless one. Green, you are born without a face, but possess immunity to all forms of mental and spiritual magic control. 6. Super gambler. Purple, you possess an extraordinary talent and intuition for gambling. When you place a desperate bet, your luck will significantly amplify. 7. Sweet tooth. White, you have an insatiable preference for desserts, reaching a point where nothing less than sugar satisfies you. 8. Sociable. Blue, your social skills are impeccable. You can quickly forge friendships with anyone. 9. Business genius. Blue, you possess a remarkable talent for business, sufficient to facilitate capital accumulation. 10. Soul crossing. Blue, the method of your crossing is soul transfer, granting you countless possibilities. Please make your selection. In comparison to the previous crossing, the options this time are markedly inferior, with many being utterly nonsensical. The second option, vampire physique, likely entered the card pool following his last successful passage. It appears alluring, yet bears the disadvantage of being sun-sensitive, which could lead to immediate demise without knowledge of the plot, thereby squandering 5 crossing coins. The 10th option similarly presents unstable returns. Thus, opting for the 6th and 8th seems more prudent, as they at least offer positive talents. After a moment's contemplation, he chose options 6, 8, and 9. You have selected talents 6, 8, and 9. Your current talents are Gambler, Sociable, Business Genius, with the constant talent of Tony Stark, Matching Successful, In the parallel world, you are a dandy, a social expert, and a genius in both scientific and business realms. Alongside being an unrepentant gambler, the game concludes upon your simulated death. Currently aboard the time machine, the crossing is complete at 133-6595. You have traversed into the year 2006 in New York, and from this moment forth, the wheels of history begin to turn. New York in 2006. What map is this? Is it from Call of Duty? On July 1st, 2006, you found yourself alone on the streets of New York. Through conversation, you learned that you were in the area of Falisheng, predominantly inhabited by Asian immigrants from mainland China and Taiwan. With your striking appearance and social aptitude, you managed to earn a modest sum of money through a few tricks with mobile dice cups. On July 2nd, 2006, you were confronted by a group of armed robbers. However, how could such petty criminals pose a threat to you? You turned the tables and robbed them instead, acquiring $900 in cash. From July 3rd to July 12th, 2006, you engaged in small bets at several casinos, winning a considerable amount of money before deciding to take a step back and lay low for a while. As a gambler, you understood the principles that govern betting. Greed leads to loss, and loss leads to poverty, while the reckless pursuit of wealth can turn one into a thief. Failing to recognize when a stop could spell disaster for a gambler. On July 13th, 2006, you rented an apartment in Falisheng, settling in and beginning to familiarize yourself with the state of the world, which astonished you greatly. In this realm, Stark Industries existed. In the Manhattan district, the landmark was not the Empire State Building of your previous life, but rather the towering Stark Tower, reaching a height of 138 feet. Zhou Ning was somewhat bewildered. The implication was clear. The second map must indeed pertain to the Marvel Universe. Chapter 16, Gunplay. It remains uncertain whether this is the comic world or the cinematic universe. Compared to the world of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, the Marvel Universe certainly harbors a higher degree of peril. The sheer number of superheroes and supervillains emerging from every corner is enough to induce a headache. In New York, one might inadvertently strike a superhero simply by tossing a stone. Zhou Ning could already envision the scenes of his untimely demise unfolding before him. Fortunately, he had arrived in 2006. The plot of Iron Man was set to commence in 2008, granting him at least a 2-year buffer period. The simulation continued. In July 2006, devoid of a passport and social security number, you found navigating New York exceedingly difficult. Consequently, you approached a man named Martin Lee in Chinatown and spent $3,000 to purchase an SSN, which Martin assured you was authentic. In August 2006, you persisted with small bets in casinos, experiencing both wins and losses. Yet, under your precise control, the outcome remained favorable, leading to an increase in your assets to $88,000 by the end of August. You vowed that this would be your last venture into the casino. In September 2006, after a period of research, your keen business acumen revealed the existence of Stark Industries, Hammer Industries, Oscorp, and PIM Technologies among other technological giants, with advancements far surpassing those of your former world. However, in the telecommunications sector, the gap was not as pronounced. Even some prominent figures on television utilized cumbersome dual-screen flip phones. Given sufficient time, you are utterly confident in overtaking the global telecommunications industry, surpassing its leaders with unparalleled speed and precision. In October 2006, after meticulous preparation, you invested $2,000 to establish a mobile technology enterprise named Boluo Pineapple. By November 2006, your scientific ingenuity rivaled even that of Tony Stark. In less than 2 months, you engineered 2 prototype smartphones in your underground garage, inspired by the iPhone 4, featuring retina displays and IPS panel technology with pixel density 3-fold that of contemporaneous devices. You pursued every advantage with unwavering resolve. In December 2006, you broke your own vow, venturing to Las Vegas to secure capital. You swore it would be your final foray. For 28 consecutive days, you dominated blackjack tables, amassing $195 million, only to be permanently blacklisted by Las Vegas casinos and the broader American gambling industry. Yet the funds were now secured. This truly marked your last descent into the gilded arena of chance. You acquired the skill, gambling proficiency, intermediate, social standing, level 2, that same December. You poured vast sums into television and print media, launching an aggressive, preemptive advertising campaign. The actual devices had yet to be manufactured. You left yourself no retreat. To you, a consummate gambler, betting at a casino or wagering on a startup were merely variations of the same audacious gamble. Different venues, disparate rules, distinct adversaries. By January 2007, your reserves dwindled. Damn it. You enrolled in the World Series of Poker, WSOP, no-limit Texas Hold'em tournament, paying a 10,000 entry fee. Victory would yield a $6 million prize. Social standing. Level 2, in February 2007, among 773 entrants, many seasoned professionals, you emerged triumphant, defeating Jeremy Young, a 39-year-old clinical psychologist. You acquired the skill, gambling proficiency, advanced, social standing. Level 5. By March 2007, after 3 months of relentless marketing and masterful scarcity-driven strategy, the Boluo smartphone launched to extraordinary acclaim, selling out within hours. Its seamless operating system, retina display, and crystalline imagery seemed plucked from tomorrow, utterly eclipsing the archaic clamshell phones that still dominated the market. Your vision had prevailed. In April 2007, your entrepreneurial triumph accelerated exponentially. Like every visionary riding the crest of a seismic cultural wave, your fortune swelled with astonishing velocity. Across America, the Boluo phone became synonymous with sophistication and status, worn proudly by titans such as Norman Osborn and Tony Stark himself. Social standing. Level 9. In May 2007, you dated every Playboy cover model, from the January 2005 issue through the May 2007 edition. Exhaustion settled deep within your bones. Happiness. Level 7. In June 2007, at a glittering soiree, you met Tony Stark. Your kindred spirits, mirrored in temperament and near-equal brilliance, recognized one another instantly. The sole distinction? You possessed far greater charm, and indisputably, far more striking features. Although both parties harbor disdain for each other, it does not preclude the development of a commendable friendship. In July 2007, as an honest individual, you unexpectedly encountered an assassination attempt. A group of thugs unleashed gunfire upon your vehicle. Fortunately, an employee of yours happened to be passing by, and you narrowly escaped death. You learned that this employee was named Yuehan Wyke, the company's security guard. In gratitude, you assisted him in covering the medical expenses for his wife, who was suffering from cancer, and helped him find the finest physician to alleviate her condition. He was profoundly grateful. By August 2007, after some time had passed, you and Yuehan Wyke had forged a strong friendship. Simultaneously, you maintained contact with Thanos Take, attending several parties together. You were both friends and rivals. Particularly in matters of romance, you relied on your looks, while Thanos Take depended on his wealth, a clear distinction. In September 2007, several of your mobile phone experience stores were vandalized by thugs. That evening, a man named Weiselai visited you, claiming to represent a businessman named Weyerksuengulentefisike, who wished to acquire your company, Poluo. You resolutely declined, knowing he was a gold digger and would not easily exploit your company. To ensure your safety, you hired several bodyguards. In November 2007, you faced yet another assassination attempt. A few days later, news reports revealed that the renowned philanthropist and businessman Weyerksuengulentefisike had been shot dead. The following day, you encountered the injured Yuehan Wyke, and an unspoken understanding passed between you. In December 2007, by chance, you discovered that Yuehan Wyke was an expert in all forms of gun combat, particularly skilled in the Mozambique drill and CAR shooting techniques, executing them with remarkable fluidity. Was this a realm of marvel or an assassin's league? After your persistent requests, Yuehan Wyke finally consented to teach you the art of gun combat. From December 2007 to June 2008, your career flourished. You recruited a multitude of employees to work for you, and your second-generation Poluo mobile phones continued to sell exceptionally well. Under Yuehan Wyke's tutelage, you began to grasp the essence of gun combat. You acquired the talent, gun combat, lethal rhythm, blue, and the skill, CAR shooting beginner. Lethal rhythm, an extraordinarily unique combat state that allows you to integrate any ability into battle, significantly enhancing the user's combat prowess and battlefield analytical skills. In July 2008, Thanos Take traveled to Afghanistan to promote arms. 2 days later, the media reported that Thanos Take had been attacked by the Ten Rings gang in Kunar Province, Afghanistan, and his fate remained uncertain. In October 2008, 3 months later, Thanos take returned to the United States and, after a brief period of seclusion, immediately sought you out to showcase the newly upgraded Mark II. After meticulously studying the Iron Man suit, you believed that given some time, you two could perfectly replicate the armor, albeit with energy supply being a significant hurdle. In November 2008, Thanos take invited you out for drinks, only for you to meet an untimely demise by being crushed by a descending large iron robot. You achieved the accomplishment, a sudden heroic arrival. You have passed away. Summary. Your life has been relatively smooth, yet it must be noted that your gambling skills far surpass your business acumen. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that after your demise, Thanos triumphed over the Iron Tyrant piloted by Obey Day, avenging you, and famously declared at the press conference, "I am Iron Man." To some extent, he stood atop your grave, displaying his bravado. Evaluation. C. World Exploration Level, 348. Due to an exploration level exceeding 20, you have earned 3 crossing coins as a reward. Additionally, due to your impact on the development of scientific progress in this world, you have received 1 crossing coin as a reward. Persevere. Simulation ended. Please make a prompt decision. Option 1. Randomly acquire 3 skills and specialties obtained during your traversal. Option 2. Randomly draw 3 items acquired during your traversal. Zhou Ning. The suddenness of death left Zhou Ning momentarily stunned, followed by a deep-seated resentment. This Tony Stark was exceedingly reckless, dragging him into a predicament that was not his concern. Next time, he must devise a way to return. However, despite the brevity of this experience, the gains were substantial. You have chosen option 1. You have acquired the talent, gunfighting, lethal rhythm, blue. You have acquired the combat skill, CAR shooting method, beginner. You have acquired the skill, gambling, advanced. Indeed, you have obtained another talent and a combat skill. Aside from a somewhat brief existence, Zhou Ning was quite satisfied with this outcome. Except for the temporary ineffectiveness of the gambling skill, both CAR, shooting method, and gunfighting, lethal rhythm greatly enhance his combat capabilities. Coupled with his existing firearms knowledge and advanced shooting proficiency, he has begun to form a new professional system. Chapter 17, Homicide. Meanwhile, to the west of Daklon City, a young man adorned with a top hat disembarked from a carriage, braving the snowstorm as he entered the Duke of West's estate. Chien Weste sat at his desk, a meticulously crafted pipe clenched between his teeth, reading several yellowed pages by the flickering gaslight. Since the inventor William Murdoch extracted gas from coal for illumination, gas has gradually supplanted whale oil as the primary fuel for heating and lighting in the Kingdom of Briston. Initially, people feared the brightness of gas lamps. Ladies expressed distaste, claiming that their skin would be scrutinized too closely under such light. However, just as the arrival of the extraordinary era was irreversible, gas lamps eventually proliferated, starting from shops, theaters, and streetlights, until they became an indispensable fixture in every household. A knock echoed from outside, prompting him to lift his gaze toward the door. "Is that Sherlock?" "Colmeen, it is I. I have completed the investigation as per your instructions." The young man entered briskly, doffing his hat in respect to Chien Weste. "Please, have a seat." Chien Weste gestured towards the bottle of wine on the table and inquired, "Would you care for a glass of ice wine? With aphid juice?" "No, thank you." Once again, the promotion had failed, and Chien shook his head in regret, inquiring about the situation at the scene. This sacrificial rite indeed took place at the Jassonet mansion, where a total of 7 cultist bodies were discovered. Among them, 5 had succumbed to cold weapons while in a state of unconsciousness, showing no signs of struggle. The remaining 2 had perished from gunshot wounds, each bearing a single bullet hole that proved fatal. There were indeed traces of extraordinary beings at the site, marked by conspicuous pools of corrosive blood on the ground. The analysis of the remaining ballistic evidence and spent cartridges indicated that a fierce gunfight had indeed transpired, with the casings originating from 2 firearms, one a small caliber revolver, and the other presumed to be a large caliber weapon. This was the analytical report concerning the sacrificial event. The young man spoke as he handed a stack of reports to Chien. Should Zhou Ning have laid eyes on this analysis, he would have been astounded. The young man had nearly reconstructed every detail of the incident solely by examining the bullet impacts, the positions of the shell casings, and the distribution of blood. Chien mused as he flipped through a few pages, nodding thoughtfully before asking, "What about the book? Has it been found?" "No, it vanished just like before." After the ritual concluded, The young man shrugged. Well, perhaps it truly grew legs and fled. Chi-In replied with a faint smile. After bidding farewell to the young man, Chi-In resumed his seat at the table and delved into the report. The ability to slay an extraordinary creature solely through the use of firearms demonstrated the prowess of this remarkable young man. As for his weapon, he lifted his pipe, inhaling deeply and falling into contemplation. With the ongoing exploitation of gas and its increasing civilian application, the kingdom has gradually begun to recognize coal as a precious resource. King Charles VI has devoted the entirety of the nation's strength to the transformation of an ancient alchemical ship, boasting a millennium of history. Powered by steam engines and alchemical arrays, equipped with 24 fire god cannons and 18 indomitable cannons, capable of achieving a speed of 21 knots. This colossal steel behemoth in human history now rests in the military harbor west of the city, intended to conquer the northern sea elephants and seize the abundant coal resources of the north. On the other hand, meteorological tides have been becoming increasingly frequent, and there have even been rumors of elemental beings attacking humans within the kingdom. 2 years prior, the chief court magician, Elon, had prophesied, the gods are about to awaken. The extraordinary will soon revive in full force, and the world shall welcome countless chosen ones who fear neither life nor death, whose arrival will herald both calamity and opportunity. At that time, no one had believed this prophecy, but now, as extraordinary powers grow increasingly active, the bottleneck that had long troubled him has vanished. Perhaps it will not be long before he successfully ascends to the rank of Sky Knight. Simultaneously, in Daklon and throughout the entire Blaiston kingdom, an ever-growing number of extraordinary events continue to surface. Reflecting upon Elon's prophecy, Chi-In turned his gaze toward the heavy snowfall outside the window, murmuring with a blend of anticipation and trepidation, a new era has begun. The following day, when Zhou Ning awoke from his slumber, the sky had already brightened. From the pile of clothes, he retrieved a pocket watch and glanced at it. The hands pointed precisely to 7 in the morning. What a splendid habit! Zhou Ning praised himself. After dressing, he descended from the bed, only to discover that his roommate, John, had yet to return. The foolish dog, named Bobo, which had occupied John's bed, had already dismounted and was frolicking around the dormitory, wagging its tail joyfully. According to knowledge gleaned from the game, this breed of dog was unique to the world of Tiankai, known for its hyperactivity and sensitivity to light elements, also referred to as sun dogs, inherently possessing the ability to tell time accurately. With training, a rare few of these timekeeping dogs could even predict the weather. However, Bobo appeared rather dim-wit, lacking the semblance of a creature capable of forecasting the climate. After a brief romp, seemingly fatigued, Bobo ambled over to the wall of the dormitory and squatted, leaving a steaming pile of excrement behind. Zhou Ning mused, how inexplicably motivating. Indeed, this world of Tiankai was harsh. Not only did a canine need to master the intricate skill of timekeeping, but must also remember to defecate on the walls. If even dogs have become this diligent, how could he allow himself to remain complacent? Charge forth. But wait, that's my wall. Just you wait. Zhou Ning promptly seized a broom. Upon noticing Zhou Ning's fierce approach, the foolish dog, perhaps feeling guilty, turned its head, extended its tongue, and with a gulp, swallowed the evidence of its misdeed. After eliminating the incriminating evidence, it dashed toward Zhou Ning exuberantly. Zhou Ning shouted, "Get lost!" After pinching the dog's ear in reprimand. He hurriedly completed his morning routine and opened his wardrobe to select attire. In this world, there were stringent regulations. Commoners were forbidden from donning colorful clothing. Hence his wardrobe consisted solely of black and white garments. After a lengthy selection process, he settled on a white shirt and a black vest. Completing his ensemble with a soft felt hat, he admired his reflection in the mirror and gave himself a thumbs up. Perfect. His previous self maintained a highly regulated schedule, with the first task of the day being a jog around the campus. Following this, he would enjoy breakfast at an establishment called the Pig and the Whistle. After returning to his dormitory to change, he would head to the Alchemy Tower. As an exceptionally accomplished fourth-year student in alchemy, Wayne Stewart had early on assumed the role of Professor Weasley's teaching assistant, assisting in preparing lesson plans and alchemical supplies, occasionally even substituting for him in class. In return, he was permitted limited access to the school's alchemical materials and equipment, along with a monthly stipend of 5 vectors, equivalent to 50 Roshan. To celebrate his first day in this new realm, he decided to forego exercising, but he could retain this assistant position for the time being. Firstly, he was genuinely impoverished. With only 15 vectors to his name, 7 of which he had scavenged the previous day. Most of this sum was off limits, as he was required to pay a weekly tuition fee of 10 Roshan after the semester commenced. A single misstep could render him a destitute dropout. Furthermore, his simulator required in-game purchases. After his transmigration, Zhou Ning had 11 transmigration coins remaining, allowing for 2 more crossings. Upon consulting the system, he discovered that recharging a single transmigration coin required 10 vectors, equivalent to 2 months' worth of stipends. To traverse once more necessitates an utterly reckless expenditure of 50 vikrda. Contemplating this, Zhou Ning felt his heart ache anew, cursing that wretched Thanos. He had deprived me of 10 months' salary, and yet he dares to flaunt his superiority. Beyond alleviating economic strain, another motive lies in the desire to, akin to his predecessor, obtain alchemical materials and equipment from the school without cost. According to the official stipulations, primary professions and the majority of secondary skills can be acquired through profession knowledge books or imparted by NPCs, while the skills associated with life professions demand more stringent criteria. Not only are the profession knowledge books quite rare, but extensive practice is also required for mastery. For instance, enchanting and alchemy. The adage from Tinping states that alchemy impoverishes 3 generations, while enchanting ruins a lifetime, and therein lies the truth. Although Zhou Ning currently lacks a combat-oriented primary profession, obtaining alchemical materials and equipment from the school would not only facilitate rapid experience accumulation, but also elevate skill levels, a dual benefit. Once properly attired, Zhou Ning departed the dormitory. Unlike before his traversal, the student accommodations at White Dog's U are co-ed. Even amidst the biting cold, several youthful maidens clad in scant attire meandered about. Upon encountering Zhou Ning, they did not shy away. Rather, they greeted him with cheerful smiles. "Seen your way in. Good morning. Seen your way in. Aren't you going to work out today?" The charm of this body with women was unexpectedly remarkable. Augmented by an expert-level seduction proficiency, Zhou Ning felt as though he were a tiger amidst a flock of sheep. Exchanging pleasantries as he made his way to the dormitory entrance. What relief! Facing the morning light, he practiced the ripple breathing technique for several cycles, discovering that both his strength and agility had a green plus sign appearing behind them, gradually increasing. Perhaps in just a few days, they would naturally enhance. Truly, an extraordinary skill. Zhou Ning couldn't help but marvel. Opposite the dormitory lay a small, artificial grove, typically the prime location for outdoor activities. At this moment, a throng of people clustered outside, seemingly drawn by some event within. Curiosity piqued, Zhou Ning approached, overhearing 2 young men discussing. "I heard there was a murder in the grove yesterday. Is that true?" Apparently, it was a sophomore girl. It seems she met a gruesome fate. Her entrails were even extracted. Upon hearing the final statement, Zhou Ning could not suppress a frown. With a swift motion, he headed toward the grove. Chapter 18. Business negotiations in the Kingdom of Balestan. Only the rigorously disciplined ascetic church prohibits premarital chastity violations. Thus, engaging in the romantic activities of couples within the grove is quite commonplace. The murder occurred not far from the grove, adjacent to a stone bench, a favored spot for couples. The body was discovered by 2 young lovers out for morning exercises. By this time, the police had arrived, several officers examining the scene while others ushered away trespassing students, and a few had cordoned off the area with white tape. What is this? Zhou Ning squinted, recognizing a familiar figure beside the police. He had seen this individual just the night before, one of the Sun Guardians who had followed Qian, but had not accompanied them after they boarded the carriage. It was an unremarkable young man with black hair, donning a deer hunting cap. The profound impression left upon me was entirely due to the fact that this young man with raven hair bore an uncanny resemblance to Li Tai, both in hairstyle and appearance. Indeed, it was strikingly similar. At that moment, this young man crouched down, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized something intently. Zhou Ning made no attempt to greet him, instead vigorously rubbing his nose. Even from a considerable distance, a profoundly intense scent of blood permeated the air. Freud's assertions proved accurate. Desire can indeed cloud one's judgment. How audacious to venture into such a scene for morning exercise. Would it not be more pleasurable to practice in the dormitory? Having snowed just the night before, Zhou Ning could discern from afar a pool of congealed black blood upon the snow, partially obscured by a multitude of colorful objects. The scene had yet to be cleared, and the gruesome sight was unbearable to behold. Among the gathered crowd, Zhou Ning also spotted his mentor, the esteemed Professor Wesley, alongside several faculty members, all bearing expressions of gloom. In stark contrast to these instructors, the students exhibited considerably more vitality. The air was devoid of weeping, instead filled with fervent discussions, suggesting that the deceased was not well liked. After listening to their discourse for a while, Zhou Ning gleaned several crucial pieces of information. Firstly, the deceased was named Sharon, a sophomore in the alchemy department at Wike University and a junior to Zhou Ning. She was known for her acerbic nature, vanity, and lack of social grace. Even her dormitory mates held her in low regard, despite her diligence in her studies. Secondly, her cause of death was indeed due to the extraction of her internal organs, a fact corroborated by the two young lovers nearby who were retching at the sight. The colorful assortment of objects upon the snow also provided hints regarding the grim circumstances. At that juncture, the crowd parted as two policemen emerged, carrying a corpse draped in white cloth, which was then placed into a carriage. Zhou Ning rubbed his chin thoughtfully, pondering the implications. The act of murder through organ extraction seemed reminiscent of the malevolent practices of the Society of Life Alchemy. Though their name suggested legitimacy, they were, in fact, practitioners of a wholly nefarious path, believing that life could be transmuted and that, with the right formula, one could create as the Creator does. This philosophy stood in stark opposition to the fundamental principle of alchemy, the law of equivalent exchange. In the game Apocalypse, several tragic incidents bore their hallmark. The raven-haired guardian emerged alongside the policeman. Upon noticing Zhou Ning, his eyes brightened slightly. He displayed his identification before Zhou Ning and greeted him. "Good morning, Mr. Wayne. My name is Sherlock Moriarty. Lord Qian has sent me to find you. If you don't mind, shall we converse over there?" Sherlock Moriarty? What a remarkable fusion of Holmes and Professor Moriarty. As Sherlock approached Zhou Ning for a conversation, Zhou Ning immediately felt numerous gazes shift towards him, likely considering him a suspect. He sighed inwardly and nodded. "I would be delighted. In fact, we met yesterday." Sherlock smiled and nodded. "Your memory is impressive. I was the fourth person standing to the left of Lord Qian." "It wasn't a matter of good memory," Zhou Ning silently mused. "It was merely that you bore an extraordinary resemblance to Li Tai." Walking alongside Sherlock, he paused and raised his gaze towards Mr. Zhou Ning Wei-in. "It seems you have some thoughts regarding this case." "Not at all. It isn't me," Zhou Ning replied, bewildered. "I am well aware it is not you. Yet the expression in your eyes suggests otherwise," Sherlock stated earnestly. "Rest assured, I shall not disclose anything." Zhou Ning, looking into Sherlock's expectant eyes, pondered for a moment before uncertainly suggesting, "Perhaps you could change your hairstyle? This one does not quite suit you." The two exchanged incredulous glances for a moment before Sherlock ultimately shrugged, opting to concede with a smile. "That is quite valuable information. Very well. Let us discuss some serious matters. Lord Qian has requested that I bring you a token of appreciation, and in the same breath, to discuss a business proposition." Sherlock retrieved an ornately designed golden card from his pocket and handed it to Zhou Ning. "This is a VIP card from the Waisai family. Holding this card grants you VIP treatment at the Alchemical Association in Brighton and in 20% discount at all establishments owned by the Waisai family." Zhou Ning did not hesitate to accept the card. "I accept this, and please extend my gratitude to Mr. Qian. Now, what business do you wish to discuss?" How fortuitous. The rewards and task rewards are identical. Zhou Ning found himself questioning whether it was merely a coincidence orchestrated by the game panel. Sherlock smiled and leaned closer to Zhou Ning. "Mr. Wei-in, or rather, it appears that your organization possesses some quality firearms?" As he spoke, he carefully observed Zhou Ning's expressions. Due to his profession, his powers of observation were keen, and any hint of hesitation from Zhou Ning would reveal deceit. To Sherlock's surprise, Zhou Ning nodded earnestly, producing a revolver that appeared in his hand with a flourish. "Yes, but the quantity is quite limited. Name your price." Sherlock was momentarily taken aback by Zhou Ning's straightforwardness. "I do indeed have some firearms, albeit in limited quantity. Since you desire them, feel free to offer a price." After a moment of contemplation, Sherlock recalled that the price of a handgun in the Kingdom of Brighton was approximately 10 victas. Yet Zhou Ning's revolver boasted superior firepower and performance by more than 30%. Although the prevailing theme of this world leaned towards the extraordinary, firearms still held their ground in relevance. 15 victas for a handgun and 18 victas for a long gun. Sherlock presented his offer, prepared for a reasonable negotiation, willing to make a fair sacrifice as long as the price was not exorbitant. Deal. Firearms are merely firearms, and the budget of the Sunward Guardians is limited. Thus, they cannot afford to pay excessively. Wait, you have agreed? Sherlock was taken aback. Zhou Ning then produced another firearm from his coat, presenting both guns to Sherlock with a slight smile. After all, I am also a citizen of the Kingdom of Brighton. I currently have only one long gun, which I must retain for myself, but I can sell you 2 of the 3 revolvers. Sherlock nodded, regardless of the sincerity of his counterpart. This act undoubtedly endeared him to Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning maintained an impassive expression, yet inwardly he was exceedingly pleased. For him, relinquishing 2 handguns bore little consequence. It was merely a matter of a single Chuan Yu coin for a lottery draw. Having previously drawn 3 weapons in 3 attempts, his odds of winning seemed quite favorable. A direct recharge of 1 Chuan Yu coin required merely 10 Vikita, implying he had accomplished nothing but a simple exchange, reaping a net profit of 5 Vikita for each revolver. This sum was equivalent to his monthly salary. As the game progressed and the extraordinary gradually returned, the scarcity of firepower became increasingly acute. In a few months, Blaiston would indeed be able to produce similar firearms. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to engage in several more transactions to replenish his depleted finances. Chapter 19. Alchemy to ensure the longevity of this venture. Establishing a price that would not inflict discomfort upon the other party was crucial. A steady stream of small profits was the goal. Following a fruitful negotiation, the counterpart readily provided payment. After handling the weapon for a moment, he attempted to twirl it on his finger like Zhou Ning, only to fail and awkwardly clear his throat before handing over 4 Vikita. He added that it would be wise to avoid venturing out at night unless necessary, as recent days had seen a surge in unrest. The legislators were even contemplating the imposition of a curfew. Thank you, Zhou Ning replied, taking the currency and noting it comprised 2 5 Vikita notes and 2 10 Vikita notes. The latter he had never encountered in reality before. With a green primary hue, it bore the portrait of King Charles I, the inaugural monarch of Blaiston, and the designer had meticulously incorporated a watermark into his beard for anti-counterfeiting purposes, emanating a delightful scent of fresh ink. Ime Bandit. This single note represents 2 months of my allowance, perhaps influenced by fragments of past memories. Zhou Ning felt an instant affinity for the bills he held. He managed to suppress the embarrassing urge to kiss the currency, folding it neatly and placing it in his pocket. Casually, he inquired, "Surely this decree cannot pass?" It was evident that such legislation would disrupt the livelihoods of many. Without nightlife, numerous individuals would find their intimate lives equally diminished, resulting in a projected 13% decrease in tax revenue. Sherlock cynically remarked, "Based on my conjecture, this brainless legislator will soon be ousted." This observation was quite astute, for even after Zhou Ning's arrival in this world, he had never heard of any curfew being enacted in Blaiston. Silently, he directed a nod of acknowledgement toward the unnamed legislator. After engaging in a bit more idle conversation, Sherlock politely adjusted his deerstalker cap and took his leave. As he stepped away, Zhou Ning, who had initially intended to depart, turned around, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke. "Agent Sherlock, have you ever heard of the Alchemical Society of Life?" The Alchemical Society of Life? Upon hearing Zhou Ning's words, Sherlock paused momentarily, quickly grasping the implication. The society comprised a group of individuals who believed that life could be created through alchemy, originating from the Eastern Kingdom of Ruins. They were fervently dedicated to experimenting with various forms of alchemical life. What, do you suspect this case is connected to them? Merely a speculation. I have heard whispers of faction within the Alchemical Society, captivated not only by the pursuit of creating life through alchemy, but also by the transformation of the self. Initially, they experimented with machinery and animal organs to enhance themselves, only to realize that the human body was the most suitable canvas for their endeavors. At that moment, a prompt appeared, notifying you that you had triggered a B-level quest titled Alchemical Phantom. Would you accept it? This, however, is merely a rumor I stumbled upon. Consider it a tale. In the end, Zhou Ning, maintaining a calm demeanor, accepted the quest and added, "No, you speak the truth. It all makes sense now." Sherlock's expression was a blend of astonishment and excitement. What he initially thought to be a convoluted case suddenly glimmered with hope of resolution thanks to Zhou Ning's insight, prompting him to dash towards the carriage waiting at the edge of the woods. The panel swiftly indicated B-level quest alchemical phantom completed 25. Meanwhile, a group of police officers remained busy at the scene, with more officers arriving. Homicides were not uncommon in the Kingdom of Brightstone, yet occurrences within the hallowed halls of Vic University were exceedingly rare. As the foremost institution in the kingdom, every student enrolled here was destined to become a valuable asset to society, often hailing from noble families. Should news of this case spread, it would undoubtedly cause quite a stir throughout the kingdom. As a result, both the Darkland Police Department and the university faced immense pressure. After a while, the vice president responsible for school affairs approached the students and announced that all students, including faculty, were prohibited from entering or exiting the campus for the time being, pending investigation. While Zhou Ning understood the vice president's intentions to assist in the inquiry, he shook his head. This case was evidently perpetrated by an extraordinary individual. Such measures might be effective for ordinary people, but what of the extraordinary? Not far away, several officers began to question passing students, perhaps due to prior arrangements. Zhou Ning was not stopped. He donned his hat once more and made his way to the end of the pathway, turning a corner to stop at the entrance of the Pig and Whistle Breakfast Shop. This establishment shared its name with an inn from the old world of Warcraft, and its proprietor, Mrs. Tulin, in her 70s, cared for her paralyzed husband, who was a decade her senior. On pleasant days, one could often see her pushing his wheelchair through the campus. "Mrs. Tulin, I would like 3 pounds of cupcakes, please." "Certainly, young Wayne. By the way, what has transpired over at the apartment?" Mrs. Tulin inquired while selecting the cupcakes. "A person has died in the woods. The deceased was Sharon, a sophomore in the alchemy department," Zhou Ning replied succinctly. "Good heavens, I remember her. She was a lovely young lady, and I had a decent rapport with her. It is such a pity. Just the other day, she mentioned she had met a wonderful boyfriend." Mrs. Tulin clasped her hands, forming a gesture reminiscent of prayer, her face etched with sorrow. "Oh, she has a boyfriend?" Zhou Ning asked, somewhat taken aback, for he had heard tales of Sharon's notoriously difficult temperament, which left her friendless, let alone with a romantic partner. "Indeed, I am certain. She spoke of her boyfriend as being handsome and talented, a true gentleman, and utterly devoted to her." Mrs. Tulin reminisced. "This boyfriend appears somewhat suspicious." Zhou Ning nodded, a flicker of doubt crossing her mind as she clutched a cupcake and made her way towards the Lianjin Lu, or alchemy building. The building is situated not far from the student dormitory and stands as an independent structure with 4 floors. Professor Vailei's alchemical laboratory is located on the 2nd floor. As Professor Vailei's teaching assistant, Zhou Ning's responsibilities extend beyond merely assisting him with academic matters. She is also tasked with overseeing the alchemy building, aiding in the preparation of alchemical instruments and materials. With the commencement of classes just a few days away, the alchemy building has begun to bustle with activity. Upon entering, Zhou Ning immediately spotted Sherlock inquiring about something at the front desk. She greeted him and ascended the staircase to the 2nd floor. Upon opening the laboratory door, a pungent odor of alcohol assailed her senses. Zhou Ning opened the window to ventilate the space. Following Professor Vailei's guidance, her major is applied alchemy, focusing on the integration of alchemical principles into everyday life. Naturally, potion making is also a compulsory subject. Today, she is tasked with preparing iodine tincture, sage, tranquil flower, money leaf, sun orchid, and daisy root. Ding! You have completed an alchemical material assessment, earning 3 experience points. Ding! You have completed an alchemical material assessment, earning 2 experience points. In the game, Tianbing, there are various avenues to gain experience. Aside from defeating monsters and completing quests, life skills can also offer substantial experience, allowing life players to engage meaningfully. Zhou Ning adeptly prepared dozens of materials required by Professor Vailei for the afternoon, amassing nearly 200 experience points. With a sigh of relief, she realized that the following 4 hours were entirely at her discretion. Currently, the materials available for her practice were limited to a few basic types. Zhou Ning accessed her alchemical skills, discovering her mastery was rather scant, with only 2 skills under her belt, the Novice Mana Potion and the Basic Life Potion. The former requires Tranquil Flower, Poison Nightshade, and Iodine Tincture, while the latter consists of the more common ginkgo leaves and daisy roots, of which the laboratory has ample supplies. Clearly, for the purpose of leveling up and enhancing her proficiency, crafting the Basic Life Potion would be the more advantageous choice. Chapter 20. Discounts Basic Healing Potion. Requires ginkgo leaves, daisy roots, and a crystal vial for crafting. The foundational knowledge acquired through basic alchemy flooded Zhou Ning's mind, allowing her to instantly recall the precise methods for concocting the basic healing potion. She remembered the exact quantity of ginkgo leaves required, the necessary ratios, the amount of daisy roots, and the techniques to be employed, all vividly clear in her memory. In the game, crafting potions only necessitates standing at the alchemy table and reading a progress bar. Yet now she must operate the cauldron, distillation flask, and other tools manually. With precision, she measured 5 grams of ginkgo leaves and 7 grams of daisy roots, adding a small amount of iodine tincture to balance the potion's properties. Zhou Ning methodically placed the herbs into the cauldron, bringing them to a boil before transferring the mixture into a beaker. In her skill panel, the proficiency of basic alchemy gradually increased from 7 points to 8 points. In less than 5 minutes, a steaming bottle of basic healing potion was successfully crafted. Basic healing potion, quality, ordinary type, consumable usage, restores a small amount of health. Note, drink it. Once the basic healing potion was concocted, Zhou Ning took a tentative sip. The taste was acceptable, surely not lethal. He set aside the potion he had just created and diligently resumed crafting another batch. You have successfully completed a potion brewing session, achieving a quality of 63, earning 36 experience points and 1 proficiency point. You have successfully completed another potion brewing session, achieving a quality of 77, earning 41 experience points and 2 proficiency points, Absolute Calm 1. With the expertise of dexterous hands and Absolute Calm, Zhou Ning's potion-making exhibited remarkable stability and success rates, with his speed in producing basic healing potions improving progressively from 5 minutes per vial to just 3 minutes, boasting an astonishing success rate approaching 90. After more than 3 hours had elapsed, Zhou Ning instinctively reached for another crystal vial, only to find it empty. Had he exhausted his supply? Thus, emerging from his reverie, Zhou Ning gazed at the cluttered table of basic healing potions, momentarily bewildered. Zhou Ning, can someone enlighten me on how to deal with this plethora of healing potions? I am in quite a bind. He could already envision Professor Weasley's grim visage. Despite potentially having stirred up a bit of trouble, the experience gained was exceedingly gratifying. In just over 3 hours, he had accrued nearly 6,000 experience points, bringing his basic alchemy proficiency close to 13. But why fret? It was Wines Too Well who had caused the mishap, not Zhou Ning. At 1 p.m., when Professor Weasley pushed open the door to the alchemy laboratory as scheduled, he was astounded by the scene before him. The laboratory floor was immaculately clean, the windows polished, and the materials for the afternoon carefully prepared. However, the sight of the table overflowing with basic healing potions left him questioning his very existence. Professor Weasley inspected the materials, his expression impassive as he picked up a vial of basic healing potion, inhaling its aroma. The quality was commendable. Out of 120 materials, he had produced 112 successful potions, an astonishing success rate, even surpassing that of most intermediate alchemists. Considering that Wines Too Well was still merely an alchemy apprentice, his talent was already remarkable, given time. He could very well aspire to become an advanced or even master alchemist. But what possessed him to produce such an abundance of basic healing potions? "Rosie, come here," he bellowed. Coming. Moments later, a strikingly beautiful young woman rushed over, having never before witnessed Professor Weasley's defenses crumble since she became his assistant. "Rosie, take all these basic healing potions to the school's alchemy shop. For the next week, they will be offered at a 20% discount. And then bring me back another batch of crystal vials," Professor Weasley instructed with a stern demeanor. Additionally, inform Wines Too Well to cease making healing potions. He may craft other potions at will, but he must take sole responsibility for the welcoming event in 4 days. "All right, understood." Rosie nodded vigorously, stealing a glance at the table, equally astonished by the mountain of basic healing potions. This was indeed quite extraordinary. With such an abundance of elementary healing potions, it is unlikely that they would sell out before the next semester. It is hardly surprising that discounts are being offered. Indeed, discounts are necessary. Meanwhile, Zhou Ning has returned to his dormitory, cradling a stack of books. The 6,000 experience points he previously amassed from alchemy have been saved, awaiting the moment when he has enough to utilize them all at once. After navigating through 2 simulated worlds, the progress in literary life has unknowingly exceeded 300, drawing him closer to the completion of this task. With additional reading in reality and perhaps 3 or 4 more simulations, he may soon accomplish it. Literary life. Deep within you lies a hidden literary dream. Please pursue this dream in the course of your life. Reading a total of 1,000 books in both the real and simulated worlds, 353-1000. Setting the books down on his desk, Zhou Ning eagerly opened the recharge interface, promptly investing all 30 of his newly acquired Victa. Consequently, the 30 Victa, still warm from his grasp, vanished in an instant, and his balance of crossing coins increased to 14. He then navigated to the lottery page and opted for a 10 draw. The 10 draw only required 9 crossing coins, which was quite a bargain. You have obtained a rare item, Springfield rifle, accompanied by several 762mm caliber bullets. You have obtained a rare item, Cold M 1878 revolver, accompanied by several 45 ACP caliber bullets. You have obtained a rare item, Lee Enfield rifle, accompanied by several 303 British caliber bullets. You have obtained a rare item, 1792 Western armor. As Zhou Ning had anticipated, the lottery yielded an overwhelming number of firearms. Out of 10 draws, 7 were guns, along with 2 worthless British antiques and a dagger, which he decided to keep. Among the remaining arms were 5 revolvers and 2 rifles, none of which were particularly valuable. Calculating the value at 18 Victa for long guns and 15 Victa for revolvers. If all were sold, it would amount to over 100 Victa. The prospect of crossing over freely drew near. After the lottery, only 5 crossing coins remained. Should this next crossing prove unsuccessful, it would be his last opportunity for some time. Zhou Ning took a deep breath and chose to proceed with the crossing once more. Crossing preparation in progress. Crossing coins. 5. Please select a crossing mode. 1. Direct crossing. 2. Utilize parallel world template for crossing with 3 templates: Extreme Hacker, Mad Clown, and Gambling God. Refreshing in approximately 10 hours, which he could not afford, Zhou Ning unhesitatingly selected option 1. Would you like to spend an additional crossing coin to rematch your talents? Zhou Ning opted for no. You have selected talents 6, 8, and 9. Your current talents are Gambler, Sociable, Business Genius. Your constant talent is Tony Stark. Match successful. In the parallel world, you are a dashing playboy, a master of social interaction, a genius in both scientific and business fields, and an unrepentant gambler. Current world exploration level is 348. Upon reaching 667, you will gain the privilege to unlock the next map. The game ends when you die in the simulation. You have successfully traversed through time aboard the time machine 1336595. Upon your arrival in the year 2006 in New York, the wheel of history begins to turn from this moment onward. Chapter 21. The Second Marvelous Journey. After a familiar opening, the credits begin to roll. On July 1st, 2006, you find yourself penniless and alone on the streets of New York, adjacent to Flushing, an area densely populated by Chinese and Asian immigrants. Utilizing a few small gambling techniques involving mobile dice cups, you manage to earn your first sum of $300, deciding not to exploit the locals any further. On July 2nd, 2006, you spend $170 to purchase a Glock handgun, recognizing the necessity of prudence in your new environment. You venture to the Clinton neighborhood on Manhattan's West Side, colloquially known as Hell's Kitchen. There, you set up your small mobile dice cup stall once more, earning $400. By July 3rd, 2006, you inevitably attract the attention of local thugs, and within a single day, you face robbery 7 times, accumulating $3,200. How unfortunate. On July 4th, 2006, you continue your vigilant endeavors, or rather, your self-righteous crusade. Over the course of one night, you are robbed 4 times, netting $1,600. In the last encounter, you encounter a peculiar individual clad in a blue spandex suit who calls himself the super awesome hero. Mistaking you for a robber, He provokes a confrontation that you cannot be bothered to clarify, leading you to retaliate against him as well. On July 5, 2006, you persist in your vigilantism. Though the local security situation is surprisingly stable today, resulting in only one robbery throughout the night. At last, you manage to gather $5,000, thus contributing to the maintenance of community security. By the end of July 2006, you ingeniously make contact with John Wick, and through your deliberate efforts, you forge a friendship. Despite your financial constraints, you encourage him to pay attention to his wife's health. A few days later, John Wick seeks you out, embraces you, and reveals that you have saved his wife, who was diagnosed with early-stage cancer that is not difficult to treat. You remain unaware of the hardships John Wick endured following your untimely death in your previous life. Yet you smile and reassure him that all is well. In August 2006, at your request, you continue to accompany John Wick to learn shooting techniques. By the end of August, you locate Martin Lee in Chinatown and spend $3,000 to acquire a social security number, thus obtaining a legal identity in the United States. In September 2006, armed with your initial capital of $5,000, you prudently place staggered bets across several casinos in Long Island and Queens, meticulously managing your wins and losses. With your exceptional gambling skills, you swiftly amass considerable wealth. Concurrently, by the end of September 2006, you establish a small research laboratory and embark on studies in energy research. In October 2006, after careful consideration, you choose the mobile phone industry as your entrepreneurial focus. Following a period of research, you publish a paper on graphene material studies in the journal Nature, causing a stir within the scientific community. You believe that graphene batteries represent a revolutionary breakthrough in comparison to lithium batteries. In November 2006, you invested $2,000 to establish a mobile phone company named Luo Company. Soon after, you unveiled a finished product, primarily focusing on the phenomenon of lithium ions embedding and detaching from the surface of graphene and electrodes, aiming to create a battery that surpassed global technology by 15 years. With the emergence of similar products in 2021 prior to your time travel, you found concrete references that posed no challenge for your genius. After more than a month of diligent research, you successfully developed the graphene battery. In December 2006, you once again published your research findings in the esteemed journal Nature, announcing that smartphones equipped with the graphene battery would soon hit the market. In addition to its innovative design and exceptional specifications, the battery's capacity was 3 times that of the best products available, with a charging time of under 15 minutes. Your words sent shockwaves across the globe. In January 2007, your Luo smartphone was launched, featuring parameters that were consistent with historical data. It boasted a Retina display and IPS screen technology, with a PPI that was 3 times greater than its contemporaries, and the battery had been upgraded to the graphene model. As you had anticipated, despite launching 4 months earlier than in your previous life, and with 2 months less advertising, the profound impact of the smartphone, coupled with 2 Nature journal publications, quickly captured public attention. By February 2007, your entrepreneurial venture was once again a resounding success. The first generation of Luo smartphones surpassed sales in your previous life, even though priced 20% higher. It overwhelmed Nokia, which held a 75% market share in the American mobile phone industry, establishing itself as a luxury item, truly a product of futuristic technology. By the end of March 2007, your entrepreneurial journey had flourished remarkably, akin to every fortunate soul riding the waves of success. In America, your phone became a symbol of style and status, even catching the attention of affluent figures like Norman Osborn and Tony Stark. In March and April 2007, you discovered the impoverished Ivan Vanko in Russia and invested significantly to acquire the arc reactor technology from him. By mid-March, you constructed a larger research facility and began recruiting scientists for clandestine research on artificial intelligence and advancements in the arc reactor technology. With ample funds and resources at your disposal, nothing could impede your progress, not even the divine. In May 2007, it seemed that Gene had taken an interest in you. You enlisted John Wick as your bodyguard, who was eager to assist you. At a party, you re-encountered Tony Stark, much like in your previous life. Your similar personalities and comparable abilities forged a rivalry that also blossomed into a friendship. However, having been betrayed before, you were not one to show mercy. In June 2007, your company, Luo, triumphantly went public on NASDAQ, witnessing an astonishing 40 increase on its very first day, resulting in a remarkable surge in your wealth. By July 2007, after 6 months of diligent research, you successfully completed your artificial intelligence project, naming it Jiwasi. Eager to share your achievement, you immediately reached out to Thanos. Although he appeared somewhat displeased, he conceded that it was on par with his own Jiwasi. In August 2007, due to the presence of John Wick, several attempts on your life were thwarted. By November 2007, after over a year of rigorous practice, you made significant strides in marksmanship. You mastered the CAR shooting technique, intermediate level, and acquired the Mozambique shooting method, beginner level. In December 2007, the collaborative efforts of more than 30 scientists culminated in the successful development of a new arc reactor. As the lead researcher, you designed a microreactor in a rectangular shape, continuing to utilize palladium as the primary material. While you had an inkling of a new element to potentially replace palladium, it would likely require additional financial resources and a stroke of fortune. In January 2008, your business flourished as you recruited a substantial workforce, and your Boluo mobile phone reached its third generation, maintaining high sales figures. February 2008 saw the completion of the new Boluo headquarters, the Boluo building. In March 2008, inspired by the Mark II prototype from your previous life, you found it relatively simple to replicate a finished product, showcasing your brilliance as a scientific genius. Drawing inspiration from films of your past, you even preemptively created a portable suitcase armor. Upon manual activation, the suitcase would first expand, awaiting the user to grasp the glove structure, after which the back and chest armor would automatically position themselves appropriately, while the arm armor would seamlessly adhere to the user's arms. Once the external armor layers were secured, the main power source would be activated until the suit was fully donned, a truly ingenious concept. You named this armored suit Kuma 1, embodying the spirit of playfulness. You also acquired the skill, Precision Mechanical Fabrication, expert level. In April 2008, a man named Wiselai visited you again, representing Jean Bing, seeking to invest in your company. However, unwilling to let him take advantage of you, you resolutely declined his offer. Later that month, several of your mobile experience stores were vandalized, and your vehicle was shot at by gang members. Even John Wick sustained injuries. In the darkness, a steel robot soared from the Boluo building. In April 2008, Jean Bing's criminal organization was significantly dismantled by your armored suit, leaving him gravely injured as he fled. You began engaging in heroic endeavors around New York, earning the moniker Iron Man from the populace. In May 2008, you invited Thanos to your home to unveil your invention, the armored suit, and his astonished expression brought you immense joy. By late May 2008, SHIELD had set sights on you. A striking woman named Natalie Lashman applied for the position of your secretary, and you were fully aware of her true identity. Was this not the Black Widow? In June 2008, amidst the tumult of hormones, you found yourself entwined with Natalie Lashman. After a period of close companionship, you sensed that she had genuinely fallen for you. Following one last intimate encounter, you unveiled her true identity as Natasha Romanoff, the SHIELD agent known as Black Widow. The incredulous expression on her face, reminiscent of disdain towards a cat, left a lasting impression on you. By mid-July 2008, Natasha Romanoff returned, bearing an invitation from SHIELD to join the future Avengers. She presented you with a speech to deny your identity as Iron Man. However, when faced with the global media, you disregarded the script entirely, boldly declaring to the world, "I am Iron Man." This audacious proclamation earned you the achievement of Iron Man. At this juncture, Zhou Ning could no longer contain his laughter, imagining himself in a similar predicament if he were to traverse time. Indeed, this seemed to be the folly of the present, as if to taunt Tony Stark to dare flaunt his prowess over him. Chapter 22. Sacrifice. In late June 2008, SHIELD was irked by your admission of being Iron Man, yet you remained unfazed. Only Tony Stark expressed his disdain in a sardonic manner, albeit acknowledging your cool demeanor. In July 2008, while Tony Stark was in Afghanistan promoting arms, you had orchestrated for John Wick to assist in his escape from peril. Tony successfully returned to the United States and sought you out to express his heartfelt gratitude. By August 2008, your pineapple company had expanded its operations into the energy sector, supplying graphene batteries for electric vehicles. In September 2008, the U.S. Senate approached you, demanding the relinquishment of your Iron Man suit on the grounds of personal possession of widespread destructive weaponry. You resolutely refused. To your surprise, during the hearing, Tony Stark, as the foremost arms magnate in America, testified on your behalf, asserting that your Iron Man suit was not a weapon, but rather a high-tech prosthetic. This act of solidarity, albeit a fabrication, prompted you to temporarily forgive him. In October 2008, your friendship with Tony Stark began to flourish. In the spirit of camaraderie, you contemplated gifting him an Iron Man suit, yet he feigned reluctance, claiming he never accepted gifts from men, though he ultimately accepted it. This month also brought unexpected joy, as your research in graphene earned you a nomination for the 2008 Nobel Prize in Physics, which you subsequently won. By November 2008, following your Nobel Prize win, you had ascended to legendary status, and your influence caused the stock price of your pineapple company to soar. In December 2008, at the Nobel Prize ceremony in Stockholm, you encountered Dr. Eric Selvig, a physicist and astronomer, along with his student Jane Foster. Eric, who had previously been nominated for the Nobel Prize, was present as an invited guest. A spark ignited between you, leading to a passionate encounter. In the span from January to March 2009, Tanisatak continuously upgraded the Iron Man suit with 2 new iterations, enhancing its firepower, speed, and endurance. However, he appeared to lack enthusiasm for the mantle of a superhero. Rather, he seemed more invested in demonstrating his superiority in research, deeming it a more fruitful use of his time than engaging with models. From April 2009 to March 2010, 2 more versions of the Iron Suit were developed. One fateful night, director Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. extended an invitation for you to join the Avengers. However, you couldn't help but question why the name Avengers was chosen, suggesting Pineapple Alliance instead. Fury's expression turned a shade of green upon hearing your retort. In April 2010, as fate would have it, a hammer descended from the heavens, landing in New Mexico. While you had not been closely monitoring the events there, you managed to glean the details through Black Widow. Following a fierce battle, Thor reclaimed his hammer and vanquished the destroyer. Yet he failed to win the affection of Jane Foster, who was vacationing with you in New York at that time. By July 2010, a titanic clash erupted in New York City between the Hulk and Abomination, and you were certainly not absent. Thanks to your meticulous preparations and strategic command, the conflict resulted in minimal damage and no casualties, further elevating your reputation. In the stillness of the night, you occasionally pondered whether, if New York were truly besieged by a cataclysmic battle, you would choose to emulate Tanisatak's self-sacrificial act of embracing a nuclear bomb and entering a wormhole. Deep down, you suspected you would likely not make such a choice. In September 2010, Nick Fury once again invited you to join the future Avengers. After much contemplation, you ultimately accepted, enticed by the substantial benefits offered. In November 2010, with your assistance, Captain America was retrieved from the glaciers of the North Atlantic and brought back to New York ahead of schedule. Aware of the impending narrative, you cautioned Fury against further experimentation with the Tesseract, to which he acquiesced. March 2011 brought unexpected news. Jane Foster was pregnant with your child, an occurrence that left you genuinely astonished. While marriage was not on the immediate horizon, you were nonetheless delighted. After discussions, you both decided to welcome the child into the world. By January 2012, you had become a parent for the first time. Gazing upon this small life, you felt an added connection to the world around you. In June 2012, life appeared to be flourishing, both personally and professionally. Yet, you discovered that Nick Fury had broken his promise. He continued to pursue experiments with the Tesseract in the underground base, seeking to harness it for eternal energy to develop large-scale weaponry. In mid-June, Loki emerged from the underground facility, seizing the Tesseract and corrupting Hawkeye. Subsequently, at Fury's behest, the original Avengers were assembled, consisting of you, Captain America, Black Widow, Thor, Hulk, and Hawkeye. Though displeased, you chose to join the ranks. In July 2012, despite your utmost efforts, you ultimately fell short in thwarting Loki's nefarious scheme. He utilized the Cosmic Cube to open a portal in New York, allowing countless Chitauri to surge forth. You and your comrades exerted every ounce of strength, yet were unable to halt the advance of the Chitauri. Mere minutes later, confronted with the nuclear missile launched by the Security Council, You hesitated for less than a second before making your fateful choice. Years later, all present vividly recall that in the face of dire circumstances, a silver-hued armored suit ascended into the heavens, selflessly embracing the nuclear warhead as it plunged into the wormhole. After all, if a sacrifice was necessary, why should it not be you? At worst, you could start anew. In summary, your life has been nothing short of illustrious. Not solely in the realm of science, nor merely in the domain of commerce. Some assert that the anthem of humanity is an ode to courage. At least in the eyes of many, that fleeting moment marked you as a symbol of justice and valor. Notably, after your demise, influenced by your legacy, Tony Stark chose to inherit your Iron Man suit, evolving into the second Iron Man and joining the Avengers. At least in this timeline, many years later, when Tony Stark snapped his fingers, sacrificing himself to save humanity, it was significantly due to your influence in replacing Ethan. Evaluation: B. World Exploration Level 568. Due to an exploration level exceeding 40, you have been awarded 3 traversal coins. Given your profound impact on the advancement of world science, you have received an additional 4 traversal coins. Keep up the excellent work. Simulation concluded. Please make a prompt selection. Option 1. Randomly acquire 3 skills and specialties obtained during your traversal. Option 2. Randomly draw 3 items acquired during your traversal. Note: the Iron Man suit currently lacks an arc reactor, as the arc reactor is a unique item to the Endless War world, requiring an additional draw from the Endless War prize pool. Zhou Ning: although reluctant to admit it, if it were I would likely not opt for self-sacrifice. The reasons behind my decision during the simulation may stem from friendship, familial bonds, or perhaps merely a momentary impulse. However, having acted thus, there is no regret. There is nothing to lament. Regarding the choice, selecting option 2 would likely yield the Iron Man suit, but without a power source, it would be a pitfall. Thus, without hesitation, Zhou Ning chose option 1. Chapter 23. Intermediate Alchemy. You have chosen option 1. You have acquired the skill Mozambique Drill Beginner. You have acquired the skill Sayar Shooting Method Intermediate. You have acquired the life skill Precision Mechanical Fabrication Expert Level. Mozambique Drill Beginner, a close-quarters shooting technique that involves rapidly firing 2 rounds at the target's torso, followed by a shot to the head. CAR Shooting Method Intermediate grants an additional point of agility, a comprehensive system that integrates both melee and ranged attacks, significantly enhancing your combat prowess. Precision Mechanical Crafting Expert Level. In this world, no one understands precision mechanics better than you. That LL do, Zhou Ning murmured, a look of quiet satisfaction softening his features. In the Awakening, the number of skills one could acquire was never excessive. Indeed, it was always welcome. Not only did nearly every skill serve a practical purpose, but the game also featured a uniquely intricate mechanic: skill synthesis. Players could expend experience points to fuse 2 or more intermediate tier or higher skills, thereby generating an entirely new foundational skill. The synthesis carried inherent risk, an initial success rate of 60, which rose progressively with the proficiency level of the source skills. For instance, fusing 2 advanced tier skills approached near certain success, whereas merging 2 intermediate tier ones bore a disconcerting 40 chance of failure. Even upon success, the resulting skill was not guaranteed to be formidable, yet it invariably embodied the essential qualities of its progenitors. Moreover, failure held no permanent penalty. The original skills remained intact. Their mastery merely reset to 0, affording the player ample opportunity for iterative refinement. Consider the quintessential synthesis favored among warriors in previous iterations of the game, a technique nearly universal among seasoned players, fusing the combat skill cleave with the universal skill evasion, yielding the transcendent evasive cleave, a masterful synthesis of offense and defense. Zhou Ning found evasion particularly compelling, yet its acquisition demanded an agility stat of at least 10. At the moment of his transmigration, his agility had stood at a mere 8. Now, however, he had surpassed that threshold. This was one of the Awakening's most beguiling facets. Given sufficient experience, players could artfully weave together countless novel skill combinations, compositions so cohesive and coherent that, in theory, they might even be recognized by non-player characters as the foundation of an entirely new profession. Yet, over the game's 4-year operational history, no one had ever succeeded. Zhou Ning's ambition lay precisely there. This body possessed 0 innate affinity for natural force, and 0 for arcane force as well. Neither warrior nor spellcaster was viable. So he resolved instead to forge a profession of his own design. With 6 weeks remaining until the closed beta, he intended to complete its conceptual and mechanical architecture within that span. As for its name, he had provisionally settled upon Roving Gunner, a vocation centered upon firearms as its primary instrument of combat, yet seamlessly interwoven with esoteric lore and mechanical mastery, especially potent against entities of the shadowed abyss. And, of course, it had to be strikingly elegant. Only then could it truly captivate, and in due course cultivate, its devoted following. The interface shimmered once more, its glyphs realigning in silent anticipation. Name: Zhou Ning Wines Too Well Race. Human template. NPC beta test countdown. 47 days, 12 hours, 22 minutes. Level 2 occupation. Student assistant. 110 subprofession. Linguist 210 natural force affinity. 0 arcane affinity. 0 talent. Tenista Ku. Purple. Personal attributes. Strength 10, agility 13, stamina 8. Willpower 9, spirit 9, charisma 99 health. 80 stamina. 96 willpower. 99 mana. 0 life skills. Alchemy, novice, mysticism, intermediate, precision machinery crafting expert. Gambling advanced, common skills. English proficiency, expert. Pickpocketing, intermediate. Shooting proficiency, advanced. Flirting proficiency, expert. Ripple breathing technique, novice. Mozambique shooting technique, novice. CAR shooting technique, intermediate. Other details are omitted. In the task panel, the progress of the previously accepted hidden quest, Literary Life, has reached 5-231-000, indicating that Zhou Ning had not been remiss in his reading in the previous world. Content with his progress. Zhou Ning opened a book borrowed from the library, titled Equivalent Exchange: The Origin and Development of Alchemy, authored by Tom Chambers, an obscure alchemist. The content of the book was filled with dry and tedious theoretical knowledge of alchemy, accompanied by some obscure terminology and illustrations. Zhou Ning patiently read through it, and after half a minute, the panel finally displayed a message. You are engaged in self-study of alchemy. Given your willpower, your proficiency has increased by 2 points, extreme com 02. You're engaged in self-study of alchemy. Given your willpower, your proficiency has increased by 3 points, extreme com 03. You have comprehended a new alchemical formula. Indeed, it was just like in the game. Zhou Ning felt a surge of joy in his heart, focusing intently as he turned the pages of the book. After thoroughly reading through the 150-page book, he had accumulated nearly 200 points of proficiency. He then picked up a second book, continuing until he had read all the books he had brought with him. His proficiency in basic alchemy had reached almost half. He had also grasped 2 new formulas. One was a novice bull strength potion that increases attack power, and the other was a novice stone shield potion that enhances defense. At that moment, a knock resonated from outside the door. It must be that fellow John, Zhou Ning thought, as he rushed out without putting on his outerwear to open the door. Upon opening it, he found a strikingly beautiful girl standing outside, with brown hair and light brown eyes, appearing to be in her teenage years. She wore a dress in the Brixton style, and her long legs made the hem of her skirt appear somewhat short, revealing a pair of long, fair legs that compelled him to steal a few more glances. It turned out to be the future player's second beloved, the alchemical prodigy Rosie Lily, affectionately dubbed as wife for good reason. Her high attractiveness, adorable demeanor, and long legs. After all, who could resist a long-legged cute girl? In the recesses of memory, although this young lady shared the same mentor, Professor Viley, their interactions were scarce and rather timid. She often presented a serious demeanor, yet whenever she encountered him, she resembled a startled fawn, blushing and retreating. Liu Qianli, taken aback, covered her mouth with her hand, gazing at the bare-chested Zhou Ning, and instinctively lowered her head, nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothing, her long, slender legs shifting uneasily. Senior Wayne, could you possibly don a shirt? Zhou Ning, not wishing to put her on the spot, slipped on his shirt while inquiring. May I ask what brings you here? Upon broaching the matter at hand, Luo Qian rubbed her face, pondered seriously, and mimicked Professor Viley's tone, stating, Professor Viley has asked me to inform you that while you are free to concoct any other potions, you must refrain from producing healing potions. Additionally, you will be solely responsible for the upcoming orientation in 4 days. To be honest, Her imitation was quite impressive. Zhou Ning chuckled softly and nodded. I understand. Is there anything else? Would you like a red bean cake? Luo Qian instinctively retrieved a red bean cake from her pocket. Yes. Zhou Ning accepted the cake from her hand, feeling its warmth. Coming to her senses, Luo Qian's head drooped in embarrassment. She had an unfortunate habit of eating when nervous. And the more anxious she became, the more she indulged, inadvertently leading to her slip of the tongue. After bidding farewell to Luo Qian, Zhou Ning shook his head with a smile, realizing that she was rather endearing. Over the next 2 days, Zhou Ning adhered to his routine, alternating between the alchemy tower, the library, and his apartment. Despite the fragmented nature of his memories, he gradually familiarized himself with the interpersonal relationships of his predecessor. His closest friend was John, his dorm mate, followed by a jolly fellow named Fred from the adjacent dormitory. Indeed, every protagonist seems to have a plump friend by their side. During these 2 days, Zhou Ning did not concoct as many potions as he had on the first day. On the first day, he had crafted a basic mana potion and a basic berserker potion, while on the second day, he produced a few basic mana potions and basic stone shield potions. Thus, by midday of the second day, his alchemical skills had progressed, culminating in the long-awaited panel notification. Your proficiency has reached 100. Alchemy has attained the intermediate level. You have acquired a secondary profession, Alchemy Apprentice, gaining 1 point of willpower, and you have received 1 free attribute point. You have comprehended new skills, potion formulation, item refinement, and transmutation. You have learned new recipes, intermediate healing potion, intermediate mana potion, and gold to iron. The true benefit of reaching intermediate alchemy did not lie merely in these somewhat mediocre new recipes, but in the fact that he had finally achieved the prerequisite to learn a legendary alchemical formula. Chapter 24. Oil of Flames. Hidden recipe. When applied to weapons or projectiles, it grants the target a fiery appearance and inflicts fire damage. Fire damage is one of the most effective types of harm against dark creatures, and the effects are self-evident. The potency of this effect is already impressive. Even more remarkable is its special effect. A weapon coated in oil of flames directly gains a fiery enhancement, blazing fiercely and looking incredibly striking. In a previous life, this formula was recorded in a meteorological tome housed within the library of Wyke University, nestled within a chapter that described the frost beasts, only to be discovered by players many years later. The first to master this formula was none other than the game's chosen one, Leondrad Pizza, an alchemical prodigy and a fool of a meteorologist. Much of his popularity in his past life stemmed from the promotional video featuring his flamboyant flaming sword, which was undeniably striking. At present, Leondrad Pizza has yet to enroll, and the formula remains undiscovered, serving as one of the driving forces behind Zhou Ning's fervent pursuit of alchemy in recent days. If he could acquire this formula after all his hard work, it would be well worth it. As Zhou Ning tidied up the alchemical laboratory, Rashi arrived to take over her shift. This long-legged girl was quite diligent. Not only did she work as a teaching assistant like Zhou Ning, earning 5 Waikta allowances each month, but she also worked at the school's alchemy shop, fully immersed in her pursuits. Zhou Ning greeted her with a cheerful smile. Good afternoon. Do you have any food? Rashi, with a watchful expression, instinctively covered her pocket. Nevertheless, Zhou Ning managed to procure a red bean cake from her, reciprocating with a cup of red tea that he had ordered from Madame Tulin, which was delivered daily at noon. After a rather pleasant afternoon tea, Zhou Ning stood to bid farewell, returning to his dormitory with the books he had finished reading. Making his way to the library. As per usual, he returned his books and approached the shelves housing meteorological texts. As one of the top 3 libraries in Breistan, Wyke University's collection on meteorology was remarkably comprehensive. The previous Life S forum had been vague, merely stating that it was a meteorological work penned by Roger Moore. However, the conundrum lay in the fact that Roger Moore was a renowned and prolific author from over a century ago, with a total of 4 published works. Staring at the 4 substantial meteorological volumes, Zhou Ning lamented the absence of a forum or commentary system for interaction. He settled into a spot with a stack of books and began to read slowly. In the game Apocalypse, there are 3 methods for learning formulas. One can seek instruction from others, discover them through books, or stumble upon them while reading. With a stroke of luck, a passage in an ancient text might just reveal a rare formula. After perusing 3 books without any notable reactions, his proficiency in meteorology, however, continued to rise. It was not until he neared the conclusion of the fourth book that he finally received a notification. You have learned meteorology, beginner. You have comprehended the skill, weather observation. You have acquired the formula, flame oil. You have acquired the formula, sleepless potion. Flame oil. Hidden formula requires fire flower, fire scale fish oil, crystal bottle, and sun orchid root for crafting. When applied to weapons or projectiles, it manifests a fiery form and inflicts fire damage. Sleepless potion. Hidden formula requires venomous flower, thorny herb, and fish gillgrass for crafting. Upon consumption, it invigorates you, eliminating the need for sleep. At last, he had succeeded. Zhou Ning clenched his fist, his face alight with excitement. This could be considered a truly fortuitous beginning. There is no need to mention the Lai Yin Jiyu at the forefront. However, if the Wu Mian Jiao Ji could be sold to factory owners, it is certain to become quite popular. Both Hualayun Yu and Riguang Lanjian are common herbs and are reasonably priced. Although Hualayun Yu is somewhat rare, it does not exceed 5 luo shun, and Zhou Ning currently possesses sufficient funds. Observing the sky, it is already nearing dusk. Zhou Ning arrived at the alchemy shop within the school, spending 20 luo shun to purchase 2 sets of materials and an additional 4 luo shun to rent an alchemy laboratory. He eagerly commenced the production. Unlike the low-level potions crafted before, this time, the Lai Yin Jiyu is not only of considerable difficulty, ranking among the more challenging intermediate alchemical products, but it also involves his own finances. Thus, utmost caution is imperative. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Zhou Ning deftly ignited the alcohol lamp. Perhaps owing to his agility reaching 13 points, his movements became increasingly nimble, with both hands demonstrating equal balance. Methodically grinding the herbs, he poured them along with the stabilizer into the beaker, initiating a gradual heating process. The procedure is intricate and demands a fair share of luck. You have completed an alchemical product formulation with a quality of 7. The formulation failed. You gained 26 experience points and 1 proficiency point. 5 minutes later, a burnt odor wafted from the beaker. A flicker of frustration crossed Zhou Ning's face. He had failed. With only 1 set of materials remaining, he compelled himself to regain composure. Methodically heating the beaker, the potion began to boil. After adding lead salt and other stabilizers, he heated it again. The entire process flowed seamlessly, without any deviations. A few minutes later, a notification appeared on the panel. You have completed an alchemical product formulation with a quality of 72. You gained 46 experience points and 2 proficiency points. At last, it was successful. Zhou Ning sighed in relief. Inside the test tube was a vividly crimson liquid, which he poured into a crystal vial once it had cooled completely. Focusing intently on the test tube, the panel provided a notification. Lai Yin Jiyu, ordinary quality when applied to weapons or projectiles, it can make the target exhibit a fiery form, inflicting fire damage. The quality was satisfactory. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Ning poured the Lai Yin Jiyu into a small bowl and cautiously immersed a bullet from his inventory into the fiery oil. Whether it was an illusion or not, as soon as the bullet was submerged in the Lai Yin Jiyu, a burst of flames erupted immediately. Zhou Ning acted swiftly, flicking his wrist to retrieve the bullet. Surrounding the bullet was an intense flame. However, this fire was merely a special effect of the Lai Yin Jiyu, devoid of any real heat. Special item, 45 ACP caliber bullet. Attribute, burning. Description, a bullet soaked in Lai Yin Jiyu, attached with 1325 points of fire damage. Indeed, it worked. Zhou Ning looked on with excitement as he beheld the bullet ablaze in his hand. What was once a mere idea had proven viable upon experimentation. Subsequently, he submerged an additional 89 bullets, retrieving each one in turn. A total of 10 bullets had been transformed into special ammunition. As Zhou Ning prepared to insert the 11th bullet, he realized that the half bowl of blazing oil had been completely exhausted. The 2 portions of materials purchased for 20 luoshan and the rented alchemical laboratory for 4 luoshan, with a success rate of 50% in the refining process, amounted to 24 luoshan in exchange for 10 special bullets, which felt somewhat exorbitant. However, this cost would decrease as his proficiency improved. Zhou Ning retrieved the ivory-handled Colt M1873 revolver, ejected the magazine, and meticulously loaded each of the 10 fiery special bullets into it. He felt confident that if he encountered a creature akin to Marion again, he would be able to dispatch it with ease. After returning the rented alchemical lab, Zhou Ning noticed that it had begun to rain outside. Due to the peculiar weather conditions, all facilities within the school provided umbrella borrowing services. Zhou Ning borrowed an umbrella from the alchemical shop and purchased several pounds of bread from a roadside store as he made his way back to the dormitory. Upon returning to the dormitory, the clock struck 7. To his astonishment, his elusive roommate John, who had previously existed only in legend, had returned. John sat at the edge of his bed, a melancholic expression on his face as he smoked, while his dog, Polly, leaped excitedly onto the bed, eagerly licking his face. Zhou Ning silently observed this heartwarming scene of paternal affection, ultimately deciding against informing John that his son had just ingested something unpleasant. Noticing Zhou Ning's arrival, John extinguished his cigarette with a troubled look. What should I do, Wei Yin? I might be in for a beating from my father. Zhou Ning recalled that John's family was quite affluent. His father was a prominent businessman in Daklon City, with an entire red light district near the old town under his control. Zhou Ning had often hesitated to suggest that John treat him to an experience of life in the lap of luxury. Curiously placing the bread on the table, Zhou Ning inquired, "Surely it can't be that severe. You're the only heir. He wouldn't go so far as to disown you, would he? You haven't committed any serious offenses, have you?" John shook his head gloomily. "If it were a crime, it would be simpler, as long as it isn't a grave offense. My father would certainly bail me out." He sighed heavily. "Do you remember the shop I invested in? It's on the brink of bankruptcy, and I stand to lose everything." Zhou Ning immediately lost interest, having anticipated a tale of familial discord or the seduction of sister-in-law. "It's merely a failed investment. That shouldn't be too troubling for your family, right?" John replied, "My father invested 10,000 Victor." Zhou Ning recalled that John had begun his entrepreneurial venture in July, investing in a boutique potion shop off campus. By the end of July, dissatisfied with its profitability, he had demolished it to rebuild as a boutique weapon shop. As he had put it, if one was to do something, it ought to be done with excellence. Now it was September 2nd. Were he John's father, he would surely be at his wit's end. "There's no hope. Just wait for the inevitable. When you hold my funeral, remember to send me a dream." Through John, Zhou Ning once again felt the stark contrast of life. Silently clutching his clothes, he retreated to the bathroom, completely uninterested in conversing with such a morally questionable wealthy individual. When he emerged from a shower, he found that John had already succumbed to sleep. A few minutes later, a knock echoed from outside. It was the staff come to collect coins from the gas meters in each dormitory room. As Zhou Ning collected the gas fee, he felt as though he were being scrutinized like a fool, akin to the dim-witted son of a landlord. The sight was startling. In just 3 days, his consumption of gas had astonishingly exceeded 4 luoshan. How impoverished he felt. Zhou Ning sikhet. Outside, the rain pattered softly, intensifying as he closed the window and leapt onto his bed, sitting cross-legged. With the pressing demands of alchemy now momentarily abated, he found the opportunity to reflect upon his own abilities. Zhou Ning accessed his panel. After several days of accumulation, he found he had over 23,000 experience points at his disposal, gained from both his practice in alchemy and his scholarly pursuits. Presently, he possessed 7 ordinary skills available for fusion: proficient in English, expert level; pickpocketing, intermediate; shooting mastery, advanced; expert flirting, expert level; ripple breathing technique, beginner; Mozambique drill, beginner; and CAR shooting method, intermediate. To elevate the ripple breathing technique from beginner to intermediate required 10 points of mental acuity. Zhou Ning had 9 points, but fortuitously retained a few free attribute points, raising his mental acuity to 10, thus meeting the standard of an average individual. Once his attributes were sufficient, Zhou Ning did not hesitate to first upgrade the ripple breathing technique, beginner, to intermediate. Ripple breathing technique. Intermediate, an exceptionally effective breathing technique that grants an additional 4 points of strength and 4 points of agility. The enhancements to strength and agility were slight, with a description shifting from exceptional to truly exceptional, reflecting a modest improvement. Following this, Zhou Ning opted to fuse shooting mastery, advanced, with ripple breathing technique, intermediate, selecting the skill fusion option. Will you proceed to fuse shooting mastery, advanced, with ripple breathing technique, intermediate? This fusion will consume 8,000 experience points. The success rate is 70. The success rate was lower than that in the game, likely due to the fact that the ripple breathing technique was not a skill within the game. Without hesitation, Zhou Ning affirmed the action, Both ripple breathing technique and shooting mastery had their experience points cleared and reverted to beginner level. Fusion successful. You have acquired the skill. Ripple shooting. Ripple shooting. Beginner, a shooting method that infuses bullet with ripple energy, delivering tremendous damage to dark creatures. While utilizing this skill, strength and agility are assessed at a value of 3. Zhou Ning's eyes brightened. He had envisioned numerous strategies for the fusion of ripple breathing technique and shooting mastery. And at present, ripple shooting represented the optimal outcome he had anticipated, although it did not incorporate the precision enhancement of advanced shooting mastery. It infused ripple energy into the bullets, additionally augmenting the assessment of strength and agility by 3 points, maximizing its lethality. With approximately 8,000 experience points remaining, he glanced at his skill list once more and subsequently upgraded Mozambique Drill Beginner to Intermediate. Mozambique Drill Intermediate, a close-quarters shooting technique that quickly fires 2 shots at the target's body, followed by a headshot, resulting in increased lethality compared to the beginner skill. Shall we merge the Mozambique shooting method, Intermediate, with the CAR shooting method, Intermediate? This fusion will consume 8,000 experience points, with a success rate of 48. Upon a successful fusion, you will acquire the skill, Swift Pursuit. Swift Pursuit, Beginner, a deadly gunfighting technique that combines both long-range and close combat, enabling you to enter a special combat state that passively enhances your combat prowess. Did it actually succeed? Even Zhou Ning himself could hardly believe his fortune. However, the description of this skill left him uncertain about its true effectiveness, much like the expertise he had learned from John Wick, Lethal Rhythm, which also felt rather abstract. After allocating the skill points, he took advantage of the night to read, successfully reaching a reading progress of 5 for 71,000. Glancing at the time, it was just past 11 o'clock. He looked at his balance of 9 crossing coins, and after enduring 2 days of restraint, Zhou Ning could no longer hold back. He opened the simulator and selected to cross over. Crossing preparation, 5 crossing coins. Please choose a crossing mode. 1. Direct crossing. 2. Use parallel world template for crossing. As usual, he first checked the second option to see which templates have been refreshed. The previous 3 templates, Extreme Hacker, Mad Clown, and Gambling God, had already been exhausted. 3 new templates had appeared. The first featured Zhou Ning wearing glasses and exuding a scholarly demeanor. His personality was astute. His talent was design genius, blue, and his skills included architectural design, expert, and accounting, intermediate. The title was Architect Zhou Ning, and the crossing price was 3 crossing coins. The second presented him clad in a black mage robe, with 3 large fireballs floating in his hands. His personality was irritable, and his talents included fire magic genius, purple, magic affinity, purple, and magic concentration, purple. His skill was omniscient fire magic divine. The title was Blazing Inferno Zhou Ning, and the crossing price was an astonishing 250 crossing coins, an exorbitant amount. Upon seeing the third image, Zhou Ning couldn't help but exclaim softly. The visual depicted a weary-eyed version of himself in a black suit, half his figure shrouded in darkness. His personality was wise and calm, with talents including research genius, purple, athletic genius, blue, vampire physique, purple, daywalker, purple, and rapid recovery, purple. His skills were ripple breathing method, expert, painting, expert, writing, master, and shooting mastery, expert, with an extensive array of additional skills. The title was Legendary Vampire Zhou Ning, and remarkably, the crossing price was 0. Zhou Ning stood in stunned silence for a moment before recalling that after clearing Fog City Maze, he had received a hint. Legendary Vampire Zhou Ning had become a hidden template, which could be selected under fortunate circumstances. Could today truly be his lucky day? Without hesitation, Zhou Ning chose option 1 and selected Legendary Vampire Zhou Ning for his crossing. Matching successful. In the parallel world, you are the greatest scientist of the 20th century, the greatest literary figure of the 20th century, a physicist who has won the Nobel Prize twice, and a representative of the Allies who triumphed in World War II. You're a legend, a living myth, and also a vampire who can walk in the sunlight. The Shigamian endowed you with the talents and physique of a vampire. Yet the preliminary transformation through Shigamian and Ij He granted you the ability to traverse under the sun. What alterations shall you bring to this world? We shall await the outcome. Currently, the world exploration level stands at 568, and upon reaching 667, the privilege to unlock the next map shall be acquired. Should you meet your demise within the simulation, the game shall conclude. You are presently aboard the time machine, and the traversal is complete. Chapter 26. The Legendary Vampire Node. Utilizing a template for traversal allows for the free selection of time and location. Note: template characters possess a degree of subjective agency and often exhibit unexpected behaviors. You are contemplating the time and place for your journey. You have chosen the year 1940, specifically Brooklyn, New York. Upon your arrival in 1940s New York, from this moment forth, the wheels of history begin to turn. On March 19, 1940, you find yourself on the bustling streets of New York, where traffic is congested and skyscrapers dominate the cityscape, hinting at the emergence of a future international metropolis. As you ponder the events that lie ahead, a sense of ennui that had previously enveloped you is suddenly replaced by a desire for new amusement. Despite being a supernatural being, you recognize that your physical prowess may not compare to that of the enhanced Captain America. A flicker of nostalgia crosses your mind as you recall your old friend, Dio Brando, and truthfully, you are curious to discover whether humanity possesses any limits. On March 20th, 1940, you ascertain that you are indeed in Brooklyn, situated to the southeast of Manhattan, an area predominantly inhabited by African Americans. That very night, you encounter 7 brawls and even confront an attempted mugging by gang members. The chaos is astounding. However, having experienced much, your demeanor is devoid of malice. Instead, you relieve them of all their money and transform them into vampires. On March 21st, 1940, you secure a residence in the Brooklyn area. After 4 decades of life in Huaxia, you have become somewhat lethargic, finding little interest in wealth. Nonetheless, a protracted existence without financial means proves impractical. Thus, you approach Stark Industries with aspirations of self-promotion. Surprisingly, Howard Stark dismisses you outright, harboring skepticism regarding the research aptitude of an individual of Chinese descent. With a smile, you depart from Stark Industries. This world is indeed intriguing, as you find it challenging to maintain a lethargic existence. By the end of March 1940, you establish a technology company named Zincong, inspired by Oscar Wilde's poignant words, "We are all in the gutter, but some of us are looking at the stars." Its location is directly opposite Stark Industries. In April 1940, your scientific capabilities are indisputable. As a nascent company, you swiftly achieve significant milestones. Though you had previously accomplished similar feats in your past life, you invented and improved the transistor, which is celebrated as one of the greatest inventions of the 20th century. By May 1940, you unveil the transistor radio and the transistor television, marking the first commercial application of the transistor. The invention of the transistor began to yield tremendous benefits. This innovation is hailed as a remarkable representative of the electronic technology revolution. In November 1940, after over 6 months of relentless effort, you painstakingly created the world's first supercomputer. Distinct from the first general-purpose electronic computer, ENIAC, which was built in 1946. That computer occupied 167 square meters, consumed 150 watts, and possessed a computational capacity of merely 5,000 arithmetic operations per second. In contrast, your supercomputer could execute 9 million logical operations per second, while consuming less than 100 watts. In December 1940, you held a grand press conference to announce your invention, which astonished the entire nation, drawing visits from numerous scientists, including Einstein, to Stargazer Company to witness this electronic marvel. Einstein even remarked that this invention would fundamentally alter the way people work and think. In January 1941, as anticipated, the U.S. government began procuring your supercomputer, leading to the expansion of your company. Your warm, Nike-like smile forged friendships between you and many scientists, including Einstein and Abraham Erskine. Your team successfully recruited John Bardeen and Bratton, who later received the Nobel Prize in Physics and served as the president of the American Physical Society. In February 1941, you and your team invented and improved silicon-integrated circuits, marking a new era in the history of microelectronics. By March 1941, you had also developed the electric eye camera and integrated circuit television. In June 1941, you announced that computers were about to be commercialized, and your company had quadrupled in size within just 6 months. Between June and November 1941, you obtained 37 patents. the vast majority of which were carried over from your previous life. Under your leadership, your company expanded rapidly, not only in the electronic sector, but also in military and aerospace fields. While not large in size, your reputation as a scientist had surpassed that of Howard Stark. In December 1941, Japan's surprise attack on Pearl Harbor prompted the United States to join the anti-fascist camp and declare war on the Axis powers. World War II entered a critical phase, yet for you, it felt like a familiar scene. In January 1942, you began planning certain endeavors and utilizing your mystical skills. You perfectly crafted a stone mask as a backup. In February 1942, the first phase of your plan succeeded. You secretly traveled to Norway, preempting the Red Skull, and obtained the Tesseract from a church in Tønsberg, Norway. Is this truly what the legendary container of the space gem looks like? You acquired the legendary item, the Tesseract, in May 1942. As the father of aviation in your previous life, your design for a jet aircraft successfully completed its test flight. Later that month, you receive an invitation from your friend Dr. Abraham Erskine to join the Rebirth Project, which he was leading. You discovered that the supercomputer you had developed was indeed selected for use in this Rebirth Project, and you had won your wager. In June 1942, you found yourself captivated by the Rebirth Project, particularly the Super Soldier Serum. According to Abraham Erskine, it has the potential to enhance the metabolic functions and all bodily capabilities of its user, achieving a peak utilization of the brain at 100, thus unlocking the full potential of humanity. You could not help but ponder the possible reactions should a vampire be administered this serum. By December 1942, with the assistance of your supercomputer, the experiments progressed rapidly. The Super Soldier Serum was unveiled 3 months ahead of schedule. You successfully intercepted all data regarding the serum through a pre-programmed Trojan horse on your computer, meticulously documenting everything. In February 1943, you flawlessly replicated the Super Soldier Serum within your laboratory. For testing purposes, you adorned a monkey with a stone mask, transforming it into a vampiric creature, and administered the serum. The outcome, however, was disheartening. The monkey exhibited extraordinary strength initially, but ultimately succumbed to a catastrophic bodily collapse and death. By April 1943, you and your team endeavored to enhance the Super Soldier Serum. This time, the monkey survived an additional day. Its remarkable strength and agility left you both awed and apprehensive. In May 1943, Howard Stark hosted the World of Tomorrow Expo in New York, and you received an invitation. During a conversation with Howard, he appeared oblivious to having previously rejected you, which elicited a smile from you. After living for over a century, few things could unsettle you. Nevertheless, you disclosed the truth, leaving Howard both embarrassed and astonished, a reaction that etched itself in your memory. At this exposition, you also encountered your friend Abraham Erskine, as well as the future Captain America and Winter Soldier. You noted, much like in the original narrative, that Abraham was quite invested in Steve Rogers and aided him in enlisting into the Strategic Scientific Reserve. In June 1943, after a month of training, Steve Rogers, as per the original storyline, was injected with the Super Soldier Serum, achieving successful enhancement. Monitoring the supercomputer as processes led you to speculate that it might be due to Steve's exposure to radioactive radiation during his enhancement, particularly from the life ray, Vita ray, though this required further testing. In July 1943, following your prior hypothesis, you subjected the vampiric monkey to exposure from the life ray, ultimately leading to a successful experiment. The creature not only survived post-injection of the Super Soldier Serum, but also experienced a dramatic surge in strength and agility, growing to nearly 2 meters in height. More astonishingly, its intellect underwent rapid advancement. Its thirst for blood vanished, enabling it to learn human language in a remarkably short time and engage in brief conversations with you. You named it Winston, and it regarded you as a father, remaining exceptionally loyal. By August 1943, Winston's intellectual growth accelerated impressively. Perhaps the claim that the Super Soldier Serum could elevate brain utilization to 100 was indeed true. Within just a month, it had fully mastered human language, allowing for comprehensive communication and even serving as your experimental assistant. With its assistance, you finally resolved to inject yourself with the Super Soldier Serum. In September 1943, after enduring a life ray radiation, you received the injection and remarkably survived. The effects were profoundly significant. Tests revealed that your strength and agility had tripled, with further potential for enhancement. Your mind was exceptionally clear. Upon completing a Mensa test, your IQ reached an astonishing 168, surpassing Einstein by 8 points. Even more astonishing was Winston, who achieved a remarkable 170. In November 1943, with Winston's collaboration, you continued to refine the super soldier serum, ultimately achieving a dilution concentration of 30 that allowed for direct injection. You secured the highest quality vial in a safe, thus acquiring the item, super soldier serum. In late November 1943, the leaders of the Soviet Union, the United States, and the United Kingdom convened in Tehran, Iran, where the Tehran Declaration was issued. This declaration outlined a collaborative plan to eliminate the German forces, and the three nations agreed to work together to forge peace post-war. Captain America finally concluded his bond-selling days and proceeded to the European front. As a member of the Rebirth program and a renowned scientist, you were also called to join the Strategic Scientific Reserve and head to the front lines. In December 1943, you traveled to the European front with Winston, introducing him as your assistant. His arrival initially sparked panic, but soon the kind and intelligent Winston endeared himself to the people. Within half a month, Winston's combat prowess even surpassed that of Captain America, leading to his natural inclusion in the Howling Commandos, led by Captain America. From January to August 1944, following the Strategic Scientific Reserve's entry into the battlefield, German forces faced successive defeats. Lacking the Tesseract, even Red Skull and his Hydra could not hinder the advance of the Howling Commandos. Your exceptional combat skills and leadership abilities shone brightly during the conflict, gradually earning you command within the Strategic Scientific Reserve. From September 1944 to March 1945, under your command, the Strategic Scientific Reserve successfully captured Arnim Zola, Hydra's chief scientist and strategist. Utilizing Dr. Zola's intelligence, the Reserve began to thwart Hydra's schemes continuously. Throughout the war, Steve Rogers revealed to you that human intellect and courage could triumph over limitations, solidifying a profound friendship between you. On May 8, 1945, through the efforts of many noble individuals, Germany announced its surrender. On August 6th and 9th, 1945, the United States dropped atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, respectively. Japan declared unconditional surrender, marking the conclusion of World War II. In November 1945, in your presence, Steve Rogers married Peggy Carter, and your wedding gift to them was 2 vials of serum designed to delay aging. In December 1945, the Ancient One appeared before you, warning that you had caused divergences in parallel universes, resulting in the emergence of new parallel realities. You can only smile at such circumstances, but what can be done? In the years 1945 and 1946, you and Winston had become household heroes in America. Upon returning to the United States, you participated in the establishment of the secret headquarters of the Strategic Scientific Reserve, which you subsequently renamed the Bureau of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. You became its inaugural director, yet in practice, it resembled a solitary endeavor. The Bureau of Homeland Strategic Defense was colloquially referred to as the Stark Agency. Between 1947 and 1948, in the aftermath of the war, your connection with AIN Sitten deepened significantly. You attracted his collaboration through the Cosmic Cube and anti-aging serum, embarking on clandestine research involving the Cosmic Cube. During this period, your stellar company flourished, particularly in the realm of integrated circuits. Under your leadership, the eminent John Bardeen and Bratton also made remarkable contributions, leading to the birth of CMOS technology, which has persisted to this day, with over 95 of integrated circuit chips relying on it. In 1949, at your invitation, Dr. Zola joined a research team focused on the Cosmic Cube, thus uniting the 4 most brilliant minds in the world, aside from Howard Stark. By 1952, your research into the Cosmic Cube yielded significant results within it. You extracted an isotope, a powerful energy source with boundless potential. This element was destined to replace palladium for the future Iron Man. Unfortunately, contemporary technology was insufficient to synthesize this element, rendering even a time traveler like yourself powerless, forcing you to temporarily set it aside. In 1953, you constructed a library adjacent to your mansion, ensuring that you would carve out time for reading, regardless of your busy schedule. Between 1953 and 1960, you rolled out more than 140 invention patents, including groundbreaking innovations such as the personal computer, with stellar technology far surpassing Stark Industries in scale. By 1961, after 5 years of development, you, along with AI Incident and Winston, succeeded in creating the arc reactor, capable of an energy output of 2 billion joules per second. This reactor would fulfill the energy requirements of stellar technology and could eventually serve as the core energy source for Iron Man's suit. In 1968, your invention of the transistor from 1941 earned you a nomination for the Nobel Prize in Physics, which you ultimately won. In 1970, you resigned from your position as Director of the Bureau of Homeland Strategic Defense, appointing Steve Rogers as your successor. Although reluctant, he accepted the role. By 1972, you began to retreat from the forefront, participating less in the management of Stellar Company, though you retained an 85% stake in it. In 1975, despite the anti-aging serum, your friend AI Incident passed away, though he had enjoyed a remarkable longevity. In 1983, you resumed efforts to manufacture the cosmic cube isotope. Given the technological limitations of the era, this process promised to be exceedingly protracted. In the same year, Dr. Zola approached you, seeking to become a vampire to extend his lifespan, and you acquiesced to his request. In 1999, the demise of your friend and rival, Huolizi Taker, marked the beginning of a tumultuous new era as his 29-year-old son, Ning Sita Ku, assumed control of Stark Industries. Your premonition proved accurate, as the intelligence provided by Steve Rogers left you astounded. Given your prior collaboration with Einstein in the invention of the arc reactor, Stark Industries in this world was inherently more inclined towards biomedical advancements. In the original timeline, the assassination of the Howard couple by the Winter Soldier stemmed from Howard Stark's development of 5 super soldier serums, information that was leaked to Hydra's infiltrators within SHIELD. In this reality, it is highly probable that Ning Sita Ku acquired the complete formula for the super soldier serum. By the year 2000, according to official market capitalization statistics, your company, Kong, had surpassed a valuation of $15 trillion, nearly on par with the real-world Apple Incorporated based on your 85% ownership. You were incurring losses of $1 million every minute, and if this continued for 300 years, bankruptcy would be inevitable. In July 2000, you met Ning Sita Ku for the first time at a banquet, and he left a favorable impression on you as a modest young man. Naturally, no one could afford to be arrogant in your presence. However, Winston expressed his disapproval of Ning Sita Ku, citing a discordant aura often associated with intelligent individuals. In 2001, even as you entered the 21st century, your quest for companionship remained unabated. Despite your seasoned demeanor, you appear to be in your 20s. The public remained oblivious to your true nature as a vampire, perceiving you merely as a war hero and legendary scientist who had received anti-aging serum. Through extensive practice of the ripple breathing technique and ongoing developments in the super soldier serum, you felt your intellect, strength, and agility continuously augmenting, with no signs of reaching their limits. In 2002, after 18 years of relentless effort, you successfully synthesized the isotopes of the Tesseract, a process far more arduous than depicted in films. As a scientist, you could responsibly assert that the cinematic portrayal of creating new elements was utterly implausible, as it fundamentally contravened the law of conservation of energy. To generate the star element, you invested heavily in the construction of a 4-kilometer superconducting collider, consuming 5 megawatts of power to smash subatomic particles and forge new atomic nuclei, a process that spanned at least 3 days. This new element, which you named Liba, emerged as an extraordinarily potent energy source, both safe and clean, capable of tripling the energy output of small arc reactors to 6 billion joules per second. In 2003, you re-emerged into the limelight, resuming management of Kong and announcing your entry into the clean energy sector, primarily focusing on controlled nuclear fusion. This heralded a transformative chapter in humanity's energy history. By 2005, Stark Industries announced the successful development of a human enhancement serum, drawing the attention of the entire world. Your suspicions were indeed validated. At the end of 2005, you learned that Bruce Banner had been tragically exposed to an overwhelming dose of gamma rays during a biological experiment, resulting in the emergence of his alter ego, Hulk. From that moment onward, he possessed the ability to transform. The Green Giant began to make his appearances, and you sought him out for a confrontation, though the encounter yielded no clear victor. In 2006, utilizing a small arc reactor as a foundation, you commenced the development of an armored suit with the assistance of Winston and Dr. Zola. Periodically, you challenged the Green Giant to battle, sensing that he might be developing a psychological aversion to your encounters. By the end of 2006, Tony Stark mysteriously vanished during a business negotiation, only to reappear 2 weeks later. Upon his return, he promptly dismissed Obadiah Stane and charged him with murder. Simultaneously, a superhero clad in a gold and crimson suit emerged on the streets of New York, reminiscent of your previous life's Batman. This individual not only possessed peak human physicality, but also integrated various high-tech devices into his suit, which was extravagantly designed, even equipped with flying apparatuses for flight and gliding. He referred to himself as Phoenix Man. It was evident to you that this Phoenix Man was none other than Tony Stark, whose flamboyance knew no bounds. In early 2007, as anticipated under the scrutiny of Tony Stark openly acknowledged his identity as Phoenix Man. During a public press conference, he discarded the speech prepared by and boldly declared, "I am Phoenix Man watching Tony Stark on television." Winston remarked that Stark was excessively ostentatious, stating that even he would not behave in such a manner. You chuckled softly, remaining silent, for you could discern Winston's loneliness and his yearning for a new companion. In 2007, you successfully crafted the first suit of armor, significantly more formidable than its cinematic counterpart. Winston expressed keen interest in this armored suit, which you generously gifted to him. He named it Trampler. For the first time, you managed to drive the Green Giant away. In March 2007, Winston donned the Trampler and soared through the skies, embodying a heroic figure who aided countless individuals. People began to refer to him as Iron Man, and due to his unique stature and physique, some realized his true identity. Nevertheless, it was evident that he was quite pleased with his newfound role. The Green Giant, however, was less than pleased as you once again confronted him, leaving him thoroughly defeated. In May 2007, Steve Rogers sought you out directly, inquiring whether the armored suit was indeed your creation. You graciously confirmed it and informed him that the current Iron Man was Winston. Faced with an old comrade, Steve Rogers bore no ill will and merely requested that Winston participate in a press conference to deny his identity. Yet, during the press conference, Winston likewise discarded the prepared remarks and boldly proclaimed, "I am Iron Money." At that moment, while sipping tea, you witnessed this spectacle, and even your usual composure faltered, resulting in a most rare and unrestrained display of surprise. In July 2007, Feng Wangxia and Gang Ho engaged in a confrontation on the streets of New York, with Gang Ho emerging slightly victorious. Subsequently, Tony Stark commenced enhancements on the Feng Wang armor, endeavoring to create an anti-Gang Ho suit with his sights set on vibranium. Coincidentally, you two had acquired a substantial quantity of vibranium, upgrading the materials for the mini-arc reactor and crafting a more advanced iron suit. In August 2007, following the mediation of Steve Rogers, Winston and Tony Stark reconciled, surprisingly forging a friendship. Regardless of the circumstances, your happiness was evident as Winston found a new companion. However, an unpleasant matter arose when you sought out Bruce Banner, who revealed that the Hulk was unwilling to emerge. From 2007 to 2010, as the new decade commenced, you progressively updated to the 7th generation of iron suits, even gifting one each to your old friend Steve Rogers and Peggy Carter for their birthdays. Tony Stark also received a suit, albeit he initially claimed he would never accept gifts from men, yet ultimately succumbed to his pride and accepted it. In return, he gifted you the suit he crafted, the Feng Wang armor. You acquired an epic item, Feng Wang No. 1. In April 2010, mirroring the original narrative, a hammer descended from the heavens, landing in New Mexico. Intrigued by this occurrence, you ventured to New Mexico alongside Steve Rogers. To your astonishment, Steve Rogers effortlessly lifted Mjolnir and possessed the power of Thor, while the late-arriving Thor Odinson could only shout in disbelief. Ultimately, events reverted to their original course. After a fierce battle, Thor reclaimed his hammer and vanquished the Destroyer. The only one troubled was Steve Rogers, who, witnessing the might of Thor and the Destroyer, began contemplating the increasing threat of extraterrestrial adversaries facing Earth. In July 2010, a titanic clash erupted between the Hulk and Abomination in downtown New York City. However, before you in three iron suits, it amounted to little more than a triviality. The Hulk transformed back into Bruce Banner upon seeing you, leaving the beleaguered Abomination in a state of shock. With the assistance of S.H.I.E.L.D. Deputy Director Nick Fury, the situation incurred no significant damage or casualties. In September 2010, having witnessed an escalating array of uncontrollable powers, Steve Rogers extended an invitation for you to rejoin S.H.I.E.L.D. to combat unknown foes. After contemplation, you chose to accept and resumed your role as director of S.H.I.L.D. Though the primary matters were still managed by Steve Rogers and Nick Fury, you preferred to hold the reins of your destiny rather than be directed by others. In April 2011, you began to equip the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier with an abundance of new weaponry. By June 2012, despite taking precautions, Loki managed to utilize energy fluctuations to pinpoint the coordinates of the underground base, stealing the Tesseract. In mid-June, upon your suggestion, the Avengers Initiative was born, uniting you, Winston, Thor, Tony Stark, Black Widow, Hulk, Hawkeye, Steve Rogers, and Peggy Carter into a new generation of Avengers. You even crafted a bespoke suit of armor for each of them. For to you, money is merely a figure. In July 2012, Loki opened a wormhole, and when the Chitauri invaded Earth through it, they were met with a formidable fleet and 6 suits of armor. The victory was achieved with surprising ease, and the comical Loki found himself tumbling down. As under your leadership, you effortlessly triumphed over the Chitauri and Loki, securing the Mind Stone scepter. Even Thor, who came to lend assistance, appeared utterly bewildered. Ultimately, the Tesseract remained on Earth, for all, including Thor, believed that Earth was safer than the current Asgard. Chapter 29, Perfectly Conquering Marvel. In February 2013, although the Battle of New York did not yield catastrophic consequences, the entirety of New York was left in ruins. The alien invasion incited concern among the United Nations Security Council and governments worldwide. Seizing this opportunity, you publicly disclosed S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence regarding the Skrulls and Kree, asserting that extraterrestrials have been fixated on Earth since the 1960s and 70s. The United Nations took this matter with utmost seriousness, authorizing you to establish a team capable of countering extraterrestrial threats. You achieved the accolade, Men in Black. In March 2013, with your assistance, Tony Stark upgraded his Phoenix armor, which not only featured an exoskeleton and numerous advanced weaponry, but also enabled rapid flight without reliance on aircraft. To you, Tony Stark had embarked on a new path. Even without his armor, he ranked among the most formidable forces within the Avengers, rivaling even the likes of Batman. In April 2013, during a meeting at the Avengers headquarters, Doctor Strange made an appearance. According to his account, he had traveled back from 2 years in the future. In his timeline, that is, 2018, the cosmic tyrant Thanos, after gathering all 6 Infinity Stones, caused half of the universe's population, including that of Earth, to vanish with a mere snap of his fingers. He had searched through over 3,000 parallel universes and attempted millions of possibilities before finally discovering a chance in this world to utterly defeat Thanos and save the universe. A possibility that existed solely due to your presence, though it was likely to be a singular opportunity. The other Avengers were skeptical of Doctor Strange's words. But when you commanded S.H.I.E.L.D. to locate another Stephen Strange, who is currently a neurosurgeon in San Francisco occupied with surgeries, they began to believe. Doctor Strange asserted that the sole method to save the entire universe was to collect all 6 Infinity Stones before Thanos and snap his fingers to erase him from the entire timeline. Subsequently, the Ancient One appeared to corroborate this statement, but warned that such actions could potentially exacerbate the encroachment of the Dark Dimension on Earth, or even lead to the fragmentation of several additional parallel universes. After securing your consent for salvation, Doctor Strange summoned the Avengers from another parallel universe. Black Widow, Smart Hulk, Iron Man Tony Stark, Captain America variant Steve Rogers, the portly Thor, and even members of the Guardians of the Galaxy. However, it was the presence of this universe's Thor and the portly version of Thor, along with Iron Man Tony Stark and Phoenix Iron Man Tony Stark, that created a sense of mutual disdain. One can empathize with Thor's feelings, upon learning that your future self would take on such a form. It is only natural to feel a sense of despair. In May 2013, at the suggestion of Iron Man Tony Stark, you took the initiative to establish an organization called the Illuminati, composed of the smartest and wealthiest superheroes on Earth, with the purpose of addressing crises that threatened both the planet and the universe. Winston, 2 Tony Starks, 2 Bruce Banners, Dr. Zola, Doctor Strange, Mr. Fantastic, Black Panther, and atomic physicist Hank Pym all joined this organization. By July 2013, through the tireless efforts of all members of the Illuminati, Earth's technology steadily advanced. In a mere 3 months, technological development had caught up with the previous 5 years, and they even developed a spacecraft capable of traversing the cosmos. In August 2013, you traversed the Bifrost Bridge to Asgard, where after obtaining Odin's consent, you retrieved the Ether, Reality Stone, buried beneath the earth. The portly Thor also reunited with his deceased mother, embracing each other warmly. In September 2013, you journeyed to Morag to seek the Orb Power Stone, only to encounter Gamora, Nebula, and Ronan, who were also on a mission, having been commissioned by Thanos to locate the orb. Shortly thereafter, you encountered Thanos' approaching warship. Despite their formidable strength, even Thanos faltered in the face of 2 Tony Starks, 2 Captain Americas, 2 Hulks, and 2 Thor. Not to mention Winston, who proved to be more than a match for Captain America. Ultimately, you triumphed against the odds, but had you faced Thanos' army, the outcome may have been quite different. By the end of September 2013, you located the orb on Morag. Now only the most enigmatic of the Infinity Stones, the Soul Stone, remained elusive. In November 2013, you arrived at the asteroid Vormir, where you learned of the stringent conditions required to obtain the Soul Stone. In a selfless act, Winston chose to sacrifice himself, smiling as he expressed that, as a monkey, he had received far too much from you, affection and friendship, and now wished to return to the embrace of nature. From 1943 to 2013, spanning a full 70 years, you witnessed his transformation from a frail little monkey to a war hero, and now to a superhero, faithfully accompanying you through 70 years of solitude, never leaving your side. Even one who has grown accustomed to the cycles of life and death would feel a pang of sorrow. However, the most crucial outcome was that you had finally gathered all 6 Infinity Stones. In January 2014, you arrived at the dwarf planet Nidavellir, where you were aided by King Eitri in forging the artifact known as the Infinity Gauntlet. After meticulously embedding the 6 Infinity Stones, you donned the gauntlet and snapped your fingers. The combined forces of 921-031 versions of Thanos across parallel universes disintegrated into ashes. In February 2014, the Avengers who had traversed back returned to their respective realms. According to Doctor Strange, even the minutest flutter of a butterfly's wings can instigate a tempest miles away. This journey, branching from one universe to multiple others, has, in fact, given rise to thousands of new parallel universes. May they all find peace. In April 2014, upon your return from Nidavellir, you assisted Winston in organizing a funeral. Subsequently, Steve Rogers and Peggy Carter resigned from SHIELD, purchasing a farm in the countryside to begin their new life. By June 2014, Tony Stark found himself deeply in love with his secretary, Pepper Potts. Occasionally, he reminisced about their friend Winston, sharing fleeting moments of lament with you. In March 2015, free from burdens, you resigned as the director of SHIELD, opting for a life of normalcy. Aside from occasionally confronting criminals, you mingled with Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, and others, living indistinguishably from an ordinary person. In April 2022, upon awakening, you found yourself once more in Brooklyn in 1941, devoid of any funds. The streets were bustling, and skyscrapers dominated the skyline. In summary, congratulations on completing a magnificent and illustrious life. You have successfully navigated this map. Throughout this journey, your life has surpassed that of 999 other travelers. Even countless years later, your legacy continues to be revered and celebrated by many. You are regarded as one of the greatest scientists, entrepreneurs, and war heroes of the 20th century, and as a leading scientist, businessman, philanthropist, and savior of the world in the 21st century. You have become an idol for countless individuals. When young students are asked whom they aspire to be, the answer has become synonymous with you. Evaluation. S. World Exploration Level, 952. As your exploration level exceeds 90, you have earned a reward of 10 Transcendence coins. Due to your profound impact on the history of science, you receive an additional 7 Transcendence coins, and for your unprecedented influence on world history, you gain another 12 Transcendence coins. Having flawlessly completed the Endless War, you will receive an opportunity to retain your talents in the real world. With an S rating achieved and the quest completed, the legendary vampire Zhou Ning template has been upgraded to the epic vampire Zhou Ning, which may be selected under fortunate circumstances. Chapter 30, Super Soldier Serum. As a result of earning an S rating for the first time, you have been awarded 1 skill point. Congratulations, player, on completing the quest. A new map and new elements have been unlocked. Your current alignment is lawful neutral. Please select your rewards promptly. 1. Randomly obtain 3 skills and specialties acquired during your journey. In the second round, I randomly selected 3 items acquired during my journey through time. It appears that this inclination is a new element, likely indicating that each simulation will alter behavioral tendencies, thereby influencing subsequent simulations. Upon discerning the rewards, Zhou Ning's eyes sparkled. He never anticipated that this time, the completion rating would be an impressive S rank, accompanied by extraordinarily generous rewards. Not only did he receive 29 time travel coins in one go, but he also earned 1 skill point. However, he found himself somewhat conflicted regarding this round's options. Although the legendary vampire template he contemplated selecting was free, its strength surpassed that of the likes of the gambler and the evil underworld, among others. The template's traversal could potentially grant him skills from the template itself, with a high probability of acquiring expert or even master-level skills. Yet he also coveted the Super Soldier Serum among the items. After much deliberation, Zhou Ning ultimately chose the second option. You have selected option 2. You have obtained an epic item, Super Soldier Serum. You have obtained an epic item, Phoenix number 1. You have obtained a rare item, Shattered Infinity Gauntlet. Super Soldier Serum, an epic item, diluted to a concentration of 30. This serum can be directly injected to enhance the user's metabolic functions and overall physical capabilities, unlocking human potential. Phoenix number 1, an epic item, a battle suit created by Tony Stark from the Earth 83716 universe. It lacks conventional weaponry, but possesses a multitude of functionalities. Shattered Infinity Gauntlet, a rare item. The gauntlet shattered after the snap. Indeed, acquiring the Super Soldier Serum invigorated Zhou Ning's spirit, and the subsequent Phoenix number 1 was an unexpected delight. Zhou Ning opened his inventory and retrieved the serum, observing that the vial contained approximately 5 milliliters of a light yellow liquid with some black sediment. According to the simulator's description, even in the event of failure, he should not perish. The worst-case scenario would be akin to Red Skull, ending up with a skeletal visage. What was there to fear? Zhou Ning had never relied on his looks throughout his life. He took out the syringe, inserted it into his arm's vein, and slowly pushed the substance into his bloodstream. A sharp pain surged throughout his body. Zhou Ning gritted his teeth as an unbearable agony radiated from every part of him. As if he were being crushed by a heavy vehicle, with his body feeling as though it were being torn apart, even the bones seemingly shattered. He nearly lost consciousness from the pain. Time passed. How long? He could not tell, before the excruciating pain gradually subsided. Zhou Ning let out a deep breath, feeling utterly drained. Turning his gaze towards the information panel, the updates flooded in. You have used Super Soldier Serum, 30 concentration. Fusion Progress 48, Lifeless Radiation Serum has been absorbed. You have used Super Soldier Serum, 30 concentration. Fusion Progress 77, Lifeless Radiation Serum has been absorbed. You have used Super Soldier Serum, 30 concentration. Fusion Progress 100, Fusion complete. Compatibility, perfect. You have gained 10 points in strength, 10 points in agility, 10 points in stamina, and 5 points in spirit. You have acquired the proficiency known as Chao Fan Tipa. Chao Van Tibo. Zhou Ning was momentarily taken aback, gazing incredulously at his attributes panel, where indeed, a new proficiency, Chao Fan Tipa, had materialized. Could this be an elite proficiency? Zhou Ning couldn't help but feel astonished. Within the realm of the game, Tianqi, there exists a particularly distinctive category of proficiency referred to as elite proficiency, a privilege reserved for the NPCs and bosses of the elite template. The effects of such proficiencies are generally formidable, often surpassing what even elite NPCs might possess. For instance, Zhou Ning's current Chao Fan Ti Pa grants a bonus of 0.35 to his primary attribute for each level gained. This implies that with every 3 levels he ascends, he would accrue an additional point to his primary attribute. Considering the first expansion caps the level at 60, Zhou Ning could potentially exceed others by a remarkable 20 points in his primary attributes, an extraordinary advantage indeed. Currently, Zhou Ning's main profession is a level 1 student, with a secondary profession as a level 2 linguist and a level 1 alchemist apprentice. Advancing to a level 2 linguist endows him with 1 point each in spirit and freedom attributes per level. This solitary point in spirit constitutes his primary attribute, allowing it to be augmented to a total of 135. Such prowess is undeniably impressive. The Chao Fan Ti Pa proficiency undoubtedly secures Zhou Ning's potential for growth, positioning him to perhaps contend with legendary NPCs in future encounters. The panel underwent a transformation. Name: Zhou Ning Winsy Tweer Race. Human template. Elite NPC beta test countdown. 45 days, 12 hours. 22 minutes, level. 3 profession. Student assistant. 110 secondary professions. Linguist 210, alchemist apprentice. 1 to natural force affinity. 0 arcane affinity. 0 talents. Tenista coup, purple. Gunplay. Deadly rhythm, blue. Personal attributes. Strength 20, agility 23, stamina 18, will 9, spirit 15. Charisma 99 health. 181, 80 stamina. 196 willpower. 99 mana. 0 living skills. Alchemy, intermediate. Mysticism, intermediate. Precision machinery crafting, expert. Gambling, advanced common skills. English mastery, expert. Pickpocketing, intermediate. Shooting mastery, beginner. Flirting mastery, expert. Ripple breathing technique, beginner. Mozambique shooting method, beginner. SAR shooting method, beginner. Ripple shooting, beginner. Rapid pursuit, beginner. Other details omitted. It is undeniably impressive, as even a template has transformed into an elite NPC. Based on the description, he now resembles the extraordinary beings seen at the game's inception. This journey has borne significant rewards. Aside from the serum, the crowning achievement is the Phoenix #1. This reward is a delightful surprise for Zhou Ning, as every man harbors the dream of donning battle armor. Ensuring the door was securely closed, Zhou Ning selected Phoenix #1 from his inventory and chose to equip it. Almost instantaneously, a magnificent golden-red battle suit enveloped him. The helmet, arm guards, torso, back, and legs adorned with intricately fitted golden-red armor. His combat power rating surged to an astounding 995, multiplying 5-fold. He is undeniably handsome and powerful. Yet his flamboyance is such that it is no wonder no one has sought out Tony Lishy for a haircut. This aesthetic can only be mastered by him alone. The helmet is of a half-covered design, adorned with 2 earpieces resembling bird feathers, leaving the mouth exposed. Inside the helmet are night vision and thermal imaging devices. The uniform boasts impressive defensive capabilities, offering protection against fire, impact, and slashing attacks. The gloves possess an adhesive quality, facilitating effortless climbing, while the forearm guards feature a dozen buttons, the purpose of which remains a mystery. One hesitates to experiment within the confines of the room, fearing the sudden release of hidden projectiles. The belt accommodates ropes, cutting tools, and respiratory assistance equipment, even concealing 2 throwing knives. The cape on the back appears to be specially crafted. Once electrified, it can unfurl to form a pair of wings, presumably allowing for short-distance flight and gliding. In simpler terms, it bears a resemblance to a somewhat incomplete version of Batman's suit, yet it is undeniably exhilarating. This battle attire could serve as a final trump card, though the color certainly requires modification, as it is far too conspicuous. After gazing into the mirror for quite some time, Zhou Ning reluctantly stowed away the Phoenix battle suit, turning instead to assess his other acquisitions. Detected that the player has flawlessly completed Endless Battle. There is one opportunity to retain a talent in the real world. Would you like to proceed with the draw? Yes or no? Yes. Lottery completed. You have obtained the blue talent, Athletic Prodigy. Athletic Prodigy. Blue, your athletic abilities are exceptionally remarkable. Zhou Ning felt a twinge of disappointment at not having drawn any of the purple talents. Yet the red dots on the achievement and task bars quickly erased his earlier discontent. Chapter 31. Alchemical Ghost. It is well known that in the game, Red dots signify the completion of tasks or the availability of rewards. When benefits are at hand, Zhou Ning moves with remarkable speed. Upon entering the taskbar, he discovered that the progress for literary life had indeed reached completion, attaining 1,000 out of 1,000, indicating it was ready for collection. However, he remained utterly clueless regarding the B-level task, Alchemical Ghost, which involved investigating the murder case in the Small Woods. B-level task, Alchemical Ghost task hint, through various clues. You deduce that this matter is related to the Life Alchemy Society, which is obsessed with using alchemy to create life, as well as using life to create life. 3 individuals have already perished at their hands. Each moment of delay may result in more casualties. What will you choose to do? Task requirements. Capture or eliminate the alchemical ghost lingering in the campus. Task rewards. 50,000 experience points. Goethe's Alchemical Manual X1 in the past few days. Zhou Ning has conducted his own investigations during his leisure time. Yet the only lead he has uncovered is that the deceased, Sharon, had a remarkably handsome boyfriend. Some even mistakenly believe Zhou Ning was Sharon's boyfriend, now seeking vengeance on her behalf. Quite absurd. Nevertheless, the task progress has updated, rising from an initial 25 on the first day to the current 62. He is uncertain whether this is a result of his own investigations or progress from Sherlock's side. Regardless, he has recently observed Li Tai, clad in a deer-hunting hat, tirelessly traversing the campus to conduct inquiries, undeterred by wind or rain. Zhou Ning was genuinely curious about the salary required for a guardian of the day, like himself, to dedicate oneself so fervently, devoted until death. Upon clicking to claim the rewards of the Literary Life task, a notification appeared. You have completed Hidden Task, Literary Life. And you have obtained Epic Vampire Zhou Ning Character Card, X1, 1 skill point, and 30,000 experience points. You have uncovered a new series of hidden tasks. Epic Vampire Zhou Ning Character Card. You may temporarily possess the combat prowess of the Epic Vampire Zhou Ning for a duration of 15 minutes. What a delightful treasure. A smile graced Zhou Ning's face, for the vampire version of himself in the simulation could indeed engage in hand-to-hand combat and triumph over the Hulk. Serving as a formidable trump card. Redeemable Hidden Task, Literary Life, 2. Would you like to, after making the choice to redeem? A new hidden task appeared beneath the task section. Hidden Task, triggerable under special circumstances, Literary Life, 2. Deep within your heart lies an unfulfilled literary dream. Please nurture this dream in the forthcoming chapter of your life by achieving a reading volume of 5,000 books, 1,000 to 5,000. Task prompt. A wealth of knowledge is gained through extensive reading, and your writing shall flow effortlessly. This marks the second step of a long journey. Persevere, future literary luminary. Task rewards. Random template reward card X1, skill point X1, 50,000 experience points. Zhou Ning gritted his teeth, realizing he was now at odds with the pursuit of knowledge. Upon reviewing the achievements, he was taken aback at the collection he had amassed. It was indeed formidable. Achievements. Aspiration soaring. No attribute bonuses. Enemies at the gates. No attribute bonuses. A sudden strike. No attribute bonuses. Rapid pursuit. No attribute bonuses. Iron Man. No attribute bonuses. Men in Black. No attribute bonuses. The achievement, Heroic Film Series I, has been fully collected, granting you 30,000 experience points. You have uncovered a hidden task. Hidden task, triggerable under special circumstances, Heroic Essence. Only great heroes can embody their true selves. True gentlemen possess an innate charm. Please become a recognized great hero across more than 3 simulated worlds. Task progress, 1-3. Task prompt. As long as you remain true to your heart, this task is not difficult. The challenge lies in perseverance. Onward, great hero. Task reward, unknown. Seeing this task, Zhou Ning felt a wave of relief. It was undoubtedly the simplest task, perhaps entirely given without effort. As long as he continued along the path of lawful neutrality in the simulation, success should be forthcoming. If only he could accomplish this in the real world. He could roam the streets of Dakelon, acting as a chivalrous defender. If not 1 day, then 2. If not 2 days, then a month. If he could sustain this for a month, prison would not be far off. After tallying his gains, he navigated to the map page, and indeed, a new map appeared following the endless battle. The name was even more impressive, Across the Seas. Zhou Ning recalled a film of the same name he had seen in his youth, featuring Zhou Run Fa and Zhang Guorong as two art thieves. It was an excellent film. The price has become rather extravagant, 25 Chuan Yu coins. It seems I am no longer human. I once believed that possessing 30 Chuan Yu coins would grant me a formidable advantage. Yet now Zhou Ning finds himself bewildered, realizing that such a sum is merely enough for a single traversal. Sitting numbly on his bed, he gazes at the rain-soaked window, taking a moment to collect his thoughts and suppressing the urge to unleash his frustration upon the game. That night, Zhou Ning's dreams were consumed by thoughts of how to earn more Chuan Yu coins. In the dead of night, Zhou Ning was abruptly awakened by a peculiar sound emanating from outside. Upon opening his door, he discovered that John, who had been sleeping on the sofa, had mysteriously vanished. The room was bathed in an eerie red hue, cast by the moonlight filtering through the window. To his astonishment, the moon outside had inexplicably turned crimson. A whisper echoed in his ears, "Flee, pitiful little worm. Yet you shall never escape the shadow of death. Destruction and demise perpetually gaze upon you. All shall perish. None can evade it, not even this world." A chill ran down Zhou Ning's spine as he surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, from the walls and the crevices of the floor, countless tendrils surged forth, thrashing wildly. With a start, he sat upright, witnessing the torrential downpour outside and the curtains billowing in the wind. He noticed the gas lamp beside him still flickering and the gas meter glowing ominously red. Damn it, another round of expenses. It dawned on him that he had merely experienced a nightmare. Upon accessing the interface, a series of notifications flooded his screen. You feel the whispers of an unknown entity. Mental state at 15, willpower at 9, judgment failed, willpower reduced to 1, current willpower at 89. You sense the seduction of an unknown presence. Mental state at 15. Willpower at 9, judgment failed, willpower reduced to 1, current willpower at 79. You feel the whispers of an unknown entity. Mental state at 14, willpower at 9, judgment failed. Willpower reduced to 1, current willpower at 69. It turned out this was not merely a dream. During the brief period he had succumbed to sleep, his willpower had quietly diminished to 49 under the relentless onslaught of whispers and temptations. Should it plummet to 0, he could very well descend into madness. As an ordinary player, one could simply respawn after suicide, but now he realized he might have only this one life. And he did not dare to hope for another chance to traverse. Zhou Ning's expression darkened. This was precisely the predicament that Qianwei Site had described that day. He was indeed being targeted by the cult of the cursed god and the malevolent deity they worshipped. The reason he had felt no effects in recent days was likely due to his mental state being below 10 points, far beneath the average threshold for a normal individual. However, today, having just injected the super soldier serum, his mental state had risen to 15 points. There were indeed temporary solutions to his predicament, such as increasing his willpower, or seeking out Qianwei Site or the ascetic church, who might possess methods to temporarily suppress the whispers. As he pondered these options, another notification from the task panel appeared. B-level task. Alchemical Phantom progress updated, currently at 8:57. Zhou Ning glanced at the pocket watch resting on his bedside. Noting the time, 3:38 a.m. He couldn't help but be astonished. Just how much was the salary of a guardian? The situation had escalated to such heights. Enhanced by the super soldier serum, Zhou Ning's physical faculties were remarkably heightened, enabling him to discern the faint echoes of gunfire amidst the rain-soaked night. The sounds seemed to emanate from the direction of the alchemy tower. He resolved to investigate immediately. Although the experience rewards from a B-level mission were typically modest, another reward piqued Zhou Ning's interest: the Goth's alchemical manual, which could elevate his alchemical prowess by 1 level, proving invaluable to him. He swiftly rose from his bed, donned a white shirt, and began fastening its buttons. After dressing in a white shirt and black trousers, he inspected the special ammunition in his revolver, then draped a suit jacket over his attire, topped it off with a semi-formal black hat, and grabbed an umbrella, tucking it under his arm as he opened the window. The torrential rain rendered the streets desolate, with not a soul in sight, and the apartment was cloaked in darkness, suggesting that he remained unnoticed. Taking a deep breath, he commenced a run, leaping from the 6th floor of the 10-meter-high apartment. The rushing wind enveloped him as he swiftly donned a crimson gold battle suit, its cape unfurling like wings as he glided forward. 70 meters away, Zhou Ning landed silently, the alchemy tower looming nearby. His battle attire faded away, replaced by formal wear. And he adjusted his hat, raising the umbrella as he made his way towards the tower. Chapter 32. Holvague at the entrance of the Alchemy Tower. A carriage adorned with a double-headed eagle emblem stood, an official vehicle of the Sun Guardians. The lock at the door had been forcibly broken, leaving it ajar. Zhou Ning folded his umbrella and stood on the steps, listening intently as the sounds of a fierce struggle emanated from above. This was undoubtedly the place. Without hesitation, he closed the umbrella and pushed the door open. The cacophony of combat intensified, and just as Zhou Ning prepared to ascend the stairs, he was startled by a loud crash, the sound of wood splintering. A figure barreled through the broken railing, tumbling downwards but managing to maintain a semblance of balance, landing half-kneeling before Zhou Ning, resembling a gesture of fealty. Instantly alert, the figure drew a weapon, aiming it at Zhou Ning. In the dim light, Zhou Ning recognized the familiar deer-hunting cap and the countenance of Li Tai. It was Sherlock. With an amused smile, Sherlock raised his hands and remarked, "Should I say no need for such formalities or surrender first?" At that moment, Sherlock recognized Zhou Ning as well, and if a negative emotions system existed, it would surely display a prompt indicating 1,000 negative emotions manifesting above his head. Rolling his eyes, he was about to speak when his expression abruptly changed, exclaiming, "Get down!" Bang! A dull thud echoed as a transparent air bullet suddenly shot from the empty staircase on the second floor, producing a sharp, whirring sound. Zhou Ning swiftly retreated, and with a resounding pop, a deep hole emerged in the ground. What was happening? Zhou Ning pondered, as more air bullets were unleashed from above, their origins concealed, leaving him to rely solely on his hearing and instincts to evade the onslaught. A rapid gust of wind surged from not far away, prompting Zhou Ning to instinctively lunge to the left. Following this, he weaved erratically, sprinting leftward like a specter flitting through the dark night. The earth beneath him splattered with mud, revealing a series of bullet holes. Concealed within the upper floor was the perpetrator of this case. We had gravely underestimated him, resulting in the deaths of 2 individuals. A flicker of regret crossed Sherlock's face, yet he pressed on, firing 2 shots towards the staircase as he spoke. With the resounding cracks of gunfire, splinters of wood flew from the staircase railing, leaving behind 2 parallel bullet holes, though it remained uncertain whether they struck their mark. The entire alchemy building fell once more into an oppressive silence, a silence laden with dread. Zhou Ning's expression turned grave. Indeed, there existed individuals with the ability to become invisible within the game Tiankai. Such abilities were either activated by super serums or derived from peculiar legacies, and some abilities were undeniably difficult to counter. However, the capacity for invisibility seemed excessively formidable. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of impending danger surged forth, sending a chill down Zhou Ning's spine, prompting him to instinctively lean backward. A ripple coursed through the air as a translucent air bullet suddenly materialized from behind him, hurtling toward him. His half-height top hat fluttered to the ground, marred by a distinct circular bullet hole at its center. Clearly, had his reflexes been any slower, Zhou Ning's head might have been reduced to a mere mass of pulp. On the other side, Sherlock was equally swift, seizing the opportunity to scatter a handful of gray powder onto the ground behind Zhou Ning. Thunder. In an instant, a swirl of dark storm clouds gathered in the open space, igniting a tempest of lightning and thunder within the confined area. This was the work of a meteorologist. In Zhou Ning's recollection, they possessed the uncanny ability to manipulate localized weather conditions, crafting advantageous combat scenarios while also excelling in hand-to-hand combat, marksmanship, and spellcasting. They were, in essence, warriors who fought in harmony with the elements, capable of accurately predicting meteorological changes during wilderness expeditions. As the storm clouds amassed overhead, Zhou Ning detected the sound of hurried footsteps retreating behind him, likely individuals attempting to evade the tempest. In a skill set, gunfighting's deadly rhythm had begun to glow faintly. Zhou Ning sensed his mind slipping into an extraordinary state, an ineffable sensation akin to having everything within his grasp. He forcefully halted his backward lean, twisting his torso to the side, as an ivory-handled revolver silently appeared in his hand, spinning effortlessly. Gripping the handle tightly, he redirected the barrel, guided by instinct, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger towards a corner of the open space. The skill he had long prepared sprang into action, Ripple shot. At that moment, Sherlock, not far behind him, widened his eyes in astonishment. What was this? From his vantage point, he merely heard the sharp crack of a gunshot as a bullet enveloped in roaring flames erupted from the muzzle, the surrounding space tearing apart like ripples. A muffled groan echoed from the corner of the open area, accompanied by a spurt of crimson blossoms. A silhouette of a young man wearing a monocle emerged, gazing in astonishment towards this direction. Sherlock astutely discerned this detail, invigorated by a surge of alertness, and promptly followed Zhou Ning in firing at the young man. Crack! The figure of the youth was struck, initially splitting apart before shattering into fragments, akin to a mirror that had been violently broken. Jingxiang Shu, Zhou Ning quietly murmured to himself. Moments later, the air began to tremble again from a distance, as countless air projectiles surged towards the two. Sherlock cursed under his breath and rolled away without hesitation. Meanwhile, Zhou Ning, who was also under attack from the air projectiles, showed no signs of halting. Instead, darting in another direction with the swiftness of a cheetah. Be careful, Sherlock called out. With his keen sense, he could perceive that at least 2 clusters of air projectiles lay in Zhou Ning's path. Yet he quickly fell silent, for as Zhou Ning surged forward, it appeared as if he could see, gracefully evading the projectiles. He then adjusted his firearm, pulling the trigger towards an open space to the side. The icon for Rapid Pursuit began to flash on his skill bar. Clang! A bullet engulfed in flames was propelled forth, bending in midair with a cacophony reminiscent of metal clashing, as if a heavy object had been dislodged. Shortly thereafter, a dagger clattered to the ground. Zhou Ning took a step back, and then, with a powerful push of his right leg against the ground, leaped once more into the air. Behind him, Sherlock's deep voice resonated, reciting an incantation in ancient Reich. Frost. A cloud of gray powder dispersed, and suddenly a thick layer of frost coated the ground ahead, revealing 2 distinct footprints. Without hesitation, Zhou Ning raised his right hand and pulled the trigger at the location of the footprints. A piercing scream erupted as a figure rolled on the ground, re-emerging, yet this time it was a creature covered in gray scales. It possessed a grotesque and swollen head, barely retaining a semblance of humanity, with viscous fluid trickling from its scaly surface. With its left hand pressing against a wound on its ribs, it extended its right hand, mumbling in a garbled tone, "No, wait, I just want to survive." Before it could finish speaking, Zhou Ning raised his right hand and coldly pulled the trigger. A flaming bullet struck true, obliterating the creature's head, scattering grayish-white brain matter and green slime across the ground. Zhou Ning gazed at the creature's corpse and shook his head. No, you do not wish to. In the realm of this game, such monsters had long since lost their humanity. A panel appeared with a notification. You have slain Hollowegger Guy, earning 2,800 experience. B-rank quest, Alchemical Phantom, completed, granting 50,000 experience. You have acquired a rare item. Gerda's Alchemical Manual X1. Would you like to claim it? No. Now is not the time to collect. After the monster's demise, Zhou Ning bent down to retrieve a thick notebook from ground. Common item, Holweger's Journal. Zhou Ning opened his diary, while Sherlock, clutching his injured ribs, briskly approached and stood behind Zhou Ning to observe together. Chapter 33. The diary. This diary is inscribed in the language of ruins, which suggests that this Hollowegger may very well be an exchange student from the Kingdom of Ruins. The Kingdom of Ruins is the birthplace of alchemy, with over half of the ancient texts on alchemy written in the Ruins script. Thus, mastery of the Ruins language is essential for the alchemical discipline, and Zhou Ning finds it rather manageable to read. Hollowegger evidently has a habit of journaling. Today is September 2nd, and this entry commenced 6 months ago, beginning on March 2nd. The initial pages are filled with trivialities regarding his studies and musings on alchemy, revealing his evident passion for the craft. On March 2nd, he wrote, "Today, I finally engaged with alchemy. It is truly the most fascinating phenomenon in the world. One can hardly fathom the miraculous transformations that can emerge from a mere beaker and crucible. What is most astonishing is that while the substance transforms, its total quantity remains unchanged. After all, only when one substance ceases to exist can another be born anew. Professor Bislak, who is responsible for teaching, seems to hold me in high regard, which is only natural, as I am destined to become a great alchemist." On March 19th, after half a month of studying alchemy, everything has been progressing smoothly. Professor Bislak has entrusted me with the role of class leader. However, I once overheard a debate between Professor Bislak and Professor Walter. Professor Bislak posited that the human soul possesses weight. Anything that has weight falls within the realm of alchemical transmutation, thus making the alchemical manipulation of the soul, even the crafting of life, entirely feasible. Conversely, Professor Walter contended that the creation of life is a divine taboo, according to the principle of equivalent exchange. The emergence of one life must inevitably accompany the demise of another. Although I struggled to comprehend fully, I was profoundly shaken. The next day, I inquired with Professor Bislak whether the soul truly has weight. His gaze upon me was laden with significance. He affirmed that it does. On March 21st, Professor Bislak took me to a private clinic where an elderly woman lay on the brink of death. The bed was equipped with an extraordinarily sophisticated weighing apparatus, currently registering 90 pounds. Over the ensuing 6 hours, her weight gradually diminished, likely due to the slow evaporation of bodily fluids. Yet, at the very moment of her passing, her weight plummeted by 3/4 of an ounce. Professor Bislak informed me that this 3/4 of an ounce is the weight of the soul. It is truly remarkable. I yearn to comprehend where the soul departs upon death and whether there exists a means to retrieve it. Oh, divine presence! This is a notion that Master Goethe's alchemical texts have not addressed. My current sensations are akin to a door being suddenly flung open in the darkness. On March 29th, indeed, I am a chosen one. Today, Professor Bislak asked me to assist in organizing a collection of ancient texts from the era of the Four Heroes at his residence. To my astonishment, I discovered a mysterious alchemical pamphlet nestled within the pages of one of these ancient tomes, authored by an ancient alchemist named Goodwin. Truly, the middle part is in ruin slang, which I cannot comprehend. I have secretly tucked away this little booklet, sensing that it will profoundly alter the course of my life. Upon reading this, Zhou Ning's expression gradually grew solemn, realizing that this foolish lad, ensnared in the web, could not see the truth. It was evident that Professor Bislak was affiliated with the Alchemy Society of Life, methodically luring this individual named Airway Gugai into his grasp. In later generations, players could only glean insights into the era of the Four Heroes through promotional clips. It was said that this epic coincided with the existence of deities, with the Four Heroes serving as their earthly representatives. In the game, statues of the Four Heroes stand tall along the banks of the Seton River in the royal capital of Daklon. Even within the game, the history of the Four Heroes remains shrouded in mystery, with scant references found in the library. It is astounding that an ordinary university professor possesses such an extensive collection of text from the era of the Four Heroes, and yet allows a student to organize them alone. Who would believe that? Zhou Ning shook his head and continued reading the diary. On March 30th, I read this notebook from cover to cover, discovering that it is only half complete. The other half resides in the library of Wyke University. However, even this version has opened my eyes, containing accounts of sinister alchemy written in ancient Phyric language that send shivers down my spine. For instance, the concoction involves placing sheep entrails and human sperm into a flask, adding leech powder and venomous flower, which can be transformed into a substance capable of altering human bloodlines, potentially granting individuals extraordinary abilities if successful. Furthermore, a mixture of epimedium and certain animal organs can yield a potion that, when consumed regularly, can inspire affection from a beloved woman. Though these alchemical practices are both wicked and intricate, I find myself utterly engrossed. On April 5th, I was unexpectedly selected as an exchange student to Wyke University. I utterly despised the weather in Daklon. On April 11th, I bid farewell to Ruins and to Yink University. On April 21st, the people of Greystone are truly insufferable, arrogant, and self-important. Not a single one has deigned to greet me all day. On April 23rd, it seems I have fallen in love. Oh, Maggie, dear woman, I wish to spare details of my infatuation. On April 24th, today has proven disheartening. For Maggie has a boyfriend, an insipid brute with brawn but little wit. On May 12th, I can no longer endure the agony of unrequited love. I wonder if the strange concoctions in that booklet are real. I gathered the materials according to the recipes and began to brew, hoping for efficacy. On May 17th, after 5 continuous days of consumption, Maggie confessed her feelings for me today. My heavens, the formula truly works. June 17th marked a month filled with both sweetness and despair. Maggie and I cohabited, indulging in all manner of affection. However, her simple-minded ex-boyfriend has been persistently troublemaking, and in a mere fortnight, I have endured 7 beatings. This cannot simply be allowed to continue. I recalled another alchemical practice recorded in the booklet. On July 5th, after much difficulty, I finally gathered the materials: the entrails of sheep, the flower of a venomous snake, and leech powder. As for the sperm, I managed that myself. After 5 days of mixing and refining, the end product resembled an oversized condom. Am I truly about to implant this within myself? On July 11th, I took the plunge. This concoction was indeed effective. I acquired the superpower that others could only dream of: invisibility. I dealt a blow to Maggie's ex-boyfriend and his accomplice, then strolled around the women's bathroom and public carriage, living the life that all men yearn for. By August 24th, life was delightful, yet I began to feel somewhat unwell. My memory seemed to falter, as I would forget items placed in the morning by noon, and scales began to form on my face. What would be the cause? On August 25th, my symptoms intensified. To avoid forgetting crucial matters, I resolved to document my experiences more clearly. Today, I received an anonymous letter instructing me to go to number 5 Graham Street, claiming there was a remedy for my afflictions. Consequently, I found myself amidst a group of lunatics known as the Alchemical Society of Life, who intended to deploy 5 alchemical bombs during the freshman welcome day at Vic University, and I was to be responsible for throwing one of them. These alchemical bombs wield tremendous power, yet what concern is it of mine? I consented, received the formula, and upon reading it, discovered that they referred to the initial implantation as alienation. Next, I was to transfer healthy human entrails back into my own body through a special refining process. On August 26th, Maggie, you will surely forgive me, 1TU. On August 28th, the experiment proved effective. After implanting Maggie's stomach, I could revert to a normal state. However, my memory remained poor, and my temper grew increasingly volatile. Meanwhile, I turned my gaze towards Sharon, a lovely girl who perfectly matched my preferences. After consuming the potion, I found myself enamored for the first time. The subsequent events were well known to Zhou Ning. Horvig brutally murdered Sharon, and I found little inclination to continue reading. As the narrative devolved into a cacophony of madness that was profoundly unsettling. Initially, Horvig appeared tolerable, but later became utterly despicable, selfish, and lascivious, and he had not, in fact, killed the wrong person. Zhou Ning and Sherlock exchanged a glance, both aghast. They had not anticipated that this group of the Alchemical Society of Life had descended into such madness, targeting the freshman welcome day at Vic University. Chapter 34, Upgrade. It is essential to understand that Vic University is the oldest and finest institution in the Kingdom of Bristol and indeed the world, with roots tracing back to the era of the 4 heroes. To orchestrate an explosion here is an act only a madman could conceive. It is predictable that should these lunatics succeed, it would undoubtedly create a sensation throughout the Kingdom of Bristol, though such commotion would clearly not bode well. Zhou Ning wore a grave expression. Although he did not yet feel a strong connection to this world, he was nonetheless a student of Vic University. Moreover, if memory served correctly, he was to be responsible for this freshman welcome in 3 days. How fortuitous! This matter must be addressed. Sherlock's complexion was pale, and he took a deep breath before saying, "This is urgent. I must return to report this matter to Lord Kian Wai. The police will arrive here shortly to handle the situation. By the way, the murderer was shot by you, and once I report it, you will receive a considerable reward." As soon as Sherlock finished speaking, he noticed Zhou Ning shake his head and solemnly declare, "I did not kill this murderer. It was you, the brave and fearlessly Tai. No, it was Agent Sherlock who personally dispatched him." Sherlock nodded, understanding that if he were in Zhou Ning's position, he too would wish to conceal his identity from the crazed members of the Alchemy Society for the Preservation of Life. Sherlock pointed to the diary in Zhou Ning's hand, asking, "May I take this whole Ouija's diary as evidence?" Of course, Zhou Ning readily acquiesced to this reasonable request, handing over the diary. "Thank you," Sherlock said earnestly as he accepted the diary. "There is one more matter. We have tested the batch of firearms you provided, and the results were quite satisfactory. Do you have any new stock?" "Yes, you can send someone to collect it at any time." Zhou Ning was invigorated by this topic. as he still had 5 revolvers and 2 rifles in his inventory, which he was eager to sell. "All right, I will arrange for someone to come by tomorrow afternoon." Sherlock nodded, specifying the price remains at 15 vector for a revolver and 18 vector for a rifle. "By the way, do you sell your bullets?" He had witnessed the recent battle firsthand, and the sight of those fiery bullets had left a profound impression on him. If they could be replicated, the combat effectiveness of the Sun Wardens, equipped with firearms, would significantly increase. "I currently have only 8 of those bullets, and the manufacturing process is exceedingly complex. Each bullet is the culmination of my effort. I can offer a high price," Sherlock emphasized, a hint of urgency in his tone. Zhou Ning shook his head, clarifying, "What I mean is, you can buy them, but it will require additional funds." After negotiations, Zhou Ning and Sherlock reached an agreement regarding the procurement of special bullets. The cost was merely 2 Roshan per bullet, yet Zhou Ning managed to sell them for 10 Roshan each. To express goodwill, Sherlock even prepaid a deposit of 10 vector, which provided a much-needed boost to Zhou Ning's meager finances. "Remember to keep this matter confidential. Do not disclose it, as it could bring you trouble," Sherlock advised, feeling quite pleased with the agreement. "I understand," Zhou Ning responded solemnly, acknowledging Sherlock's intent. Sherlock nodded, adjusted his hat as a farewell, and hastily boarded his carriage to depart. As he watched the carriage fade into the distance, Zhou Ning pulled out his pocket watch, snapping it open to reveal it was merely 4:20 a.m. He took a deep breath, picked up his umbrella from the ground, and opened it, feeling quite cheerful. The rewards of the night had undoubtedly been the most bountiful since he began this game. Yet the unpredictable nature of this gaming world and the imminent dangers also instilled within him an unprecedented urgency to enhance his own capabilities. Upon returning to his dormitory, he found John and his canine companion still snuggled together on the sofa, sound asleep. Indeed, the bliss of ignorance is the sweetest, Zhou Ning couldn't help but reflect. Upon closing the door, Zhou Ning began to assess the rewards of the evening. Completing the hidden quest, Literary Life, granted him an impressive 30,000 experience points, while the B-level task, Alchemy Phantom, provided a substantial 50,000 experience points. With his prior reserves and the defeat of Hua Airway Gogai, Zhou Ning's experience balance now approached an unprecedented total of 90,000 points. With such a wealth of experience at his disposal, there was no reason for Zhou Ning to restrain his level progression. After some contemplation, he decided to invest his experience into the secondary profession, Alchemy Apprentice, and fervently endeavored to elevate Alchemy Apprentice to level 2. This endeavor yielded 1 point in willpower, an additional 0.35 from the Extraordinary Physique specialty, and 1 point in Spirit, also an additional 0.35 from the Extraordinary Physique specialty, culminating in the acquisition of 1 free attribute point. Upon reaching the maximum level of 10 for Alchemy Apprentice, he similarly gained 1 point in willpower and 1 point in Spirit, along with another free attribute point. Each profession is capped at level 10, with further advancement requiring a job change. In total, he expended 80,000 experience points to elevate Alchemy Apprentice from level 1 to the maximum level of 10, which, considering the bonuses from the Extraordinary Physique specialty, granted him a total of 12 points in willpower, 12 points in Spirit, and 9 free attribute points. His overall level consequently increased to 13. Generally speaking, primary professions such as wizard, warrior, or clan knight should be prioritized for advancement, as leveling up a primary profession enhances health points, which is quite significant. However, Zhou Ning was an anomaly. Until now, he had not taken on a combat-oriented primary profession. Thus, he was compelled to focus on elevating his alchemical skills. After reaching level 10 in Alchemy Apprentice, the next stage of advancement required a higher proficiency in alchemy, which would take time to develop. As for utilizing Goethe's alchemical manual for enhancement, the cost-effectiveness was regrettably low. While it was an option, it seemed unnecessary to employ it now, as he might as well wait until his alchemy level was higher. After completing the upgrade of Alchemy Apprentice, Zhou Ning found himself with approximately 10,000 experience points remaining. Rather than saving them, he decided to invest directly into Rapid Pursuit, raising it to an intermediate level. During the previous battle, he discovered this skill to be remarkably effective. Upon activating the skill, his combat awareness became extraordinarily keen, leaving even him somewhat astonished. In truth, Hua Airway was far stronger than Zhou Ning, However, through an extraordinary composure and heightened combat awareness, he managed to defeat him, a testament to the skill's invaluable contribution. In this manner, the 90,000 experience points were consumed within half a minute, resulting in a refreshed and revitalized status for Zhou Ning. Name: Zhou Ning, Weinzeitway Air Race, Human Template, Elite NPC Beta Test Countdown, 43 days, 12 hours, 22 minutes level, 13 occupation, Student Assistant, 110 secondary occupations, Linguist 210, Alchemy Apprentice, 1010, Personal Attributes, Strength 20, Agility 23, Stamina 18, Willpower 21, Spirit 27, Charisma 99 Health, 180 Stamina Points, 196 Willpower, 821 Free Points, 9 Combat Power Rating, 399 Other details omitted. In the span of a single night, Zhou Ning's combat prowess surged by an entire tier. He decided to reserve the remaining 9 attribute points for potential emergencies. After allocating his points, he glanced at the clock, which read 4:50 in the morning. In a good mood, Zhou Ning opted for a brief slumber, this time devoid of any peculiar dreams, and enjoyed a particularly sweet rest. Important notice: the second episode of the series Tiankai has been simultaneously released on forums and various platforms. This series is automatically generated by the Light Brain. Players interested in understanding the game's background are encouraged to watch. The following morning at 7 o'clock, he was jolted awake by a series of panel notifications. Upon opening his eyes, Zhou Ning was taken aback. While he was enjoying a deep sleep, a mechanical female voice suddenly resonated in his mind. That he did not tumble out of bed in fright was a testament to his remarkable composure. Chapter 35, Episode 2 of the series, the second episode of Tiankai. Zhou Ning performed several rounds of the ripple breathing technique to calm his startled mind. He couldn't help but feel perplexed in his memories from his previous life. The second episode of Tiankai was supposed to be released several days later, as the protagonist, Leandro de Pizza, had yet to enroll. The rationale behind the Light Brain's production of the Tiankai series, aside from promoting the game, was to enlighten players about significant early to mid-game factions and characters. The second episode of his previous life focused on the Child of the Plains, Leandro de Pizza, and the Society of Life Alchemy, while the third episode highlighted the official faction known as the Sun Keepers, with the second episode airing several days ahead of schedule. Could it be that his actions had inadvertently created a butterfly effect? Zhou Ning accessed the game panel and entered the forum. Due to increased promotional efforts, the volume of posts in the forum had surged exponentially. Most surprising to him was the discovery of a section bearing his name, dedicated to him as a result of his prominent position in the first episode's promotional video, complete with a dedicated moderator overseeing it. As the forum was managed by the game developers and independent of the Light Brain, Zhou Ning surmised that even the game officials must now consider him the protagonist. However, the posts within this section bore an unsettling resemblance. At first glance, they all followed an identical format, titled Way In Comes for Way and Si Te Way Air, reeking of excessive fandom culture. There were also a plethora of fanfiction pieces, and due to the scant information provided in the first episode, the protagonist was left to the imagination. After casually clicking on a few of these writings, Zhou Ning found himself utterly disheartened. The young women have a penchant for forming CPs, and thus, Zhou Ning discovered that he was most frequently paired with Kali Si Bu Lai Deng Lei Zhe. The other pairings were rather peculiar, including ones with Lion de Luo de Pei Sa and even the chubby fellow. Not to mention the outrageous suggestion of pairing him with Molly N or even a cultist. Zhou Ning couldn't help but shudder at such prospects. Upon clicking on the pin post, he found the episode titled Alchemy Ghost. A smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth as he anticipated what was to come. As the video began, the episode unfolded on a snowy morning, with Zhou Ning donning a white shirt and a black vest as he stepped out of his apartment. The intelligent AI certainly knew how to engage the audience, providing Zhou Ning with a dramatic close-up that ignited the barrage of comments. Soon after, the plot commenced as Zhou Ning stumbled upon a murder taking place in the woods. Sherlock made his official entrance as a member of the Bladestone Kingdom's official force, the Sun Guardians, engaging in dialogue with Zhou Ning. A title appeared above Sherlock's head. Captain of the third team of the Sun Guardians, meteorologist Sherlock Moriarty. Through the exchanges between Zhou Ning and Sherlock, the audience learned that the culprit was likely associated with the Life Alchemy Society. Over the next few days, Sherlock conducted a series of investigations, initially filtering all teachers and students from ruins within the school, inquiring about any recent peculiarities. Following a thorough investigation, he quickly narrowed down the suspect to Horvig Gay. Through his inquiries, Sherlock discovered that Horvig had a girlfriend named Maggie, who had mysteriously vanished a few days prior, and who had been seen in close proximity to the deceased, Sharon. With all evidence pointing towards him, Sherlock identified the murderer in just 2 days. The video fast-forwarded to the late hours within the Alchemy building, where Sherlock, accompanied by 2 Sun Guardians, confronted Horvig Gay. A fierce battle was imminent. The 2 sides engaged in a heated conflict. Initially, under the pressure of Sherlock's meteorological abilities, Horvig found himself in a precarious position. However, once he activated his invisibility powers, the tide of the battle shifted dramatically. The 2 Sun Guardians fell swiftly to Horvig's air blasts, leaving Sherlock in a perilous situation. Viewers felt their hearts race, and the comments dwindled to a minimum. This tension abruptly transformed into exhilaration as the camera shifted back to Zhou Ning, igniting excitement among the players. High energy ahead. Buckle up for the thrill. My husband is about to save the world. Indeed, the protagonist was living up to his title, his intellect evidently surpassing that of Sherlock, who had been investigating for so long, while Zhou Ning seemed to have deduced the culprit's identity from the very start, heading directly toward the Alchemy building. Undoubtedly, I even suspect that Wei In had anticipated the murderer from the beginning. It was clear that most viewers were those who fast-forwarded through the content, returning to comment afterward. Zhou Ning pondered. Can one truly say these individuals are merely overthinking? Were it not for the system's prompt regarding task progress and the sounds heard, one might never have guessed that the murderer was in the Lianjin Lu. In the video, for reasons unknown, the intelligence system did not incorporate the scene of Zhou Ning gliding in the Phoenix battle attire, but instead presented a close-up of him in formal attire, holding an umbrella while approaching the Lianjin Lu. It must be said that even Zhou Ning himself found it exceptionally dashing. This moment, captured as a screenshot, could easily serve as wallpaper, showcasing a charisma value of 99 that is truly remarkable. As the drama continued, Zhou Ning pushed open the door and fortuitously witnessed Sherlock tumbling down the stairs, performing a role that brought him to a half-kneeling position before Zhou Ning. Aiming a gun at him, the barrage of comments was instantly overwhelmed by a single line of subtitles. Should I say no need for formality, or should I surrender first? Following this, a series of air bullets came flying, all of which Zhou Ning deftly evaded with remarkable agility. As he arched backward to dodge bullets from behind, Sherlock unleashed a thunderous attack. The intelligence system purposefully provided a wide-angle close-up of Zhou Ning, who, while leaning back, twisted his waist and turned to the side. A revolver with an ivory handle appearing silently in his hand, spinning effortlessly between his fingers. The entire sequence was crystal clear and undeniably captivating. Before the players could fully grasp the situation, the subsequent scene sent everyone into a frenzy. Flames erupted from the muzzle of the revolver, and due to the system's deliberate close-up and slow motion, all players could observe the intricate workings of the revolver, the finger pulling the trigger mechanism pushing back the firing pin, a blazing bullet spiraling forth from the muzzle, and thanks to the slow motion, players could even perceive the rippling waves that seemed to tear through space around the bullet. What an astonishing skill. It was breathtakingly cool. He is truly exceptional. I wish I could learn this skill too. It is simply magnificent. With Zhou Ning's appearance, the number of comments visibly surged. When he began to fight, the barrage of comments reached 5 times that of just a few minutes prior, attesting to his immense popularity at that moment. From the 2 episodes aired thus far, Zhou Ning's character perfectly aligns with the preferences of the players, especially the female audience. Not only is he strikingly handsome, but he is also intelligent, wise, powerful, and possesses an admirable character, occasionally displaying a humorous side. He is the epitome of a perfect protagonist. 2 minutes later, as Zhou Ning, aided by Sherlock, compelled Ho Wei to reveal himself and coldly pulled the trigger, eliminating the completely monstrous Ho Wei, the comments reached a fever pitch. Oh my, he is simply too cool, handsome, composed, and decisively ruthless. I am utterly smitten. Once again, take my husband away. Those upstairs don't be starry-eyed, yet I, as a man, can't help but admire him as well. Never mind, gender norms need not be so strict. Take my husband away. In the video, brothers, be cautious. Incidents are increasing. and boys must take care of themselves when out and about. Zhou Ning remarked, the first part of the plot was quite oppressive, akin to watching a detective drama, where the detective was even being subdued. Only now has it become truly exhilarating. At last, when Zhou Ning picked up the diary from the ground and began to read, the intelligent system thoughtfully provided subtitles. The players gained insight into the origins of the entire murder case and were left profoundly impressed by one of the dominant factions within the game, the Life Alchemy Society. Chapter 36, which introduced the profession of XP, abruptly concluded after the diary's end. In the ensuing video, lasting several more minutes, the scene shifted to a dimly lit room where several individuals were discussing plans. Unexpectedly, amidst the conversation, there was also a figure clad in a black robe representing the cursed sect. When the camera focused on them, players discovered that the alchemical bomb scheme was a conspiracy between the cursed sect and the Life Alchemy Society to ensure the plan's successful execution. A council member from the Ruins Kingdom would be dispatched to oversee the proceedings. Notably, the alchemical bomb subplot had never occurred in the previous iteration of the game. It was evident that Zhou Ning's presence had profoundly altered certain aspects of the narrative. Just as they were about to reveal the identity of the council member and discuss the plan's details, the second episode abruptly came to a close. Zhou Ning trembled with rage, infuriated by the abrupt ending. Even the intelligent system seemed to relish in leaving him hanging. Would it be so catastrophic to divulge a bit more about the plans? After all, having watched this episode, even he was beginning to feel like the protagonist. Not to mention, if one were to enumerate the events occurring in the game, highlighting the cursed sect's sacrificial incident, the alchemical phantom incident, and the impending alchemical bomb affair, it was undeniable that he was the central figure in each situation. It appeared that at least the early plot of the game had been entirely reshaped by his actions. However, he found himself with little choice at this juncture. All he could do was take one step at a time. Shaking his head, Zhou Ning browsed through the forum. It was astonishing just how much potential this game had to break out into the mainstream. In the few days since he last checked, the forum's registered user count had surged to 20 million, and this was before the internal testing had even begun. It was reminiscent of the anticipation surrounding Elden Ring and Cyberpunk 2077, gaining traction even before release. Presently, the majority of posts on the forum were related to him. After all, he was the only individual featured prominently in both promotional trailers. Zhou Ning squinted as he scrolled through the forum, finding most posts lacking in substance. However, after some searching, he finally stumbled upon a thread of slightly greater value titled A 5-Minute Guide to Apocalypse, analyzing career choices in Apocalypse. The poster, known as XB, was a male and an old acquaintance of Zhou Ning. Besides Apocalypse, there was another highly popular MOBA game in Blue Star, and XB was a professional player in that arena. During a critical team battle in an international competition, XB had expertly controlled a crowd control hero, directing his team to engage a vulnerable target first. The execution was flawless, as the XB team effectively secured the defeat of a fragile ranged minion. The match ultimately concluded in defeat, and XB was ridiculed by the Water Friends, being branded a mere muggle. Following this, XB bid farewell to the professional arena and immersed himself in Tiankai. In a previous life, he had been a teammate of Zhou Ning in the arena for a period of time. Though this fellow had a slow hand speed and an abundance of quirks, he exhibited a commendable level of professionalism in the realm of gaming. Viewing the posts of an acquaintance from a past life from the perspective of an NPC proved to be quite an intriguing experience. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Ning clicked on the post. XB, esteemed audience, I am your old friend XB. It brings me great joy to meet you all in Tiankai. From today onwards, I will be retiring my identity as a professional player, joining you in the world of Tiankai. I trust you all have watched the second episode of the series. My husband continues the formidable legacy of the previous episode, vanquishing the elusive, extraordinary monstrosity. Throughout the entirety of the second episode, my husband brilliantly exemplifies the strengths of the long-range gunslinger profession. Zhou Ning, brother, please be normal. It frightens me. Continuing to lurk. XB, without further ado, I shall analyze the strengths and weaknesses of each profession in Tiankai based on the information available. He uploaded a video beneath his post, earnestly beginning a frame-by-frame analysis of the professional strengths. After watching the video, even Zhou Ning, the very subject of the discourse, found himself almost swayed by XB's persuasive rhetoric. XB, In the first episode, at least 3 professions made their appearance. The long-range gunslinger from Weinzeitwehr, the warrior class from the cultist ABC, and the remote spellcasting profession from the cultist D, presumably a mage. Did everyone notice that in the 17th minute of the video, cultist A, cultist B, and cultist C all attempted to charge and stun Wei Yin? Their hands did lift momentarily, yet the charge distance should be within 25 yards. As you can observe in the video, Wei Yin consistently maintained that distance, rendering the 2 warriors utterly ineffective. Furthermore, Wei Yin's target remained a monster, followed by the mage. Then the warrior, indicating that in his mind, the warrior posed the least threat, which ultimately proved to be the case. Thus, in my view, the warrior profession lacks mobility, is excessively cumbersome, and is incapable of both combat and pursuit, a quintessentially clumsy profession. Unless one harbors a dream of being a warrior, I would not recommend it for novices. XB continued. As for the mage, its destructive capacity appears to be commendable. Presently, it can unleash remote damage output and possesses a degree of controllability. The only drawback is that casting requires incantation time, raising doubts about its combat effectiveness in PvP scenarios. XB. In the second episode, 3 professions also emerged. Wei Yin's long-range gunslinger, Sherlock's meteorologist, and the extraordinary class of the monster Whole YGI. In the video, one can observe that the meteorologist seems to lean towards a supportive role, combining assistance and output, making it highly recommended for the ladies. As for the extraordinary class, current information is limited, but from the description, its combat prowess appears to be quite formidable. Overall, Wei Yin's long-range gunslinger is likely the hero profession of the initial version, boasting high output and mobility, and most importantly, promising prospect for development. How could a profession belonging to the game's protagonist, the darling of the narrative, be weak? Here, XB advises everyone not to oppose the version. When selecting a profession, one should choose a strong one. However, those spectators wishing to pursue alternative professions need not fret. As the saying goes, each patch brings forth a new deity. And perhaps the next version will indeed be remarkable. How astonishing! The analysis is both reasonable and well-founded. Zhou Ning is truly left in awe. It is no surprise that you, XB, possess such insight. The content of the analysis cannot be deemed inaccurate. Rather, it is fundamentally flawed. The post disparages the warrior profession, which in fact is among the most formidable in the early stages of the game, being the chosen class of Leandro, the protagonist of the previous world. In that past existence, including XB himself, wielding a great sword and slashing away was the norm. Conversely, XB's heavily promoted ranged gunner profession is still in its nascent stage, lacking substance. A slight alteration to the title of his article would render it more fitting, teaching you the apocalypse within 5 minutes. Amusingly, this nonsensical post has garnered a considerable amount of support from players, and the forum's official administrator even deemed it worthy of highlighting. Zhou Ning Muset. Why do I feel this game is destined for failure? Nevertheless, XB's post served as a reminder for Zhou Ning to promptly establish a new professional system of his own. Given the current popularity, presenting a well-rounded new class would undoubtedly yield abundant benefits. According to the game's standards, a complete professional system must encompass over 6 specialties, 2 core buff skills, and more than 10 active skills. His techniques, such as the ripple breathing method, precision mechanics mastery, arcane arts, and shooting mastery, could barely qualify as specialties. The swift pursuit skill, which passively enhances combat prowess, may be considered a core buff skill. Currently, the primary deficiency lies in active skills. With this perspective, achieving the goal does not seem overly distant. After closing the control panel and refreshing himself, Zhou Ning proceeded, as usual, to the alchemy tower to commence his daily routine. With the passing of the night, the atmosphere at Vic University was entirely transformed from the previous day. Early this morning, following Sherlock's departure, a contingent of police arrived to remove the body of Whole Wei Guy, announcing that the alchemical ghost case had been solved. Due to the involvement of extraordinary powers, the students were rather intrigued, continuing to engage in animated discussions. One of the key figures in the incident, Maggie's ex-boyfriend, known as the Cuckold, was nearly paralyzed with fear, expressing gratitude towards Whole Wei for sparing his life. Meanwhile, the faculty members of the school breathed a sigh of relief. The exposure of a hidden extraordinary creature among the students was, undoubtedly, a positive development. Although several lives have been lost, at least more students have been spared from harm. Chapter 37. A fortuitous opportunity, this morning unfolded with an unusual tranquility. Zhou Ning arrived at the alchemy tower as per his routine. Given that his alchemical skills had reached an intermediate level, it was no longer cost-effective to upgrade using low-level materials of the tower, prompting Zhou Ning to contemplate resigning in a few days to rent an alchemical laboratory off-campus. Though inexperienced, Zhou Ning adhered to a professional ethic of diligence, spending some time absently browsing the forum while concocting a few low-level potions, accumulating several hundred experience points. Rashi then arrived to hand over duties, and the two shared a mutual understanding, enjoying lunch together. To Zhou Ning's surprise, it was Sherlock who came to transfer firearms, raising the question of whether, as the captain of the third squad of the Sun Guardians, he had no subordinates to assist him. Heaven knows why he is being exploited to such an extent. 5 handguns, 2 long guns, a total of 111 white ta. Zhou Ning handed the firearms to Ziluk. After Ziluk received the weapons and counted them, he presented Zhou Ning with a stack of banknotes, instructing him to count it. No need to count. This business is merely one of many, is it not? Zhou Ning's heart swelled with joy, though he feigned indifference as he slipped the banknotes into the inner pocket of his coat, replying with a smile, "You are correct." Ziluk chuckled, then handed Zhou Ning a bag of ammunition, stating, "Here are 50 rounds. The processing fee is, as you mentioned, 10 luoshan per round. Should there be new firearms, you may bring them along with the ammunition to the Xylan General Store in the west of the city, where someone will be responsible for receiving them. You know, we will be quite busy for a while." "No problem," Zhou Ning readily agreed, accepting the bullets. The official organization proved to be quite generous. 50 rounds amounted to nearly 50 white ta, which substantially filled his wallet. Within the currency system of Bulesaitan, weenie represents the lowest tier, while white ta signifies the highest. 1 white ta equals 10 luoshan, and 1 luoshan can be exchanged for 10 weenie. Thus, 50 white ta is indeed a considerable sum. However, the subsequent dilemma is that Zhou Ning can only produce potions and ammunition in the alchemy laboratory associated with the school's alchemist shop. Yet this laboratory is frequently rented out, and the supply of materials is limited, making large-scale production impossible. After much contemplation, he decided to expedite his plans and rent an alchemy laboratory outside of the school. As he tore open the weather forecast stick, it revealed a red line and a faint pink line, indicating the possibility of severe weather conditions such as torrential rain or heavy snow this afternoon, with the worst-case scenario being acid rain, though that seemed unlikely. Zhou Ning rented an umbrella from the shop and made his way outside the school. Speaking of umbrellas, there's an amusing anecdote. Zhou Ning found it perplexing in the game why, despite the availability of umbrellas, the locals often resorted to renting them. He posed this question to an NPC in the game. The NPC replied without hesitation, "Umbrellas are expensive." Initially, Zhou Ning thought the NPC was being foolish, but he later learned the reason why people in the Tiankai world borrowed umbrellas. They are, in fact, a luxury item. Among the wealthiest merchants in Declan, one notably began his fortune through the trade of umbrellas. Furthermore, in the game Tiankai, there are indeed numerous modes of transportation. In Declan alone, there are public carriages and intercity trains, while later in the northern regions, there are griffins and airships as means of aerial transport. The coexistence of fantasy and science is quite fascinating. In Declan, the public carriages are pulled by 2 peculiar creatures resembling Kodo beasts, referred to as horn horses, which are standard fauna of the northern region. Each carriage can accommodate a dozen passengers and stops on command, making it exceedingly convenient. After 5 minutes, a public carriage passed by, and Zhou Ning waved to signal it to stop. To the Blair bookstore in the Old Town, he instructed the driver. "The Blair bookstore? This carriage does not stop there. You may disembark at the Hongjin tailor shop, and it will only be a 5-minute walk to the Blair bookstore." The driver informed him. "Very well." Zhou Ning nodded nonchalantly. The journey covered 3 kilometers with a fare of 6 weenie. On the public carriage, a woman in her 30s extended her hand towards Zhou Ning, casting a flirtatious glance his way, insinuating that his handsome appearance would not exempt him from payment. She was the ticket collector. Zhou Ning, undeterred, retrieved 6 weenie from his pocket, handed it to her, and accepted the ticket she offered before boarding the carriage. At this moment, the carriage was rather empty, accommodating only a few passengers, likely a reflection of the sluggish economy in Blaisdon over recent years. Seated comfortably, Zhou Ning closed his eyes to rest, as he had two purposes for visiting the old town: to procure materials and rent an alchemical laboratory, and to seek hidden treasures. Approximately 10 minutes later, the carriage came to a halt at its destination. Disembarking, Zhou Ning navigated through familiar streets until he arrived at a shop named Boule Shou. The proprietor, a portly middle-aged man in his 40s, was perched in a reclining chair, donning a monocle while engrossed in a newspaper, surrounded by a clutter of old books. "This must be the place," Zhou Ning mused, a smile gracing his lips. "I have heard from a friend that you possess a collection of alchemical texts authored by Wintergun." Wintergun? The shopkeeper rose from his chair, removed his glasses, and pondered briefly before nodding. "I believe I do, but I shall need to search for them." Boule Shou was the sole antiquarian bookshop in the old town. While business was not thriving, it boasted a vast collection, making it difficult for the proprietor to recall the exact location of any particular volume. Zhou Ning nodded in affirmation. "I would appreciate your assistance." After half an hour, the shopkeeper returned hastily, cradling a stack of time-worn books. "Here you are, a set of 5 volumes. You see if this is what you seek." Zhou Ning picked up one of the books, leafed through its pages, and confirmed with delight that it was indeed the collection penned by Wintergun. Maintaining a stoic demeanor, he inquired, "How much for the set?" "This set is an antiquity from the era of Guffelike, priced at a minimum of 20 Wichter." The shopkeeper blinked his small eyes, aware that he had acquired the collection for merely 2 Wichter. Noticing Zhou Ning's keen interest, he calculated a price that would evoke a pang of regret, yet not deter the transaction. Zhou Ning smirked slightly and turned to leave, prompting the shopkeeper to hastily grasp his arm. "What price do you propose?" "I can offer no more than 1 Wichter." "What? 1 Wichter? Why not just rob me?" "This is a relic from the Guffelike era," the shopkeeper exclaimed, visibly agitated, as though Zhou Ning had insulted him with such a ludicrous offer. 3 Wichter. 1 more weenie, and I shall not budge." With that, Zhou Ning pivoted to depart, counting silently in his mind. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. "Wait," the shopkeeper, after a moment of torment, intercepted him. "The lowest I can go is 5 Wichter. I must earn something for my troubles." Zhou Ning halted, turning back, and they reached an agreement. In the end, both parties were satisfied, and Zhou Ning left the shop clutching the precious stack of old books. The author Wintergun was a renowned alchemist from the Guffelike era who had developed a unique system of alchemy, merging engineering with alchemy to create various homunculi, all sealed within specially crafted cards, reminiscent of a game akin to Yu-Gi-Oh! If this individual were to exist in contemporary times, he would undoubtedly be akin to a genius like Jaime Letron, establishing a Wendigo entertainment group and developing a virtual dueling imagery system, effortlessly soaring to success. Yet, he seemed to have a misguided ambition of pursuing the transmutation of life, attempting to imbue his alchemical puppets with consciousness. Consequently, he drew the ire of the 6 nations, and ultimately, Wendigo vanished without a trace. In a previous life, a player uncovered a clue revealing that Wendigo had concealed his alchemical knowledge within an old tome using coded language. Subsequently, that player acquired the tome and deciphered a unique form of alchemy, albeit rather wastefully, as it was primarily used to create mechanical pets, which nonetheless proved lucrative. Zhou Ning arrived 2 years ahead of him, managing to seize the old tome before the player. He found a secluded spot to hide the book in his inventory, and then made his way to the trading district. Chapter 38. The Son of the Plain. The trading district, located in the southwest of the old city, was less than a 10-minute walk away. A few minutes later, upon reaching the trading district, Zhou Ning commenced his search for a suitable alchemical shop. In the previous life, the trading district was a familiar haunt for players, a hub for learning life skills and trading, always bustling with vendors. Now, however, it felt eerily empty, a stark contrast to the lively atmosphere he remembered. After inquiring at several alchemical stores, he found either the laboratories too rudimentary to meet his standards or the prices exorbitantly high. He had previously considered visiting the Weiss family's alchemical shop, yet they specialized in high-end goods, and upon examining the prices, even with discounts, they remained prohibitively expensive. After visiting multiple alchemical shops, Zhou Ning unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, Richard Pessa, a survivor who had escaped the Jassonet mansion alongside him. Having not seen him for several days, Richard appeared somewhat pale, though his inherent complexion made it less noticeable. He was hurrying down the street, and, upon spotting Zhou Ning, He paused momentarily before a warm smile spread across his face. Hello, Wayne. Thank you for your assistance the other day. I intended to visit Vic University to express my gratitude, but as you know, the gates have been closed recently. No need for formalities. I acted out of self-preservation. Zhou Ning replied with a smile. While it may have been self-preservation for you, it was a genuine act of salvation for me, Richard remarked, glancing at Zhou Ning before inquiring. Are you searching for something? I am quite familiar with this area and may be able to assist. Zhou Ning did not hesitate to accept his offer, nodding, I need to procure a batch of herbs, and additionally, I require a rented alchemical laboratory. Richard's eyes lit up at the mention of herbs. You can count on me for that. I can arrange a discount for you. As for the alchemical laboratory, my family has a few vacant ones that you can use anytime. Zhou Ning responded with curiosity. You have several vacant alchemical laboratories? Is your family wealthy? Just then, something peculiar caught his eye in the distance. A strangely designed building under construction. What is that? He wondered aloud. It appears to be a poorhouse. Such institutions can be found in many places. Individuals can exchange labor for sustenance and shelter here, Richard Pizarro remarked. Indeed, Zhou Ning noted it, unwittingly following the canal's edge to the herbal shop owned by Richard Pizarro. The sign appeared quite familiar, Golden Oak Herbal Shop. Wait, is this not the establishment of the herbalism trainer from the game? In the game, the shop's proprietors were an elderly couple, presumably Richard Pizarro's parents. Zhou Ning cast a curious glance at Richard Pizarro. This fellow seemed unremarkable, yet concealed such depth. Next to the steps of the herbal shop, a few spirited youths were gathered, engaging in a game called Who is the Weather Child. In his past life, there had been a similar group of NPCs in Apocalypse, and he found reality to be quite faithful to the game. Richard's lips twitched slightly as he approached the group of youths, raising his voice. Leandro, if I recall correctly, it should be time for you to study alchemy. No way. Alchemy is boring. I aspire to be one of the weather children, protested a boy with black hair and a noticeable scar on his face, defiantly holding his ground. Hearing such familiar juvenile dialogue, Zhou Ning's heart skipped a beat. He recognized the individual. It was indeed him, Leandro Pizarro, one of the dimensional children spanning 4 versions. More importantly, Leandro was a pivotal character in the future level 60 main storyline. Only through him could one undertake the main quest, undoubtedly a golden opportunity. Furthermore, the future Leandro would possess several top-tier universal skills applicable across all professions. Befriending him would surely yield benefits. To his surprise, the passerby he had inadvertently rescued turned out to be Leandro's brother. At that moment, despite Leandro's reluctance, he encountered someone who could handle his defiance. After a session of admonishment, he was eventually compelled to return home obediently. Who is he? Leandro inquired, though still displeased. He soon regained his composure and scrutinized Zhou Ning. He is my savior, Wayne is 12. If not for him, I would have been unable to return, Leandro stated with gratitude, bowing deeply to Zhou Ning. Leandro Pizarro's fondness for you has significantly increased. Well, that is acceptable. One might say it was an unintentional yet fortuitous encounter. At least I need not resort to flattery. The subsequent proceedings unfolded smoothly. As a moderately sized chain herbal shop, the provisions for Zhou Ning were merely a drop in the bucket. Nevertheless, considering the need for a long-term supply, Zhou Ning insisted on paying, ultimately acquiring a favorable price of 20 off, ensuring mutual benefit. Regarding the alchemy laboratories, Richard Pizarro was not exaggerating. His family indeed possessed several idle alchemy labs. One of them was particularly suitable for Zhou Ning, conveniently located near Vic University, allowing easy access before and after classes. Moreover, the facilities were well equipped, rivaling those in the school's alchemy building. The laboratory even featured a small bed for resting, enabling Zhou Ning to occasionally stay there instead of returning to the dormitory for a brief respite. Indeed, the most crucial aspect lies in the remarkably affordable price. Typically, the cost in an ordinary laboratory hovers around 2 luos hung per hour, accumulating to no less than 4 waikata by the end of the day. However, Zhou Ning now only needs to pay 30 waikata per month, making it exceptionally suitable for someone like him, who is financially constrained. The trade-off is that Zhou Ning must keep an eye on Leandro at Wei-Ku University. As their interactions increased, Zhou Ning found himself inexplicably drawn to the idea. As for the price of overseeing a protagonist like Leandro, it seemed almost inconsequential. Eventually, the rental fee was settled at 30 waikata per month. with a deposit of 1 month in advance. Herds would be delivered periodically. Zhou Ning expressed his gratitude, engaging in a brief conversation with Richard until a male servant presented the leasing contract on the table. After both parties signed, Zhou Ning, suppressing his heartache, counted out 60 Waikata in cash and pushed it toward Richard. Richard accepted the money without counting it, suddenly appearing worried as he inquired, "Wayne, have you experienced any nightmares or heard strange sounds recently?" As anticipated, Zhou Ning, who had his suspicions, replied, "Yes, I had a nightmare just last night." Richard's expression darkened. "You too?" Alas, observing Richard's despondent demeanor, Zhou Ning pondered and chose his words carefully. "To my knowledge, many have experienced such phenomena after the sacrifices. The ascetic church and the daykeepers should have means to alleviate or even resolve this issue." The ascetic church? Richard's eyes momentarily lit up before he shook his head with a wry smile. "That won't work. I worship the goddess of nature. The ascetic church would never allow a pagan to enter. As for the daykeepers, we shall see." After a bit more idle chatter, Richard departed, burdened with thoughts. Once Zhou Ning had dealt with the alchemical laboratory matters, it was nearly time for dinner. True to the weather forecast, a torrential downpour commenced outside, yet peculiarly. It remained sunny just 200 meters away. Zhou Ning hastily filled his stomach and began organizing the alchemical laboratory. Although it pained him, it nonetheless marked the establishment of his own small base in this game world. To celebrate, he decided not to return home for the night. After tidying up the laboratory, Zhou Ning sat at the table and attempted to decipher the alchemical tomes he had just purchased. The method of decoding was quite simple. The steps were detailed in forums from his past life. He merely needed to convert Ruin's language into ancient Phyric language, then combine every second, fourth, sixth, and eighth character from each line to form new sentences. In his previous life, the individual had task prompts throughout, and translation merely required a progress bar. Now, Zhou Ning had to translate word for word. The decoding of the alchemical tomes consumed a full 4 hours. Success. Zhou Ning rubbed his sore wrists. This 4-hour translation not only accomplished the decoding, but also granted him an unexpected reward of 4,000 experience points. Upon rereading the decoded material, he received a notification. "You have acquired the epic skill book, Insights of Alchemy from Wintergun." Chapter 39, Traversing the Seas. Zhou Ning immediately chose to read the Insights of Alchemy from Wintergun, and the panel promptly delivered a notification. "You are currently perusing the skill book, Wintergun's Alchemical Insights. Given your formidable willpower, the skill, Puppet Alchemy, has attained a learning progress of 4, Extreme Com Bonus 04. You are still engrossed in the same tome, and with your unwavering determination, Puppet Alchemy has now achieved a learning progress of 3, Extreme Com Bonus 03. Zhou Ning exhaled a sigh of relief. Initially apprehensive about his ability to grasp the subject, but was pleasantly surprised to discover that no prerequisite knowledge was required. Wintergun truly is a benevolent figure. After more than an hour, a new notification chimed on the panel. Puppet Alchemy, Progress 94, 6, and you have acquired a new life skill. Puppet Alchemy. You have comprehended a new recipe, Mini-Mech Warrior, and you have mastered a new skill, Recipe Elaboration. Zhou Ning opened the panel and indeed found a new skill labeled Puppet Alchemy, nestled among his life skills. Puppet Alchemy. Beginner, you can adeptly utilize your life skills to create an alchemical puppet and seal it within a card. A turtle. This is reminiscent of Yu-Gi-Oh, isn't it? Upon delving into Puppet Alchemy, he discovered only the newly learned recipe, Mini-Mech Warrior, and the skill, Recipe Elaboration. Upon scrutinizing the skill description, Zhou Ning experienced an epiphany. So that is how it works. The Recipe Elaboration skill operates similarly to the skill fusion mechanics in the game Apocalypse, allowing the expenditure of experience points to merge Puppet Alchemy with other life skills, thereby deducing new recipes. However, there is a notable distinction. Recipe Elaboration does not reduce the life skill level to 0. Instead, it merely consumes a substantial amount of experience points. And by substantial, it truly is considerable. The initial deduction requires 10,000 experience points, followed by 15,000, then 20,000, and there is also a risk of failure. A smile of elation spread across Zhou Ning's face. He was not like the players of his previous life, who fretted over the consumption of experience points. After all, he possessed expertise in mysticism and advanced precision machinery crafting. As long as his experience was sufficient, he could undoubtedly deduce countless recipes. Given time, creating an alternate dimension version of a dueling game was not beyond the realm of possibility. He had not forgotten that as long as he could influence this world, he would also reap numerous rewards. To craft the mini-mech warrior, a considerable quantity of iron ingots, numerous bolts, some gunpowder, a standard firearm, a piece of parchment, and various materials required for constructing alchemical arrays were necessary. For the moment, he lacked these items, yet they were commonplace goods, with sufficient funds. Acquiring them would not pose a challenge. However, from this point forward, the gap between experience points and currency had widened considerably, instilling a sense of urgency within Zhou Ning. Having thoroughly explored puppet alchemy and with no herbs delivered yet, the newly affluent Zhou Ning once again accessed the simulator. Currently, he possessed 30 traversal coins, and after deducting the rent for the alchemical laboratory, approximately 60 victas remained. After careful consideration, Zhou Ning opted to spend 40 victas to recharge for traversal coins, enabling him to execute a 10-fold draw, while still retaining enough traversal coins for another venture. Upon opening the lottery page, I discovered that the prize pool for Yuxian Zhizhan was locked. Upon investigating the reason, it was revealed that access to the next prize pool would only be granted after completing 50 draws from Wudu Maidu. Zhou Ning remarked, "This is indeed reminiscent of those shoddy, pay-to-win mobile games, exploiting players at every turn. Given the nature of the market, there is little choice but to proceed to the lottery page and continue with the Wudu Maidu prize pool, embarking on 10 consecutive draws. You have obtained a rare item, M1 Garand rifle, accompanied by several 762mm caliber bullets. You have obtained a rare item, domestic Hanyang 88 rifle, accompanied by several 72 ACP caliber bullets. You have obtained an epic item, Shigamian Stone Ghost Mask. You have obtained a rare item, German C93 765mm pistol, accompanied by several 45 ACP caliber bullets. It seems something peculiar has slipped in. This round of 10 draws was quite fortuitous, yielding 9 firearms in total, comprising 4 rifles and 5 pistols. If sold directly, they would fetch over 140 victa, much to Zhou Ning's delight. However, the sole item that was not a firearm appeared rather familiar. Zhou Ning retrieved the Shigamian from his inventory, examining it with a hint of exasperation. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the depiction in the comics, with its rugged stone surface, eye holes, and 2 prominent fangs at the mouth. It was evident that this was no ordinary artifact. Donning it would presumably transform him into a vampire. Yet he pondered the purpose of such a transformation. He was quite content being human. Why would he forsake that? Upon reflection, it seemed wiser to reserve this item for players as a reward for a quest, perhaps offering a hidden bloodline. One could only wonder how appealing that would be to players. After the lottery, Zhou Ning found himself with precisely 25 cross coins remaining. This would likely be his final opportunity in the short term. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly and selected the new map, Zongheng Sahai, clicking on cross. Cross preparation in progress. 25 cross coins. Please select a crossing mode. 1. Direct crossing. 2. Use parallel world template for crossing. Though funds were currently lacking, it was customary to first peruse the templates. One could never know when a freebie might emerge. However, the outcome was evidently disappointing. None of the 3 templates in this round were particularly compelling. The first template featured Zhou Ning as the returning extreme villain, priced at 15 cross coins. It was quite affordable, yet still beyond his means. The second template showcased Zhou Ning clad in a Lakers jersey, towering at 2 meters tall, cradling a basketball with a determined expression. His talent was that of a sports prodigy, Blue, boasting skills in basketball techniques, expert level, and scientific training methods, expert level. His personality was fiercely competitive and obsessive, titled as Basketball Superstar Zhou Ning, priced at 7 cross coins. The third template depicted Zhou Ning wielding a bloodied scalpel, donned in a white coat with a sinister gaze. This was titled as Demon Doctor Zhou Ning, also priced at 15 cross coins. Bah, mediocre. Zhou Ning shook his head and promptly opted for option 1. You have selected the time travel mode. Please choose 3 talents from the following 10 options as your matching criteria. 1. Merman. Blue, your swimming prowess is extraordinary. Every time you glide through the water, you feel as if you are a merman. 2. Muscular man. Green, your physique is robust and intimidating. instilling fear in those who behold you. 3. Accompanying grandpa. Purple within your ring resides the spirit of a local powerhouse. Perhaps you could refer to him as your accompanying grandpa. Note, this talent pairs exceptionally well with the underachiever attribute. 4. Void masquerade. Purple, a peculiar cucumber, adorns your face. Yet you possess a certain probability of reversing time. 5. Sex addict. White. The following is premium content. 6. Stephen Hawking. Blue, your intellect surpasses that of ordinary individuals, albeit at the cost of total paralysis. 7. It's just too big. White, your undergarments require bespoke tailoring. 8. Demon S back. Blue, the musculature of your back has morphed into the grotesque visage of a demon, making you exceedingly suited for combat. 9. Medical doctor. Purple, you are an authority in the realm of medicine. 10. Cthulhu. Purple, wibbly wobbly, wibbly wabby. Please make your selection. Zhou Ning. This time, the options are surprisingly favorable. There are even 4 purple selections. However, upon closer inspection, options 4 and 10 seem rather foolish. Choosing them could lead to misfortune. After a brief moment of hesitation, he ultimately selects talents 1, 3, and 9. You have chosen talents 1, 3, and 9. Matching successful in this parallel universe. You are a dashing playboy and a genius in research, remarkably talented in various fields, having attained a doctorate in medicine and the National Swimming Championship by the age of 20. You possess an ancient ring, a charming artifact you fortuitously procured from a street vendor. The game concludes upon your simulated demise. You are currently aboard Time Machine 133-6595, and the journey through time is complete. You have arrived on the vast ocean in the year 1516. From this moment forth, the wheels of history begin to turn. 1516? According to Zhou Ning's historical knowledge, this period closely follows Columbus's discovery of America, marking the dawn of the age of exploration in Europe. Zhou Ning feels a sense of relief, grateful for his foresight in selecting the Merman talent. Chapter 40. Accompanying Grandpa on July 1st, 1516. You drift aimlessly upon the boundless sea, utterly disoriented regarding the precise date and location, with only a piece of driftwood to cling to. To make matters worse, you are bereft of provisions, possessing only the ring on your finger. Fortunately, your swimming skills remain exceptional, allowing you to navigate the water with ease. On July 2nd, 1516, after a day of drifting, you observe that the ocean currents are remarkably sluggish while marine life is abundant, which contradicts biological logic. Nevertheless, this is not entirely disadvantageous, as it assures a steady food supply. However, curiously, by nightfall, you notice a sudden decrease in your stored provisions. On July 4th, 1516, rain falls from the sky, allowing you to collect some fresh water and food. Yet, as night approaches, your reserves continue to dwindle. On July 10th, 1516, after 10 days adrift at sea, you found yourself weary and fatigued as your fresh water supply dwindled. Your lips began to crack, and you were left to rely solely on your willpower to endure. Fortunately, you managed to persevere. You have acquired a new skill, intermediate endurance. On July 12th, 1516, after 12 exhausting days of drifting, you finally encountered a passing merchant ship and were rescued by its crew. However, the language they spoke was entirely foreign to you, though you guessed they might belong to the Indo-European language family based on their appearance. You communicated through gestures, and the beautiful captain, Tailei Shi, informed you that they were bound for a distant island to sell their goods. Eager to contribute, you offered your services as the ship's doctor. Initially met with skepticism, your remarkable medical skills soon dispelled any doubts about your competence. On July 14th, 1516, after 3 days of recuperation, you experienced a shocking event. As your food supplies dwindled once more, you discovered that your ring had begun to speak. Could this be your golden finger? Was it truly the legendary companion of wisdom? However, after attempting to communicate, you were disheartened to find that you could not comprehend its speech. Your golden finger, your wise companion, spoke in a foreign tongue. What a perplexing situation. On July 22nd, 1516, after 10 days of sailing, you cast the ring into a drawer. Having lost interest in the enigmatic Mr. 91, you began foreign language lessons with Captain Tailei Shi. Despite the ongoing language barrier, sometimes love defies reason. For it is often said that body language surpasses verbal communication. On July 25th, 1516, Tele Shi's foreign language tutoring proved effective. After 3 days of lessons, you had gained a rudimentary understanding of the language spoken in this world, allowing for basic communication, even though most syllables remained elusive. Through discussions with your wise companion, you learned that he was named Luo Jia, a death row inmate with amnesia. You felt a sense of injustice. Why did others have powerful companions while yours was a condemned criminal? You acquired the skill, basic proficiency in Esperanto. On July 26, 1516, an unexpected turn of events unfolded as a band of pirates attacked the merchant ship. They used grappling hooks and boarding planks to seize the vessel and leaped onto the deck. You witnessed the combat style of this world, characterized by the use of swords, curved blades, and physical prowess. The crew of the merchant ship quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. However, your wise companion Luo Jie stepped forward, and under his guidance, you picked up a long sword and swiftly dispatched the pirate leader. The remaining pirates fled in disarray. She expressed her gratitude and severed the head of the pirate leader, informing you that at the next island, you could exchange it for a bounty of 5 million. On July 28, 1516, following the recent events, your relationship with Luo Jie had improved. He revealed that he believed he was once powerful, yet all memories of his strength had faded. From him, you learned a foundational swordsmanship technique, as well as a method for training in physical combat. According to Luja, it should be quite useful, yet he has forgotten where its utility lies. Is this not the epitome of foolishness? On July 29, 1516, the ship finally docked at a large island known as Luj Town. After completing your final language lessons with Tylek C, you prepared to exchange the head of the pirate captain for a bounty of 5 million. You chose to temporarily reside in Luj Town. However, upon witnessing the Navy's seagull flag and the imposing figure of a silver-haired man puffing on 3 cigars, you were utterly astonished. At this moment, Zhou Ning was equally taken aback. What is this traversing the seas? Is it not reminiscent of One Piece? This implies that the venerable figure within the ring is quite likely the legendary pirate king, Luja, also a death row inmate. There is no discrepancy here. Continuing the simulation, on July 30th, 1516, despite your suspicions, you opted to exchange the pirate captain's head for 5 million berries, settling temporarily in Luj Town. The purchasing power of this sum was not as formidable as anticipated, equating to approximately 260,000 renminbi, which was sufficient to establish your own clinic. On August 1st, 1516, your clinic modestly opened its doors. By August 5th, the business was rather lackluster, leaving you with a sense of untapped potential. From August 15th, 1516 to June 8th, 1517, business remained lukewarm. However, you were not anxious, as your excellent medical skills fostered a stellar reputation. During this period, you diligently practiced your martial techniques, though your natural talent appeared rather mediocre. On June 8th, 1517, you finally encountered a significant opportunity. The Navy of Luj Town had vanquished the nearby Black Cat pirates, sustaining heavy casualties themselves. Unable to accommodate the injured at the naval hospital, they transferred several severely wounded patients to your clinic for assistance. Confronted with skepticism from the injured, you showcased your medical prowess to the fullest extent, ultimately saving all of them. On June 12, 1517, your remarkable performance astonished the entirety of Luj Town. You were hailed as the Hagi Bake of the East Sea, and your reputation as a miracle worker began to spread, reaching even the nearby islands. By July 15th, 1517, your business flourished, but Luja was discontent with this lifestyle. He urged you that a true man should set sail for the sea. Yet, the dilemma remained, lacking both money and a ship. How could one embark on such a journey? Run naked? On March 4th, 1518, Tylek C returned from her voyage, and you resumed your language studies with her. Meanwhile, under Luja's encouragement, you found yourself genuinely stirred by a desire to venture towards the sea. On September 21st, 1518, after more than 2 years of practice, you finally mastered the martial techniques Luja had taught you. He had indeed spoken the truth. They proved exceedingly useful. You acquired the skill, Armament Haki Beginner. By 1520, your reputation as a physician had grown significantly. Throughout the East Sea, numerous patients had benefited from your care. With your financial situation improving, you began offering free treatments to the less fortunate. Meanwhile, Your proficiency in Esperanto has flourished to the extent that you are indistinguishable from the locals, and you have acquired the skill. Esperanto specialization, expert level. On March 9th, 1520, you learned that Tracy's merchant vessel would accompany the fleet of the Lost Trade Association to the Iron Country of the Great Waterway, and you boarded the ship as the ship's doctor. After a month of preparation, on April 9th, 1520, your fleet was finally ready to enter the Great Waterway, with the destination set for the Inverted Mountain. On May 5th, 1520, as you stood on the deck, gazing at the extraordinary sight of water flowing upwards towards the summit of the Inverted Mountain, an awe-inspiring phenomenon rarely witnessed in a lifetime, you felt a profound sense of fulfillment as the merchant ship surged along the tumultuous currents towards the mountain's peak. On May 6th, 1520, you successfully arrived at the Great Waterway, and when the radiant moonlight reflected off the Twin Cape Lighthouse, a chorus of cheers erupted from all aboard the vessel. However, on July 3rd, 1520, just before reaching the Iron Country, your fleet was ambushed by a formidable pirate crew. Despite the assistance of Roger, you tragically met your demise during the robbery. In your final moments, you caught a fleeting glimpse of golden hair and a pink flamingo coat. You have died. Summary: it was a relatively commendable life. You saved some individuals and earned their gratitude while keenly uncovering the truths of the world. However, in this realm, weakness is a cardinal sin, and you perished amidst the clash of two warring factions. Evaluation: D. World Exploration Level 218. As your exploration level exceeds 20, you have been rewarded with 6 Transcendence coins. Please continue your efforts. Chapter 41. Miniature Mechanical Warrior. Simulation concluded. Please make your choice promptly. Option 1. Randomly acquire 3 skills and specialties obtained during your journey. Option 2. Randomly draw 3 items acquired during your journey. This time, the choice was devoid of suspense. Treasures from the realm of the Pirate King are scarce, and the Devil Fruit is certainly absent this time. Without hesitation, Zhou Ning selected the first option. You have chosen option 1. You have acquired the specialty, Intermediate Endurance. You have gained the skill, Esperanto Specialization, Expert Level. You have obtained the skill, Armament Haki, Beginner Level. An overwhelming influx of knowledge surged through your mind, as if your head were about to burst. After a considerable period, you finally regained your composure, massaging your temples as you opened the panel. Indeed, 2 new skills and 1 specialty had been added to the panel. Intermediate Endurance, an advanced version of the specialty Basic Endurance, with a physical growth coefficient of 0.2 and a willpower of 2. The detrimental effects of hunger, thirst, cold, and other adverse debuffs on you are significantly diminished. Armament Haki, Beginner Level, a skill that enhances both your offensive and defensive capabilities, applicable to your own body or to be imbued upon objects. As you have now mastered a specialized language, your linguist level has risen. The upgraded linguist granted him a flicker of spirit and a free attribute point. Yet Zhou Ning chose to retain the free attribute point without allocation. Opting to wield the armed color Haki, a layer of black film abruptly manifested in Zhou Ning's hand, followed closely by a subtle ripple. Indeed, as anticipated, the armed color Haki could be superimposed with a ripple technique. Consequently, both his offensive and defensive capabilities, particularly his attacking power, ascended to a new level. In this light, Zhou Ning found himself quite content with this reincarnation. Despite meeting an untimely demise, he had acquired a formidable skill and a powerful specialty, which was commendable. Intermediate Endurance was a rare specialty that added growth factors, while Armed Color Haki Beginner not only complemented the ripple technique, but could also be categorized as a buff-type skill. Thus, with the amalgamation of 2 buff-type skills, Zhou Ning was 1 step closer to forming a new profession. The following morning, Zhou Ning proceeded, as per his routine, to work in the alchemy tower at school. Although he harbored intentions of resigning, he committed to fulfilling his last shift properly, postponing the specifics of his resignation until the new term commenced. That morning, crafting low-level potions and organizing materials yielded a total of 1,000 experience points. It was not until noon, when Loxy arrived to take over, that he noticed her unexpectedly buoyant mood. She even hummed a tune upon entering, her voice sweet as candy. "Did you find money?" Zhou Ning inquired with a smile. "No," Loxy replied, shaking her head slightly, her cheeks puffing up as she habitually elaborated. "Professor Weasley has decided to grant me a stipend, increasing it to 6 Wekata starting this month." "That's splendid." Zhou Ning gave her a thumbs up. acknowledging that you were the first to persuade the notoriously frugal Professor Weasley to agree to a stipend. This remark clearly touched Loxie's heart, compared to her amiable nature. Professor Weasley's stinginess was infamous throughout Weketa University. She smiled in return, allowing her lips to curve upwards before she spoke again. By the way, Professor Weasley asked me to remind you not to forget the newcomer orientation the day after tomorrow. I understand, Zhou Ning replied, his smile fading as he nodded. Uncertain of Sherlock's thoughts on the matter, he pondered why they had not called it off despite the evident dangers. Did they possess such confidence? I should be there the day after tomorrow as well. Would you like me to assist you? Lotis hidi inquiret, notiting Zhou Ning silence. I want to hesitate to ask if needed, Zhou Ning responded with a smile. The two exchanged light-hearted banter, and after enjoying Loxie's red bean cake, it was already 1 p.m. Upon leaving the school, Zhou Ning made his way to the trading district, purchasing iron ingots, iron plates, bolts, gunpowder, and various alchemical materials from different herbal shops, alchemy stores, and engineering supply shops. Most of the materials required for crafting the mini mechanical warrior could be procured from ordinary shops, albeit not in a concentrated manner, necessitating visits to multiple establishments to gather everything. As a result, Zhou Ning spent an additional 23 Weketa, causing the 160 Weketa he had only just received to disappear in an instant. Money indeed came and went swiftly. By 2 p.m., upon returning to the alchemy chamber, he wasted no time resting and began to organize the alchemy table, meticulously placing each acquired material in position as he commenced his secluded crafting endeavor. Upon opening the panel, it became evident that crafting the mini mechanical warrior required 33 iron ingots, 21 refined iron bolts, and 29 gunpowder. Zhou Ning silently recited the recipe, already possessing the necessary firearms. The initial components were essentially for creating a standard mechanical puppet, and with his innate talent akin to Tony Stark and expert-level precision in machinery crafting, this task proved to be quite uncomplicated. After dedicating some time to the endeavor, Zhou Ning exhaled deeply and set down his hammer. A prompt emerged from the panel: Mini Mechanical Warrior, a mechanical puppet capable of wielding any small firearm, useful for combat, defense, or mere spectacle. The fortunate individual from Zhou Ning's previous life who had acquired puppet alchemy did not possess this recipe. His initial formula was rather simplistic, involving a companion mechanical squirrel. Thus, Zhou Ning speculated that the initial recipe was likely influenced by the inherent life skills one possessed. The mini-mechanical warrior he was crafting appeared to be a synthesis of puppet alchemy and his own expert-level precision machinery crafting. Having successfully created the mini-mechanical warrior was merely the first step. Zhou Ning still needed to transmute it through an alchemical array and seal it within a parchment card. The subsequent steps required the combination of pure water spheres, dragon bloodgrass, and ice mint to concoct a spiritual powder, essential for inscribing the alchemical array. Following the meticulous instructions, Zhou Ning gathered 2 pure water spheres, 7 grams of dragon bloodgrass, and 5 grams of ice mint. Half an hour later, the alchemical array was complete. Zhou Ning held his breath as he placed the mini-mechanical warrior alongside a piece of parchment into the array. Once prepared, he poured a specially concocted alchemical catalyst over the mixture. A sudden burst of mist enveloped the alchemical chamber, rendering it shrouded in obscurity. Moments later, as the mist dissipated, a card etched with intricate patterns depicting the mechanical warrior lay quietly before him. You have created the card, Mini Mechanical Warrior, and you have gained 7,000 experience. The Mini Mechanical Warrior, clicking to use, will summon a Mini Mechanical Warrior to assist in combat, lasting for half an hour with a cooldown period of the same duration. Zhou Ning's heart swelled with joy. This was a small step in alchemy, yet a monumental leap in the realm of gaming. He clicked the card and chose to use it. Instantly, a cloud of mist emerged, and as it cleared, a mechanical warrior, standing at half a person's height and wielding the M1 Garand rifle Zhou Ning had deliberately provided, materialized before him. Perfection. Zhou Ning snapped his fingers. In the ensuing days, apart from dutifully attending to his responsibilities in the alchemical laboratory each morning, Zhou Ning immersed himself entirely in his craft. Following the arrival of the first batch of herbs from the Jin Xiang Shu herbal shop, the creation of special ammunition posed no challenge for him. The success rate for crafting special bullets soared to 79.50, and by that afternoon, he completed the production of the bullets. delivering them along with 9 rifles to the Xylan General Store located in the western part of the city. Upon his return, he brought back over 180 Victa and an abundance of additional firearms and ammunition orders. According to Sherlock, the firearms Zhou Ning had drawn from the prize pool were exceedingly popular among the Sun Guardians, even piquing the interest of the agents from the neighboring area, who were inquiring about the origins of these weapons. Zhou Ning harbored doubts about whether that fellow Sherlock was purchasing such an abundance of firearms for the purpose of reselling them. The Jin Xiangshu herbal shop proved to be quite reliable, bolstered by Richard's reputation, ensuring a steady supply of materials. Over the course of 2 consecutive days, Zhou Ning found himself rather overwhelmed, producing nearly 200 specialized bullets each day, garnering substantial experience and once again filling his pockets. Chapter 42. The Hall of Oddities was finally complete. Zhou Ning set down his tools, exhaling in relief as he surveyed the neatly arranged 200 custom bullets before him. Tomorrow marked the orientation day at Wyke University, and, as the head of the alchemy department, he could not afford to slack off. He needed to prepare the venue, coordinate personnel, and tackle a myriad of tasks. Fortunately, he was already adept at crafting specialized bullets, allowing him to finish organizing alchemical materials in the alchemy building and leave work early. He rushed to complete all orders for the custom bullets by noon. Indeed, deadlines are the true driving force of productivity, Zhou Ning mused. He procured a bullet pouch to store all the ammunition, ready to take it with him, and proceeded to the routine lottery session. Opening the simulator, he accounted for the 2 guaranteed rewards from the past 2 days, totaling 8 crossing coins. Without hesitation, he clicked to recharge, spending 100 Waikta to acquire 10 coins. He then accessed the prize pool of the Fog City Maze and initiated a 10 draw. You have obtained a rare item, Browning M1906 pocket pistol, accompanied by several 25 ACP caliber bullets. You have obtained a rare item, M1 Garand rifle, accompanied by several 7.62mm caliber bullets. You have obtained a rare item. The first round of 10 draws yielded nothing extraordinary. 3 long guns, 5 handguns, and 2 inconsequential items. Zhou Ning promptly initiated a second round of 10 draws. You have obtained a rare item, M1 Garand rifle, accompanied by several 7.62mm caliber bullets. You have obtained a rare item, Lee Enfield rifle, accompanied by several 303 British caliber bullets. You have obtained an epic item, flawed IG Redstone. Due to your acquisition of more than 3 epic items, the Hall of Oddities has been unlocked. A haul, you say? The second round of 10 draws had been fairly standard as well. 4 long guns and 3 handguns, but Zhou Ning was startled by the new notification. He opened the simulator and clicked the small arrow pointing right, revealing a new section labeled Hall of Oddities with a small red up beside it on the taskbar. Upon entering, he found himself in an expansive room containing 3 storage racks, displaying 3 unlocked maps. The first rack held items from the Fog City Maze, with the first slot occupied by the Stone Demon Mask and the second by the IG Redstone, each accompanied by a small icon indicating collection. The first rack still had 3 slots remaining, indicating they had yet to be activated. Zhou Ning couldn't help but feel bemused. This was undoubtedly the standard ploy of a pay-to-win mobile game, wasn't it? First, ignite the player's desire to collect, and then ruthlessly extract their wealth, a quintessential method of deception that I, with my keen intellect, have already discerned. Upon clicking to claim rewards, the panel indicates the acquisition of Chuan Yu by 4 and Chuan Yu by 5. The second rack evidently serves as a repository for items from Wu Xianjizhan, towering high with approximately 10 slots. The first slot contains the Super Soldier Serum that Zhou Ning has already utilized. The second slot, of course, is occupied by his Phoenix Knight battle suit. Additional small icons indicating further rewards remain visible. Upon claiming these, Zhou Ning finds that he has accumulated a total of 10 Chuan Yu Bai. The third rack pertains to Zongheng Si Hai, which is currently devoid of any items. Zhou Ning also notices that 2 item bonds have been activated in the background: Ultimate Organism and Phoenix Knight. Ultimate Organisme, Shigi Miao et Ongshi, a rare item combination found within the Wu Du Mi 2 map. When the bond is activated, all attributes increase by 1. Phoenix Knight, Super Soldier Serum and Phoenix Knight Battle Suit, a combination set from the Earth 83716 universe featuring Phoenix Knight Tony Stark. Activating this bond grants 2 strength and 2 agility. Zhou Ning muses, You truly are something. Suddenly, I feel an overwhelming urge to invest in another 10 draws. He closes the strange artifact hall and then opens the item panel to examine the recently acquired AI, Zhou Ning. A prompt appears. Flawed AI, Zhou Ning. A rare gem from nature that significantly enhances ripple power when released. 3 flawed AI, Zhou Ning, can be synthesized into one perfect AI, Zhou Ning, when embedded in Gui Mian. It can evolve individuals with the lineage of Pillar Man into ultimate organisms, with unknown effects on humanity. Not too shabby, Zhou Ning thinks, smirking. The only application he can conceive for AI, Zhou Ning, is to manufacture bullets. Yet, he knows intuitively that this substance will be exceedingly tough. Whether he possesses the means to cut through it remains questionable, so he decides to return to it later for further study. After organizing the firearms he has drawn, he finds a total of 7 long guns and 8 handguns. With an additional 200 special bullets, he calculates he can exchange them for over 400 Victa. Zhou Ning stacks the guns into his suitcase and, grasping the handle, exits the laboratory. This laboratory is situated near Wyke University, and just days prior, the surrounding houses have been vacant. However, upon stepping outside, Zhou Ning discovers a new neighbor. A gray-haired elderly lady is moving items into her room, while a wheelchair waits outside. Occupied by a spirited older gentleman with thick, erect, white hair, embodying the classic protagonist hairstyle. Zhou Ning blinks in surprise. Isn't that Mr. and Mrs. Tulin? He wonders. Good day, you both. Do you require assistance? Zhou Ning strides over, tipping his hat in a friendly manner. Mrs. Tulin turns in surprise, spots Zhou Ning, and beams with delight. Hello, young Wayne. If you wouldn't mind. Zhou Ning smiles, sets his suitcase aside, and assists in moving their belongings. The task is not extensive, and within 10 minutes, they have completed the move. The elder Mr. Tulin, who had remained silent in his wheelchair, suddenly inquires softly, Did you just create the flame oil? Zhou Ning nods, somewhat puzzled. How did you know? By the scent. Lao Tuling pointed to his nose and mischievously remarked, A proficient alchemist must possess both a keen nose and an agile tongue. According to his assertion, John S. Dog, named Polly, seemed to embody the quintessential qualities of an alchemist, boasting not only a sharp sense of smell, but also an eager disposition to lick anything that crossed its path. A thought that made Zhou Ning internally lament. Do not always immerse yourself in alchemy. One day, you might find yourself living it. Emerging from the room, Mrs. Tuling playfully chided Lao Tuling and offered Zhou Ning a cup of clear liquid, saying, This is my special ice mint tea, not available for public sale. Would you care to try it? After expressing his gratitude, Zhou Ning took a sip, discovering a flavor reminiscent of Earth Sprite, yet even sweeter and more refreshing, instantly dispelling the fatigue from his recent exertions. Excellent. Zhou Ning gave climate sincerity. Then I shall rest easy, Mrs. Tuling replied with a smile, kindly watching Zhou Ning finish the cup of ice mint tea. Should you enjoy it, I will bring you some each evening. After engaging in light conversation with Mrs. Tuling and declining her invitation to stay for dinner, Zhou Ning retrieved his suitcase and made his way to the street corner. He then opted to take a public carriage to the western part of the city. Following the address, he arrived at the Xylan grocery store located at 355 Wall Street, placed his suitcase on the ground, and knocked on the door with his left hand in his pocket. After a brief wait, the door opened to reveal a familiar face with dark hair, startling Zhou Ning. How's it you again? He queried. Sherlock, with his lifeless gaze, looked at Zhou Ning and replied flatly, Why shouldn't it be me? I need to discuss something with you shortly. Zhou Ning nodded, bringing his suitcase inside, and proceeded to lay out 7 rifles and 8 handguns on the table, totaling 246, along with 200 rounds of ammunition, calculating a total of 440 Victor. Why the sudden influx? Sherlock inquired, astonished. Is it too much? No, the more, the better. Sherlock retrieved a wad of cash from his pocket and slid it across the table to Zhou Ning. Here is 500 Victor. Consider the remaining 60 as a deposit. Zhou Ning unfolded the bills and mentally accounted for them before inquiring, You mentioned needing to discuss something with me? What is it? Transitioning to serious matters. Sherlock's demeanor grew grave. I hear you are one of the leads for the new arrivals. This operation may require your assistance. Just as Zhou Ning was about to respond, a notification echoed in his ears. You have triggered B-level mission conspiracy. Accept or decline. Without hesitation, Zhou Ning accepted the mission, Chapter 43. Conspiracy Mission Prompt. In Unseen Realms. A conspiracy brews like a tempest in the shadows, sometimes growing from the small to the significant. When you save Waika University, you might also be safeguarding the world. Mission level, BA mission requirements. Attempt to thwart this conspiracy rewards. 60,000 to 100,000 experience. Specialty, reward X1. Prize pool varies with mission completion. It was evident that this mission was far from straightforward. Otherwise, there would not be two distinct prize pools prepared. The experience rewards were substantial, yet secondary. While Zhou Ning's primary interest lay in the specialty reward, as completing the mission with an A-level rating could potentially yield an elite specialty. Zhou Ning speculated that the crux of the task might lie with the council member from Ruins. With this thought in mind, he refrained from responding immediately and instead inquired, "What about Mr. Qian? Has he not intervened in this matter?" Sherlock lamented. Mr. Qian originally intended to address this personally. However, he must accompany His Majesty during an important state visit to be held tomorrow at the Wei Te Xie Air Church Square, where the king will be present. Zhou Ning nodded in understanding and promptly replied, "No problem. How can I assist?" "Splendid," Sherlock praised, raising his thumb in admiration, yet puzzled by Zhou Ning's swift acquiescence. "For the sake of saving the world," Zhou Ning replied with an impassive expression. Coughing slightly, Sherlock nearly choked on his own saliva. He poured himself a glass of water to steady his nerves and said, regarding this incident, "We suspect that the individual responsible for deploying the alchemical bomb could be a student from a school, a staff member, or even a teacher, and it is also possible that it could be a new student or a parent. To avoid alarming the target, we have only informed a select few senior officials at Waika University." Zhou Ning expressed his understanding. "So, what specifically do you require of me?" "Quite simple," Sherlock responded, fixing his gaze upon Zhou Ning. "We possess a method for detecting the alchemical bomb, but we need to arrange for a few individuals to infiltrate and prepare the site in advance. Your cooperation is essential in this matter. I have already organized the operation for tomorrow. If possible, please assist us." He emphasized the necessity for this mission to be foolproof. "No problem. But are you certain we will have time to deal with the alchemical bomb once detected?" Zhou Ning inquired. "There will be sufficient time. Any alchemical bomb capable of posing a lethal threat will have a diameter that is certainly not small. Even if the catalyst ignites immediately, it will take between 5 to 10 seconds to detonate. As long as we can identify it in time, there will be no issue," Sherlock assured. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a firearm from his possession, removed 5 specially crafted bullets from the magazine, and let them clatter onto the table as he pushed them toward Zhou Ning. "These 5 bullets have been specially manufactured. Each one can disrupt the internal structure of an alchemical bomb. I don't have many of these, so use them sparingly." Zhou Ning nodded, stowing the bullets away. Although he had limited knowledge of alchemical bombs in his previous life, he was aware of the methods for handling them. They were primarily composed of a mixture of various high-explosive alchemical materials, ignited by a unique catalyst. The internal structure of such bombs is exceedingly intricate, requiring numerous stringent catalytic reactions, making them vulnerable if targeted appropriately. Sherlock raised his cup and took a sip of water, smiling as he asked, "Are there any other questions? If not, you should return to the school. I have arranged for a few individuals to await your arrival." "Yes, there is one crucial question." Zhou Ning pondered for a moment, carefully choosing his words. "According to reliable sources, the Alchemical Society has dispatched a council member from Ruins. How do you intend to handle this individual?" Sherlock, having just taken a sip of water, could not contain himself and sprayed it out in astonishment. "Are you certain about the council member?" he exclaimed, aghast that even the watchers were unaware of this news. Zhou Ning's lips twitched slightly as he nodded. "It's a rumor, but it should not be incorrect. Based on what I gleaned from the series The Apocalypse, it should hold true." Zhou Ning wagered that Sherlock's expression at this moment resembled that of Li Tai after conceding a goal in the World Cup qualifiers, devoid of his usual calm demeanor. He hastily rose and said, "Wayne, you should head back to school. I need to discuss matters with Mr. Qian." After departing from the Xylan grocery store, Zhou Ning did not linger. He stood for a few minutes before hailing a public carriage that was approaching from the distance. The driver, seemingly familiar with Zhou Ning, greeted him with a smile. "Good day, sir. Are you heading to Vic University?" "Indeed. What a coincidence," Zhou Ning replied, recognizing him as well. After exchanging a friendly nod, he boarded the carriage, recalling that he had taken this very carriage 2 days prior on his way to the Blair bookstore from Vic University. Upon the driver announcing the fare, he chuckled and shook his head. It's not precisely a coincidence. In truth, there are only 2 public carriages that pass by Vic University, operating in a loop from 5 in the morning until late at night, working over 16 hours without respite. No breaks. Zhou Ning inquired, astoniset. We do have breaks. On the Sundays designated for the pious order, when we enjoy a day off, the female conductor said as she tore off a ticket and handed it to Zhou Ning. In reality, the toil is bearable. It is all for the sake of survival. Currently, the economy in Brighton is bleak, with unemployment rampant. It is far better to earn a meager living through this honest labor, even if it amounts to only 3 vikes a month. That is true. After a few more months, I might be able to afford a slightly larger room. Perhaps after a year, both of my sons will have the opportunity to attend school. The driver echoed. Though your employer may be a vampire, he is, in comparison to most bosses, quite tolerable, Zhou Ning remarked, smirking as he found a seat. The driver chuckled in agreement. With that, the 2 sturdy horses began to stride forward, pulling the heavy carriage. Zhou Ning fell silent, closing his eyes to rest. By the time he returned to the university, it was already past 2 o'clock. Upon reaching the school gates, he was taken aback by the lively atmosphere. A vast area from the main entrance to the playground was filled with numerous tables and stalls, with some places even erecting tents. Zhou Ning found himself at a loss for words. Was this a welcome event or a party? According to past experiences, recruitment was supposed to commence at 7 in the morning the next day. The alchemy department was one of the major faculties at Vic University, occupying a section near the main entrance. Zhou Ning had originally intended to recruit John as a helper and perhaps invite a few female students from the alchemy department to bolster the scene. But it seemed that would no longer be necessary. At the school gate, a beautiful woman waved at Zhou Ning, Wayne, over here. As he approached, he noticed 3 individuals waiting for him, 1 woman and 2 men, all dressed as students. After exchanging greetings, he learned that the woman's name was Keely. She was quite attractive, likely in her early 20s, and her black school uniform suited her well. One of the men did not introduce himself, but bore a striking resemblance to Jason Statham, exuding a powerful presence. However, his receding hairline suggested he was in a hurry and clad in his uniform. He looked less like a student and more like a student's father. Another named Boley, sharing the same name as John S. canine offspring, possessed a rather stern demeanor. Zhou Ning gazed at him for an extended period, struggling to associate him with that foolish dog, and tentatively suggested, shall we go inside and discuss? Chapter 44. The final test. Zhou Ning was already a prominent figure at Wike University, boasting a charisma score of 99, making him quite conspicuous standing at the school entrance, where he was frequently approached by younger female students. He himself was indifferent to the attention, having long grown accustomed to being admired as a handsome figure. Yet his 3 companions seemed to be somewhat overwhelmed by the exposure. Though their expressions remained unaltered, subtle cues indicated their unease. Zhou Ning even crafted a title for them: What to do when your identity as an agent is revealed at the outset. At this moment, Zhou Ning proposed entering the school, which they eagerly accepted. Nodding in agreement, they trailed behind him through the main entrance. Not far inside, they arrived at the orientation venue for the alchemy department, where several first-year students were already busy preparing. The basic framework was set up, with tables and chairs neatly arranged and a pile of materials intended for the orientation laid out on the tables. Standing beside the venue, Zhou Ning inquired, "So, how can I assist you?" The 3 exchanged glances, and ultimately, the lovely Keely stepped forward, smiling as she said, "We need to obtain the list of new students, the performance schedules from each department, and the authority to arrange the venue." Not a problem, Zhou Ning readily agreed, drawing from his previous life's memories. He understood that the orientation in this game world differed slightly from that of domestic universities. Wike University's Orientation Day served not merely as a welcome, but resembled a festive occasion, traditionally held on the birthday of the university's founder, the Justice Flame, Archibald, one of the 4 heroes. On this day, in addition to welcoming new students, each department was responsible for presenting their own performances to help newcomers assimilate into campus life. For instance, the meteorology department always showcased who was the child of weather, the warriors department hosted an energetic game of dodgeball, and the alchemy department prepared a dazzling alchemical fireworks display, among others. This was also a major source of concern for Zhou Ning and the Guardians, as the event would inevitably be chaotic and chaos could lead to unforeseen accidents. Zhou Ning made his way to the center of the venue, approached a female student, whispered a few words, and soon the area erupted in cheers. Long live the senior. A particularly attractive female student even rushed forward to plant a kiss on his cheek, after which everyone began to pack up and leave. Bolli gritted his teeth in frustration, muttering about the detestable life winner. It wasn't he until Zhou Ning approached with the materials that Keely, still perplexed, asked, "How did you manage that?" She had initially thought it would be challenging to disperse the students, requiring considerable persuasion, yet he had accomplished it effortlessly, almost as if by magic. Quite simple, really. I offered the money to find a place to enjoy a sumptuous dinner, Zhou Ning explained as he handed the materials to Keely, adding earnestly, "This is a cost for Wyke, and you must reimburse it." "Of course," Keely replied with a charming smile, retrieving a banknote from her purse and handing it to Zhou Ning. From that moment onward, Zhou Ning became a mere bystander. The three guardians, regardless of their operational abilities, proved to be exceptional in their decorating skills. In the midst of the bustling activity, Bolli was busy transporting items into the large and small boxes, while the other two individuals diligently arranged the surroundings. Before long, a sign inscribed with Lianjin she was erected, tents of various sizes were pitched, and the tables were replaced with brand new ones, clearly indicating some manipulation had taken place. Zhou Ning curled his lips in disdain. The world is rife with the unprofessional attempting to guide the adept in their specialized endeavors, and he had no desire to interject. After observing for a while, his interest waned, leading him to idly stand aside and browse the forum. Having been preoccupied with orders over the past couple of days, he had not had the opportunity to peruse the gaming forum, and now he noticed a significant surge in activity. The exchange section alone had seen hundreds of thousands of new posts daily. As Zhou Ning pondered this, he clicked into the exchange section and was immediately taken aback by the content of the pinned post. In appreciation of the players' enthusiasm, and to grant them the opportunity to personally experience the first major event in the world of Tianqi, we are initiating the first closed beta test. The beta test will last for 5 days, with only 200 spots available. Seize this opportunity. Perhaps you too may find yourself featured in the Tianqi series, becoming a protagonist in the unfolding narrative. Closed beta test? Zhou Ning could not help but be dumbfounded. In his previous life, he had entered the game rather late, and had been entirely unaware of the existence of such a beta test. Originally, he had contemplated how to exploit players during the internal testing phase, yet now that the moment had arrived, he felt an unexpected wave of anxiety. Was this not all too sudden? The current situation was already chaotic enough. If players were to involve themselves further, would it not lead to even greater disorder? Zhou Ning clicked on the pin post and discovered that the results of the beta test lottery had already been announced. The slots for the closed beta had been randomly selected from high-level players across multiple countries, with only 200 fortunate individuals chosen from a vast pool, indicating that those selected were not just skilled players, but also the fortunate few among them. Closed beta has been detected. NPC functionality has been unlocked. Players, please review the game panel independently. Zhou Ning reopened the game panel, and indeed, a new option for NPC functionality had appeared. Upon inspection, he realized he could freely create tasks for players and assign rewards. This meant that both tasks and rewards could be edited at his discretion, allowing him to easily direct players to perform errands for him through this task system. In the rewards section, he could choose from monetary compensation, special items, equipment, experience points for leveling up, and even grant players access to learning functions. Notably, experience points could not be deducted from his own pool. The system would compensate Zhou Ning with experience rewards, yet there was a daily limit to the experience points an NPC could distribute, which seemed to correlate with his own level. Currently, Zhou Ning was able to issue tasks with a maximum experience limit of 20,000 points each day. This setup appeared quite reasonable. Otherwise, if he were to grant experience points directly to players, he could potentially level up infinitely, leading to an absurd increase in attributes. Reflecting on the matter, it becomes evident that this closed beta test is not as dire as it initially seemed. The world of Tianqi is immensely vast, featuring 6 nations and a multitude of factions in its first iteration. With a mere 200 players dispersed throughout the expansive realm, it is unlikely that they will even create a ripple in the current landscape. The forthcoming influx of players during the open beta will undoubtedly be the pivotal moment, one that could reshape the entire game's dynamics. For Zhou Ning, This closed beta presents a valuable opportunity to solidify his standing among the players while also exploring the specific functionalities of the NPC feature, preparing for the imminent open beta. In the distance, footsteps approached as the trio completed their preparations. Leading the group was a formidable figure resembling Jason Statham, who strode toward Zhou Ning. "Thank you for your cooperation." The silent figure extended a hand to Zhou Ning, introducing himself. "I am Ian, a member of the Daybreakers' third squad." Zhou Ning reciprocated the handshake and inquired naturally, "Sherlock has requested that I assist you as much as possible tomorrow. Could you share your plans with me?" "We have placed specialized detection instruments on the table that will react to alchemical bombs," Ian replied coolly. "As for tomorrow, your primary concern should be your own safety. The Daybreakers have been established for 9 years and would never place ordinary individuals in harm's way." Zhou Ning offered a smile and nodded, feeling somewhat underestimated. At that moment, all heads turned skyward. Hundreds of fiery meteors streaked across the sky, cascading down towards the continent. Chi Inwei Si, who was conversing with Sherlock, was momentarily rendered speechless by the sight. He recalled the prophecy of Elon. The gods are about to awaken, the extraordinary will soon revive, and the world will welcome countless chosen ones who fear neither death nor destruction. Their arrival heralds both calamity and opportunity. In a certain part of Daklon City, a sudden scream pierced the air. XB stood bewildered, gazing at the astonishingly realistic environment. He found himself on a bustling city street, where gentle rain fell from the sky. The raindrops, cool against his skin, felt indistinguishable from real rain. Touching his body, he could still feel warmth and sensation. "What the heck? The level of realism is astonishing," XB exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 45. Player's first day as a professional player. XB had been closely monitoring the release of Tian Kai, a game that could be deemed a second world. Not only had he gained prominence in forums with a professional review post, but he also secured one of the 200 limited closed beta slots with the fortune of a true lucky charm. The game did not disappoint. Upon entering the game world through the official equipment, he was astounded by the unparalleled realism. It felt as though he was truly in the streets of medieval Europe. With a workshop behind him and a bustling market nearby, filled with the aroma of fish and the sounds of vendors calling out their wares. A few steps away lies the bustling streets of the city, where the throngs of people move forward like a swarm of ants. Despite the rain, visibility remains remarkably high. Even the contours of the towering San Ing Xiong statue, standing over 20 meters in height, are distinctly visible. What astonishes XB the most is the astonishing similarity to the scenes depicted in the promotional video. At the other end of the street, a heavy snowfall blankets the area, creating a stark contrast of black and white that separates it from the gentle drizzle just a few steps away, presenting a breathtaking spectacle. This is a far cry from the graphics of other virtual games. When did the technology of Lan Xing evolve to such heights? Wait a minute. Could it be that I have traversed dimensions? XB suddenly recalled something and hurriedly reached down to touch beneath him. Phew. Thankfully, the small creature is still there. A gentle squeeze confirmed its presence, and it still feels pain. Remarkable. However, I wonder if it can be utilized. I heard whispers of a red light district in the game, and if I acquire wealth, I must explore it. He noticed a man with his hand lingering in his trousers, mumbling to himself, while passers-by recoiled in horror, hastily distancing themselves. A flush crept across XB's face as he sheepishly withdrew his hand and brought it to his nose for a sniff. Ugh, it stinks. The scent was identical to what he normally encountered, an astonishingly authentic experience. This is truly incredible. Following the novice guide provided during character creation, he opened his status panel. Name, XB race, human age, 24 level, 1 profession, engineer apprentice natural affinity, 42 arcane affinity, 25 talent, none attributes, strength 12, agility 9, stamina 10, will 12, spirit 12, charisma 45 health, 10 willpower, 12 mana, 0 skills, none specialization, none race training, none influence, none legendary status, 0. The attributes displayed are quite impressive. Not only does he start with the profession of engineer apprentice, but his natural affinity also reaches 42. XB envisions a bright future in his gaming journey. Prior to diving into the game, he had perused the official materials, noting that players are either assigned to fixed novice starting points to begin from scratch or embark randomly, including their profession and original identity. It seems he belongs to the latter category, and with a natural affinity of 42. Playing as a warrior appears promising according to the official documents. However, with lofty aspirations, XB scoffs at the idea. Warriors are for the uninspired. If I am a play, it shall be as a gunslinger. Clenching his fists, his face radiates ambition. With only 3 days allocated for this beta test, he must delve into every task this world has to offer, amass enough experience, and strive to align himself with the esteemed Wisai Tweer. The official promotion claims this is a world that breathes. Gains from the closed beta will not reset during the open beta, and NPCs will retain their memories and affections towards players. Yet, amidst the skepticism, XB internally critiques what a farce. This game is merely a game. Just as he prepares to embark on his journey, a furious roar emanates from the engineering shop behind him. XB, if you want your wages, get in here and work. My engineering shop does not accommodate idlers. Ah, here we go. XB, responding as if conditioned by reflex, hurriedly made his way into the shop. Hours later, upon finishing work, XB gazed at the money in hand and the attainment of level 3 as an apprentice engineer, feeling both aggrieved and contemplative. This game is truly exhilarating. On the same day, the entire Tiankai world was in disarray. Numerous places were besieged by stateless vagabonds, their demeanor far from normal. Some brazenly harassed women in the streets. Others engaged in soliloquies with the air, and a few even dared to disrobe publicly. However, such absurd players were few. In other nations, cities, or novice hubs within the Tiankai world, a greater number of newly arrived players, much like XB, diligently pursued their upgrades. These players either inherited the identities of NPCs or congregated in groups at novice hubs, fervently undertaking quests according to their preferences. The game commenced with extraordinary variability, offering both immersion and challenge, and an abundance of enjoyment. The utterly authentic game world captivated the players, drawing them into a trance. Meanwhile, Zhou Ning lay on his bed, continuing to peruse the posts on the forum. The Tiankai forum was bustling with activity. The closed beta had commenced nearly 10 hours prior, and a plethora of game-related posts had emerged, most lacking in substance. Nonetheless, all players had begun to grasp the true allure of the Tiankai game. That allure was authenticity. It was an utterly genuine world. In every aspect, players could palpably experience realism, a quality absent in other games. Is there anyone else who feels that leveling up is too slow? It took me 10 hours to reach level 3. This game is truly addictive. I originally intended to log off by 10, yet I lost track of time and played until the late hours, feeling as though I were becoming a masochist. Berated by NPCs, yet secretly relishing it. Have you all noticed how this game resembles the real world? After conversing with numerous NPCs, I discovered that each possesses their own unique background and experience. Remarkable. After browsing the forum for a while, Zhou Ning stumbled upon an intriguing post. The author, XB, an old acquaintance and a well-known figure in the forum, penned a brief post that exuded an air of arrogance, much like his personality. Greetings, esteemed audience. Today marks the first day of the closed beta. I was born on the streets of Dayclan, not far from the game's protagonist, Veinsterville. From a moment of my birth, I secured a stable job and a means of gaining experience, and I have already ascended to level 4. The realism of this game is utterly astonishing. Take my boss, for instance, an elderly man whose frailty resulted in my being reprimanded for an entire afternoon, yet not a single line was repeated. I even began to suspect he was a real person. Haha. I plan to visit Week University tomorrow morning for a close encounter with the protagonist, and perhaps I might trigger some quests. By the way, are there any others who were born Dayclan? We could form a party to go together. Zhou Ning couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out that the person closest to him was none other than this fellow. Beneath XB's post, at this moment, numerous individuals have already replied. XB, please return to your professional pursuits. Not only have you secured a beta testing qualification, but your starting position is also exceptionally advantageous. Must you really emerge and provoke us? I, on the other hand, must traverse the sorrowful path of being born in Liuanxi. My plight is even more pronounced. Having originated from the northern continent of Moertel, over half a month's journey from the kingdom of Blaistan. XB, upon encountering Wien, could you perhaps consider hosting a live stream to satiate our longing for the game? Subsequently, there was a response from XB himself. Fear not, dear viewers. The live stream has been set up and the room number is XXXXX. After observing the amusing exchanges among these players in the forum, Zhou Ning felt he had a clear understanding of the situation. The number of individuals in DayClan was likely minimal, certainly incapable of stirring any significant commotion, though the rewards might also be meager. He merely needed to focus on completing his tasks. However, there was one consideration: if XP truly hosted a live stream, it would present him with another opportunity to attract followers. The following morning, Zhou Ning rose early. After washing his face in the restroom, he selected a distinguished ensemble consisting of a white shirt, a black waistcoat, and a black coat, and even went so far as to don a bow tie. Gazing into the mirror, he felt a surge of confidence, noticing that his appearance now exuded a scholarly charm. As he exited his room, he found John already awake, impeccably dressed and seated, playfully engaging with Polly. Zhou Ning was not surprised by John's early rise. Today marked the day for new students to report, and as one who fancied himself a dandy, he naturally wished to partake in the festivities and perhaps encounter some attractive female classmates, a sentiment shared by the majority of the male students. Upon seeing Zhou Ning, John couldn't help but whistle, looking quite dapper. "Thank you," Zhou Ning replied with a smile, adjusting his black bowler hat. The two of them descended the stairs together, strolling leisurely towards the school entrance. Although it was merely 7 a.m., the atmosphere was markedly different from the previous day. If yesterday was merely a warm-up, today was undeniably festive. At the school entrance, welcome banners fluttered, and various departments had set up their reception points, with long queues forming at numerous tables. Many students were busy distributing flyers and other promotional materials, weaving through the crowd. Zhou Ning scanned the area and soon spotted Keely, a striking figure with a tall stature and a curvaceous form, standing out amidst the throng. He then located Ian, who was somewhat challenging to recognize, compared to yesterday. He was now sporting a wig that cleverly concealed his receding hairline. At that moment, they were both dressed in the student uniform of Wike University, surprisingly seated at the recruitment station for the alchemy department. Quite bold of them, indeed. John whispered to Zhou Ning in bemusement, "Is this beauty part of the alchemy department? I don't recall seeing her before. If she's sitting there, she must be," Zhou Ning replied, a wry smile gracing his lips, fully aware that John's next words would undoubtedly be an invitation to approach. "Indeed, let's go and take a look," John urged, tugging at Zhou Ning as they made their way through the crowd. After exchanging glances with Chieli, Zhou Ning smiled and nodded at her before following John. At that moment, Polly was absent, and the two seats beside Chieli were vacant. John sat down next to her and began to strike up a conversation. Chieli was somewhat taken aback, yet with her responsibilities at hand, she had no choice but to engage with the new students while maintaining a casual dialogue with John. Unfortunately, she did not notice that John's dog was bored and had been roaming beneath the table, ultimately lifting its leg to urinate on the hem of her skirt. Zhou Ning quietly looked up at the sky, thinking, "Is this what marking territory looks like?" He ultimately couldn't bring himself to warn her and chose instead to remain standing, surveying the surroundings. At this point, more new students had arrived, and, according to tradition, programs from various departments would commence around 9 o'clock. According to Sherlock, the diameter of the alchemical bomb would undoubtedly be substantial. Zhou Ning scanned the area, but did not identify any suspicious individuals. However, he did spot a familiar figure lurking in the distance, complete with an ID above their head. Surprised, Zhou Ning blinked. Was that not XB? Chapter 46. The first encounter with the players on the other side, XB was currently boasting to his streaming audience. Unbeknownst to him, today was the orientation day at Wike University. After working hard to purchase a map of Darkland and illuminating the entire Darkland City area, he decided to walk to Wike University early in the morning and began broadcasting live. To his astonishment, upon arriving at Wike University, he was greeted by such a lively scene. "Ladies and gentlemen, it seems our luck is quite favorable, as we have coincidentally stumbled upon Wike University's orientation day. Since you are all familiar with the series Apocalypse, today might just be the day the Alchemical Society throws alchemical bombs, which is referred to as a major event by the officials. If by any chance I meet my demise later, you all better provide some compensation." He continued, "Oh, look at that beautiful girl over there. She's stunning, with long legs and a distinct aura. Let's go interact with her and see if we can snag a quest." Saying this, XB quickly cast a reconnaissance spell. "Based on your level, you have obtained the following information. Luo Zilli, sophomore in the alchemy department level. Attributes: Spirit 21, others. Danger level: medium indeed. The aura was different. XB's face flushed with excitement as he hurried to walk alongside Luo Zilli, finally mustering the courage to say, "Excuse me," but before he could finish his sentence, a line of text appeared mercilessly above the NPC's forehead. Favorability 5, what did I do? XB exclaimed, 2333. It seems the NPC finds you too unattractive. Indeed, the esports girls were known for their discerning taste. Don't cry. XB, mother still loves you. A mother never despises her child. Get lost, Mom. Faced with the sarcastic comment from his audience, XB remained undeterred, his eyes sparkling once again as he spotted a new target. It appears that the character Classy Beladen, the second female lead in the official promotional video, is indeed captivating. Let bygones be bygones. This is the true golden thigh. XB approached with a feigned air of courtesy, standing in front of Classy Beladen and clearing his throat before speaking. He noticed that a favorability level 7 had appeared above the NPC girl's head, who huffed at him and walked away. The plight of the esports female player has been confirmed. XBow, do not despair. Rise and take action. In that moment, XB found himself questioning his own attractiveness, wondering if he truly appeared unappealing. He opened the game panel to examine his charm value, which displayed a meager score of 39, with a disheveled appearance rating of 6. A charm value of 6? XB suddenly realized that he had logged in hastily that morning, still clad in yesterday's attire, with even the buttons misaligned. Astonished, he pondered the meticulous attention to detail in this game. He swiftly stepped aside to rebutton his clothing while frantically explaining, "Dear viewers, this is merely an unforeseen circumstance. I rushed to stream for you all today." From his current vantage point, he caught sight of a familiar figure. What a striking presence. Was that not the protagonist, Veinsterver? It was evident that he had been favored by the designers. Even as a man, XB found him undeniably handsome. XB hurriedly adjusted the live stream's perspective to first-person view, exclaiming, "Look who I've discovered. Oh my, darling, XBow. Quickly go greet him and see if you can latch onto that golden thigh." As he noticed an increase in viewers, XB couldn't help but beam with joy. He spat into his hand and smoothed his hair, tidying up his appearance before making his way over. Upon closer proximity to the game as protagonist, XB suddenly felt the weight of pressure. The allure of this character was formidable. "Hello, darling. I am XB, your idol." "No, wait, you're my idol." Perhaps due to his nervousness, XB accidentally stumbled over his words, speaking in a jumbled manner. Zhou Ning, who had been contemplating how to interact with XB, was taken aback when XB dashed over with such enthusiasm, only to be startled by his opening line. "Bro, can you please act normal? You're giving me chills." Zhou Ning noticed a favorability button appearing next to XB SID. Upon clicking it, a new prompt emerged, favorability level 0. With another click, he was presented with an adjustable scale where dragging left decreased the favorability and dragging right increased it. It was quite straightforward. Would you like to adjust the favorability of player XB? Zhou Ning decided that it would be prudent to temporarily lower it for safety, dragging the scale slightly to the left. Veinsterver's favorability towards you has decreased by 5 points. The current status is indifferent. No. XB felt as though he had been struck by lightning, utterly disheartened, wishing to slap himself. While he could tolerate a dip in favorability from others, this was the game's protagonist. Who knew what repercussions this might entail? Although he felt a sense of disdain, Zhou Ning recognized that XB was currently the only player accessible to him. After some contemplation, he inquired, "I haven't seen you before. Are you here as a visitor for the welcoming ceremony?" Yes, indeed." XB regained his composure and nodded vigorously, attempting to salvage his image. "I see. Could you do me a favor?" Zhou Ning inquired with a smile. In the real world, making a request of a stranger would typically elicit eye rolls, and one might even suspect they were encountering a scammer. However, players are anything but ordinary. Upon hearing this, XB's eyes lit up, and he nodded even more fervently. "Absolutely. I will help with anything. Would you like to issue a quest to player XB?" Zhou Ning took a gentle breath. Now was the opportune moment to test the quest system. "Yes. Please set the quest level, requirements, and rewards. The highest quest level is A, while the lowest is E. The rewards can be determined freely, whether it be currency, items, experience, or skills. Currently, your daily experience pool reward cap is 20,000, with a maximum single reward of 4 000, refreshing every 24 hours. Upon clicking to edit the quest, a complex task window immediately appeared. The left side allowed for the setting of quest type and level, while the right side displayed the quest name, with a description below. There were numerous types of quests, including regular quests, random quests, circuit quests, faction quests, and series quests, among others. It was unexpected that managing NPCs could be quite challenging. One might even need to be proficient in Excel. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Ning created an E-level time-limited quest and issued it, setting the time limit to 10 minutes. I'm rather busy and have no time to buy breakfast. Could you bring me some? Of course. I'll go right away. At the same time, XB received the quest notification. You have triggered E-level quest. Breakfast. Do you wish to accept? Yes or no? The quest prompt read, Wines Too Well is hungry and has entrusted you with obtaining breakfast for him. Will you choose to assist him or walk away? The choice is yours. Quest level, E. Quest requirement. Purchase a delicious breakfast. Reward, 800 experience, 1 Luo Shun. Despite the meager rewards, XB, though somewhat bewildered, keenly sensed that this might be his chance to regain favor. Perhaps it was even a prerequisite for a larger quest. Although the rewards were indeed scant, this was undoubtedly a test for him. As the 10-minute countdown began, XB dared not linger and hurriedly dashed to the breakfast shop across the street, spending all the money he had to purchase the most expensive breakfast available. He then sprinted back. Your breakfast. XB gasped as he handed over the meal to Zhou Ning, simultaneously receiving the task completion notification. Thank you, Zhou Ning said with a smile, subtly nudging the favorability meter slightly to the right. Vinestool's favorability towards you has increased by 3 points, currently at a cold level. XB sighed in relief, finally regaining a bit of favor. Just as he was about to speak, the NPC before him continued, invigorating him with hope. You are quite commendable. I now require assistance. Can I trust you? Yes, absolutely. You can count on me, XB exclaimed, passionately thumping his chest. Indeed, he was a professional player. Had he not just triggered Chain Quest? Today, an assault targeting White Dugyu is anticipated at the welcome event. There are reportedly 4 suspicious individuals carrying alchemical explosives. If any signs of trouble arise, do not act rashly. Instead, inform me immediately. Zhou Ning began to edit the task brief. You have triggered a D-rank mission, terrorist attack. Will you accept? The mission prompt reads, Please assist the protagonist, Wine Zeitweir, and the Guardian in identifying the 4 suspicious individuals. Mission level, D. Mission requirements, resolve the crisis. Reward, 2,000 experience points, and unlock Wine Zeitweir's personal shop. Indeed, ha ha ha. I, XB am the chosen one. The prospect of this task has caused XB's eyes to gleam with excitement, his heart racing at the unexpected opportunity to engage with such a significant event immediately upon entering the game. At the moment the task appeared, the live stream chat erupted in enthusiasm. Goodness, what luck for a fool. This is utterly unfair. Hurry back to your profession. Why must you provoke us like this? I told you, Wine Zeitweir is undoubtedly the protagonist. The mission prompt confirms it. XB, brimming with pride, disregarded the envious comments in the chat, accepted the mission. His eyes wide and alert, scanning the venue for any suspicious figures. Observing Zhou Ning smilet softly. In truth, he was not particularly concerned about whether XB could uncover any clues. This encounter primarily served to test NPC functionality and stimulate player engagement, which he found immensely gratifying. He had already devised numerous schemes for profit. The audience watching XB's stream was likely substantial. As XB reaped benefits, it would only incite others, thus aiding him in cultivating new prospects. Chapter 47, Terrorist Attack. The following period passed rather uneventfully, as the anticipated assault did not materialize. Meanwhile, XB remained diligently patrolling with unwavering focus. His vigilance was truly commendable. At the entrance of the school, new students formed an orderly queue at the registration desk. It was not until 9:20 a.m., the birth hour of Sir Archibald, that the atmosphere began to buzz with excitement. A stage had already been erected at the main entrance of White Dugyu, perfectly encircling the registration area, allowing both registered and unregistered new students, as well as passers-by, to witness the performances clearly. Zhou Ning, at this moment, was thoroughly on guard. Had he been tasked with hurling alchemical explosives, this would likely be the opportune moment. The first performance on stage was a spirited game of dodgeball featuring the warrior faction, which Zhou Ning suspected might be the most problematic segment. The rules were straightforward. Both teams alternated in using warrior skills to throw balls, scoring points by striking members of the opposing team. Although the rules were simple, the competitors employed martial techniques and fighting spirit, delivering powerful blows in a rather spectacular manner. To Zhou Ning's surprise, he spotted Sherlock and Polly in the lineup, clad in short-sleeved jerseys, having somehow managed to infiltrate the event. Their appearance in jerseys was reminiscent of Li Tai, and Zhou Ning lamented the absence of a camera to capture the striking image of Sherlock in his athletic attire. The process, though intense, remained largely uneventful, with no unexpected incidents occurring. After a while, Sherlock, with a grim expression, changed his attire and exchanged a few words with Ian and the others before approaching Zhou Ning's side. "How are things?" Zhou Ning inquired. "So far, there are no significant findings. However, we have installed numerous detectors on-site that will emit a buzzing sound should a substantial alchemical reaction occur." Zhou Ning nodded in understanding, recognizing that the technological level of this world was not particularly low. He speculated that it was akin to the heat-sensing heads and overheating switches found in gas lamps. After a brief conversation, Sherlock hurried away. The subsequent two performances lacked allure, only gaining traction by the fourth act, which even captured Zhou Ning's attention. The performer was Elvis Bart, a lecturer from the mage department, with chestnut hair and a youthful, handsome appearance, reportedly well-liked by the ladies. He presented a magic trick entitled Object from the Mirror. "There are 10 items in the mirror," Elvis Bart said charmingly. Zhou Ning recalled a similarly named trick from his past life, where identical objects were placed in front and behind a mirror to mislead the audience through visual distortion caused by reflection. Initially, Zhou Ning assumed that Elvis Bart was employing the same technique, but he soon realized it was not the case. Elvis's dexterity was remarkable as he continuously retrieved items from the mirror: a monocle, a matchbox, a hat, a pipe, a cane, a bow tie, a shirt, a staff, and a black tailcoat, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the audience. Next came the 10th item. After rummaging in the mirror for a moment, Elvis extracted half of an enormous, menacing insect with a gaping maw, measuring an astounding 10 meters in length, with the other half still within the mirror. A bloodsucker. A commotion erupted in the crowd. This was a colossal parasitic beast native to the northern wilderness, with adults ranging from 18 to 20 meters long, known for their preference for human blood and terrifying lethality. "Apologies, I seem to have taken the wrong one," Elvis shrugged, smiling as he tossed the bloodsucker back and once again reached into the mirror. Everyone noticed that as he attempted to withdraw his hand, a dark shadow within the mirror seemed to contest with him. The audience erupted into applause, believing it to be part of the performance. Moments later, Elvis triumphed in the struggle, extracting a black sphere emanating flames. He weighed it in his hand before hurling it toward the crowd below. Suddenly, a loud buzzing filled the air. The unexpected noise incited chaos. The abruptness of the situation was overwhelming. Elvis had barely extracted the black sphere from the mirror before it was on the verge of detonation. Even Ian, positioned closest, had no time to react, only managing to reach for his gun. Those in the audience, sensing the danger, panicked and retreated, their cries and shouts merging into a cacophony. With a resounding bang, a bullet struck the descending black sphere with precision, resulting in a massive fireball with a radius of 3 to 4 meters erupting in midair. Ian exhaled in relief and swiftly turned his gaze towards the shooter, only to find that Zhou Ning's firearm was still emitting a wisp of heat. Calmly, he raised his weapon towards Elvis, pulling the trigger repeatedly. Crack! Elvis's figure shattered into fragments, erupting with a deafening crash. Moments later, he reassembled 10 meters away. At this juncture, Ian also reacted, hastily drawing his gun to take precise aim at Elvis. However, Elvis paid him no heed. A suit of azure ice armor quietly materialized around him, the bullets merely bouncing off without causing any damage. A translucent, ethereal flame ignited silently on his arm, conjuring a black fireball that was hurled towards Zhou Ning. On the skill bar, gunslinging's lethal rhythm lit up. Zhou Ning, acutely sensing the imminent danger, adeptly leaped aside, bending his body in preparation for a roll. Boom! The black fireball struck the ground, creating a deep crater that continued to blaze fiercely. Just as Zhou Ning was about to land, an overwhelming sense of crisis surged in his mind, and the talent of extreme calm allowed his thoughts to crystallize into clarity. A shotgun materialized in his hands, and he pulled the trigger toward the ground. With a spray of dirt, Zhou Ning was propelled into the air once more by the massive recoil. A notification appeared. Due to the intense battle, you have comprehended a new combat skill, Flying Shot. Flying Shot, a technique utilizing a firearm to shoot downward, enabling control over one's flight distance and altitude. The gust of wind swept away the dust from the ground, and a concealed lightning spell struck the spot. Observing the missed opportunity, Elvis shook his head in disappointment. Cyclone. At this moment, Sherlock hurried over from a distance, reciting an incantation without hesitation, sending a cloud of powder towards Elvis. Suddenly, a fierce whirlwind erupted from the ground, causing Elvis to stumble back under its force. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Ning, airborne, aimed at Elvis's landing point and pulled the trigger. A black membrane encased the fiery bullet as it shot forth from the muzzle. Your ripple shot has struck Elvis Bart. The armament Haki has weakened his defenses, inflicting 329 points of true damage. As the notification appeared, Elvis's figure abruptly halted, a layer of ice armor shattering around him, blood gushing forth. In astonishment, Elvis cast a glance at Zhou Ning before vanishing in a flash, reappearing over 10 meters away. Without pausing, he clutched his wound and fled. Although the sequence of battles seemed lengthy in description, it transpired in less than half a minute. Zhou Ning stretched his body in midair, landing smoothly, and gazed at the panel information with delightful surprise. It was his first time successfully combining armament Haki with ripple shot, and the outcome exceeded his expectations. From a distance, two sharp beeping sounds echoed once more. Sherlock and Polly hurried towards the other side, where the sound of gunfire began to intensify. Tables and chairs were strewn about, some upended, while a long rope adorned with colorful ribbons fell to the ground. A wounded individual lay on the floor, clutching their chest and groaning from a gunshot wound. Zhou Ning spotted Leandro also appearing in that chaos, drawing his sword and charging toward a student clad in academic attire, wielding an alchemical bomb. Zhou Ning observed the swift arc of Leandro's great sword, which carved a fleeting silhouette in the air, resulting in an arm severed and soaring into the sky. Indeed, he was a child of the plains, Zhou Ning marveled. Just as he exhaled a sigh of relief, a more urgent buzzing sound erupted from behind him. Zhou Ning abruptly turned, only to hear a thunderous crash as two crimson-eyed wildebeests, under the guidance of a coachman, smashed through the school's perimeter wall, pulling a hefty public carriage at full speed towards the crowd. Clearly, the alchemical bomb was concealed within the carriage. In close proximity, XB was caught off guard, soaring into the air as if struck by a massive vehicle, crashing to the ground, his head tilted at an unnatural angle, lifeless. Stop! Halt! Several guardians, including Ian and Shelley, attempted to intercept the carriage, yet its speed only increased. They fired at the coachman, witnessing the bullets penetrate his frail body, which then swelled rapidly, transforming almost instantaneously into a grotesque giant. His dark green form and swollen face barely resembled his former self. For the true god, Naish Torah, the coachman bellowed, his eyes unnaturally crimson. Zhou Ning recognized the coachman and surmised the unfolding events. This was a necromantic puppet, a curse of the cult, emerging in the mid-game. Its weakness lay in the head, and it was slow-moving, making it not particularly difficult to contend with. Just yesterday, they had conversed, the coachman lamenting the hardships of his labor, expressing that he would endure anything for his family. He had dreamily stated that after a few more months of toil, he could afford a slightly more spacious room for his two sons, who would then have the opportunity to attend school. How vexing! Zhou Ning's pupils flickered slightly as he sprinted forward, raising his firearm and pulling the trigger towards the coachman. Bang! 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 Mozambique shooting technique. Ripple shot. Ripple shot. Under Zhou Ning's precise control, 3 fiery bullets, wreathed in armed Haki, shot forth in a straight line, piercing the coachman's head. A gaping blood hole appeared on his forehead, and a long stream of blood evaporated, causing his head to droop. You have struck Jim's vital point, inflicting 469, 532, 623 points of damage. The target is deceased. At that moment, the resurrected XB witnessed this scene, gasping in astonishment, feeling an overwhelming impact. How could such a massive creature be dispatched with a single shot? How powerful must this NPC be? The buzzing grew ever louder, and Zhou Ning exhaled a cloud of stale air, hastening forward, his revolver spinning. As a spent shell clinked to the ground, he once again pulled the trigger at the galloping wildebeests. Blood splattered as the wildebeest let out a piercing cry and collapsed to the side. The immense weight of the creature caused the wheels of the public carriage to lift off the ground, leading to a gradual tilt. Zhou Ning surged ahead, swiftly scaling the slanted wheel to reach the roof of the carriage. After forcefully breaking through the top, he fired 2 shots into the interior. With a resounding gunfire, the buzzing sounds in the arena abruptly ceased. Observing this sequence of agile movements, Ian, Chelly, along with XB and the viewers in the live chat, were left in stunned silence. Ian's gaze was filled with awe, while XB felt his hands tremble, overwhelmed by the display of prowess. Despite having watched 2 episodes of the series, this was their first close encounter with Zhou Ning's combat skills, which exuded extreme calmness and finesse, leaving them utterly captivated. At this moment, someone had already uploaded the live footage onto the forum. Meanwhile, another battlefield had also concluded its skirmish. Zhou Ning received a notification. B-level mission conspiracy completed. Would you like to claim your reward? Zhou Ning furrowed his brow and chose to decline. It was evident he had fulfilled the task, so why was it still rated as B-level? Was it possible that Chapter 48, Private Store, could be a source of unease? Zhou Ning was suddenly gripped by an unsettling feeling. The council member from the Life Alchemy Society mentioned in the series had yet to appear. It was now glaringly obvious that the school instructor, Elvis, was affiliated with the opposing faction. There was no reason for him to be unaware of Hallweg's demise, and he likely knew of Hallweg's habit of keeping a diary. One must remember that this is a real world, and one should never underestimate the intellect of the enemy. Could it be that Hallweg's death was part of their scheme and that this diary had been deliberately left for them? This was truly absurd. Even in a game, one must engage in such intrigue. If his suspicions were correct, the implications could be dire. Zhou Ning scanned the surroundings, but did not spot Sherlock. Instead, he encountered Ian's fervent gaze of admiration. Even John, not far off, looked at him with a glimmer in his eyes, as if awakening an extraordinary talent. A chill ran down Zhou Ning's spine. It seemed he had inadvertently overexerted himself. Noticing Zhou Ning's gaze upon him, Ian hurriedly approached, using honorifics and speaking cautiously. Mr. Wan, are you all right? Zhou Ning felt a wave of discomfort and waved his hand to indicate he was fine, inquiring, "Where is Sherlock? I have something important to discuss with him." "Mr. Sherlock is currently in communication with the school authorities. Please wait a moment," Ian replied without hesitation, heading towards the school. He had not anticipated that during the critical moment, it would be this young man, whom he had previously underestimated, who proved to be the most reliable. With nearly single-handedly repelling Elvis, slaying the distorted coachman, and disarming the bomb, it was not an exaggeration to say he had turned the tide of the situation. In this era of burgeoning extraordinary powers, calling him a golden asset was hardly far-fetched. What harm was there in running an errand for him? Zhou Ning, oblivious to Ian's thoughts, stood patiently awaiting Sherlock. Approximately 2 minutes later, Sherlock approached with a hurried expression. "I heard from Ian that you have an urgent matter for me? We owe you a great deal. Otherwise, many lives could have been lost." Zhou Ning did not respond to his words, but rather, he directly expressed his concerns to Sherlock. Gravely inquiring, "I wish to know which nation participated in the state visit at White Sierra Church Square today?" Upon hearing this, Sherlock pondered for a moment, his expression shifting dramatically as he exclaimed, "Ruinous is in trouble." He quickly summoned several members of the Guardians and hurried towards the 2 carriages parked at the street corner, saying, "Wayne, come with me. We require your assistance." A notification appeared. "You have triggered the B-level quest conspiracy. The quest conspiracy has been upgraded from B-level to A-level." Finally, they had connected the dots, and Zhou Ning breathed a sigh of relief, nodding in agreement. Before boarding the carriage, he turned to XB and said, "You should come along as well. Perhaps he could prove helpful." Zhou Ning explained to Sherlock, "Can I also go?" XB, having overheard Zhou Ning's words, felt a wave of surprise and excitement. After receiving Sherlock's consent, he hurriedly followed Zhou Ning into the carriage. Zhou Ning smiled as he gazed out the window. Bringing XB along was certainly not due to his usefulness, as he had little to contribute. XB indeed possessed talent for the arena in the future, but that was a prospect for later. The reason for his inclusion was his innate popularity, and considering the potential danger ahead. Having a part-time live streamer and commentator as a sort of test subject seemed quite advantageous. Meanwhile, Zhou Ning settled the quest rewards. An XP promptly received a notification. D-level terrorist attack completed. You have gained 2,000 experience points. Your favorability with Wayne Stirwell has increased by 5 points. Current level, indifferent. Would you like to open a private shop for XP? Zhou Ning unhesitatingly selected yes. Before him appeared a trading interface reminiscent of ordinary online games from his previous life, with 2 tabs for easy navigation. The left tab was labeled Item Shop, where Zhou Ning could place items from his inventory, including those obtained from the simulator. The right tab was designated for the skill shop, allowing him to selectively list the skills he had mastered. Zhou Ning attempted to add several items, and immediately the panel prompted him. Please provide a description of the goods and set a price. You may also establish purchasing conditions, including but not limited to favorability, level, faction, and nationality. To Zhou Ning's delight, even favorability limits could be set. This significantly broadened his operational scope. After all, the most time-consuming aspect of the game was grinding for favorability and reputation. In his past life as a mage, he had undertaken over 70 arduous tasks to gain favor with the court mage Alan, spending an inordinate amount of gold before finally learning the fire dragon technique from him. Now, it was his turn to set favorability requirements for players, a true twist of fate. Zhou Ning swiftly configured the goods and confirmed their publication. Ding! NPC Wayne Stirwell has unlocked the private shop feature for you. XP promptly received the notification. The protagonist's private shop? This is an opportunity not to be missed. XP would not be foolish enough to let this chance slip away, quickly opening the private shop. The items available for purchase in the store are meticulously categorized by rarity and price. Upon casting a glance, XP found his attention irresistibly captivated, momentarily rendered dizzy, as a multitude of thoughts condensed into a singular exclamation. To his astonishment, the popularity within his live stream had skyrocketed to an astonishing 12 million, and it continued to escalate, with a barrage of comments overwhelmingly dominated by 2 words. Woko, Beshigi Mion, my heavens, although merely a qualification for use, possesses the ability to transform individuals into the hidden race of vampires, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. If it were me, I would choose to forsake humanity and embrace the life of a vampire. While vampires are undeniably powerful, they do bear a significant drawback. Exposure to sunlight would reduce them to ashes, akin to searching for excrement with a lantern. What do we, the players, have to fear? Just on a hat and wrap ourselves tightly in clothing. And besides, resurrection is still an option. At night, one holds an invincible advantage, allowing for immense initial superiority. Did you not notice those firearms? They seem to resemble the ones in Wei En's possession. If it were up to me, I would opt for the devil fruit. Though labeled as temporarily unavailable, that does not equate to its non-existence. The prospect of wielding various extraordinary abilities is simply enticing. What background does my husband possess to have access to such items? The protagonist, do you comprehend? Is it so peculiar for the protagonist to possess rare treasures? XP was practically drooling, gazing at the Shigi Mion, the temporarily unavailable devil fruit, the mini mecha warrior card, the Browning M1906 pocket pistol, and the M1 Garand rifle, all of which were divine artifacts in his eyes. If he could acquire even a fraction of these, he would undoubtedly emerge as the most dazzling figure within the game, effortlessly overshadowing countless other professional players. Upon examining the prices, XP realized they were entirely beyond his current means. Those seemingly formidable firearms started at 15 Victa. The Mini Mecha Warrior card demanded 50 Victa along with 10 points of goodwill, while the Devil Fruit was an exorbitant 500 Victa. Are you trying to make things difficult for me? Paying who? XP couldn't help but shed tears of poverty. The item shop made XP acutely aware of the disparities in life, and upon entering the skill shop, his despair deepened. Why is everything lacking? The general skills alone included shooting mastery, mysterious arts, and mechanical mastery, skills that were evidently immensely powerful. As he scrolled further down, he was left in utter astonishment. What on earth are these? Flying spear, armed color Haki, befriending technique, Mozambique shooting method, rapide poursuite, especially the ripple breathing technique, which could passively enhance strength and agility simply through the mastery of a single skill, and with daily training, could further augment these attributes. Surely, This must be a skill exclusive to the protagonist. XP seethed inwardly in frustration. Even more tempting was a knowledge book for the hidden class, Roving Gunner. Priced at 30 Victa. Not overly expensive, yet requiring 30 points of protagonist goodwill. A hidden class. XP gazed in shock at Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning discerned his thoughts and responded with an inscrutable smile. The knowledge book was merely a casual selection of a miscellaneous text, its description altered to suit his whims. The affinity level was determined solely by him. The quantity was entirely at his discretion. The purpose of its release was merely to entice players with an alluring prospect. Although he had perhaps ensnared them momentarily, he believed that rewards would eventually follow. It was revealed that the protagonist's profession was that of a roaming gunner. Upon learning this news, not only did XP become excited, but the viewers in the live broadcast also erupted with enthusiasm. Truly, the profession of the protagonist exuded an air of mystery and prestige. Despite currently not meeting the requirements, XP remained undeterred, filled with ambition as he envisioned a bright future ahead. He glanced at his finances and experience, which were just sufficient to acquire a mastery in shooting. Without hesitation, he made the purchase and selected to learn. Roaming Gunner, I shall embody that. The skill, Shooting Mastery, has been acquired, granting him 2,000 experience points and 10 Roshan. The expenditure incurred from players' learning skills would be fully refunded to Zhou Ning as tuition fees. According to the parameters set by the Apocalypse, imparting skills equated to teaching, and thus, his own skills would remain unchanged. Therefore, regardless of the skills XP learned from him, he would gain only benefits, never detriments. This was far more efficient than toiling away in alchemy. After harvesting his first crop of chives, Zhou Ning stretched lazily and opened the simulation panel. Week University was situated to the east of Daklon City, and it would take approximately 20 minutes to reach the central square of the White Shell Church at full speed, allowing ample time for a simulation to enhance his prowess. Zhou Ning was determined to claim the rewards associated with the A-level task. Upon checking his balance of Transcendence coins, he found that the Hall of Oddities had gifted him 19 coins, and an overnight supplement provided one more. Thus, he opted to spend 50 Waikta to recharge 5 Transcendence coins and proceeded to select the option to transcend once again. Chapter 49. The observation Haki Zhou Ning was somewhat dissatisfied with his previous experience of Transcendence, feeling it was rather mundane. The world of One Piece was distinct from the earlier urban realms, exhibiting a more brutal survival of the fittest atmosphere. If possible, he wished for a more audacious approach. Preparing for Transcendence, Transcendence coins, 25. Please choose a Transcendence mode 1. Direct Transcendence 2. Use Parallel World Template for Transcendence, possessing nearly 1,000 Waikta. Zhou Ning expressed that he was not short on funds, and if an appealing template emerged this time, he would purchase it outright. 2 days had passed since his last Transcendence, and the previous 3 templates, Extreme Villain, Basketball Superstar, and Demon Doctor, had already cycled through. 3 new templates had appeared. The first depicted a fierce figure wielding a long sword, bare-chested and adorned with a red cape, his pectoral muscles prominently displayed. His demeanor was fierce and combative. His talents included Battle-Hardened, Blue, Leonidas, Purple, and Endurance, Blue, with skills in swordsmanship, Expert level, and melee combat, Expert level. The title was Spartan Warrior Zhou Ning, with a Transcendence cost of 15 Transcendence coins. It seemed rather commonplace and lacked intrigue. What purpose would there be in using this template to transcend into the One Piece world? To guard a hot spring? The second template is a return visit featuring a fire element superpower user, Lian Funcheng Zhou Ning, whose worth is 250 Chuan Yu coins. Yet he remains unable to afford it. The third one presents a rather lackluster figure, a bald man clad in yellow attire, adorned with red gloves and a white cloak, characterized by a calm and unassuming demeanor. His talents are non-existent, while his skills include the Secret Training Method, Divine Level, Ordinary Fist Series, Divine Level, and Serious Series, Divine Level. The title reads One Punch Man Zhou Ning, with a staggering crossover price of 2,000 Chuan Yu coins. Farewell. Despite Zhou Ning's apparent wealth, he sheds tears of poverty. Only one option is available. Would you like to spend another Chuan Yu coin to rematch your talent? No. The previous 3 talents are quite satisfactory. There should be hope for progression. You have chosen talents 1, 6, and 9. Your current talents are Mermaid, Medical Doctor, accompanying Grandpa with a constant talent of Tony Stark and Athletic Genius, Match successful. In the parallel world, you are a dandy and a genius in scientific research. Exceptionally versatile, having earned a medical doctorate and national swimming championship by the age of 20. You possess an antiquated ring, a treasure you fortuitously acquired from a street vendor. Current world exploration level is 218. When it reaches 667, you will gain the authority to unlock the next map. Upon your simulated demise, the game concludes. Now aboard Time Machine 133-6595, the journey through time is complete. You have traversed to the year 1516 upon the vast ocean, and from this moment, the wheel of history begins to turn. On July 1st, 1516, you drift upon the boundless sea, with nothing to cling to but a piece of driftwood. Stripped of possessions, you have no food or drink, save for a ring upon your finger. You attempt to communicate with the Roger within the ring, but to no avail. You realize that perhaps you need to prepare more sustenance for him. On July 2nd, 1516, having acquired the training method for armed Haki, you recognize that swimming serves as a form of cultivation. The aquatic resources in this ocean are abundant, and you prepare a substantial amount of food, as expected by nightfall. Your provisions begin to dwindle. On July 4th, 1516, the fourth day of drifting, the heavens showered some rain, allowing you to collect a significant quantity of rainwater. You initially intended to endure a few more days, but unexpectedly, you spotted an island in the distance. On July 6th, 1516, after 2 days of swimming, you reach the island, a village adorned with windmills. The residents are warm and friendly, though one child, who happens to be you, Wang Luffy, is rather unappealing. On July 8th, 1516, utilizing your exceptional medical skills, you cured the village chief's acute illness. With his assistance, you temporarily settled in Windmill Village and opened a small clinic. However, beyond treating ailments, you prioritize physical training, for a man must strive for self-improvement. On July 12th, 1516, you had previously encountered several books such as Zionkin Shao, Chun, Yi, and Zionkin Sei, Yi, and now they have manifested into reality. With the charm of a dashing playboy and your handsome visage, you have embarked on a romantic liaison with the bar proprietress, Ma Qinyo. Although there were rumors in your past life about her bearing a child with Hong, you are certain that is not the case now. Additionally, there is delightful news today. Your grandfather, who has been with you all along, has finally awakened. Indeed, the very same amnesiac death row inmate. On July 13th, 1516, despite your rather unpleasant first encounter with Lu Fei, through the mediation of Ma Qinyo, you have established a friendship with him. Ace has also joined your circle of friends. Roger confided in you that he feels an inexplicable fondness for Ace. Isn't it amusing? A big-headed son and a small-headed father. On July 15th, 1516, at Roger's behest, you had a sparring session with Ace, during which you were undoubtedly outmatched. Yet surprisingly, Roger seemed quite pleased with the outcome. On July 17th, 1516, through your earnest efforts to foster goodwill, your relationship with Roger has progressed rapidly. He informed you that although he does not recall what you referred to as armament Haki, if you follow his guidance and increase your intensity, you will soon become formidable. That is how he honed his own strength in the past. On July 18th, 1516, the intensity Roger spoke of is indeed formidable. In a daring attempt, you ventured into the depths of training, which nearly led to your demise. However, as a medical scholar with a doctorate, you have memorized thick tomes on internal medicine, surgery, and anatomy, so you are not deterred by such challenges. As long as you survive the training, you can continue to improve. On November 29th, 1516, perhaps due to your previous experiences with time travel or the rigorous training you have undergone, you surprisingly mastered armament Haki over a year earlier than anticipated. That day, you sparred with Ace once more, and this time, you managed to secure a narrow victory. On December 4th, 1516, following Roger's request, you imparted the methods of cultivating armament Haki to Ace and Lu Fei. It is possible that in this world, Ace and Lu Fei will emerge significantly stronger than their original counterparts. On December 17th, 1516, your bond with these two brothers has grown stronger by the day. In the original storyline, Ace is set to set sail next year, and you are seriously contemplating inviting them to join you in forming a Pirate King version of the Teeth Boy Boy Band. On December 21st, 1516, today you unexpectedly encountered Carp, who returned to Windmill Village for a family visit. You initially intended to glean some skills such as finger gun and iron block from him. However, after yet another victory over Ace, you were unceremoniously pummeled by Carp, the old rascal. On December 24th, 1516, you declined Carp's invitation to join Navy. Surely, it would be absurd to join the Navy while harboring the aspirations of a pirate king. On December 25th, 1516, you once again rejected Carp's offer to enlist in the Navy. Compared to serving as a naval officer, you yearned to be a free man upon the seas. Without freedom, death would be preferable. On December 27th, 1516, Kapu informed you of your exceptional talent in armed Haki, suggesting that you might also possess the aptitude for observation Haki. With his coercion and persuasion, you shamefully acquiesced. Perhaps being in the enemy's camp while harboring one's true loyalties is a choice in itself. On February 1st, 1517, after a tender farewell with Mackinac, you embarked on a vessel to the Navy headquarters alongside Kapu. To your astonishment, once at sea, your elderly companion displayed an enthusiasm that exceeded your own. He proclaimed that a true man should venture into the vast ocean, implying that there is little distinction between being a pirate and a Navy officer. On February 2nd, 1517, the course of Kapu's warship was perplexing. Instead of passing through the red line, it traversed the doldrums. On this day, you encountered a sea king larger than mountains. Though you only glimpsed its vague silhouette, the experience left you utterly awestruck. On February 9th, 1517, Kapu commenced your training in observation Haki, employing an outrageous teaching method that involved beating you mercilessly. This approach was endorsed by Roger as well. Chapter 50, The Second Pirate World, on February 10th, 1517. The first day of your training in observation Haki under Kapu commenced. Surprisingly, it was not as daunting as anticipated. After the session, you were able to calmly assess your injuries, which amounted to merely 2 broken ribs and some insignificant scrapes. On February 12th, 1517, following a day of rest, training resumed. And yet again, you sustained scrapes. The old man was indeed brutal. On February 17th, 1517, after a week of persistent training, you felt a semblance of strength emerging, though it was uncertain. At the very least, you found yourself evading attacks more frequently, having acquired the universal skill of evasion. On February 21st, 1517, you finally arrived at the gates of justice. Gazing upon the towering gateway and the intricate currents surrounding it, you could only marvel at the wonders of this world. On the same day, you reached the Navy headquarters at Malinfanto. On February 23rd, 1517, upon reaching the naval base, you discovered that there were as many as 3,000 new recruits gathered there. Although you did not rank as the strongest, you certainly stood out as the most handsome. Among this peculiar assembly of recruits were various oddities, some resembling wild boar men, others towering over 5 meters in height. Roger mentioned having seen individuals who bore resemblance to baboons. On February 24th, 1517, your entrance into the new recruit training camp commenced. You were filled with a sense of ambition, having perused numerous fanfiction about pirates as a transmigrator. Zifa's training camp seemed the ideal choice. However, circumstances did not align with your desires, as Kapu's aide, Bogate, informed you that Zifa had essentially retired the previous year. The current instructor was a rear admiral named Sichalobalai, whom you had never encountered before. On February 25th, 1517, you reported to the new recruit camp. The instructor, Sichalobalai, was a member of the elongated-headed tribe, sporting an elegant beard. Upon estimation, he stood at a height of 2.1 meters, with his head measuring 0.7 meters. As a medical doctor, you deemed this a condition requiring treatment. On March 2nd, 1517, the intensity of the training at the new recruits camp was not particularly daunting for you. Having mastered the technique of armed Haki, you felt confident that even a confrontation with a colonel from the main unit would not leave you at a disadvantage. However, with the addition of Captain Carp's specialized training, the intensity of your regimen increased, leading to occasional minor injuries. Today, Roger informed you that he had begun to gradually recall certain memories. As long as a steady supply of ample food was ensured, this process might accelerate significantly. On March 5th, 1517, you discovered a library in Marineford town, accessible to ordinary sailors. In a corner, you stumbled upon a dusty tome titled 100 Techniques of Swordsmanship. With an excited heart, you borrowed it, only to find it indeed taught foundational swordsmanship techniques, which even Roger deemed commendable. However, You were somewhat taken aback by the final technique, which suggested that if one were unable to best an opponent with swordsmanship, one should resort to drawing a firearm to incapacitate the adversary. This technique was aptly named the adult. Times have changed, and you acquired the skill, Basic Swordsmanship Beginner. On March 14th, 1517, your friendship with Roger deepened during this period. You discovered that Roger was quite a remarkable individual, especially with his strong aptitude for learning. He absorbed numerous modern vocabulary words from you. You suspected he would adapt swiftly even if placed in the modern world. In April 1517, aside from basic training at the new recruits camp, you engaged in swordsmanship and armed Haki lessons with Roger, while also participating in observation Haki training with Carp. You even found time to read in the library. Your skills in armed Haki and swordsmanship progressed rapidly. You achieved the title Master of Time Management. On April 6th, 1517, the new recruits camp hosted its first competition, and you undoubtedly emerged as the victor with a commanding advantage. Vice Admiral Stoloberry held you in high regard, believing you possessed the potential to become a high-ranking officer. You received a reward, a flintlock pistol and a sharp saber, which you discreetly tucked away, prepared for any eventuality. As times are indeed changing, on May 2nd, 1517, you experienced a historic moment in your observation Haki training, successfully evading nearly half of Carp's attacks. It felt as if divine assistance guided you, allowing you to anticipate where assaults would land. This sensation was quite enigmatic. However, Roger remarked that this was not mere premonition, but rather a reflex born from the experience of being struck. Indeed, it seemed to hold a semblance of truth. On May 7th, 1517, the training camp entered its final phase. As the top recruit, you finally got to learn one of the techniques from the Marine Six Powers, Suru. This was the simplest technique among them, enabling explosive movement by rapidly and repeatedly striking the ground in succession. While not particularly challenging for you, it would require some practice. On May 9th, 1517, it seemed you had underestimated yourself. After merely 2 days of training, you mastered the application of Soru. You acquired the combat skill, Soru Beginner. On June 2nd, 1517, following a 3-month training camp, you undoubtedly emerged as the top recruit, your performance remarkably close to that of the renowned Akainu from that year, leading many to believe you possessed the capabilities of a colonel or even a rear admiral. However, due to your limited experience, you were only promoted to lieutenant. Yet this still marked you as the most outstanding naval newcomer in nearly 3 years. On July 6th, 1517, you were assigned to the ship of training camp instructor Storlobiri, embarking on your internship. Through the newspapers, you learned that your friend Ace had also set sail, having acquired the Mara Mara Nomi. You reminisced about the days spent together in Windmill Village a year prior, feeling certain that fate would one day reunite you in the vast seas. In August 1517, amidst the initial stretch of the Grand Line, you personally captured your first pirate, the notorious Rhino Silica of the Rhino Pirate crew, with a bounty of 25 million berries. From September 1517 to March 1518, your performance aboard Storlobira's ship was commendable, as you successfully apprehended 23 pirates, both notorious and lesser known. Although you experienced some internal conflict regarding this, Storlobiri remained unfazed, reminding you that pirates adhere to their own rules. While the Navy has its own duties, capturing pirates is one of them. On February 14th, you discovered a peculiar fruit aboard a pirate ship, and without need for introduction, you recognized it as a devil fruit. Upon being transported from this world, the item could be added to the Hall of Curiosities, with a limit of 1. On March 15th, 1518, Roger informed you that consuming a devil fruit indeed grants strength, yet it also invokes a curse from the sea, along with an overlooked peril, the specifics of which he could not recall. You found his warning somewhat dubious, yet you decided to retain the devil fruit for the time being. On March 20th, 1518, you received orders for a promotion to lieutenant commander within the Navy headquarters, temporarily stationed as an aide in the Sabayati archipelago. This remarkable island, composed of towering trees, was extraordinary in every sense. On April 3rd, 1518, a day worthy of commemoration, during a pursuit of pirates, you encountered Captain Hyaming Sukurkaman Apu of the Broadcast Pirates, a wielder of the Odo Nomi. In your initial confrontation, you faced some setbacks, but soon entered a unique state of heightened intuition, allowing you to predict Apu's next moves when focused. Ultimately, you turned the tide, successfully capturing Apu, a notorious supernova with a bounty of 250 million berries. Even Storlobiri was taken aback. You acquired the skill, Kanbunshoko Haki, beginner, and achieved the accolade. Silence is golden. From April to June 1518, your reputation began to spread across the Grand Line, earning you the title of the Navy's New Hope. On June 16, 1518, thanks to your accomplishment in capturing Sukurkimin Apo, you finally achieved the rank of colonel. Storlobiri informed you that only by ascending to the rank of admiral would you gain command of your own ship. But he assured you that this day would not be far off. In June 1518, the naval base of the Xiangbodi archipelago received orders from higher authorities to apprehend 2 giant slaves belonging to the Chongbing pirate crew. You were among the pursuers. However, upon cornering these 2 giants, they had already reunited with their rescuers. An unforgettable scene unfolded before you, rendering you momentarily paralyzed. In a bid to shield his companion's escape, one of the giants used his colossal form as a barrier against the Navy's pursuit, sacrificing his flesh and blood to protect them from blades and cannon fire. Ultimately, he even broke his own slave collar, triggering a self-destructive explosion, leaving behind a final proclamation for freedom. To be candid, this giant was not particularly formidable. You could easily deal with him now. Yet, inexplicably, you sensed a unique strength emanating from him. The realization that the ocean is not merely a realm governed by the law of the jungle, but also one where courage, camaraderie, and freedom hold greater significance. Unbeknownst to you, a new power began to blossom within, granting you the ability, Conqueror's Haki, beginner. In October 1518, following the giant's demise, Roger appeared to be deeply affected. He recounted an invitation he once received to join someone in ruling the world. But he believed that if a pirate could not freely pursue his desires, then what was the point of being a pirate at all? This giant surely shared a similar sentiment. Life is undoubtedly precious, but for some, valor, loyalty, and liberty are of even greater worth. You fell into contemplation. If you were in the giant's position, would you have acted similarly? The answer remained elusive. By late October 1518, the following days seemed tranquil, yet soon after, you discovered that the giant who had escaped, along with 36 members of the Chongbing pirate crew, had been recaptured, under the orders of a celestial dragon named Kalamakoshin. All 37 individuals were hanged in the square of the Xiangbodi archipelago for infringing upon the private property of the celestial dragons. Watching the indistinct figures dangling in the square, you felt an inexplicable dissonance within your thoughts. By February 1519, you were finally promoted to Rear Admiral, continuing your post at the Xiangbodi archipelago. From March to October 1519, through years of rigorous training, your armament Haki advanced further. According to Roger, although he could not recall its strength, he assured you that it was not weak, such a fool. You acquired the skill, Armament Haki Intermediate. On December 3rd, 1519, the celestial dragon Kalamakoshin returned to the Xiangbodi archipelago. However, upon arriving at Area 1, he perceived a young boy walking ahead of him as a defilement of his path and immediately shot the child. He then proceeded to gun down the boy's parents, who had rushed to mourn their child's lifeless body. You were too far away to intervene, merely a witness to this atrocity, which starkly contradicted your moral compass. On December 4th, 1519, sensing your turmoil, your former superior, now a friend, Storlobiri, reached out to you. The celestial dragons are the aristocracy of the world, descendants of the Creator, enjoying all privileges. Even the act of gunning down civilians falls within the realm of legal allowance. This is an unfortunate reality. On December 6th, 1519, the rogue monk and captain of the pirate crew, Gwaisung Warki, made landfall on the Xiangbodi archipelago. In Area 40, he engaged in battle with the formidable warrior Kira, a situation you personally addressed. The outcome saw you decisively triumphing over both adversaries, forcing them to retreat in disarray under the cover of their companions. From these encounters, you surmised that your strength had now reached, if not surpassed, the level of a vice admiral. Roger informed you that, thanks to your assistance, his soul had significantly healed, enabling him to lend you his strength for brief moments in combat. At this revelation, tears of joy welled in your eyes. Finally, your companion, the old man Roger, proved his worth. On the night of December 12th, 1519, after a week of meticulous preparation, You stealthily exited the naval base and infiltrated the temporary residence of the Celestial Dragons, extracting Charlemagne Saint. You afforded him no chance for mercy, dispatching him with your flintlock pistol, leaving his body by the roadside, and casting him into the sea, reminiscent of that little boy from earlier. Times have changed, adults. After completing this act, you felt a profound sense of relief and clarity. Your venerable companion Roger solemnly remarked that he had witnessed an astonishing aura within you, akin to that which he once possessed. You acquired the skill, Conqueror's Haki, Intermediate. On the night of December 12th, you hastened to the dock of Shambadi Island, locating the ship you had long prepared. As you boarded and set sail, your colleagues arrived at the dock, brandishing flintlock pistols in a spirited farewell. In response to their warm sentiments, you graciously unleashed your Conqueror's Haki, causing your colleagues to collapse in a manner reminiscent of harvested wheat. Your former superior, Stolo Berry, arrived tardily. Despite the distance, you could discern the complexity of emotions in his gaze. On December 13th, 1519, the following dawn, Kizaru intercepted you at sea, given that the Shambadi archipelago lies in proximity to the Navy headquarters. Roger temporarily took control of your body, and with his assistance, Kizaru was forced to retreat after a few strikes, culminating in a final move, Shinbiki, which cleaved the ocean's surface with a torrent of swordlight. Perhaps due to the exhaustion from utilizing his powers, Roger succumbed to slumber. Although you did not directly engage in the battle, you gleaned significant insights into swordsmanship, acquiring the skill, Swordsmanship, Intermediate. On December 14th, 1519, the demise of the Celestial Dragon sent shockwaves throughout the seas, leaving all in awe of your audacity. Aside from the World Destroyer Wald, who had slain a Celestial Dragon 28 years prior, you were the first to dare such an act. Wall, for that crime, was imprisoned and impelled down, still encased in ice on the 6th level. However, that afternoon, as news of Kizaru's defeat spread across the seas via the newsbirds, an eerie silence ensued. A supernova with combat prowess rivaling that of a vice admiral had aligned against the Navy due to the Celestial Dragons. The last such figure was none other than Dragon, the son of Carp. On December 17th, 1519, you witnessed your own bounty, a staggering 1 billion berries, with Admirals Aokiji and Akainu personally tasked with your capture. You were the first in history to receive such a high bounty and treatment. On December 19th, 1519, you arrived at the Gaia Islands, a refuge you sought for yourself, navigating the unique meteorological phenomena and powerful updrafts to reach the Sky Island. It served as an excellent hideout, and Inaru proved to be a valuable ally. On December 20th, 1519, the next updraft was set to occur 2 days later. However, at that moment, Akainu and Aokiji located you. Despite Roger's timely awakening, he could not withstand the combined might of Aokiji and Akainu. You perished. Simulation concluded. Summary: a brief yet extraordinary life. You dare to challenge the privileged and extend a helping hand to the weak, something most traversers find challenging. In your final battle, you nearly triumphed over Akainu and Aokiji, with Akainu gravely injured as a result. Although your actions were somewhat reckless and perhaps not entirely commendable, you showcased your audacity to the entire sea. Evaluation: B. Exploration level, 495. Since your exploration level exceeds 40, you have been rewarded with 6 traversal coins. You have slightly altered the historical course of Zongheng Sahai and received another 6 traversal coins as a reward. Continue your efforts. Simulation concluded. Please make a selection promptly. Option 1. Randomly acquire 3 skills and specialties obtained during your traversal. Option 2. Randomly draw 3 items gained during your traversal. Zhou Ning. I did indeed wish to act boldly, but this might be a tad excessive, daring to kill even a celestial dragon, truly worthy of my reputation. Frankly, it felt exhilarating. I would do it again. As for the options, selecting the second would yield a devil fruit. But the first option likely offers Conqueror's Haki and Observation Haki, which are significantly more beneficial. Without hesitation, Zhou Ning chose the first option. You selected option 1. You acquire the universal skill, Evasion. You acquired the skill, Conqueror's Haki, Intermediate. You acquired the skill, Observation Haki, Beginner. Chapter 52. Fusion. This is somewhat satisfactory. Although I did not acquire intermediate swordsmanship or the 6 powers of the Navy, I obtained the much-desired Observation Haki and Conqueror's Haki, along with a versatile skill in evasion, an immense gain indeed. At the very least, it was not a loss. A torrent of knowledge flooded Zhou Ning's mind, enriching his understanding of observation Haki and Conqueror's Haki, including how to project Conqueror's Haki and utilize observation Haki in combat. Additionally, 3 new skills appeared on his panel. Conqueror's Haki, intermediate equality possessed only by kings. It grants an additional 3 to mental strength and allows you to inflict damage and intimidation effects on surrounding enemies through a projected aura. The effectiveness is determined by the mental disparity between you and your foes, with a base duration of 0.36 seconds. If the mental disparity is sufficiently great, it may also induce a state of dizziness. This skill cannot be used for fusion. Kanbunshoku Haki, beginner, a passive skill that grants an additional 1 to mental power, sharpening one's senses and enabling the anticipation and evasion of danger. This skill cannot be used for fusion. Dodge, beginner, a universal skill that increases the likelihood of evading an enemy's attack. What a remarkable ability! Zhou Ning gazed in awe at the description of Hao's Hoku Haki. Although it cannot be used for fusion, its effects equate to a form of area damage and crowd control. Once his mental attribute reaches a higher level, he can handle both formidable foes and group attacks with ease. This singular skill alone could elevate his combat prowess significantly. After reviewing his experience points, he noted that although he had previously depleted his experience through leveling up as an alchemist apprentice, the relentless efforts of the past few days had restored his available experience to over 73,000. He could afford to expend some of it to enhance his combat capabilities. While life skills can also be fused, it is unnecessary at this moment. With a great battle approaching, experience must be utilized judiciously. Currently, the ordinary skills suitable for Zhou Ning's fusion include Shooting Mastery, beginner, Ripple Breathing Technique, beginner, Mozambique Shooting Method, beginner, Sayar Shooting Method, beginner, Dodge, beginner, and Busashoku Haki, beginner. Rapid Pursuit and Ripple Shot are fusion skills that cannot undergo further fusion, hence they do not appear on the list. Zhou Ning spent 12,000 experience points to elevate both Shooting Mastery and Dodge to the intermediate level, opting for skill fusion. As Shooting Mastery was being synthesized for the second time, the fusion experience cost increased by 4,000 points. Nevertheless, this expenditure was deemed worthwhile. Shall he proceed with the fusion of Shooting Mastery, Intermediate, and Dodge, Intermediate? This fusion will consume 12,000 experience points. The success rate is 50. Without hesitation, Zhou Ning affirmed his choice, resulting in the clearing of experience for both Dodge and Shooting Mastery, reverting them back to the beginner level. The fusion was successful, and he acquired the skill Dodge Shot, beginner. Dodge Shot, beginner, an incredibly agile shooting technique that consumes an additional 4 stamina when dodging backward, inflicting 135 normal attack damage when shooting forward. Success! Zhou Ning's eyes brightened. Indeed, Dodge proved to be a versatile asset, well suited for fusion. This Dodge Shot represents the best combination he could conceive, balancing both offensive and defensive capabilities while even providing additional weapon damage. In terms of effectiveness, it surpasses the warrior's Dodge Slash, as shooting offers a ranged output that pairs seamlessly with the distance-creating nature of dodging. Seizing the moment, Zhou Ning then turned his attention to Busashoku Haki. Elevating Busashoku Haki to the intermediate level is thrice as costly as ordinary skills, requiring 18,000 experience points. Zhou Ning expended 26,000 experience points to raise both Busashoku Haki and Mozambique Shooting Method to the intermediate level, choosing to fuse them once more. Shall he proceed with the fusion of Busashoku Haki, Intermediate, and Mozambique Shooting Method, Intermediate? This fusion will consume 12,000 experience points. The success rate is 36. Is that success rate a bit low? Zhou Ning hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to decline. Gritting his teeth, he expended 20,000 experience points to elevate the Mozambique shooting technique from intermediate to advanced. Upon examining the fusion success rate, it increased from 36 to 58. He was determined to succeed. The fusion was successful, and he acquired the skill Deadly Direct Shot, beginner. Deadly Direct Shot, beginner, a close-quarters gunfighting technique that delivers a devastating headshot to the target using bullets imbued with armed color Haki, inflicting significant damage. Zhou Ning felt quite gratified. Although this skill may not rival the evasion shooting technique in terms of agility, it could potentially surpass the ripple shooting in sheer output. With some experience remaining, Zhou Ning contemplated and decided to upgrade the ripple breathing technique. According to his career plan, he did not rush to enhance his combat skills. The ripple breathing technique not only augments strength and agility, but also passively increases them with daily practice. In just a few days, Zhou Ning's agility had risen by 1 point, making this investment exceedingly worthwhile. His experience points depleted once more. He resolved to allocate his remaining 11 free points. Opting for an all-in approach, 8 points were assigned to spirit, while 3 were added to willpower, slightly compensating for his shortcomings in abnormal resistance. After investing a substantial amount of experience, Zhou Ning's character panel underwent a complete transformation, particularly his spirit, which now rivaled that of a mage. Name: Zhou Ning, Vinstuer race, human template, elite NPC, internal testing countdown, 42 days, 0 hours, 22 minutes level, 14 profession, teaching assistant 1, 10 secondary profession, linguist 3, 10. Alchemy apprentice 10 to natural force affinity, 0 arcane affinity, 0 talents, Tony Stark, purple, gunfighting, deadly rhythm, blue, athletic prodigy, blue, personal attributes, strength 24, agility 27, stamina 19, willpower 25, spirit 40, charisma 99. The bond with the items from the Hall of Oddities grants a 1 to all attributes except charisma, health, 190 stamina, 208 willpower, 1725 mana, 0 free points, 0 life skills. Alchemy, intermediate. Mysticism, intermediate. Precision machinery crafting, expert. Gambling, intermediate. Common skills. Click to view, personal expertise. Dexterous hands, beginner. Your hands are exceptionally nimble. Capable of performing tasks requiring fine manipulation. Eidetic memory. Your reservoir of knowledge far exceeds that of the majority, granting an additional 1 to spirit. Extreme calmness. You maintain a composed mindset at all times, enhancing your learning speed by 10. Intermediate endurance. Stamina growth coefficient 0. 15. Willpower 2. The adverse effects of hunger, thirst, and cold slightly diminish your susceptibility. Firearm knowledge. You possess an intimate understanding of firearm mechanics. Extraordinary physique. Elite. Your physique is extraordinary, enhancing your primary attribute bonus by 0. 35 with each level upgrade. Tribal training. None influence. 200 legendary status. 3 combat power evaluation. 1295 note. Your combat power surpasses that of the vast majority of ordinary individuals, giving you a fighting chance even against professionals. Zhou Ning. Alas, it is rare to receive such a positive appraisal. My combat power has surged from 399 to an impressive 1295, and donning the Phoenix armor may very well propel it beyond 5,000. At present, he is formidable. I am eager to test the effects of the Conqueror's Haki. Zhou Ning shifted his gaze from Sherlock to XP, who was filled with fervor, anticipating the unfolding of the next plot. Suddenly, he felt an intimidating gaze sweep across from the opposite side. Raising his eyes, he beheld the smiles of Zhou Ning and Shi. "What is the matter, Great One?" XP inquired cautiously, still unaware that he had narrowly escaped the fate of a lab rat. "Nothing," Zhou Ning replied with a smile. At that moment, the carriage came to a halt near the White Sierra Cathedral Square, a venue designated for welcoming state guests, holding celebrations, or for public prayers, where carriages are forbidden to enter. As Sherlock lifted the curtain of the carriage, preparing to alight, Zhou Ning was suddenly struck by an instinct, a nearly certain intuition that Sherlock was destined to stumble. He then observed Sherlock gracefully touch down, turning back to Zhou Ning to say, "Let us go. They should be in the square." However, perhaps due to his impatience, he inadvertently stepped on a protruding stone, stumbling and landing on the ground. Indeed, Zhou Ning felt a flicker of delight as he reached out to assist him. The observation Haki proved to be even more potent than he had anticipated. Merely at a rudimentary level, it allowed him to intuitively predict the next move of his target. Although such intuition may be fleeting in actual combat, capturing it even once could potentially sway the tide of battle. Crossing the Grand Bridge, not far ahead lay the White Sierra Cathedral Square, where the music of Matilda, welcoming the state guests to the Kingdom of Brighton, was being played, sounding quite ordinary. Chapter 53. The plot thickens. Sherlock walked ahead, followed by the other members of the Sun Watchers, murmuring, according to past customs, The Kingdom of Brighton typically conducts a welcoming ceremony for foreign guests at the White Sierra Cathedral Square, and upon the clock striking 12, they proceed together into the Darkland Fortress. Outside, a light rain was falling, yet upon entering the White Sierra Cathedral Square, the weather transformed to a clear day. Due to a colossal alchemical array beneath the square that alters the climate, ensuring that regardless of the external weather, it remains perpetually sunny within. Zhou Ning nodded in acknowledgement, having witnessed such a scene several times in his previous life-s game. In the game, Brighton was the most prosperous of the Six Nations, with a faction leader, King Charles VI, a haughty figure who styled himself as the King of the Sun, often exhibiting his authority by arriving late, whether welcoming players or envoys. He consistently ranked first among the least favored faction leaders. In Zhou Ning's eyes, he bore a striking resemblance to King Jiji. As they entered the White Sierra Cathedral Square, a distant honor guard was performing Brighton's renowned piece Matilda. The envoy from Ruins had already arrived. He was a middle-aged man with black hair, sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of a donkey, always wearing a benevolent smile. As for Charles VI, the honor guard had arrived, yet he had not. It appears that being late has inadvertently saved this young man. Zhou Ning couldn't help but exhale in relief. "Is there anything you need me to do?" XB inquired softly, hoping to trigger a quest. "Not for now," Zhou Ning replied, shaking his head. At that moment, he noticed Chi In West approaching with a middle-aged man clad in the uniform of the Guardians, stepping away from the crowd. He first nodded in greeting to Zhou Ning before turning to Sherlock, asking, "What's the situation? Have matters at Vic University been resolved?" "Yes, we've wrapped things up." Leaving a few individuals behind to finalize the details, Sherlock relayed Zhou Ning's speculation to Chien, who then lost his smile, his expression turning grave. "It is indeed quite likely. Thank you for the reminder." Zhou Ning's panel chimed with a notification. "The Guardian's favor towards you has increased by 1,200 points. Guardians, friendly, 2001500. Your reputation in the Kingdom of Brighton has risen by 1,600 points. Kingdom of Brighton, respect, 1006000. Simultaneously, XB received a similar notification, indicating the activation of two new factions. The Kingdom of Brighton began with a friendly status, while the Guardians maintained a neutral relationship. Truly, one must follow the protagonist. XB remarked, teary-eyed. "Follow me, and stand behind me shortly," Chi In West instructed in a low voice as he turned back. "Has His Majesty arrived yet?" Sherlock inquired. "Not yet." Chi In West shook his head. "Ruins has come to Daklon to discuss territorial disputes over Pulundi, and His Majesty is reluctant to make concessions, opting instead to keep them waiting." Zhou Ning couldn't help but smirk. Indeed, King Jiji's tradition of tardiness had manifested right at the game's outset. Following Chi In to the ranks, Zhou Ning stood behind him, quietly observing the situation across from them. The task lay before them, and the Ruins delegation appeared suspicious. The envoy from Ruins, sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of a donkey, wore a constant, amiable smile. Zhou Ning keenly noted the yellowish stains on his right hand's index and thumb, marks likely left by prolonged contact with crucibles and test tubes, instinctively making Zhou Ning deem this individual quite dubious. As for the other attendants of the delegation, no clear signs of peculiarity were discernible at that moment. Approximately 10 minutes later, the sound of wheels echoed from afar as a splendid carriage made its entrance. Zhou Ning's spirits lifted. In the grand square of Whiteshell Cathedral, only King Charles VI could afford to arrive in such a manner. The carriage came to a halt, and a steward assisted in drawing back the curtains. Indeed, King Charles VI was helped down from the carriage, cheerfully approaching the envoy from Ruins. "Welcome to Daklon." After a flurry of diplomatic pleasantries, according to protocol, the Ruins envoy retrieved an official document from a box and presented it to King Charles VI. As Zhou Ning's gaze scanned the document, a sudden notification popped up on his panel. "Unknown artifact," followed by a series of question marks. An unknown artifact? Zhou Ning's heart skipped a beat. According to the game's lore, these were peculiar items passed down since the age of four heroes, often found amidst the tides and weather of the continent. Some remarkably useful, yet many accompanied by misfortune and calamity. Just as I was about to speak, I witnessed the envoy of leniency draw a dagger from the national document, his countenance still adorned with a benevolent smile, as he suddenly lunged towards Charles VI. Was this the climax of treachery? Qian Weisai had long been on guard, reacting swiftly to draw his firearm, delivering a shot that struck the envoy squarely in the chest. The envoy's body stiffened momentarily, blood trickling from his lips, yet he remained undaunted, charging towards Charles VI. Promptly, others recognized the danger and drew their weapons, firing at him. After enduring 6 shots, the envoy's body collapsed lifelessly to the ground, his spirit extinguished. What was most chilling, however, was that even in death, a gentle smile lingered upon his face. The national document fell to the ground with a thud. Wait, Zhou Ning sensed something amiss. Just as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Charles VI, who, in a fit of rage, pointed at the Liuyancy envoy. Arrest them. Yet before anyone could act, the remaining members of the envoy swiftly drew daggers from their cloaks, their faces alight with fervor, and without hesitation, plunged the blades into their own abdomens. Blood gushed forth, saturating the ground, and the air became thick with the acrid scent of iron. Subsequently, the winding streams of blood on the ground coalesced, astonishingly forming a hexagram pattern that illuminated one by one, with the open book at its center, creating a narrow rift in space above. All present were rendered speechless, gazing through the rift into a peculiar realm. A crimson sky, long stone bridges connecting dilapidated ruins, and an uncountable number of structures sprawled across the landscape. Beneath the stone bridges flowed an endless river of blood. Was this the Blood Nation? The legendary territory of blood elements, home to countless elemental monsters. Wasn't this content exclusive to the elemental chaos version? Zhou Ning felt a chill run down his spine. Fall back. Without hesitation, he drew his gun and fired at the open book. The book leaped as the bullet struck it, its pages swiftly closing. As the pages came together, the spatial rift began to vanish slowly. However, before Zhou Ning could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw a shadow emerge from the nearly disappearing rift. Landing on the ground, it resembled a human, its body a blood-red worm, yet its head bore a human face with glowing red eyes embedded within it. Upon its emergence, it swiftly burrowed into the corpse lying on the ground. An inexplicable sense of extreme danger surged within all present. This was a bloodworm. Do not let it near. Though its offensive capabilities are weak, it will split once it is filled with blood. Attempt to combat it with fire. Zhou Ning shouted as he fired at the corpse. The body quickly deflated, the bloodworm splitting from 1 into 3, then lunging towards other corpses, swiftly multiplying into countless segments as they charged towards the living. Frost. Meteor shower. Qi Wei Site is among the foremost meteorologists and a knight of the clan in the entire kingdom, tirelessly utilizing meteorological skills. Although he successfully thwarted numerous bloodworms, a multitude of them continued to surge towards the surrounding individuals, creating chaos on the scene. At that moment, an invisible aura of terror radiated outward from Zhou Ning, causing the nearest individuals to be momentarily stunned and step back as if the very space trembled. Subsequently, the densely packed bloodworms in the square fell into a state of confusion, leading to a flurry of notifications on the game panel. Your Conqueror's Haki inflicted 109 points of damage on the bloodworm, with a mental disparity of 25-40-15. The bloodworm is now stunned and the target has perished. You have gained 65 experience points. Your Conqueror's Haki inflicted 93 points of damage on the bloodworm, with a mental disparity of 24-40-16. The bloodworm is now stunned. Your Conqueror's Haki inflicted 111 points of damage on the bloodworm, with a mental disparity of 27-40-13. The bloodworm is now stunned and the target has perished. You have gained 72 experience points. You have been attacked by Wei Nsits Conqueror's Haki, suffering 79 points of damage, and you are now stunned. XB stood beside Zhou Ning and was immediately caught in the indiscriminate shock and daze, his health rapidly diminishing to a mere sliver. Although his game character was incapacitated, in reality, he was wide awake, his mouth agape as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. However, words eluded him, and after a moment of hesitation, he could only gasp in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wachow!" Witnessing this scene, the live stream erupted in frenzy. Through XB's perspective, viewers clearly observed the unfolding events. Wachow! This move is called Conqueror's Haki. This is absolutely ruthless. It must be a unique skill of the protagonist. Coach, I want to learn this. Oh no, my husband is too formidable. Chapter 54. Extraordinary charisma. It is no wonder the audience in the live stream was so exhilarated. The display was simply extraordinary and strikingly handsome. Until today, they could not have imagined that someone could inflict such devastating damage solely through sheer presence. XP, merely grazing its effect, collapsed as if struck by an axe. In truth, Zhou Ning was also astonished by the results of this conqueror's Haki. The skill proved particularly effective in clearing minions. Although bloodworms were notoriously tenacious, they were under level 10, with health barely reaching 100. Their troublesome nature stemmed from their ability to endlessly split through blood-sucking, yet they remained primitive blood entities driven by a lust for blood. Their low health and mental capacity were precisely their vulnerabilities. Thus, this unexpected release nearly cleared the screen, with over half of the bloodworms being eliminated in an instant, while the remaining few succumbed to dizziness. However, after releasing the skill, Zhou Ning's stamina was swiftly depleted by more than half. The substantial stamina consumption is undoubtedly the sole drawback of the Conqueror's Haki. Nevertheless, this expenditure proved worthwhile, not only saving the situation, but also granting him nearly 50,000 experience points in an instant. In an instant, a significant portion of the experience consumed by the synthesis skill was regained. Regaining his composure, he surveyed his surroundings, which were enveloped in an eerie silence. Everyone stood frozen in place, collectively gasping in astonishment. They had anticipated an epic battle, fully prepared for a grueling fight. Yet the situation had reversed so swiftly that they were left utterly bewildered. They had all personally witnessed Zhou Ning's overwhelming conqueror's Haki, and the formidable pressure from that brief moment made them feel as if they had encountered a colossal dragon, leaving them still trembling with unease. Even Sherlock, who had fought alongside Zhou Ning on numerous occasions, wore a look of shock. He knew Zhou Ning was powerful, but he had never expected him to be this formidable. Stop staring. There are still some monsters to deal with. Qian Weisai quickly regained his wits, muttering, "Power comes from justice." Instantly, two luminous wings unfurled from his back. "Wow!" Zhou Ning exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. The kingdom of Blaistan boasted a total of 19 knightly families, and in his previous life, Zhou Ning had never seen the Weisai family deploy their ancestral abilities. He was taken aback by their impressive display. Quite striking indeed. At that moment, the Sun Guardians seemed to awaken from a dream, hastily scattering in all directions. Among the Sun Guardians were mages adept at casting fireball spells and agents utilizing Zhou Ning's unique ammunition, making it particularly effortless to eliminate the day's bloodworms. Zhou Ning took a moment to catch his breath and also created a new mission to send to XP, producing a revolver identical to his own and handing it to him, saying, "Here, take this gun and protect yourself." XP accepted the gun with delight, and a new mission appeared on his interface. "You have triggered a D-rank mission. Clean up the aftermath. Do you accept?" Mission prompt. "Do you see the remaining monsters around you? Eliminate them." Mission level. D mission requirements. Kill as many of the remaining monsters as possible, and remember not to get hit by them. Reward. 2,000 experience. In the end, XP managed to score a few kills, garnering a sense of involvement. It wasn't until all the bloodworms had been eradicated that everyone present finally exhaled in relief. It is not an exaggeration to say that if such creatures as bloodworms had infiltrated the city of Dayclan, not only Dayclan, but the entire Blaistan could have faced obliteration. Qian Weisai retracted his wings of light, and at that moment, his gaze towards Zhou Ning brimmed with admiration. To be frank, the pressure from that fleeting moment had even left him awestruck, as if he had encountered a natural enemy. Based on his speculation, this must be some exceedingly rare mental secret technique. Emerging from the crowd, Charles VI approached with a smile full of appreciation, saying, "Well done, you saved my life." "You are too kind," Zhou Ning replied, waving his hand. "With the Sun Guardians here, you are in no danger." "That may not be the case," Charles VI retorted with a huff, unbuckling a sword from his waist and handing it to Zhou Ning. "This is my personal sword. Take good care of it, as it will serve the kingdom in the future. You have obtained a rare weapon, a magnificent dagger." Zhou Ning accepted the weapon with a mix of amusement and gratitude, thanking him once more. After offering Zhou Ning a few encouraging words, Charles VI patted him on the shoulder and mounted the carriage. As the moment arrived when Charlie VI took his seat in the carriage, Zhou Ning's panel finally displayed a notification. "The A-level mission, Conspiracy, has been completed. You have earned 90,000 experience points and received a specialization reward of X1. Would you like to draw?" "Yes." Finally, this damn task is complete. Zhou Ning sighed in relief, selecting yes. Despite the simplicity of the final step, it was contingent upon his mastery of the Hahashoko Haki. Otherwise, the outcome would have been dire. The random draw concluded, and he was prompted to choose one of the following 3 abilities as a reward. 1. Cultist of Hardship. Advanced resistance to abnormal mental states increased by 30. 2. Dragon's Might. Elite specialization grants an additional 10 points to defense. Increases health regeneration by 8 points per second and stamina recovery by 7 points per second. 3. Forest Elf. Elite specialization. You possess a portion of High Elf bloodline, enhancing your mobility by 28, improving your proficiency with ranged weapons, agility by an additional 9, and charm by an additional 1. Indeed, there are 2 elite specializations. Zhou Ning's eyes gleamed with excitement. He genuinely desired both. The former enhances endurance, while the latter perfectly complements his combat style. But could he not select them all? After a strenuous deliberation, Zhou Ning reluctantly chose the third option. This decision undoubtedly elevated his combat prowess, yet the surprises were not yet over. The panel soon presented another notification. Due to your charm reaching its peak, you have acquired the elite specialization, Extraordinary Charm. Extraordinary Charm. You possess a mysterious and special aura derived from your bloodline. Your attractiveness to the opposite sex increases by 15, and the attributes of your contracted beings, including mechanical constructs, are enhanced by 15. This specialization takes effect in both reality and simulation. To think that upon my transmigration, I have embarked on an irreversible path of charm. Zhou Ning couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. Nevertheless, this was not an unfavorable turn of events. It might even allow him to allocate resources towards intricate mechanical crafting, perfectly aligning with his puppetry alchemy. Surprisingly, the elite specialization was a 2-for-1 deal. Although the immediate impact on combat strength was minimal, it undoubtedly broadened his avenues for development. As Zhou Ning continued to examine the game panel, Qian Weisai approached, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. I heard from Sherlock that this matter owes much to your assistance. The Sunward will remember your contributions. There's no need for gratitude. I mentioned it was merely for self-preservation, Zhou Ning replied nonchalantly. He had a vague suspicion that Qian had come to converse with him for recruitment purposes. Indeed, after exchanging pleasantries, Qian directly stated, Zhou Ning, as you are aware, extraordinary events are becoming increasingly frequent. We require new forces like you. Would you be interested in joining the Sunward? A new notification appeared on the panel. The leader of the Sunward, Qian Weisai, invites you to join the Sunward. If you choose to join, you will receive the unique subprofession of the Kingdom of Braeiston, Sunward. Zhou Ning pondered briefly. Had he just crossed into this world, he would have likely accepted without hesitation. Indeed, with a stable income, a commendable side profession, and the opportunity to gain experience, it once seemed advantageous. However, now this side profession appears somewhat superfluous. Allow me to ponder this for a couple of days. Zhou Ning did not firmly dismiss the matter. After all, plans may falter in the face of unforeseen changes. This is only natural. Qian Weisai was not disheartened, and with a smile, he remarked that the arms trade between you and the show Ryron would continue regardless. I will have Sherlock keep in touch with you. Once you have made a decision, inform him. Chapter 55. An unexpected turn. Very well. Zhou Ning noted. Yet he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. The envoy from Ruins seemed rather feeble, hardly befitting the stature of a committee member from the Life Alchemy Society. Moreover, with only 10 committee members in the entire society, there was no need to make a special pilgrimage for a sacrificial offering, was there? At that moment, several individuals clad in black robes hurriedly arrived, commencing the task of cleansing the bloodstains and removing the corpses. This was a unique profession within the game, the Reaper. To his surprise, reality mirrored this quite closely. Some show Ryron began cautiously reclaiming the unknown artifacts shaped like books from the ground, as well as the remains of the bloodworms. Recalling Qian's penchant for adding aphid juice to his drinks, Zhou Ning wondered if he might use it to brew his alcohol. Shaking his head with a smile, he prepared to depart when he caught sight of XB standing nearby, gazing at him with eager anticipation. He had completely forgotten about him. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Ning edited the task text, allowing him to select his reward and simultaneously transmitted several new skills. Meanwhile, XB received a prompt. You have completed a D-rank task, tidying up the aftermath. You have earned 2,000 experience points and 15 Roshan. Your affinity with Wisai Tweer has increased by 7 points, currently at acquainted. Note, personal affinity and faction affinity are calculated differently. Wisai Tweer's personal shop has now opened up more items to you. As a result of your successful assistance in helping the protagonist Wisai Tweer resolve the machinations of the Cursed God Sect and the Life Alchemy Society, you have gained an opportunity to learn the universal skill of a roaming gunslinger, available for a limited time of 15 minutes. What? Such a stroke of fortune. After returning the revolver, XB was utterly elated upon seeing this notification and hastily clicked into Zhou Ning's personal shop. Switching to the skills store, he perused the offerings, discovering indeed several new skills, each more potent than the last. Among them, the most enticing were the newly available Konbunshoku Haki and Houshoku Haki. Particularly, Houshoku Haki possessed an exceptionally formidable initial effect that left him utterly astounded. Houshoku Haki, a qualification reserved for the Sovereign, granting an additional 1 to mental strength, and capable of inflicting damage and inducing a state of intimidation upon surrounding enemies through an external display of might. The effect's determination is based on the mental disparity between you and your adversaries, with a base duration of 0.16 seconds. Should the mental disparity be excessive, it may even induce a state of dizziness. A qualification reserved for the Sovereign. Coach, this is precisely what I wish to learn. Upon examining the learning requirements, 266,000 experience points, 50 victor, and an additional 40 points of affinity, he lamented to himself. When on Earth would he achieve such a feat? XB glanced at his panel and discovered that he still possessed a modicum of experience. After vanquishing a few insects and considering the task rewards, he found himself with a total of 520 experience points. He perused the skill list and eventually stumbled upon a skill worth acquiring, the CAR shooting technique. This remarkable martial art combines both melee and range combat, integrating shooting stances, grip techniques, reloading methods, and close-quarter fighting skills, thereby enhancing combat prowess. It appeared exceptionally formidable. Priced at 500 experience points and 15 Luoshan, it seemed almost serendipitous, as if it were tailored specifically for him. Having spent all his money, he was fortunate that the task reward provided him exactly with 15 Luoshan, just enough to purchase this skill. Without further ado, XB eagerly acquired the skill, viewing it as an invaluable asset for his future as a professional player. Your skill, CAR shooting technique, has been learned. You have gained 500 experience points and 15 Luoshan. Having successfully harvested all of XB's resources, Zhou Ning finally reached a moment of clarity, waved his hand dismissively, and turned away without a hint of regret, leaving behind an enigmatic silhouette. The crop of leeks had been temporarily reaped, and he would return to harvest again once they had regrown. The destitute XB, meanwhile, felt a profound sense of satisfaction as he reveled in the acquisition of his 2 new skills, occasionally chuckling to himself. Meanwhile, aboard a carriage speeding towards Declan Fortress, Charles VI sat comfortably in his seat, entirely devoid of the earlier panic. Opposite him was Crown Prince William, who accompanied him on this official state visit. At 35 years of age, William was composed and exceptionally talented. Unfortunately, his character was excessively timid. As the heir to the Charles dynasty, gravitas was paramount. Charles VI resolved to seize this opportunity to impart some wisdom to his son. William, what is your assessment of the Sun Watcher's handling of the situation? Charles VI inquired. Kind Wisai has managed the situation reasonably well, considering it was an extraordinary event, and their experience in such matters is still limited, replied William. Charles VI nodded fully. Indeed, I concur. However, upon my return, I will still issue a directive to reduce the Sun Watcher's budget by 10. Why? Because the reality is that they did not perform adequately. They even had to rely on external assistance to stabilize the situation. In truth, you need not concern yourself with their performance. Remember this, to be an effective king, you must first establish your authority. If your authority is insufficient, subordinates may overstep their bounds, and if punishments are not enforced strictly, prohibitions will fail to be upheld. The Viscount family is indeed trustworthy, yet with trusted subordinates, you must both empower them and remain vigilant against potential threats. For one can never truly know what lies within a person's heart. William nodded silently. Not far ahead stood a clock tower, approximately 55 meters tall, powered by an alchemical array, which chimed automatically every hour according to Bristol time. Beyond the clock tower lay the royal residence and office, Declan Fortress. Due to the recent upheaval and the considerable number of Sun Watchers being reassigned, the defense force was somewhat lacking, and even the guards along the road were sparse. I must ensure that more guards are deployed, Charles VI contemplated. The carriage came to a halt before the Declan Fortress, and both Crown Prince William and Charles VI disembarked in succession. At that very moment, however, a crossbow bolt silently soared from the nearby bell tower, piercing through the chest of Charles VI and erupting in a gruesome spray of blood and flesh. Immediately thereafter, the bolt dissipated into beams of light. With a thunderous crash, Charles VI collapsed onto the ground, devoid of any final words, utterly lifeless. A profound silence enveloped the scene. After a brief pause, someone finally reacted, exclaiming, "His Majesty has been assassinated." The guards present, jolted from their stupor, were struck with horror as they hastily drew their weapons. Some rushed towards the bell tower, while others aimed their guns at its rooftop. Atop the bell tower, a man clad in a black alchemist's robe and wearing a white mask glanced down, retracting a crossbow. In his hand, he shook a small vial, within which one could discern the silhouette of Charles VI, desperately pressing against the glass and crying out in terror. The man gestured his thanks towards the ground before leaping gracefully from the bell tower, landing nimbly on a rooftop and sprinting into the distance. Before long, the entire Declan was abuzz with commotion. Numerous police officers flooded the streets, scouring for suspicious individuals. Zhou Ning, of course, became aware of the incident, albeit through the game panel. The faction leader of the Bristol Kingdom, Charles VI, had perished. The stability of the Bristol Kingdom plummeted, and its economy plunged into a recession. Due to your substantial indirect influence on the progression of the game, you have been awarded 12 traversal coins. Zhou Ning mused, "What does this have to do with me?" Nevertheless, it was undeniable that the game's progression had been thoroughly disrupted. In his previous life, Charles VI had remained alive and well until the third version of the game, so the swiftness of his demise was utterly unexpected. Curiosity piqued. Zhou Ning pondered the circumstances surrounding his death. It is worth noting that although Charles VI was portly as a faction leader, he was endowed with a significant health pool and formidable strength, being of royal lineage, the most illustrious of knightly bloodlines. Zhou Ning surmised that the family doctrine must pertain to authority, and coupled with the vigilant protection of numerous sun guards, it should have been nearly impossible for him to meet his end. Yet, astonishingly, the madmen of the Life Alchemy Society had indeed succeeded. In the game Apocalypse, the death of a faction leader was no trivial matter, unlike other online games where resurrection was commonplace. Here, only narrative-driven deaths were final. The notion of divine right of kings was prevalent, with the king's existence intricately tied to the fortune of the nation. With the death of Charles VI, the Bristol economy was bound to experience an inevitable downturn, accompanied by various destabilizing factors. Furthermore, the vast array of main storyline events involving Charles VI would need to be entirely rewritten, leaving even this traveler grappling with the uncertainty of the plot's trajectory. What a predicament! Zhou Ning could not help but let out a deep sigh. However, he himself was not particularly troubled. The ones who must be in turmoil now were the Sun Guardians. With the king assassinated, they were likely in a state of disarray. Zhou Ning felt a sense of relief that he had not acquiesced to Qi-en's invitation. Otherwise, it would have been a tragic misfortune compounded upon misfortune, leading to a state of despair akin to imprisonment. He retrieved his pocket watch, which clicked open with a snap, revealing it was only 2 p.m. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Ning opted to return to his alchemical laboratory first. This morning, John's gaze had sparkled with an unsettling intensity that lingered in Zhou Ning's mind. On his way back, the weather shifted again, transforming from rain to snow, swiftly blanketing the canal banks in white. Nearby, several police officers halted a suspicious pedestrian to inquire about the situation. Zhou Ning shook his head, pondering the futility of such questioning, and continued along the canal towards his laboratory. In the time ahead, he had 3 primary objectives. The most crucial was, of course, to complete the certification for the roaming gunslinger profession. As previously mentioned, a complete professional system required over 6 vocational specialties, 2 core buff skills, and more than 10 active skills. Zhou Ning had made significant progress. He had mastered the shooting technique of ripple breathing, excelled in precision mechanics, and delved into the arcane art of puppetry alchemy, with observation Haki counting among his vocational specialties, thus fulfilling the requirement of 6 specialties. The skills of rapid pursuit and armed Haki served as his core buff skills, completing the requirement as well. He was now merely 4 active skills short of establishing his professional system. Whether through simulation or random combinations, he was confident he could assemble them. What he lacked now was experience. At last, he glimpsed the dawn of success, Zhou Ning mused. The second objective was straightforward. He aimed to elevate his proficiency in alchemy to an advanced level within a short time, and then utilize Goethe's alchemical manual to ascend to expert status. Attaining expert level would signify a true initiation into alchemy, granting him access to several remarkable formulas. Moreover, his secondary profession as an alchemical apprentice would progress smoothly. As for the third objective, it was not urgent for the moment. Zhou Ning intended to upgrade his puppetry alchemy, though this would require substantial experience and victor, which he could not afford in the short term. Notably, the second and first objectives could be pursued concurrently, as engaging in alchemy would yield considerable experience. Upon returning to his alchemical laboratory, Zhou Ning skillfully ignited the whale oil lamp on the wall and methodically prepared his crucible, alcohol lamp, pipette, balance, and test tubes. He was not far from achieving advanced alchemy, and he intended to seize this idle time to elevate his level. The bullet order for the Sun Guardians was temporarily limited to 200 rounds, but he could initially produce more flame oil to store as a reserve. With practiced ease, he heated the beaker, waiting for the potion to reach a boil before adding lead salt, perhaps due to a surge in his agility attribute. Zhou Ning's success rate in concocting flame oil had been exceptionally high over the past few days, and he was producing it at an impressive speed. By the end of the afternoon, Zhou Ning had created nearly 50 bottles of flame oil and accumulated over 10,000 experience points. He estimated that with a couple more sessions like this, he would smoothly reach the advanced level in alchemy. Truthfully, had he not run out of herbs, he felt he might have pushed directly into the advanced tier. Knock, knock. Someone politely rapped at the door. Having just tidied up his desk, Zhou Ning rose from his reclining chair and approached the door, turning the handle. Upon opening it, he was greeted by Mrs. Tulin, who stood outside with a tray in hand. "Good evening, shall weigh in. Come and sample the cupcakes I made myself," she said with a warm smile. "Thank you, Mrs. Tulin." Zhou Ning replied sincerely as he accepted the tray. "Would you like to come in for a moment?" "No, thank you. I am somewhat allergic to the scent of alchemy." Mrs. Tulin glanced into the room and continued with a smile. "Perhaps my husband would be more willing to visit." "Is Mr. Tulin an alchemist?" Zhou Ning inquired with curiosity. He was once a fine alchemist, but since the Butcher War, that is no longer the case. Mrs. Tulin seemed reluctant to delve further into that topic. Deftly shifting the conversation, "What do you think of the cupcakes tonight? I added a bit more cocoa powder." "Delicioso, Zhou Ning exclaimed, his lips curling into a smile as he gave a thumbs up. "What a lovely lady." After bidding farewell to Mrs. Tulin, Zhou Ning could not help but express his thoughts aloud, returning to his chair and casually opening the forum. Indeed, XP had uploaded the live stream recording to the forum, promptly pinning it at the top with the title, "My Experiences with Wei-En Stevel." Upon clicking, he was greeted by a recording from XP's perspective, detailing every moment from the celebration to the final defeat of the Bloodworm, capturing even the items in Zhou Ning's personal shop, making it a remarkable high-energy experience. Naturally, Zhou Ning noted that XP was also conscious of his public image, having edited out the embarrassing moment of "I am your idol." The post had accumulated over 10,000 replies and was still growing. "Wow, is this the power of Wei-En Stevel?" In an anime tone. Initially wavering in his choice of profession, he now resolved that the roaming gunslinger was indeed his ultimate selection. "Wow, I'm a closed beta player, currently in the north. Can anyone tell me what to do?" Peeking at others praising him was Zhou Ning's greatest pastime, but there was little time to savor the moment. As a notification popped up on the screen, important notice, Episode 3 of the series The Apocalypse has been simultaneously released on the forum and various platforms. This series is generated automatically by the Light Brain. Players interested in the game's background are encouraged to watch. Zhou Ning felt somewhat numb. Originally, the protagonist of the third episode was the Sun Keeper, which narrated how, with the aid of Leandro de Pesa, the Sun Keeper solved the Styriel family portrait case. Zhou Ning had watched that episode, finding it quite intriguing, akin to a youthful detective story. However, with the death of Charles VI, it was clear that the Sun Keeper was temporarily uninterested in such matters, so Zhou Ning could easily guess the content of this episode with just his big toe. Nonetheless, he was indeed curious about this installment, particularly eager to uncover the cause of Charles VI's demise. The perspective began with an aerial view of Vic University, gradually zooming in, allowing all viewers to discern that it was a celebration scene. The perspective then shifted seamlessly, locking on Zhou Ning, who was dressed in a white shirt, black vest, and black coat. Zhou Ning remarked that the intelligent brain seemed to be singularly focused on exploiting its own advantages. In Chapter 57, the scene shifted to the registration point of the alchemy department. Through a brief exchange between a man and a woman, the audience learned that they were both members of the show Rerun, intent on assisting Zhou Ning in unraveling the sinister machinations of the Life Alchemy Association. Shortly thereafter, the perspective settled on a shifty-looking man, prompting an outpouring of comments. "Oh, ISNT, that XB. XB, you're on television. Mother is proud of you. Get lost, Mom." The fans of XB stood tall and proud. Meanwhile, XB himself was watching the video, bemused by the flood of comments. He had anticipated that the intelligent brain would include him, but he never expected to see the main perspective featuring him. All he could do was hope that his self-introduction would not be part of the cut. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to public execution and social death. However, fate had other plans, and as the perspective shifted to him, it immediately flashed back. The video showcased his recent arrival in the game, where he was seen playfully poking at small animals, squeezing them, and even sniffing them. A caption appeared above him. "Engineer Apprentice Player, XB." What a scam, XB thought. Momentarily overwhelmed, he hastily attempted to clarify in his live stream. "Listen to my defense. Let me explain. I merely wanted to test if that thing was still there, because this game feels exceedingly real." He dared not gaze at the comments, as even those in his own stream filled him with embarrassment. Even dogs would hang themselves. The public execution continued, and as the perspective locked onto him, standing before the protagonist, a slew of spoiler-laden comments simultaneously declared, "Hello, husband. My name is XB. I am your idol. No, wait. You are my idol." As XB uttered that iconic line, the comments reached a crescendo, and all viewers caught a fleeting look of disdain on Zhou Ning's face. 2,333. XB has been dismissed. XB's fans appeared dejected. XB's silly demeanor is quite endearing. I can accept that. Is this truly the fortunate soul who can partake in the storyline? After watching for so long, he seemed rather dim-witted. XB felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, tightening his toes in discomfort, and resolved to mute the comments for a minute. Thankfully, the public execution concluded rather swiftly, and soon the players were captivated by a series of unfolding narratives. The screen depicted XB receiving a quest from the protagonist, patrolling like a vigilant cat officer, and the camera returned to Zhou Ning. The video clearly accelerated, and soon the clock struck 9, heralding the entrance of Elvis. As he appeared, 2 lines of subtitles materialized above his head and on the mirror he held. Lecturer of the Mage Department at Vic University, priest of the Curse Cult, Elvis Bart. An unknown peculiar object, labeled Damien's ordinary mirror, appeared, capable of granting access to a mirror world for exploration. Yet it also harbored the potential to replace one with a phantom from the mirror, forever lost within its depths. Originating from the era of the 4 heroes, the great mage Damien crafted this mirror through extensive study of ancient texts, after which he mysteriously vanished within its depths. Zhou Ning pondered aloud. How did I fail to notice such an object at that time? The emergence of the concept of unknown curiosities undoubtedly ignited excitement among the audience. What do players desire most while gaming? Equipment. Mama, I desperately want this. Zhou Ning mused over the fate of a player lost within the mirror. Would they perish? Commit suicide and resurrect, perhaps? A smirk played upon his lips as he contemplated the situation. There is indeed a plethora of unknown curiosities in the game. However, this particular item resembles a blind box. Most are traps, and only a select few that are under the control of NPC factions. Yet, recalling the city of Dayklan, it seems there is an unknown curiosity there that isn't too much of a trap. He resolved to seek it out when time permitted. The show continued. After a flamboyant display of mirror-based antics, Elvis suddenly retrieved an alchemical bomb from the mirror and hurled it into the crowd. Almost immediately, the intelligence network firmly locked on Zhou Ning's perspective, and the audience noticed he seemed to be aware of the impending danger. In a flash, A revolver materialized in his hand, and he pulled the trigger towards the alchemical bomb. Boom! The bomb erupted in a fiery explosion. Following this, Elvis revealed his henchman. With the main focus remaining on Zhou Ning, the audience could clearly see a massive black fireball hurtling towards him, which he effortlessly evaded by leaping into the air. Just as he prepared to land, Zhou Ning, as though foreseeing the future, drew his shotgun and fired at the ground, using the recoil to propel himself through the air, narrowly dodging a concealed lightning spell. His fluid, graceful movements and aesthetically pleasing combat style left the audience in awe, wishing to pay homage. Following the skirmish, with Sherlock's assistance, Elvis was forced to retreat. Before the audience could catch their breath, chaos erupted anew as multiple alchemical bombs appeared on the scene, their buzzing filling the air. The perspective then abruptly split into 4 distinct views. The first featured the protagonist, Zhou Ning. The second showcased Sherlock and his Sun Guardians team. The third presented Leandro de Pizza, clad in his new student uniform. The fourth displayed battlefield reporter XB, whose eyes were wide as saucers and ears perked like antennas. Initially, Sherlock's team identified the situation. The bomb thrower on their side was a powerful juggler, causing quite a stir. However, with the assistance of Sherlock's meteorological abilities, the Sun Guardians concentrated their firepower and swiftly subdued their adversary. Next, the perspective shifted to Leandro de Pizza, who, as the destined child of the original trajectory, displayed his prowess. An adept in alchemy, he keenly sensed the crisis and drew his great sword, charging towards his target. A student who, before he could activate the bomb, was intercepted by Leandro's charge, leaving him momentarily dazed. This was swiftly followed by a flurry of sword techniques, leaving the unfortunate opponent unable to respond at all. The fourth perspective now introduces XB. As the walls crumbled, a carriage driver recklessly crashed a public carriage through the campus walls, barreling directly into the crowd. XB was the first to suffer the impact, his head twisting at an unnatural angle, resulting in his untimely demise. After a brief moment of silence in the barrage of comments, the screen erupted with a flurry of messages. No, XB. Despite the gruesome nature of his death, there was an inexplicable humor to it. You see, XB was a traffic officer in DayClan, tasked with directing traffic within the game, and the NPCs here were rather uncouth. XB's death was, in a twisted sense, honorable. Newcomers were bewildered, questioning the significance of this XB. Was he a comedic actor hired by the officials? XB, feeling overwhelmed by the absurdity of the comments, decided to mute the barrage for a minute. As the scene unfolded, viewers noticed that Zhou Ning was rapidly moving towards the fourth perspective, with the camera zooming in to focus on him once more. Several Guardians opened fire on the carriage driver, but instead of succumbing to the bullets, he grotesquely transformed into a colossal monster, disregarding the onslaught entirely. The scene flashed back to a day prior, revealing Zhou Ning on the public carriage. Players learned that the driver was merely a pitiable individual, toiling for 16 hours a day to provide a better life for his family, only to be corrupted by cultists. The perspective shifted again, showing Zhou Ning confronting the driver, pulling the trigger aimed at his head. The intelligent system slowed the footage, even marking the driver's health bar above him. All viewers could clearly see 3 fiery bullets spiraling from the gun's muzzle in a straight line, piercing the driver's skull, instantly depleting the entire health bar. Incredible. A one-shot kill? Surely, I did not missee that. Indeed, you did not. My husband is truly remarkable. After slaying the carriage driver, the beeping of the alchemical bomb within the carriage grew increasingly frantic, instilling a sense of dread among the audience, who instinctively held their breath. Yet Zhou Ning did not disappoint. He swiftly dispatched the rampaging antelope and ascended to the carriage's roof atop the tilted wheels. Once he successfully disarmed the bomb and the beeping ceased, everyone finally exhaled, feeling as though they had just witnessed a thrilling action film with an intense sense of immersion. However, before the audience could even take a sip of water, Zhou Ning appeared to have discovered a new clue. Through a conversation with Sherlock, viewers realized that this bombing incident might be a ruse, with the cultist's true objective being the state visit occurring at the Worcestershire Church Square. Chapter 58 of the third installment of the series concluded with a perspective switch back to the dimly lit small room, where a small group was deliberating their plans. Through their dialogue, players learned that the Cursed God cult was involved in this operation to sacrifice more lives to release the underground evil deity Neostra. while the Alchemical Society aimed to assassinate Charles VI to achieve their goals. They had somehow gained control over the entire Ruins delegation, and even prepared an unknown artifact for this purpose. Even the upper echelons of the Belaistan kingdom have their own people. Upon realizing this, Zhou Ning could not help but smirk. Indeed, the goal of the Cursing God sect is the most unadulterated, tirelessly striving for the annihilation of the world. They are undeniably malevolent, yet their persistence is truly remarkable. Shifting the perspective back to the Waisai Cathedral Square, as Charles VI arrived on the scene, the envoy from Ruins presented a royal decree. Instantly, a line of subtitles appeared on the decree. Unknown artifact, Book of False Blood Sacrifice, the sixth replica of the Book of Blood Sacrifice, possessing partial functions of the original. Capable of briefly opening the portal to the elemental kingdom through sacrifice, but usable only once. The audience expressed little interest in such a one-time tool designed for destruction. Yet the ensuing events astounded those who had not yet viewed the XP video. The Ruins ambassador drew a dagger from the compartment of the Book of Blood Sacrifice and lunged at Charles VI, only to be shot dead by a hail of bullets. Subsequently, over a dozen accompanying envoys also drew their blades to commit suicide, resulting in a scene of utter carnage. The blood pooling on the ground coalesced into a portal. Although Zhou Ning attempted to close it, a bloodworm nevertheless emerged from the portal, rapidly dividing into countless forms by consuming the blood from the corpses. The sheer volume of information in the video left the audience in a state of astonishment. Just as the bloodworms multiplied exponentially, Zhou Ning found himself unable to see anything. It was not that he was blind, but rather that in the next moment, the barrage of comments on the video surged to an overwhelming extent. From XP came the high-energy alert. High energy incoming. My husband is about to strike. They shall all perish. Zhou Ning, though his subconscious urged him to feel immense shame, found himself reveling in the spectacle, and shamelessly admitted that he believed the players had not exaggerated. In the video, the air seemed to twist instantaneously. An unfathomable aura of terror surged forth from Zhou Ning, his piercing gaze raising sharply. In that instant, the entire space appeared to tremble, and the countless swarming bloodworms were struck by a powerful force, one after another succumbing to dizziness or exploding outright. This created an almost screen-clearing effect, a truly magnificent sight. Bang! Bang! The players keenly noted that not only the bloodworms, but everyone present, including Qian Weiste and Charles VI, were unable to withstand the oppressive force unleashed by Zhou Ning, all rendered immobilized. Even XB, closest to him, fell silent as if struck by an axe, rendered unconscious. The considerate, intelligent brain even added a line of subtitles beside Zhou Ning to explain this skill. Conqueror S. Haki, a quality reserved for kings, capable of inflicting damage and inducing fear in surrounding enemies through the projection of aura, potentially causing dizziness if the mental disparity is significant. How thoughtful! Zhou Ning's eyes glistened. Though this intelligent brain had repeatedly exploited him, he chose to forgive it for this instance of promotion. After witnessing this awe-inspiring scene, the barrage of comments above the video flooded in. I'm in tears. This is overwhelmingly powerful and domineering. I'm utterly mesmerized. Even the somewhat introverted XB could not resist stealthily sending out a barrage of comments. Husband, you're amazing. As the video approached the two-thirds mark, the storyline concerning Zhou Ning had largely reached its conclusion. The next sequence would see the show Rin tidying up the aftermath, as Qian Weiste showcased his family's training abilities, astonishing the players. What left Zhou Ning feeling out of sorts was the persistent presence of the canine-like light brain, which continued to capture his visage. As the screen faded to black, the scene shifted to the clock tower atop the Daklon fortress. A figure clad in a black alchemical robe, adorned with a white hardshell mask, skillfully navigated past the sparse patrolling soldiers and infiltrated the tower, drawing a hand crossbow from within. Two lines of subtitles appeared above his head and the crossbow. Professor of Alchemy at Unique University, member of the Life Alchemy Society, Philip Bislock. Unknown artifact. Archer Goddess Boudica's self-destruction crossbow, capable of producing a highly potent magical arrow, which upon striking a target, extracts the target's soul and imprisons it within the weapon. There exists a minuscule chance that the arrow may strike its wielder, This weapon was granted to the archer goddess Boudica by the gods during the age of 4 heroes. She rose to fame wielding this weapon, yet it was also the cause of her demise. Realization dawned on Zhou Ning as he furrowed his brow. He certainly remembered this individual, Professor Buslok, who appeared in the diary of Hollowegger. Reflecting on it, one could not help but feel pity for Hollowegger, who was exploited as a mere pawn by those he trusted, only to be discarded thereafter. Moments later, the carriage carrying Charles VI arrived at the fortress gates. As Charles VI disembarked, Buslok pulled the trigger on the crossbow, and a magical arrow silently pierced through the chest of Charles VI, delivering a fatal blow. Instantly, the anguished soul of Charles VI manifested above the self-destructive crossbow, and Buslok carefully retrieved a glass vial from his pocket, meticulously containing the soul within and sealing it with a stopper. As the screen faded to black, the video concluded. By the end, Zhou Ning could not suppress a shiver. As a mid-level alchemist, he was acutely aware of what the glass vial in Buslok's possession represented, a test tube for alchemical purposes. If his assumptions were correct, the madmen of the Life Alchemy Society intended to utilize the soul of Charles VI as alchemical material. How absurd! What grand undertaking could possibly necessitate the soul of a king? A profound sense of vigilance arose within Zhou Ning. In recent days, due to an influx of willpower, he had temporarily escaped the haunting dreams that plagued him before. Yet, inexplicably, an unsettling premonition lingered, coupled with the unpredictable nature of the alchemists. A sense of insecurity enveloped him. It seemed imperative to accelerate the accumulation of experience. Perhaps, should he undertake another journey? Upon opening the simulator, he noted that his last traversal had returned him 12 traversal coins, and an additional 12 coins had been awarded for altering the course of history, leaving him with a balance of 24 coins. Zhou Ning decided to spend 10 Victa to recharge 1 coin, thus embarking on another journey. Third time's the charm. This time he was determined to conquer the world of One Piece. Preparing for the journey. Coin of Transmigration, 25. Please select the mode of transmigration. 1. Direct transmigration. 2. Transmigration using the parallel world template, as less than 24 hours had elapsed since the last transmigration. None of the 3 templates had yet refreshed. Zhou Ning could only choose the first mode and proceeded with the transmigration. You have chosen Talent 1, Talent 6. Talent 9. Your current talents are Mermaid, Doctor of Medicine, Accompanying Elder, and your constant talent is Tony Stark. Match successful in the parallel world. You are a dashing playboy and a genius in scientific research, remarkably versatile. Having obtained your Doctor of Medicine degree and the National Swimming Championship at the tender age of 20, you possess an ancient ring, an artifact you fortuitously discovered at a street stall. Current world exploration level for 95. When the world exploration level reaches 667, you will gain the authority to unlock the next map. Currently aboard Time Machine 1336595, transmutation complete. You have traversed to the vast ocean of the year 1516. From this moment forth, the wheels of history begin to turn. Chapter 59, The Demon Factor, July 1st, 1516, you drift upon the boundless sea, with only a piece of driftwood to cling to. Stripped of possessions, with no sustenance, you are left with only a ring upon your finger. You refrain from attempting to communicate with Roger, for you know that he will not awaken unless provided with ample food. Upon inspection, you find that your House Hoku Haki and Kenbunshoku Haki remain, albeit somewhat diminished. Only your Busashoku Haki requires complete retraining. You surmise that the former 2 are rooted in the mind, while the latter is based on the physical. July 2nd, 1516. You begin foraging for food while simultaneously exercising your Busashoku Haki through swimming. Although the range of your Kenbunshoku Haki is not extensive, it successfully pinpoints the location of a distant island. As you swim, you contemplate your aspirations, having experienced the darkness of the celestial dragons in your previous journey. Perhaps seeking the great treasure and overthrowing their dominion would be a worthy pursuit. Chaos Inclination 3. July 4th, 1516, after 2 days of travel, you arrive at the island. And indeed, it is the Windmill Island. The villagers are warm and welcoming, and once again, you encounter that insufferable child, Monkey D. Luffy. Despite your vast experiences, you are taken aback by witnessing someone using dung as a projectile, a complete disregard for martial ethics, and still, he is the protagonist of a manga, quite disillusioning. According to Luffy, he employs such tactics to defend Windmill Village. Defending with excrement? You lament the absence of a camera to document his youthful indiscretion. July 8th, 1516. The village chief of Windmill Village suddenly falls ill, for some matters are indeed preordained by fate. You arrive at the chief's home without delay, effortlessly curing his ailment. Astonishing the villagers. July 9th, 1516. With the villagers' assistance, you temporarily establish residence in Windmill Village and open a small clinic, as one must maintain a livelihood. Concurrently, you begin to strengthen your physique, striving to restore your Busashoko Haki as soon as possible. After all, a man must strive for self-improvement. On July 10th, 1516, during your leisure time, you began to contemplate methods for generating income. According to the price list of a nearby shipyard, an old vessel would roughly cost 100 million berries. It is noteworthy that the warship you once sailed during your naval days was approximately 20 times the size of such an old ship. Yet its construction cost was merely 2 billion berries, with firepower and durability far surpassing that of the aforementioned vessel. Is it possible that every pirate's home is built upon a treasure trove? Furthermore, you discover that the most lucrative industries in this world are all detailed within the criminal code, followed closely by shipbuilding. Does this not create a vicious cycle? If one possesses the wealth to construct ships, what need is there for further riches? After much contemplation, you resolve to submit an article to the Rogtown magazine. For being a literary scribe in another world is not a disgrace. As for the theme, love remains humanity's eternal pursuit. And this holds true even within the realm of One Piece. On July 11th, 1516, a fortuitous piece of news arrived. Your elderly companion had awakened prematurely, indeed. It was Roger, the amnesiac death row inmate. Through your shared experiences across two worlds, you felt an immediate camaraderie, akin to that of longtime friends. On July 13th, 1516, you encountered Wong Luffy and Ace once more. Wong Luffy attempted to forsake the principles of martial ethics, yet found himself impotent without hidden weapons. Once you apprehended him, he ended up with his cheeks pinched into a pancake shape. He was quite irate. However, after treating them to a meal, an inexplicable friendship blossomed between you. During the meal, Roger expressed an indescribable sense of kinship towards Ace, such as the bond of father and son. On July 15th, 1516, you received a notification from the Rogtown magazine regarding your submission. Your short story necklace was to be featured in the upcoming issue, with a remuneration of 2 million berries. This implies that you would need to pen 100 short stories to afford an old ship. Nevertheless, this is of little concern, for I am resolute. And moreover, this serves as a means to leave my mark in this alternate world. Financial gain is secondary. Being someone capable of affecting change in the world is quite admirable. In the interim, during September 1516, you continued to transcribe around 10 notable love stories, achieving recognition as the most prominent short story writer in the East Sea. According to your findings, the Rogtown magazine is owned by the renowned media magnate Morgans in the world of One Piece, which should ensure a steady flow of funds. As anticipated, your remuneration subsequently soared. Additionally, your relationship with the brothers Ace and Luffy progressed rapidly. You imparted the methods for cultivating Busashoko Haki and Kanbunshoka Haki to them. However, in the subsequent dozen encounters, Ace was unable to secure a single victory against you. Based on your assessment, Ace's current strength likely lies between the ranks of Navy Headquarters Lieutenant and Colonel, with his physical prowess still inferior to yours. Perhaps it is only upon consuming a devil fruit that he will truly ascend. On September 20th, 1516, your savings had accumulated to 25 million berries, fulfilling 14 minor objectives. On the same day, you successfully mastered Busashoko Haki, achieving this 2 months earlier than in your previous life. Roger remarked that your current strength is commendable. He vaguely recalls that during his own departure to the sea, he may not have been stronger than you. However, to advance further, it is imperative to set sail at the earliest opportunity, a sentiment with which you wholeheartedly concur. During this period of companionship, you forged a profound friendship with the two brothers, Ace and Luffy, who regard you as both a friend and an elder brother, fostering a deep bond. On December 21st, 1516, the day bore both good and bad news. The good tidings were that you had accomplished 23 minor objectives, and your reputation as a renowned author had spread to the Grand Line, with several princesses from various nations becoming your admirers. The owner of the Rowtown magazine personally visited you, requesting to feature your works in the world news, offering generous remuneration, which left you with no reason to decline. Conversely, the unfortunate aspect of this day was the arrival of the old rascal Garp in Windmill Village, whose interest in you had intensified compared to your previous life. After you had bested Ace in a friendly spar, he was adamant about persuading you to join the Navy. However, this time, you stood firm in your convictions, resolute against any attempts to sway your determination, even with financial incentives. On December 27th, 1516, after repeated failed attempts to persuade you, Garp, though regretful, relinquished his efforts and turned his attention to training Ace and Luffy. According to him, these two grandsons were destined to become admirals in the Navy and must not fall behind you. You couldn't help but smile at the optimism. It was indeed a good thing for both sides. On January 22nd, 1517, under the tutelage of the Iron Fist of Love, Ace honed his Bisashiko Haki. Encouraged by Garp, Ace challenged you once more, but suffered another crushing defeat. Following this, Garp treated you to a lavish meal, and even Roger found amusement in the situation. Those two old geezers were quite something. On February 6th, 1517, Garp departed for the Navy headquarters aboard a warship a few days prior. Today, you finally accumulated enough resources to achieve a minor goal, spending 88 million berries to procure a splendid ship in preparation for your maritime endeavors. That day, Ace approached you, expressing his desire to accompany you on the voyage, asserting his capabilities as a navigator, chef, and even a fighter. When you inquired about his motivations, Ace recounted a tale of his father Roger and Mother Rouge. He wished to venture out to personally witness the ocean's magic that had lured his father away from his mother, never to return. Naturally, if he could forge a legend surpassing Roger with his own hands, that would be even better. After hearing these words, you fell silent, repeatedly pledging to care for Ace as best as you could. On February 21st, 1517, you dedicated half a month to crafting some rudimentary medical tools, including a microscope and a simple blood analyzer, which posed no challenge for someone gifted with the ingenuity of Iron Man. You earned the achievement, Leeuwenhoek. On February 22nd, 1517, after making ample preparations, you named your crew the Pineapple Pirates, with a flag depicting a skull adorned with a pineapple hairstyle, officially setting sail. After bidding farewell to Luffy, you both promised to reunite on the vast ocean. Your first destination was Rowtown, from where you would traverse Reverse Mountain to enter the Grand Line. It is often said that stand users are drawn to one another, and it seems that the same can be said for devil fruits and humans. During an unexpected incident, you found a devil fruit on a deserted island, which you generously offered to Ace in exchange for some blood samples taken before and after his consumption of the fruit. Under the microscope, you observed the latter blood sample contained an intriguing array of black, granular substances. Perhaps this is the fabled devil gene? Chapter 60. Sword and Gun. On February 17th, 1517, your relentless research on the devil gene continued unabated for 3 days. In the world of the Pirate King, there exist a total of 30 blood types, primarily classified into F, S, X, and XF types. Initially, Ace's blood type was a relatively common S-type, but after consuming the devil fruit, it transformed into S, RH type. The mystery surrounding this transformation captivated you, and you felt an instinctual certainty that one day you would uncover the secrets of the devil fruit, much like Vegapunk. Furthermore, after mastering the powers of the devil fruit, Ace eagerly sought to challenge you, resulting in a narrow victory for you, which instilled a sense of urgency within. On March 2nd, 1517, you arrived at Lowtown, a town where beginnings and endings intertwine. You decided to take a brief respite before venturing into the Grand Line, replenishing essential supplies for your journey, while Ace sought to purchase a log pose. Throughout the voyage, Roger remained silent, but upon reaching Lowtown, he finally spoke, revealing that he seemed to have left something important in the town, although he could not recall what it was. He asserted its significance. On March 3rd, 1517, after aimlessly wandering Lowtown for a day, Roger eventually remembered something. In an uninhabited house, you discovered a sword, a gun, and an old, yellowed photograph tucked away in a drawer, likely left by Roger before his surrender. The photograph depicted a strikingly beautiful woman alongside Roger. After viewing the photograph, Roger appeared profoundly melancholic. You acquired 2 epic items, Roger's sword, Ace, and Roger's pirate pistol, Jackson. On March 4th, 1517, after a day apart, Ace unexpectedly returned with a sniper, a man holding the title of teacher named Michael, who dreamt of crossing the seas to reach children unable to receive an education. Though his aspirations were rather impractical, you found his skills impressive. He possessed remarkable prowess in sniping, rendering the origin of his bullets nearly indistinguishable. That afternoon, as you prepared to set sail, you were confronted by Smoker, who proved no match for you. Not only did he endure a severe beating, but you also extracted several vials of his blood for future research. On the same day, you successfully evaded the Navy's pursuit and surged toward Reverse Mountain. Although you had witnessed it once before, the sight of water flowing upward toward the summit of Reverse Mountain still left you in awe of nature's wonders. On March 5th, 1517, you arrived at Twin Cape, where you encountered Kurikas and the whale Laboon by the lighthouse. Representing Roger, you exchanged greetings with him before embarking on your journey. On March 11th, 1517, Roger informed you that upon seeing Kurikaju, he recalled more memories, including a visit to an island named Lafidalu, where he completed a circumnavigation and left behind some treasures. However, he could not remember how to reach that place. You smiled, suggesting that if one could strive to reach Lafidalu and become the king of pirates, it would be quite romantic. On March 15th, 1517, Myharu and Alabastan possessed an eternal compass pointing to Alabasta, which you found rather fortuitous. From your understanding, reaching Lafidalu required deciphering 4 red signposts. Following the demise of Koja Kyoden, Robin should be the sole individual capable of interpreting the historical texts. If memory serves, Robin had already joined the Baroque works by this time. On March 17th, 1517, you notice your name on a bounty notice dropped by a newsbird with a reward of 5 million berries, while the natural devil fruit user Ace started with a bounty of 30 million. Who was being looked down upon? You fought Ace once more, and once again, you emerged victorious. On March 19th, 1517, after approximately 10 days of sailing, you finally arrived in the desert kingdom of Alabasta, a superpower located in the first half of the Grand Line. By March 22nd, 1517, it was noted that recording the pointers in Alabasta would take about 10 days. Following Myharu, you arrived in his hometown of Yuba, only to discover that it had not rained for nearly a year. The residents reported that dancing powder was being sent from Aramalo port to the capital, Albina. As the dancing powder exacerbated the uneven rainfall issue, the populace began to suspect that the king, Cobra, was misusing it, leading them to form a rebellion seeking to overthrow the monarchy. From March 23rd to 26th, 1517, as a time traveler, you were well aware that Crocodile had manipulated Alabasta's weather using his sand fruit abilities and dancing powder. Faced with the situation in Yuba and Myharu's plea, you resolved not to stand idly by, but to expose Crocodile's conspiracy. On March 27th, 1517, after establishing contact with King Cobra of Alabasta, you gained his initial trust. Cobra dispatched the captain of his guards, Akalum, along with his lieutenant, Sunano Baru, to act in concert with you. Subsequently, you discovered further evidence in the dream city of Rain Base, while also confronting Crocodile and Baroque works in an intense battle. The ensuing combat proved exceptionally arduous. It was unclear how Luffy managed to defeat Crocodile. In reality, even with Roger's assistance, victory was not easily attained. However, during this battle, your swordsmanship underwent a significant breakthrough, culminating in your triumph as you drew Jackson from your bosom and fired a shot. Witnessing the incredulous gaze of the sand crocodile, you felt compelled to inform him, "Sir, times have changed." Ultimately, after your grueling victory over Crocodile, torrential rain fell upon Alabasta. Observing the joyful tears of the Alabasta people, you felt that the hardships endured were indeed worthwhile. You have acquired the skill, Basic Swordsmanship, Intermediate. On March 29th, 1517, you received a substantial sum of berry as compensation from Kobulina. Although you did not count the exact amount, it was simply a considerable fortune. Additionally, at the royal palace of Erbina, you encountered Wai Wei. At that time, she was merely a charming little girl of 123 years, and you gently patted her head, wishing for her to grow up joyfully, unscathed by the tribulations often depicted in manga. On April 1st, 1517, in the renowned perfume city of Oilseed Flower in Aerbossidon, you found Robin and invited her to join the Pineapple Pirates. Perhaps it was due to your sincerity, or perhaps your striking handsomeness, but Robin readily accepted your invitation. On April 2nd, 1517, the next location indicated by the recording pointer was the Gaia Archipelago, a place with which you were well acquainted. Having met your demise there in a previous life at the hands of Aokiji and Akainu, Roger informed you that he recalled some memories. During his final year, he embarked on a long journey to Raftel, and his first stop appeared to be here. You knew he spoke the truth, as there indeed existed a historical text on the Sky Island. On May 5th, 1517, upon reaching the Gaia Archipelago, you encountered Mont Blanc Calica on the sea, a descendant of the famed storyteller Rolando. He was a man who wagered his life against fate to prove the existence of the Golden Country and to dispel the curse of the Mont Blanc family. You assured him resolutely that the Golden Country was indeed real. This tale moved your crew deeply. After a 3-day wait, you finally experienced the soaring sea current, propelling you towards the Sky Island with vigor. Chapter 61, Niproin. On May 17th, 1517, upon arriving at the Sky Island, you discovered the pineapple ship floating majestically above the sea of clouds. It was your first encounter with such a breathtaking sight. However, the inhabitants here seemed less than welcoming, and even your unparalleled charm could not open their doors. Unexpectedly, you came across an old acquaintance, the peculiar monk Yurki, one of the future 11 supernovas, who appeared to have yet to set sail. After your invitation, he engaged in a sparring match with you, followed by a bout with Ace, and then chose to join you, seemingly content with his decision. On May 18th, 1517, according to Yurki, the Sky Island was currently ruled by a man named Inaru, who had suddenly appeared 3 years prior, defeating the old god Gonfer and ascending as the new god. This aligned with your knowledge. However, at this moment, Inaru likely had not yet developed the formidable abilities of his future self. Otherwise, he would not have been absent from the news for so long. On May 19th, 1517, you sailed to the Island of the Gods, Apaidu. Following an exploration, you discovered numerous relics of the Sandia people and even stumbled upon Rolando's former residence. Various signs indicated that this was indeed the fabled Golden Country of Sandia. On May 20th, 1517, as you explored the Sandia altar, Inaru appeared before you. In the ensuing battle, Inilu proved to be quite a nuisance. However, his physical prowess was woefully inadequate. You adeptly evaded his assaults using Kenbunshoku Haki and Soru, while simultaneously inflicting damage upon his corporeal form with Busashoku Haki. Before long, he succumbed to your might. You extended an invitation to Inilu to join the Boluo pirates, explaining that individuals of his caliber were as plentiful as fish in the sea along the Grand Line, and that it was only through venturing forth that one could attain greater strength. Although Inilu was momentarily swayed, he ultimately declined, asserting that a deity must remain supreme and would not sully himself among mortals. Nevertheless, this did not deter you. After delivering a sound thrashing on the third occasion, he wisely chose to join your ranks. On May 21st, 1517, aside from Inilu himself, you also seized all the gold he had intended to use for crafting the Golden Ark, returning to the sea with it. He would have no need for it. And while the exact amount remains uncertain, considering the berries provided by Kobura, you and your crew should be financially secure for quite some time. On May 29th, 1517, you witnessed the newsbird dropping a new bounty notice. Following your triumph over the sand crocodile, Mihawk's bounty soared to 50 million berries, while your own reached 100 million berries. Yet, Ace's bounty stood at a staggering 5 billion. What was the reasoning behind that? You engaged Ace in another skirmish, emerging victorious once more, albeit narrowly. On June 6th, 1517, you arrived in Water City, a remarkable metropolis built upon the ocean, renowned as the most famous shipbuilding capital in the world of pirates. 8 centuries prior, one of the 3 ancient weapons, a warship named Pluton, was constructed by the island's shipwrights, capable of obliterating entire islands with a single cannon shot. The architectural blueprints left behind should now be in Frankie's possession, which was the primary reason for your visit to Water City. On June 7th, 1517, after a day of observation, you discovered the presence of Lucci and Kaku in dock number 1. The bar owner, Bruno, adorned with a distinctive horned hairstyle, revealed that CP9 had infiltrated the Carrera company much earlier than anticipated. Fortunately, you had instructed Robin to prepare her disguise in advance. Additionally, during your stay at a hotel in Water City, you shared a delightful day with Robin. This was not a scripted scenario. Rather, it was a natural attraction between two charming individuals in their 20s. On June 9th, 1517, without alerting anyone, you located Frankie, whose residence, the Frankie House, was situated to the northeast of Water City. Upon your arrival, you found him reclining in a lounge chair, engrossed in a rather familiar collection of romantic short stories, occasionally moved to tears. Such sentimentality was unexpected, sending a shiver down your spine. Hadn't the president mentioned that many princesses were fans of his along the Grand Line? Yet, the first individual you encountered was a bare-legged man. Regardless, you and Frankie became acquainted, and upon learning you were the author, he greeted you with immense enthusiasm. He expressed that anyone capable of crafting such poignant love stories must possess, beneath a rugged exterior, a heart that burned fiercely. On June 12, 1517, after spending a few days with Frankie, your erudition and sagacity swiftly captivated him. Frankie even believed that in terms of scientific research, you could rival the legendary Dr. Vegapunk, particularly excelling in mechanical design as a true genius. Through your exchanges with Frankie, you found inspiration. He discovered the existence of a unique element called niproin in the world of One Piece. When combined with the local cola, it could even create a phenomenon reminiscent of nuclear reactions. Certain elements within the cola could serve as bombardment particles, allowing the atomic nucleus of niproin to release emitted particles and generate a continuous source of energy. This energy could easily serve as a weapon's power source and effortlessly propel a 100-ton vessel over a kilometer. The wonders of this world left you astounded. Was this not a ready-made arc reactor? With such an element, who needed palladium, you couldn't help but entertain a bold idea. On June 16, 1517, after discussing with Frankie, you increasingly felt that with current scientific technology, your design proposal was entirely feasible. You possessed the capability to create a suit of armor powered by cola and niproin as its energy core. However, this endeavor would require substantial research time and financial resources, both of which you had in abundance. One could only imagine that Tony Stark would never suspect that his prideful arc reactor could be supplanted by a bottle of cola costing a mere $3. On June 17, 1517, you gathered the members of the Pineapple Pirates to announce your decision. You and Frankie would temporarily remain in Water City for research, while the others would continue their voyage under Vice Captain Ace's leadership, regrouping at Sabayati Archipelago in 2 years. Although the crew was taken aback, they respected your decision. On June 19, 1517, Frankie retrieved the design for the Pluton hidden within his body, and Robin translated the ancient script for you. Indeed, it was a blueprint for an extraordinarily large battleship. If feasible, you would attempt to construct it. Perhaps this would become the next flagship of the Pineapple Pirates. On June 21, 1517, you asked Frankie to contact Iceberg, the mayor of Water 7 and the owner of the Galileo Company. You would be responsible for improving the shipbuilding blueprints, requesting a 15% profit share. Initially, Iceberg was skeptical, but upon reviewing your revised proposal, he readily agreed. By June 27, 1517, after spending 7 days refining all the shipbuilding blueprints, you submitted them to Iceberg. You could have demanded a larger profit share, but you understood that this would be a long-term revenue process, and 15 was already a substantial figure. You recognized the wisdom in moderation and lacked the time to manage and develop a shipbuilding company to compete with Galileo. In October 1517, with Frankie's assistance, you successfully created the first-generation steel suit powered by cola, which you named Pineapple No. 1. It must be said that Frankie was an exceptional research assistant, likely surpassing Tony Stark's assistant, Dr. Ethan. Not only is his comprehension remarkable, allowing him to offer numerous targeted suggestions, but his practical skills also receive high accolades. When fatigue sets in, his twin subordinates, Jaiwei and Matsi, can provide a delightful dance with hands gracefully joined to relieve stress. Truly splendid. Following the completion of Pineapple No. 1, you find yourself quite satisfied with the final product. The rear of the battle suit and the soles of the feet are equipped with the wind shells of Sky Island and cola propulsion devices, while both arms feature smaller jet engines. Ultimately, you focus on stabilizing the flying apparatus. After successfully conducting the inaugural test flight in Kishui City, you can proudly declare that you can now soar through the skies. After crafting Pineapple No. 1, you donned the iron battle suit and flew to the nearby naval base, Fortress G8, where Vice Admiral Jonathan of the Navy headquarters is stationed. The results of your testing left you quite pleased. After stunning the naval guards with your Conqueror's Haki, you engage Jonathan in battle. With your iron suit complementing your swordsmanship and occasional long-range cannon fire, you surprisingly matched him blow for blow. Unbeknownst to you, you have become a formidable force at sea. Upon assessment, Pineapple Number 1 exhibits average endurance, and the armor is rather heavy. However, its corresponding defensive capabilities are formidable, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a near-admiral-level adversary. Moreover, it significantly enhances your arm strength and sword-drawing speed. The only regret lies in the absence of an intelligent AI akin to Jarvis, which results in a decline in combat effectiveness. How splendid it would be to have a ship spirit. On another note, you read in the newspaper that Ace, leading the Pineapple Pirates, had passed by Moria's three-mast ship of horrors. You remain unaware of the outcome, but it is evident that two new members have joined the Pineapple Pirates, namely Moria's Moonlight and the Ghost Princess Perona. You are particularly incensed by the audacity of some to speculate that the captain of the Pineapple Pirates is Marco, solely based on the resemblance of his hairstyle to the pineapple on the flag. In late October, Roger suddenly informed you of a sword technique he often employed, which may prove useful to you. This technique, known as Shen Vi, demands exceptionally refined swordsmanship. Only through his sword, Ace, can its true power be unleashed. However, you are not foolish enough to wield such an ostentatious weapon unless absolutely necessary. From November 1517 to February 1518, aside from engaging in various research endeavors, you excelled as a master of time management. With a clear objective in mind, you carved out time amidst your busy schedule for training in armament haki and swordsmanship. During this period, you frequented Fortress G8 nearly every evening, to the extent that the ordinary soldiers ceased to venture out, opting instead to watch from a distance as you battled with Jonathan, reassured by the fact that you did not take lives. This rigorous combat regimen proved remarkably effective. By the end of February, you experienced a transformative advancement in your swordsmanship and ultimately mastered Shen Vi, when you executed a clean and decisive sword strike to defeat Jonathan. Even you were taken aback by your own prowess. You have acquired the skill, Divine Evasion, Beginner, and you have gained the skill, Fundamental Swordsmanship, Advanced. In March of 1518, history seems to have been altered once more. During this period, the activities of CP9 have become notably more vigorous. They appear to have discovered that the design of the Pluto may not be located at the iceberg. Hence, they plan to assassinate him to uncover the whereabouts of the schematics. Your suspicions have proven correct. When they initiated their attack, you donned your iron armor and arrived just in time, single-handedly vanquishing CP9. Defeating Lucci, however, proved to be somewhat arduous, nearly preventing you from delivering a swift execution. Subsequently, when confronted by journalists eager to capture the moment, you long to lift your mask and declare, "I am Iron Man." By the end of May 1518, after extensive preparations, you commenced the construction of the ancient weapon, Pluto, with the iceberg pledging its assistance. This endeavor is grand in scale, requiring the assembly of numerous shipwrights and spanning 2 years, with costs that are incalculable. Yet you're certain that this undertaking is undoubtedly worthwhile. Between June and December of 1518, with Frankie S. assistance, you executed 2 upgrades on the Pineapple Number 1. Enhancing not only its endurance and defensive capabilities, but also adding a layer of Haki-coated sea prism stone to Pineapple Number 3, making it more effective against those with devil fruit abilities. If all goes as planned, Pineapple Number 3 will be your final set of armor for the foreseeable future. In addition to upgrading your armor, you procured several devil fruits for the purpose of researching the devil gene. By the end of December, you attempted to create a semi-finished artificial devil fruit, the efficacy of which remains uncertain. You find solace in the fact that over the past year, your comrades have experienced significant growth. Ace declined the position of Warlord of the Sea and, alongside the Pineapple Pirates, ventured into the New World. After returning from Wano, his strength has notably increased. Following a visit with the red-haired Shanks, he continued on his original path to challenge Whitebeard. Although he faced defeat once more, he earned Whitebeard's admiration, who remarked upon seeing the shadow of Kojiki Odin within him. Recently, Ace's bounty has soared to 800 million berries, undoubtedly surpassing his previous self. Chapter 63. Counterattack. In December 1518, the other members of the Pineapple Pirates also made considerable advancements. Enel and Ulki, both denizens of Skypiea, have skillfully mastered the two-color Haki. Enel, due to his elemental transformation abilities and his extraordinarily advantageous mind network, has reached a bounty of 500 million. Robin's bounty has also escalated to 190 million berries, drawing the attention of the Navy, which has been pursuing the pineapple pirates relentlessly. Fortunately, you have managed to navigate through several perilous situations unscathed. By the end of December 1519, Frankie procured a gorilla to test the artificial devil fruit. The outcome was unexpected, as the gorilla transformed into a dog-headed creature, its vocalizations morphing into barks. Was this an animal fruit of the hyena type? You are left in uncertainty regarding whether your experiment has succeeded or failed. In January 1519, the construction of Pluto has progressed at a pace far exceeding your expectations. With the full support of the Iceberg Company, nearly half of the project has been completed, and it may very well be finished by early 1520. If you could recruit more shipwrights, perhaps progress could be expedited. Through your diligent study of the weapons system of the Ming Wang, you have gleaned profound insights. This legendary cannon is said to possess the power to sink an entire island with a single shot. Upon examining its intricate design, you discern that it bears little resemblance to anything that could have been crafted in the world of Pirate King. Its conception is exceedingly refined, capable of launching formidable air projectiles through compressed air. You successfully replicated its manufacturing proportions within your steel battlesuit, culminating in the creation of the Pineapple 4. Although its power has diminished significantly, your tests reveal that it remains on par with many formidable modern weapons. Amidst your successes, your research encountered certain setbacks, as the composition of the devil fruits is exceedingly complex. You have struggled to fully comprehend their arrangement, ultimately resorting to a unique synthetic material to mimic the effects of the devil fruits. Consequently, the fruits you produce turn out to be entirely unknown varieties of zone-type fruits. This sense of partial success has left you feeling somewhat disheartened and frustrated. You have acquired the skill, artificial devil fruit creation, which unfortunately cannot be upgraded. In February 1519, you established a factory for the production of devil fruits, initiating the anonymous sale of some synthetic fruits on the black market to replenish your funds. As the financial strain of constructing the Ming Wang is truly staggering, even for a time traveler like yourself. Some of the devil fruits were utilized to arm a battalion composed entirely of zone-type devil fruit users, an idea inspired by your encounter with Kaido. By the end of February 1519, Roger informed you that his soul had been significantly restored and that he should be capable of assisting you in brief combat through your body. This may be one of your greatest trump cards. In the manga, even after succumbing to a terminal illness, Roger was able to contend with the peak Whitebeard for days on end without a decisive outcome. Coupled with the enhancement of the steel battle suit, the potential power is beyond imagination. A peculiar thought crossed your mind. What if Roger were to temporarily embody J.A.R. This would indeed be a bona fide real-life AI, and of the highest caliber. Thus, you ventured to the G8 Fortress to test this hypothesis with Jonathan, and the results left you utterly astonished. Not only did Roger provide precise guidance on how to combat, but your battle suit and weapons were enveloped in an overwhelming aura of Conqueror's Haki. With a single, deft maneuver, Jonathan was sent flying. In March 1519, following the commencement of the sale of synthetic devil fruits, your wealth began to swell rapidly, as a mysterious faction also sought to acquire your fruits. Even the Revolutionary Army reached out to you, expressing interest in purchasing large quantities of your synthetic devil fruits. Simultaneously, you assembled a team of approximately 300 zone-type users. Although this number is still modest, it has proven sufficient to trouble all factions, including the Navy. With newfound wealth, you commenced the recruitment of additional shipwrights, significantly accelerating the construction of the Ming Wang. However, one matter weighs heavily on your mind. Ace's bounty has suddenly been raised to 1.8 billion berries. Although no official reason has been declared, you surmise that it is likely due to the revelation of Ace's lineage as the son of the Pirate King. For his surname is too easily deduced. Poor Gasti, Ace, sharing the same surname as his mother. On June 7th, 1519, your 2-year pact with your crew was nearing its conclusion. As you prepared to set sail for the Sabiati archipelago, Robin arrived with the crew at Water City, bearing unforeseen news. 10 days prior, in the New World, the Pineapple Pirates were besieged by a naval fleet. with Admiral Akainu and over 10 elite vice admirals deployed to cover the retreat of the pirate crew. In the ensuing battle with Akainu, Ace was defeated and captured, taken to Impel Down. Upon receiving this news, a surge of fury coursed through you, mirroring the wrath of Roger himself. On June 9, 1519, news broke that the Navy had announced Ace as the son of the pirate king, Zhou Roger, to eradicate the tainted bloodline and to uphold the Navy's justice. Ace was scheduled to be executed 1 week later at Marineford. You realized that unlike the original manga, Whitebeard would undoubtedly not come to his aid. Perhaps you would have to fight alone. Yet over the past 2 years, you observed that the Pineapple Pirates had grown to rival many of the larger pirate crews. Not only had new members joined, but Mihawk, Robin, Frankie, as well as Enel and Urich, including the later editions of Moria and Perona, had all developed the capacity to stand on their own. Reflecting on the secret weapon you had stored at Dock 1, nearing completion, you contemplated the time for an encounter with the Navy and the world government had arrived. On June 11, 1519, in the past 2 days, you had contacted Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, offering a supply of artificial devil fruits in exchange for their participation in the impending conflict. You earnestly conveyed that the time had come to strike back against the world government, and after reviewing your propositions, Dragon assured you they would arrive on time. On June 12, 1519, Water City was besieged by the annual colossal tsunami, Akalaragna. As you and your crew approached Dock 1 in Water City, everyone was awestruck by the sight of the massive warship named the Pluto. Many years later, the citizens of Water City would still recall that moment when the obsidian-hued behemoth charged into the sea amidst the waves. On June 16, 1519, you arrived at the Justice Gate, the formidable entrance to Marineford. After reuniting with the fleet dispatched by the Revolutionary Army, you gazed up at the towering gate as Sniper Mihawk commenced his bombardment. With just 2 shots, the Justice Gate was shattered into countless fragments. Chapter 64. Simulation concluded. Surpassing the Pirate King on June 16, 1519, you once again boarded the Pluto, arriving at Marineford, the very heart of the Navy's organization within the world of the Pirate King, home to 100,000 elite naval forces. A force formidable enough to rival the 4 Emperor's pirate crews. At this moment, in the square of Marinfondo, the 3 admirals of the Navy, along with Vice Admiral Carp and other high-ranking officers, had gathered beside the guillotine. Under the gaze of all present, you donned the iron armor of the King of the Underworld and fastened your mask. For the Pineapple Pirates, this was a battle to end all battles, with even the Revolutionary Army committing considerable forces, including the presence of Dragon himself, alongside key figures such as Chief of Staff Sabo, General Mori, Lindbergh, and Crow participating in this operation. The ensuing battle was extraordinarily fierce, through the combined efforts of the Pineapple Pirates and the Revolutionary Army. Leveraging the intimidating presence of the King of the Underworld and the full might of Roger, you successfully compelled Admiral Sengoku to concede, rescuing Ace and securing victory in this war. In this conflict, Akainu lost an arm and sustained severe injuries, while the Navy headquarters suffered near total destruction. On June 18, 1519, this sudden clash reverberated throughout the seas. Morgans proclaimed you the 5th Emperor of the Sea, your strength closely rivaling that of the former Pirate King, Roger, as the master of the ancient weapon, the King of the Underworld. The newly issued bounty placed your reward at a staggering 3.5 billion berries, earning you the moniker Iron Man. By the end of June 1519, after meeting with Revolutionary Leader Dragon on the island of Baldigo, you decided to embark on a comprehensive collaboration with the Revolutionary Army, pledging their full support to overthrow the unequal dominion of the celestial dragons that govern the world government. From June 1519 to April 1522, your influence expanded rapidly. Except for a few nations in the North Sea, all countries in the East Sea, South Sea, and West Sea were liberated by your forces. The scientific nation of Germa in the North Sea also aligned under your banner. Moreover, you acquired several formidable subordinate pirate crews, such as the Red Pineapple Pirates led by Capone Beeg and the Blue Pineapple Pirates commanded by the formidable female pirate, Charlotte Pudding. Your influence had undeniably surpassed that of the 4 emperors. Certainly, it was not merely influence that grew, your strength did as well. You not only constructed the 2nd and 3rd King of the Underworld battleships, but also had Frankie produce a multitude of iron armors, ensuring that nearly every member of your crew was equipped. Furthermore, your Zoan-type devil fruit army had swelled to nearly 3,000 strong. It could be said that even if the most powerful among the four emperors, the white-beard pirates and the red-haired pirates, allied against you, you would face them without fear. In June 1522, you led your fleet to embark on a global voyage, with the ultimate destination being the final island, Laughtail. The first target was Fishman Island, where you discovered the apology letter written by Joy Boy to the mermaid princess within the coral jungles. The first of the four red historical texts, serving as a guide to Laughtail, was located near this letter, and you made an imprint of it. By July 1522, the second red historical text was in the possession of one of the four emperors, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. When your three king of the underworld battleships anchored at the entrance to Whole Cake Island, even the four emperors had to yield, surrendering the red historical text they held to you. In September 1522, you arrived in the land of Wa, where Kaido, one of the four emperors, resided near Nagashima. Compared to Big Mom, Kaido was considerably more difficult to communicate with. However, under the overwhelming force of your might, he suffered a crushing defeat. From him, you acquired the third piece of the historical text, a vital landmark leading to Raftel. By November 1522, while traversing the seas, you discovered the walking elephant, entering the white whale forest, where you ultimately found the final piece of the historical text within the whale tree. Thus, all landmark historical texts leading to Raftel were gathered. In March 1523, after 9 months of arduous journeying, you finally reached the last island that recorded the pointer navigation, known as Water 7. Here, everything, including the compass and the navigational pointers, malfunctioned and spun wildly. Through an inscription on a monument on Water 7, you ascertained that Raftel, the hiding place of the One Piece, lay at the intersection of the four red historical texts. After a month of searching in April 1523, you arrived at the convergence of the four historical texts. Here, the currents from all directions flowed in unison, and at the horizon, a waterfall of seawater revealed itself. A chorus of cheers erupted from your party. This had to be Raftel. At the base of the waterfall, you discovered a small island, where Roger informed you that this was indeed the location. On this island, you uncovered the history of the blank century and the truth about the great treasure. 900 years prior, a spacecraft from the cosmos had crash-landed in the East Blue. The extraterrestrials themselves were not formidable, yet they had tamed a unique race known as the Devil Folk. Resembling humans. The Devil Folk possessed special factors that enabled the extraterrestrials to create devil fruits, granting them extraordinary powers. However, after the crash, the extraterrestrials were gravely injured. Some of the Devil Folk escaped, while others seized the opportunity to slay their masters and commandeer the spacecraft. They assimilated some of the extraterrestrial technology and, using this knowledge, fashioned 3 ancient weapons, swiftly establishing their dominance in this world. Under the leadership of their chieftain, they proclaimed themselves as gods and subsequently enslaved the indigenous inhabitants of this realm. To solidify their rule, these devil folk began to emulate their former masters by breeding their compatriots, extracting the devil factors to produce devil fruits for their own consumption, and even conducting experiments to gigantify human bodies using these factors. The writer of this account, Joy Boy, was among the subjugated devil folk. In a bid to resist oppression, he led a faction of his fellow captives to escape their confines and allied with the similarly enslaved humans. Together, they rallied 20 kings and launched a counterattack, nearly exterminating the oppressive devil folk. Faced with the specter of death, the chieftain of the devil folk pleaded for mercy, promising to grant them immortality through the powers of the surgery fruit, provided he was spared. Faced with the temptation of immortality, the 20 kings were stirred, tearing asunder their alliance with Joy Boy and turning against him and his kin. Subsequently, upon the ruins of the demon tribe's kingdom, they established a new world government. The descendants of the 20 kings became the celestial dragons, while Joy Boy and his kin represented the legendary lineage known as the D-Clan, whose aim was to exact vengeance upon the treacherous celestial dragons. Of course, in time, the leader of the demon tribe fulfilled only a portion of his promise, aiding one of the kings in achieving immortality, as the surgical fruit could only be utilized once. That king was none other than the legendary celestial dragon king. As compensation to the other 19 kings, vowed to grant their descendants a position of supreme authority. Joy Boy and a faction of the D-Clan arrived at the Island of the End, inscribing historical texts to mock the deceitful humans. As for the other details, they scattered among the stone tablets along the Grand Line, and only by uniting all the tablets could one uncover the entirety of history's truth. Ultimately, the so-called One Piece was revealed to be a mask adorned with a smiling face, inscribed with the name Joy Boy, the king of laughter. Gazing upon the long-buried history, one cannot help but chuckle. How absurd that the legendary treasure took such a form. The name Laugh Tale indeed suits it well. After perusing the blank century of history, your reverence for the celestial dragons evaporated entirely. Having made an imprint of this history, you departed from Laugh Tale, achieving the title of Pirate King. In May 1523, news of your ascension as the second Pirate King spread across the seas. A month later, you once again encountered Dragon in Baltigo, where you divulged the truths of the blank century. Through the influence of the Revolutionary Army, this somewhat humorous history swiftly circulated throughout the oceans, and all pirates learned that the fabled Laugh Tale was indeed a tale of laughter. Perhaps this would signal the end of the pirate era. In July 1523, you issued a proclamation against the celestial dragons to the entire ocean. To your surprise, you garnered responses not only from your ally, the Revolutionary Army, but also from red-haired and white-beard, with even the Navy refraining from opposition, tacitly aligning themselves against the celestial dragons. In August 1523, you led 3 prominent pirate crews to the Holy Land of Mary Gosa, positioning 3 vessels of the King of the Underworld in formation to bombard Mary Gosa. Ultimately, when I appeared wielding an ancient weapon resembling a laser cannon, alongside the 5 elders, you found yourselves in fierce combat, yet emerged victorious. In Mary Gosa, you executed the majority of the celestial dragons, sparing only a few relatively benevolent ones, who, however, faced grim fates, destined to spend the remainder of their lives in prison. Finally, confronted with the desolate Mary Gosa, you unleashed the ancient weapon to shatter the Red Line, uniting the 4 seas into one. From that moment forth, there would no longer be distinctions of East, South, West, or North Sea. Everywhere would become all blue. In November 1523, a new world government was established, with the Navy also declaring allegiance. As the newly appointed Pirate King, you became the first leader of the new world government, embarking on a lengthy tenure. The era of great pirates was officially declared over. In December 1523 to March 1556, under your governance, the world underwent a remarkable transformation, with the populace living in peace and prosperity, no longer rushing toward the sea. This, however, displeased Roger, who believed that a true man should set sail for the ocean. In March 1556, you passed away surrounded by your beloved wife and children. Simulation concluded. Chapter 65. New Map, New Elements Summary. Congratulations on completing a glorious and radiant life. You have flawlessly navigated this map. During this journey, you surpassed 99 other travelers, not only discovering the great treasure and becoming the Pirate King, but also personally ending the reign of the Celestial Dragons. You brought closure to the tumultuous era of great pirates, which has been met with mixed reviews in history, and even initiated a prosperous age lasting 300 years. After your demise, historians of future generations regarded you as the first person to alter the course of history, and your deeds will be eternally celebrated. Evaluation: S. World Exploration Degree, 986. Since your exploration degree exceeds 90, you have earned a reward of 20 traversal coins. Due to your significant impact on the history of science, you received an additional 10 traversal coins. For your influence on the history of literature, you obtained 4 traversal coins, and for your unprecedented effect on world history, you were awarded 22 traversal coins. Having perfectly completed traversing the seas, you will have the opportunity to retain your talents in the real world. With an S-grade evaluation and successful completion, Pirate King Zhou Ning has become a hidden traversal template, which may be randomly selected under fortunate circumstances. This template carries the exclusive title of Pirate King and will include the flagship ship, the Ming Wang Hao, during traversal. Congratulations, player, on completing the game. A new map and new elements have been unlocked, granting you the privilege to revisit previously completed scenarios for a fee. Please refer to the relevant tabs for details. Your current inclination is towards lawful neutral or chaotic neutral. Players are encouraged to select rewards promptly. Option 1. Randomly acquire 3 skills and specialties obtained during your traversal. Option 2. Randomly draw 3 items acquired during your traversal. The world of Pirate King truly pushes one to the brink of madness. My previously steadfast, lawful neutrality has been compelled to shift towards chaotic neutrality. Nevertheless, receiving a sudden windfall of 56 traversal coins is quite exhilarating, akin to a night of unexpected wealth. As for the selection this time, it is indeed perplexing. Option 1 includes the highly coveted skills of divine evasion and basic swordsmanship. While the devil fruit abilities are likely a treacherous deep-sea pit, as the materials are probably unique to the world of Pirate King, and it remains uncertain whether substitutes can be found in my own world. As for the second option, the benefits are rather evident. Prominently displayed are the sword, gun, and Kingdao Bay. Although the simulation process is somewhat obscure, there is a high probability of acquiring a devil fruit, the Underworld King, or the Celestial King. Regardless of which one is obtained, it would undoubtedly enhance the collection of the Kai Woodian. After much contemplation, Zhou Ning ultimately opted for the first choice. While the allure of the second option was indeed compelling, what he truly lacked at present was skill. No matter how rare the items might be, there should always be a chance to draw them from the prize pool. You have chosen option 1. You have acquired the skill, Shun Bai Beginner. You have acquired the skill, Artificial Devil Fruit Manufacturing. You have acquired the skill, Basic Swordsmanship Advanced. Shun Bai Beginner. A unique sword technique of the Pirate King Roger, entwined with both armament and Conqueror's Haki, delivering an exceptionally powerful strike that requires the exclusive weapon ace to unleash its maximum potential. Artificial Devil Fruit Manufacturing. The technique of artificially creating devil fruits, capable of producing only random varieties of Zoan-type abilities. This skill cannot be upgraded. Basic Swordsmanship Advanced. The fundamentals of swordsmanship, passively enhancing sword damage and precision. Zhou Ning let out a sigh of relief, grateful that he had drawn everything he desired. Shunbai and Basic Swordsmanship significantly bolstered his melee capabilities. While still inferior to those of melee professions, he at least possessed the strength to withstand close combat. Upon glancing at the skill Artificial Devil Fruit Manufacturing, he felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, the simulator showed commendable integrity, as the materials for transforming the Devil Gene were now replaced by a catalyst known as Xingmang-Ji, which is one of the raw materials for crafting superpower awakening potions. Once his alchemy skill reaches expert level, he would be able to produce it, with the other materials being some common herbs. Zhou Ning was instantly filled with boundless motivation for alchemy, already envisioning a future teeming with dog-headed and bull-headed beings. Although it was somewhat of a gamble, perhaps players would indeed favor dog-headed creatures. He continued to peruse his gains, detected that the player has perfectly cleared Zongheng Sahai, granting one opportunity to retain a talent in the real world. Would you like to draw? Yes or no? Yes. Lottery completed. You have obtained a purple talent, Grandpa in your pocket. Grandpa in your pocket, purple. A powerful local spirit resides within your ring. Perhaps you might call him Grandpa in your pocket. Note, works best in conjunction with the way's flow. Suddenly, a ring of ancient design appeared on Zhou Ning's finger, causing him to pause momentarily. Zhou Ning pondered, is this a devil's trick? Could this talent possibly bring forth Roger from within the ring? He attempted to address the ring, but silence prevailed. It seemed he needed to nourish it as in the simulation. After tallying his rewards, he reopened the simulator panel, and indeed, a small red dot appeared on the map. Evidently, the subsequent map had been unlocked, and a new tab labeled Reversal had also appeared on the right. The name of the new map was Splendid, The War of the Gods. It clearly echoed a stirring mythical epic. The price was quite reasonable as well, requiring only 60 transmigration coins. Zhou Ning had just acquired 56 time travel coins, which were insufficient for a single journey. Fortunately, the amount had not been multiplied by 5. Upon entering the time rewind interface, he beheld the 3 completed scenarios, Wudu Mitu, Yuxian Zhizhan, and Zongheng Sahai. Reviewing the details, Zhou Ning suddenly comprehended the functionality. It turned out that this feature allowed one to pay double the time travel coins, with a minimum of 20 coins, to select a completely random character template or one that he already possessed, enabling him to traverse any chosen point in time. However, this temporal point might have been altered by his previous travels. Much like standard time travel, the rewind function also permitted the extraction of 3 items, unrestricted in type or skill. For instance, in Wudu Mitu, One could opt for the narrative set in New York in 1938 for the second installment or 1988 for the third. Yet in 1938, he might encounter his legendary vampire self or a mere ordinary version of himself. In 1988, he might meet the youthful Marlon Brando, rejuvenated by the legendary vampire Zhou Ning. Or perhaps the world remained unchanged, leading to an encounter with the malevolent savior. This was indeed quite favorable. Though somewhat costly, it offered a plethora of possibilities. With an umbrella in hand, Zhou Ning strolled briskly towards the school along the Canal District. The aftershocks of the death of Charles VI were still palpable, as police officers and black uniform guardians were seen halting passers-by to inquire about the situation. Typically, this would be a bustling time for vendors. Yet the market area was surprisingly sparse. It seemed that overnight, Daklon had taken on a rather desolate air. With the school term commencing in a few days, Zhou Ning had come today to formally resign from his position as a teaching assistant under Professor Wisai Lei. As he was not particularly in need of money at the moment, and his proficiency in crafting basic potions at the Alchemy Tower had plateaued, this job, which paid a monthly salary of 5 vecta, had become rather superfluous. Upon arriving on campus, which often appeared deserted, he found a considerable number of students present. At that moment, amidst the crowd, Zhou Ning unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure, short in stature with black hair. Was this not the child of the dimension, Leandro? Chapter 66. Survival Quest. At this time, Leandro appeared quite perplexed, standing alongside 2 players bearing IDs. One, with a sneaky demeanor, was XB, and the other, a petite female player named Jean Say. Jean Say? She seemed to be a notable figure. Zhou Ning raised an eyebrow, memory surfacing. The leading star of the Deep Blue Club, a master alchemist, and a top 5 warrior player in the country. It was she who had maxed Leandro's favorability in a past life, uncovering the secret of the flame oil. To his surprise, she was also among the closed beta players this time. A smirk crept upon Zhou Ning's lips as he approached them. Compared to XB, Jean Say was undoubtedly a more prized target. He had perused the forum records, noting how Jean Say had relentlessly completed 492 quests to boost Leandro's favorability, earning her the title of a legendary sycophant. Such an exceptional target was certainly best harvested by himself. Jins finds herself in a state of mild vexation. Born in Weshi County near Dayklan, she hastened to Dayklan as soon as the map was illuminated, only to serendipitously miss a significant plot event. This morning, she arrived at Wike University in hopes of a stroke of luck, only to encounter a seemingly indifferent NPC named Leandro. Reflecting on the previous series where the character Wayne was so amiable towards players, she couldn't help but ponder the stark disparity between NPCs. Suddenly, her keen eyes detected a strikingly handsome NPC approaching from afar. Was that not Weinstwell? Indeed, he was quite dashing, causing Jin's heart to flutter, her cheeks flushing as if under the influence of wine. Focus, now is not the time to swoon, she admonished herself, snapping back to reality as a new task notification unexpectedly appeared on her task list. You have triggered an instant task. Deliver a cupcake to NPC Weinstwell, and perhaps there will be a delightful surprise. Would you like to accept? Yes. Jin's eyes sparkled with excitement. A quest had emerged. She promptly selected yes, her gaze darting around until she spotted a nearby breakfast shop, and she hurriedly made her way there. At that moment, XB noticed Zhou Ning and promptly abandoned Leandro, eagerly running over to greet him. Boss, good morning. Zhou Ning acknowledged him with a nod and casually assigned him a task to purchase breakfast. Before long, Jins returned with a steaming cupcake in hand. Boss, here. Zhou Ning feigned surprise and smiled. Is this for me? Yes, yes. Jins could hardly suppress her urge to squeal, nodding vigorously. His smile was simply too charming, leaving her a bit lightheaded. Thank you. Zhou Ning accepted the cupcake and, feigning casualness, inquired, by the way, you seem to have knowledge of alchemy? Yes, indeed. Jins nodded earnestly, feeling increasingly intrigued by this enigmatic NPC. As an alchemist apprentice in this world, she possessed a basic alchemy skill. I have some simple tasks for you. Would you be willing to accept? Zhou Ning asked. I would love to. Jins exclaimed joyfully. Although the closed beta was set to conclude in less than 2 days, establishing a connection with the main character would surely facilitate her journey once the public release commenced. Zhou Ning wrote down the address of his alchemy laboratory and handed it to Jins. Come by this afternoon. If you can't meet the requirements, I want to be lenient. At that moment, XB returned with breakfast, gazing longingly at Zhou Ning. Boss, what about me? Thank you. Zhou Ning smiled as he accepted the breakfast and promptly completed the task for XB. He then turned to depart, heading back toward Leandro. XB lamented. He is feeling quite distressed, reminiscent of the pain of seeing one's beloved holding hands with another as they board a different vehicle, despite having arrived first. Meanwhile, Leandro stood perplexed, having initially intended to ask for directions, only to be unexpectedly surrounded by two strangers chattering away before they abruptly left, directing their enthusiasm toward another individual. Although indifferent, what is the cause of this inexplicable sense of loss? Zhou Ning handed the breakfast he had purchased from XB to Leandro, smiling. Good morning. The weather is quite pleasant today. Indeed, it has remained unchanged for at least 2 hours. It is rather delightful, Leandro replied as he accepted the breakfast. After a moment of hesitation, he inquired, I would like to know where the Zhou and Shaoxing breakfast shop is located. Do you happen to know, Senior? Yes. Are you planning to visit Mr. Tulin or Mrs. Tulin? Mr. Tulin. My father asked me to extend his regards to him, Leandro responded. Zhou Ning took out his pocket watch, glancing at it to find that it was nearly 9 o'clock. Mr. Tulin should not be at the breakfast shop at this hour. I know his residence. If you're not in a hurry, we can wait here, and I will take you there shortly. All right, thank you very much. Leandro bowed to Zhou Ning. Leandro DP's affinity for you has increased. Current status, friendly. Walking along the cobblestone path, Zhou Ning made his way to the third-floor office of the alchemy department, recalling from memory the location of Professor Wesley's office. He knocked on the door. Come in, came Professor Wesley's voice from within. Upon seeing Zhou Ning enter, Professor Wesley, seated at his desk with a serious expression, greeted him. Hello, stool. What brings you here? Good morning, Professor Wesley, Zhou Ning replied, stating his purpose. I am about to advance to advanced alchemy and have recently rented an alchemical laboratory off campus. So I will be unable to continue my role as a teaching assistant from next semester. Oh, that's wonderful news. I approve, Professor Wesley exclaimed, rising in surprise. What level have you reached? Can you concoct the cleverness potion? I don't have a recipe, but I should be able to, Zhou Ning answered honestly. The cleverness potion is a recipe for intermediate alchemy, which is not particularly challenging for Zhou Ning. However, seeing Professor Wesley so pleased with his response left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Professor Wesley took out a quill pen, tore off a sheet of paper, wrote down a recipe, and handed it to him. This is the recipe for the cleverness potion. The school is organizing an expedition related to meteorological tides and will require a large quantity of potions. The school can provide the herbs, offering you a fee of 2 Roshan per bottle, or you can supply your own materials. I can purchase them from you at a price of 15 Roshan per bottle. Would you be willing? I would be, Zhou Ning replied, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, Professor Wesley was rather stingy. While the price could yield a profit, it was essentially reduced to mere pocket change. Nevertheless, considering the opportunity to gain experience for free, he chose to endure it. After discussing the matter at hand, Zhou Ning bowed respectfully and bid farewell. Stepping into the sunlight, he unfurled the paper bearing the recipe, which read, Cleverness Potion, Tinmo Leaves, Daisy Roots, and Golden-Edged Agave Roots. Nothing overly difficult. Wait a moment, what is this? Zhou Ning keenly noticed that the torn half of the paper still bore part of a letterhead. This appears to be from Yink University? How could Professor Wesley be using paper from Yink University? Zhou Ning furrowed his brow, recalling that Professor Wesley seemed to be from North Wales, with his parents, relatives, and friends residing there. Returning to the tree-lined path, he found Leandro waiting for him. Calling out to him, the two walked side by side towards the outskirts of the school. Just as he stepped out of the school gates, a notification suddenly appeared on the panel. You have triggered the survival mission. Survive. Mission prompt. Cultists from shadows have set their sights on you. Please remain vigilant. Mission requirement. Survive the cultists' assault. Reward. Unknown. A sense of foreboding settled in Zhou Ning's heart. Suddenly, the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, as if pricked by needles. Chapter 67. Overlevel kill. It was an overwhelming sense of crisis. With Zhou Ning's current mastery of observation Haki, he could not possibly be mistaken. The enemy was likely stronger than himself, as otherwise he would not feel such imminent danger. Moreover, this foe was likely lurking nearby. Zhou Ning discreetly observed his surroundings from the corner of his eye. The road was the main thoroughfare outside Wike University, frequented mainly by students and faculty. With no suspicious figures in sight, he took a deep breath, quickened his pace, and heightened his alertness. Landero, perplexed, closely followed behind him. As Zhou Ning approached a shop window, he suddenly saw a man's face materialize on the glass. Without hesitation, he drew his gun and fired at the glass. Bang! The sound of shattering glass erupted, and with a jarring thud, Zhou Ning felt as though he had been struck, finding himself in a bizarre new world. Everything here was distorted. The light warped, the stones twisted, and the buildings contorted, as if everything were crafted from irregular blocks. Turning to look back, he saw no exit, yet he could still perceive everything in reality, including Landero, who appeared bewildered and was searching for him outside. Not far away, a man with brown hair stood there, raising his hands in a gesture of welcome, saying, "Welcome to my world." Elvis Bart? Zhou Ning's heart jolted. He almost mistook this fellow for another traveler. Indeed, the pixelated style of this world bore a striking resemblance to the game he had once been enamored with, Minecraft. This individual must be the source of his crisis. Although he had previously injured Elvis in combat, it was solely due to Sherlock's assistance. This Elvis possessed a true mage level that undoubtedly exceeded level 40. Currently regarded as a suspect in the assassination of Charles VI, he had a bounty of 1,000 Wikta, equivalent to 10,000 Russian. Zhou Ning inhaled silently, his hand extending to reveal a gun in his palm. He pulled the trigger, sending a bullet wrapped in armament Haki hurtling towards Elvis. However, in the next moment, a sense of impending death enveloped him, prompting him to swiftly evade. A familiar flame bullet shot down from above, striking the ground. What was happening? Witnessing this bizarre scene caused Zhou Ning's palms to sweat, and soon after, he sensed another danger. He abruptly turned around, only to see a massive bloodsucker worm bursting forth from the ground, lunging at him. Zhou Ning slipped slightly, activating dodge shot, and instantly reappeared behind the bloodsucker worm, pulling the trigger. Yet, with 2 gunshots echoing, the bullets flew from another direction, missing their mark entirely. Elvis wore a sardonic smile at the corners of his mouth. Do you not comprehend? In this warped world, bullets are futile. You can never predict from where they will be fired. Yet, my spells and my companions can reach you. He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Zhou Ning's heart jolted. He suddenly bent down and rolled forward. A flash of lightning struck the ground, accompanied by Elvis's somewhat deranged proclamation. Now you have a chance to live, join us, and worship the true deity, Naya Sudara. You shall escape your inevitable doom, and soon. When the true God descends, the earth shall transform into a divine realm, and we shall become angels. The high priest of the Cursed God cult, Elvis Bart, invites you to join the Cursed God cult. Do you agree? Yes or no? Note, upon joining the Cursed God cult, your reputation in the 6 nations will turn to hatred, and your faction will shift to chaotic evil. I apologize, but I am not interested. Zhou Ning smirked slightly and decisively chose to decline. What use is it to become an angel? To spread your arms and transform into wings to protect you? How unfortunate. Elvis shook his head in disappointment, and immediately, more blood-draining worms erupted from the earth surrounding Zhou Ning. A dozen massive blood-draining worms swung towards him like pendulums. Zhou Ning rolled, leaped sideways, and lunged forward, maneuvering with exceptional agility to evade the assaults of 3 consecutive blood-draining worms. He then activated his evasion skill, sliding backward, and drew the magnificent dagger gifted to him by Charles VI, executing divine evasion. In an instant, a brilliant sword light illuminated the space, severing at least 2 blood-draining worms in half, yet the dagger let out a creak and snapped in 2. Is that it? Zhou Ning was momentarily dumbfounded, observing his dwindling stamina, and without hesitation, opted to use an item he had kept in his inventory for a long time. Epic Vampire Zhou Ning Character Possession Card. Character Possession Card has been used, and the card will soon vanish. Zhou Ning's gaze suddenly became profoundly melancholic and deep. He no longer evaded, but charged forward, his right hand striking like lightning, precisely seizing the neck of a blood-draining worm. The creature attempted to struggle, but was grasped by the throat of fate and hurled away, sending a shockwave that knocked 3 or 4 incoming blood-draining worms aside. The remaining worms, wishing to leap forward, were deterred by Zhou Ning's mere glance, which frightened them back into the earth. Elvis's eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment. What was happening? According to previous data and his personal experience from yesterday, Vincewell was adept with firearms and not particularly strong in melee combat. Yet what he observed now was astonishing. Could it be some explosive secret technique? It must be. This state could not last long. The more Elvis pondered, the more convinced he became. He hastily recited an incantation, and red firebirds coalesced instantaneously, locking onto their target with precision as they soared toward Zhou Ning. Boom! Boom! The firebirds struck Zhou Ning, and in an instant, flames soared into the sky. He had been hit. After a brief moment, the triumphant smile on Elvis's face instantly froze. He witnessed Zhou Ning, unscathed and with his hat firmly in place. Emerging from the flames, lowering his hand that had pressed against his hat, Zhou Ning cast a calm gaze in Elvis's direction. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Elvis's forehead. Without any perceptible movement, Zhou Ning surged forward, appearing before Elvis in the blink of an eye, and swung his fist at him. Elvis barely had time to open his mouth, releasing a silent shriek. A tremendous mental shock erupted from within Elvis, surging toward Zhou Ning, yet Zhou Ning remained unfazed, not even blinking. Leaning forward, he delivered a powerful hook that struck Elvis squarely on the face. In an instant, blood gushed from Elvis's nose, and with a muffled grunt, his icy armor shattered into countless fragments, sending him staggering backward in terror. He was certain that without the protection of his icy armor, he would have been nearly killed by that single punch. Why was Zhou Ning unaffected even by the mental shock? Gritting his teeth, Elvis quickly dodged backward, finding refuge atop a stone. His arm ignited with a colorless, transparent, ethereal flame as he began to gather a sphere of iron-black fire between his fingers. However, before he could unleash it, Zhou Ning appeared seamlessly on the stone beside him, swinging his fist once more. With just one punch, the ice armor that Elvis had painstakingly reformed shattered once again, followed by a relentless barrage of blows raining down upon him. After enduring several punches, Elvis's body swelled grotesquely, transforming into a massive, bloated monstrosity, flailing its tentacles adorned with sinister patterns in a desperate attempt to resist. Yet, he was swiftly felled by another punch, soon falling silent and reverting to his original form. You have achieved an extraordinary victory by defeating the High Priest of the Cursed God sect, Elvis Bart, LV-44 Fire Mage, earning 500 experience points. By surpassing a 30-level difference in slaying your target, you receive an additional 300 experience points, totaling 500 experience points. You have completed the survival task, Survive, granting you 65,000 experience points and a temporary template card, accumulating 500 experience points. This is the total Zhou Ning has garnered from slaying Elvis, coupled with the tens of thousands of experience points previously saved. It should suffice to merge and develop the remaining skills for constructing a new profession. Zhou Ning pulled out his pocket watch to check the time. Only 3 minutes remained before his main character would log off. After rummaging through Elvis's corpse for a moment, he shook his head. The mirror was not on him, but he did find a set of keys with a room number, Green Shade Inn, room 304. Casually pocketing the keys, he dragged Elvis's body toward the entrance of the world. Through a thin membrane, he could see Leandro still waiting, surrounded by a throng of Sun Guardians and police officers, with the familiar Sherlock among them. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Ning unleashed a sudden punch, creating a fissure in the membrane. Chapter 68. New profession. Leandro was resting his chin on his hand, intently studying the shop's display window, while Sherlock interrogated the shopkeeper, a plump middle-aged man who trembled and could hardly respond to any inquiries. Suddenly, a fissure appeared in the display window's glass, which subsequently widened, causing cracks to spread across the entire pane, shattering the space around it. The crowd gasped in astonishment as they turned to see Zhou Ning, with his left hand pressed against his hat, dragging a lifeless body and bending low as he emerged from within. Leandro, his curiosity piqued, widened his eyes, intending to inquire about the situation, but was startled into retreat by a glance from Zhou Ning, feeling as though he had encountered a formidable adversary capable of delivering imminent peril. What is happening? At that moment, Sherlock approached with a group, casting an odd look at Zhou Ning, seemingly perplexed as to why he was always present. He did it, Zhou Ning stated succinctly, pointing to the corpse of Elvis on the ground. This individual proved to be quite troublesome and consumed a considerable amount of my effort. Do remember to compensate me. Elvis Bart? Sherlock immediately recognized the name, realizing that this was one of the suspects involved in the assassination of His Majesty, the Fire Mage Elvis. This was indeed a genuine, extraordinary professional, perilously close to high-tier status, and the threat level was exceedingly high. Otherwise, they would not have offered a staggering reward of 1,000 victus. Wait, don't tell me you managed to handle Elvis Bart all by yourself. Sherlock exclaimed, utterly astonished. He then scrutinized Zhou Ning's seemingly amused expression, taking in his appearance. Fine, I believe you. The deceased is indeed Elvis Bart, no doubt about it. Over 100 of his bones were shattered, as if he had been trampled by an elephant, remarked the guardian who had completed the autopsy nearby. Troublesome? Consumed considerable effort? Sherlock glanced at Zhou Ning, who appeared barely perspiring, and couldn't help but feel somewhat speechless. Having known him for quite some time, he was perpetually astonished by how this individual consistently surpassed his expectations. At that moment, the effect of the epic vampire possession faded, and Zhou Ning looked at his own fists, somewhat awestruck. When he had struck Elvis earlier, he had experienced an astonishing power that transcended the realm of humanity. Breaking over 100 bones was already a testament to Elvis's remarkable resilience. Checking his panel, Zhou Ning noticed that the temporary template card obtained from the task had just appeared. Temporary template card contains a rare character template, usable only once. This card is applicable solely in the simulation world or the retrospective world. The image displayed Zhou Ning, clad in a black suit, a black vest, and a white shirt. With slicked back hair, a rose pinned to his collar, his right leg crossed over his left, and a cigar held in his right hand, seated upon a sofa. Character: Godfather Zhou Ning. Personality: gentlemanly, resolute, authoritative, ruthless, capricious. Talents: born leader, orange; criminal genius, orange; extraordinary charisma, purple; skills: negotiation, expert level; basic shooting, advanced; basic hand-to-hand combat, advanced; usage count, 0-1. Godfather? Zhou Ning found himself momentarily taken aback. Judging solely by the skills, the strength of this card was not particularly high, and its combat capability seemed rather feeble. Yet, it was the only template he had encountered that boasted 2 orange talents. The precise effects would only be revealed upon its use. Closing the control panel, Zhou Ning casually inquired, "How is the situation today?" "Not particularly good," Sherlock candidly replied with a wry smile. "We've been overwhelmed these past few days. With His Majesty the King being attacked, the blame falls squarely upon us. We've been tirelessly searching for the assailant without a moment's respite. Thankfully, you assisted us in dealing with Elvis, allowing us a brief moment of relief. Should we continue the transactions of firearms and ammunition these days?" Zhou Ning asked. "Absolutely. You don't think the Guardians consist of just a handful of individuals, do you?" Sherlock replied, exasperated. "I'll arrange for someone to wait for you at the Xylan General Store tomorrow, and I'll ensure that your bounty of 1,000 vikita is brought along." "Impressive," Zhou Ning commended, giving Sherlock a thumbs up. After concluding his conversation with Sherlock, Zhou Ning approached Leandro and patted his shoulder. "Let us go." Leandro, appearing somewhat reserved, nodded and followed Zhou Ning for a few steps. Once he sensed that the danger had passed, he finally exhaled in relief. This young man, a chosen one of this realm, bore a temperament reminiscent of Luffy or Naruto, an archetypal, passionate protagonist. Before long, he had forgotten the earlier events and was laughing and chatting with Zhou Ning once again. Through their conversation, Zhou Ning discovered that, akin to his previous life in the game, Leandro was a prodigious alchemist, 3 years his junior, who had already attained expert-level proficiency in alchemy, far surpassing Zhou Ning. However, what truly made Leandro enviable was a universal skill known as passionate focus, a coveted ability that Zhou Ning had long desired. At the current pace, he might soon acquire it himself. Mr. Tulin's residence was conveniently located adjacent to the alchemical laboratory, not far from their current location. When Zhou Ning indicated the location, he noticed that Leandro appeared quite serious, adjusting his collar before knocking on the door. This made Zhou Ning wonder if Mr. Tulin might be a person of great significance. Upon returning to the alchemical laboratory, Zhou Ning eagerly opened the game panel, which now displayed 190,000 experience points, primarily accrued from today as tasks. Having learned the skill of divine evasion, he was now only 3 active skills away from completing the initial structure of his profession. The skills available for fusion included Shooting Mastery, Beginner; Ripple Breathing Technique, Intermediate; Mozambique Shooting Method, Beginner; CR Shooting Method, Beginner; Evasion, Beginner; Armed Color Haki, Beginner; Divine Evasion, Beginner; Basic Swordsmanship, Advanced; and Flying Spear, Beginner. After 2 fusion attempts, the options were limited. Zhou Ning hesitated briefly before deciding to fuse basic swordsmanship with a ripple breathing technique. Do you wish to fuse basic swordsmanship advanced with ripple breathing technique intermediate? This fusion will consume 12,000 experience points. The success rate is 68. Without hesitation, Zhou Ning confirmed his choice. The experience for basic swordsmanship and the ripple breathing technique was cleared, reverting them to beginner levels. Fusion successful. You have acquired the skill. Ripple swordsmanship, beginner. Ripple swordsmanship, beginner infuses ripple energy into the sword for a powerful attack. The attack power is 235 of the weapon's damage. And this skill inflicts double damage on dark creatures. Not bad. Although swordsmanship serves merely as an auxiliary for him, this skill boasts a considerable attack value, and it may prove to be remarkably effective. Subsequently, Zhou Ning expended over 20,000 experience points to elevate his proficiency in shooting mastery and flying gun to an intermediate level, seeking to merge them. Should he proceed with the fusion of shooting mastery, intermediate, and flying gun, intermediate? This fusion would consume 12,000 experience points, with a success rate of 56. Affirmative. The fusion failed, resulting in the complete reset of his shooting mastery, intermediate, and flying gun, intermediate proficiency. Fortunately, Zhou Ning had sufficiently stored experience points, thus preparing for contingencies. After another attempt, the panel finally signaled a successful fusion, granting him the skill Floating Shot, Beginner. Floating Shot, Beginner utilizing a firearm to shoot downward while airborne, allowing him to strike enemies mid-air with an attack damage equivalent to 135 of weapon damage. This skill could be deemed unremarkable, yet its stylishness sufficed. But the journey was not over. After a thorough observation, Zhou Ning invested over 60,000 experience points to elevate shooting mastery to an advanced level, while also advancing armed color dominance and evasion to an intermediate level. Should he merge shooting mastery, advanced, armed color dominance, intermediate, and evasion, intermediate? This fusion would require the expenditure of 36,000 experience points, with a success rate of 65. Skill fusion is not limited to 2 skills. Each additional skill incurs an extra cost of 5,000 experience points for fusion, with the cumulative expenses doubling for multiple fusions. Thus, Zhou Ning waited until he had amassed enough experience before daring to attempt a third fusion. The fusion was successful, bestowing upon him the skill Deadly Rebound, Beginner. Deadly Rebound, Beginner, while evading an opponent's attack, he delivers a lethal strike entwined with armed color dominance, with the damage coefficient correlating to the level of armed color dominance. Mission accomplished. Zhou Ning could not help but clench his fist. Compared to luck in lotteries, his fortune in skill fusion was remarkably favorable, never encountering failure at critical junctures. This deadly rebound surpassed even evasion shot, earning the title of a divine skill, with its descriptive effects exceeding those of most advanced class skills. Thus, his new occupational blueprint was initially declared complete. Chapter 69. The wandering gunslinger. At this moment, in the depths of the bitter cult's chapel, within a meticulously decorated room, Kienweist, adorned with a monocle, was intently perusing the recent investigative findings. The assassination of the king had already left him in a state of turmoil, and the recent surge of supernatural occurrences far exceeded the cumulative incidents of the past decade. In the dock area, workers had mysteriously perished in succession. Furthermore, reports emerged of sightings of animated specters in the vicinity, defying belief. In addition, within the impoverished district, an obscure gang was annihilated overnight, leaving behind a grotesque scene and traces of a sinister cult ritual. Drawing connections to the previous sacrificial events and the king's assassination, Kienweist sensed an ominous undercurrent. His instincts warned him that all of this was likely intertwined with the cursed cult and the Life Alchemy Society. Although the king's assassination was likely orchestrated by the deranged members of the Life Alchemy Society, the cursed cult posed an even greater threat. Unbeknownst to many, the tendrils of the cursed cult had already penetrated every corner of Daklon. Who could have anticipated that lecturer Elvis Bart from Wei-Ke University would be one of them? Qin was even certain that there were individuals within the upper echelons of the kingdom, as the assassination of the king was rife with suspicion. Furthermore, Qin harbored another pressing concern. Recently, across Blazestone, peculiar beings had emerged, impervious to death. Their behavior was bizarre. At times, they would mysteriously vanish, moving as if the ground beneath them were ablaze, often leaping with each step. Shortly after their demise, they would resurrect in the vicinity. This characteristic aligned perfectly with Elon's prophecy, suggesting that these individuals might indeed be the chosen ones foretold in the prophecy. However, the thought of these chosen ones potentially joining the cursed god sect sent a shiver down Qin's spine. Meanwhile, in the alchemy laboratory, Zhou Ning was engrossed in the creation of a new class. In the game, players were required to venture to the northern lands to seek out an elderly NPC named Kyle for certification, who would assess the validity of their new class skills. In reality, the process was far less cumbersome. The game interface displayed skill progress and the option to create a new class directly, eliminating the need to trek to the northern lands. However, this option had previously been inaccessible. Upon reopening the control panel, Zhou Ning noticed that the button for creating a new class had illuminated beside the profession section. Upon clicking it, the panel displayed a notification. 6 class specialties, click to view, detection completed, current quantity, 7. 2 core buff skills, click to view, detection completed, current quantity, 2. 10 active skills, click to view, detection completed, current quantity, 10. Detection passed. Would you like to create a new class? Yes. Zhou Ning took a deep breath. He had never created a new class in his previous life and was inexplicably nervous. Yes. The panel prompted, please enter the new class name. Zhou Ning had prepared in advance. Wanderer Gunner. The new class name is Wanderer Gunner. Is this correct? Confirm. Please select the primary attribute. Agility. There was no hesitation. In Apocalypse, agility determined movement speed, attack speed, and evasion ability, while also augmenting range attack power. Each of these aspects was crucial for the Wanderer Gunner. Selection successful. Your mana points have been replaced by concentration points, with the initial value equal to agility multiplied by 3. The majority of your skills will require concentration points for release, while stamina consumption will correspondingly decrease. The new class has been created. You have achieved the milestone Class Mentor. The class badge has been sent to your inventory. Would you like to change your class? Yes. What else could he say? It was a must. Class change successful. You have gained a new class, Wanderer Gunner LV1. Agility 3, Extraordinary Physique 0, 35, Stamina 1, Spirit 1, and earn 2 free attribute points, along with an additional reward of 1 golden skill point due to the initial class transfer. Your primary class has changed, enhancing your stamina bonuses. Now, 1 stamina equals 12 health points, and 1 stamina equals 15 stamina points. In an instant, Zhou Ning felt as if his body was undergoing a profound transformation, a fresh surge of power coursing through him. Meanwhile, a cascade of information flooded the panel. Your primary attribute has been designated as agility. A new vitality bar has been bestowed upon you. Concentration, which is intrinsically linked to your initial value and primary attribute of agility. You have acquired a new talent, Ultra Long-Range Vision Blue. You have gained new specialties, Quick Draw and Fancy Marksmanship. Zhou Ning was immediately enveloped by a transformative sensation, feeling an exhilarating surge of agility coursing through his entire being, accompanied by a remarkable enhancement in his sensory perception. Notably, his vision had sharpened to the point where he could discern the intricate patterns of herbs on the shelf, the minuscule bubbles floating within the alchemical flask, and even the oil droplets cascading from the distant whale oil lamp. Truly astonishing. With the eyes of an eagle and the speed of a leopard, Zhou Ning mused that should he also possess the ears of a wolf and the strength of a bear, he could effortlessly portray the role of Sheriff Bressat. At last, success was within his grasp. Zhou Ning clenched his fist and chose to examine the game panel. Name, Zhou Ning Race, Human Template, Elite NPC, Internal Test Countdown, 40 days, 22 hours, 19 minutes, Level, 14 Experience, 53. 200 Profession, Wandering Gunslinger LV11 30 Secondary Profession, Linguist LV3 310, Alchemical Apprentice LV10 10 to Natural Force Affinity, 0 Arcane Affinity, 0 Talents, Tony Stark, Purple, Gunfighting, Deadly Rhythm, Blue, Athletic Genius, Blue, Ultra Long Range Vision, Blue, Pocket Grandpa, Purple, Personal Attributes, Strength 24, Agility 32, Stamina 20, Will 25, Spirit 41, Charisma 100 Health, 240, 240 Stamina, 300, 300 Willpower, 525 Concentration, 96 Free Points, 2 Gold Skill Points, 1 life skills. Alchemy, intermediate. Mysticism, intermediate. Precision mechanical crafting, expert. Gambling, intermediate. Puppet alchemy, beginner. David Fruit création technique. Universal skills. Evasion, beginner. English proficiency, expert. Esperanto proficiency, expert. Pickpocketing, intermediate. Basic shooting, beginner. Flirting proficiency, expert. Professional skills. Ripple breathing technique, beginner. Mozambique shooting method, beginner. CAR shooting method, beginner. Ripple shooting, beginner. Rapid pursuit, intermediate. Conqueror S Haki, intermediate. Armament Haki, beginner. Observation Haki, beginner. Evasive shooting, beginner. Deadly direct shot, beginner. Divine evasion, beginner. New ripple swordsmanship, beginner. Floating shooting, beginner. Deadly rebound, beginner. Personal specialties. Dexterous hands, extensive knowledge, extreme calmness, basic endurance, intermediate. Firearm knowledge. Extraordinary physique, elite. Extraordinary charisma, elite. Jungle elf, elite. New quick draw. The swift draw technique seems to stem from your instincts, enhancing draw speed by 25. Fancy marksmanship. This is the aspiration of all wandering gunslingers, boasting a skill aesthetic of 50, skill attack power of 3, and an additional 2 to agility. Clan instruction. None influence. 200 legendary degree. 4 combat power evaluation. 2142 note. You have already acquired a complete professional system, and your power has improved, yet it still pales in comparison to your charm. Zhou Ning. He has begun to learn to disregard the acerbic evaluations presented by the game panel. After his job change, his combat power evaluation has increased by a substantial 13, yet Zhou Ning believes that the actual improvement may far exceed that figure. He should now be capable of defeating 2 versions of himself from yesterday. It is not merely a matter of attributes. The emergence of concentrated attributes has significantly enhanced his endurance. With 53,000 experience points remaining, it seems unnecessary to hold on to them given the current circumstances. So he directly invested them into his primary profession, resulting in an immediate advancement of 2 levels. Roving Gunslinger has risen to level 2, granting him agility 3, extra 0. 35 from the extraordinary physique specialty, stamina 1, and spirit 1, along with 2 free attribute points. Upon reaching level 3 as a roving gunslinger, he earned an additional 4 free attribute points, which Zhou Ning decided to allocate entirely to agility, bringing it to an impressive 43 points, thereby greatly enhancing his firearm attack power, attack speed, and movement speed. It can be said that although he still falls short of Biodses level figures like Lion de Ro and Qin Waisaite, who are adorned with elite specialties and possess unique legacies, he is undoubtedly on the right path, as long as he effectively utilizes the simulator and fellow players. Surpassing them is merely a matter of time.